Let's go. You know, some say Tuesday's the worst day out of the week. Not when you have the All-Star game tonight, baby. I'm going to be locked in. Shasky's already decked in his San Francisco Giants gear. Carter, Steven Risotto, they're fired up in the back as I say good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for, I don't know, doing whatever the hell you want to do. I don't judge. Make sure you're on YouTube, though, because that's where we're streaming. You can see this beautiful face, Shasky's beautiful face, and every beautiful host here at the station. And it's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We had the home run derby yesterday. Congrats to one Cal Raleigh, the big dumper. He would be the fourth player in, well, I didn't say MLB history, but within the last 30 plus years to be leading Major League Baseball in home runs and winning the derby. So if he goes on to do that feat, Mark McGwire, Ken Griffey Jr., and Aaron Judge. Pretty good company, I'd say, Joe.
Yeah, pretty good company. You know, when I watch the home run derby as an old man these days,
You're not that old.
I still feel like a kid, watching it, because it is something to behold, right? Like whether you're going to the park or you're in the backyard, the batting cage, whatever, like we've all emulated the home run derby at some point in our lives. And so I still love it. I live for it. And I just thought the broadcast yesterday was atrocious. And this isn't me being old man, get off my lawn. It's like, look, I see where things are trending. Now, maybe I'm a little more in the weeds than your average baseball fan.
Were you a kid when they first started doing the home run derby?
First off, the first home run derbies were in the 60s. It was between, it was televised on This Week in Baseball, and it was black and white, and they had them at the LA Angels Stadium, and it would be like Willie Mays versus Roger Maris, for example.
But I'm saying, like, this iteration of it, didn't that start, like, in the 80s? Like, this current format, I'm pretty sure it did.
As far as I've been alive, that's all I remember.
Okay.
I mean, I think the earliest one that I can remember is Wrigley in 1990.
So here we go. Yeah, the MLB home run derby, as we know it, began in 1985, but its roots trace, as you alluded to, back to a 1960s TV show of the same name. So there you go. But it's not what it is today. The modern home run derby started when you were just a young pup. So there you go.
Yeah.
And ESPN started doing it in 94.
There you go. And so, like, who's this for? That's what I always ask myself, like whenever we're broadcasting things, like who's it for? Like that's ultimately what it asks. And if you're ESPN right now, I mean, they've got to be keenly aware that they are sitting on one of the bigger entities that baseball has to offer, because it's a standalone night when there isn't a lot of sports going on. The WNBA is playing last night, but there's no other major sports happening. The NFL is, not around for another week or so. NBA has kind of gone through all their free agency. And so you have this standalone television product on a Monday night, as golf and all these other little niche sports don't really have anything going on right now. And they have an opportunity to kind of capture the audience. And I just think that, like, doing the same old thing, whether it's radio, whether it's television, whether it's ESPN broadcasting the home run derby, is going to get you fired and canceled. On the day that we saw that FS1 is firing 3 different shows on their platform, you've got to stay up on trends. And right now, YouTube is putting out better content when it comes to home run derbies and just baseball content than what ESPN is putting out. And it broke my heart. I like Carl Ravitch, who was one of the announcers. I do. I really do. I like Carl Ravitch in studio. That's where I like him.
He's Baseball Tonight personified for me. That's exactly what he was best known for when I grew up. It was him.
Exactly.
And it was also him doing SportsCenter. I thought he was good at that. But, like, as a play-by-play guy, as a guy with, like, hot takes or, like, tries to be funny, that's just not his wheelhouse. And that's okay. He doesn't have to be that guy.
No, but I don't think...
But he's cast in the wrong, like, section of that,
so, like, I'm thinking about it from this standpoint. Am I trying to get in all the teenagers? Am I trying to get in all the 20-somethings? Okay? Carl Ravitch ain't doing it. Well, I'm just being real.
Well, they had a guy that could do it, but is it too much of an oversaturation for this dude because he's a part of everything, whether it was the NBA Finals, whether it's the NFL season, whether it's College Game Day. But even then, I thought his intro with Cal Raleigh, Pat McAfee, was funny.
Pat McAfee might have been the best part of the ESPN broadcast.
There you go.
Outside of some of the stuff with Brett Rooker and his wife and some of the cool stuff that was going on there. There's no doubt about it. But Joe, like, I'm down the rabbit hole. So I admit this. I'm admitting that I'm probably way more in the weeds than your average baseball consumer. I coach, I watch, and I'm on YouTube. And what do all the kids love? They love bat reviews. I know this is going to get super, super dorky here, but there's a channel, and you can look it up right now on YouTube. It's called The Bat Bros.
Okay.
And they put out all these videos, and sometimes they're in minor league stadiums. Sometimes they're in major league stadiums. They just did multiple videos at Oracle Park, which is where the Giants play. He did one where he's pretending to be Barry Bonds, trying to hit the ball into the water, and he shows, this guy Will, who does these Bat Bro reviews, and he shows why it's so difficult on a marine layer night to hit a ball into the cove. It's a great video. It's like a 10-minute video, and all the kids love it. It's got millions of views. And so I'm saying to myself, if I am watching Major League Baseball and I'm seeing where this thing is trending and I'm trying to get the young people involved, I got to get these Bat Bro type of ideas that are killing it on YouTube, killing it on Instagram. I've got to find a way to inject that into my broadcast last night. Because you know who it's not for? The Home Run Derby's not for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. It's for the next wave of baseball fans and Giants fans and people like that. And so I need to find a way to get those people in. You know who's already hooked?
Who?
Matt Hegan, the boss, right? Because he's a 40-something, maybe 50-something-year-old man who's already obsessed with baseball. That guy's already watching. You got to get the Pat McAfee types on there to get the casual baseball fan to want to tune in.
Well, and also you got to get the big names on there, quite frankly. And
I agree.
That comes down to the people just wanting to do it at some
Totally
point.
agree.
And this is what the problem is in the NBA All-Star game, is just they don't want to do it. They have to do it. They're not going to be forced to do it. That's the thing with these players. Like, they realize it's an exhibition, and it's not like it was 20, 30 years ago when you could rely on McGuire to show up, to Bonds to show up, the Sosas of the world, the Cansecos of the world, all those big bats to show up, and the big names, and it was a big draw, and it felt big time. I mean, all due respect to the Brent Rookers, who we know locally, but he's not going to hit nationally.
No, Brent Rooker is, and I love the player.
Yes.
But if you say to a Yankee fan or a 12-year-old Yankee fan, Brent Rooker, that's not doing a lot. And I'm not trying to hate on him. You can have a Brent Rooker in there, but you got to have the Julio Rodriguez's, and even though he's not necessarily an all-star this year because he hasn't been playing great, but you need the Aaron Judges.
I'd argue like one of the only like 2 or 3 household names like nationally for fans, because it's such a regionalized sport now. You got O'Neal Cruz, because he's a highlight reel.
100%.
MLB posts this guy
looks like
constantly, and he looks like 513 feet.
If you were creating,
are you kidding me?
If you were creating an MLB The Show player, you would be 6'7", 40, 250 like he is, and run like the wind.
No, he literally had like the longest home run I may have ever seen hit, like yesterday.
Yeah, he broke the StatCast thing.
It was ridiculous, and it wasn't a Coors Field bomb, people. This was Atlanta, not Colorado. Okay, no altitude here. So you got him. Cal Raleigh, what he's doing this year, he
deserved to be in.
Yes, absolutely, he deserved to be in.
And it was really
he's the
cool.
MVP of the first half.
And it was really cool. Like I get nostalgic about these things, like seeing his dad throwing BP while his brother's the catcher. Like, that tugged at my heartstrings.
No, it's pretty cool. And again,
every dad can relate to that.
Again, the Big Dumper, it's a funny nickname. He's got a big butt. Pat McAfee introduced him as this, he's the fattest ass in America and something like that. It was hilarious. And then you got like the local guy, okay, which that's great. You got an Atlanta player in there because Ronald Acuna couldn't do it. Matt Olson, great, okay.
But Matt Olson's a slugger.
He's a slugger.
I'm down with it.
Exactly. And he's a guy that hits home runs year in and year out. He's a big bat.
And you do need to pander to the local crowd. So I get that.
So like those are the 3 names that like probably resonate the most. Outside of that, like Byron Buxton, the guy that you actually kind of want for the Giants.
Yeah, he's not a slugger like that though.
No, he's not. Jazz Chisholm.
Jazz Chisholm has no business being in the All-Star home run derby.
Kids like him. He's got swag, but he's not like a home run derby guy. Junior Caminero. Like,
yeah, but look, let me defend Junior Caminero. He's a 22-year-old player playing on one of the best teams in the Rays, one of the best franchises in the sport over the last 6-7 years.
Exactly.
And he does have 20-something jacks right now.
He's very fun.
I understand why. But again, you could sprinkle in those guys, but you have to have headliners.
There you go. I needed Ohtani.
Yes.
I needed Jose Ramirez. I needed Pete Alonso to come back because this is turning.
Pete Alonso.
No, you're scoffing at it.
No, he should be in it.
But he's literally, I associate Pete Alonso with the home run derby.
Like Jason Richardson in the dunk contest.
Like Jason Richardson. Like Yoenis Cespedes for a minute when he was winning it all the time. I was like, I kind of want to see this guy try to win it every year because then it becomes more special because he's the king.
So we've got issues with the participants themselves and the players wanting to stick themselves out there. The bigger problem, though, I think, and it's not just the participants. The presentation was garbage. Yeah. You had a split screen action. I couldn't follow exactly what was happening, and your angles were terrible. You were worried about StatCast and this and that. Again, has anyone in the Major League Baseball offices just glanced at what's popular on YouTube? Have they seen? I sent you guys 2 different videos. Did you watch either of the videos?
Yeah, I did. It was cool.
Like, how basic are those Bat Bro videos?
Oh, it was very cool. They had like one where you sent where it was basically a Mark McGwire bat, like basically the same like dimensions and size that he used in an Ash bat, and they try to just hit home runs off of it. And it takes 10 seconds to have Will from the Bat Bros in the on-deck circle asking them, hey, O'Neal Cruz, what are the specs on your bat? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I use a 3431, and it's a hard maple. And then, these are my Bruce Bolt gloves, and this is my iced-out chain. That's what the kids want to see. They want to see those things. And so for them to miss the mark on that, it's just it's awful. And then after the guys were hitting, okay, they got a split screen going on. You got Carl Ravitch and Eduardo Perez. And look, I like Eduardo Perez. That's not just last year's generation. Like he's not even a generation ago. He's 2 generations removed from playing. He has no bearing on like luring in young people. I'm sorry, get him out of here. What are we doing? Where's A-Rod? I hate to say that. No, am I wrong?
Well, where's A-Rod?
Where's David Ortiz?
Where's Big Papi? I was going to say.
Where's Manny Ramirez? Where's Pedro Martinez? Now, I know some of those guys are affiliated with an alternative broadcast partner, but like, I need to have guys that these players are dying to talk to so that they come out of their shell. They had Ryan Howard interviewing people, but he was on mute because he was interviewing them for what? MLB TV, which wasn't being broadcast by ESPN. I was so confused as to what was being presented.
Yeah. I'm not confused about Laughing Monk, though, because that's where we're coming from live, the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco, and I'm sure there were people there yesterday watching the Home Run Derby at Laughing Monk. And this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got a lot of fun stuff happening today. Obviously, our All-Star Week prize giveaway blowout still happening. All right, so we got a lot to give away still all week long, every single show, your opportunity to do so. So be locked in around 7:30. All right, so starting at 7:30, you're going to be starting to be locked in for that. Plus, at 7:30, we got the guy that you all know, but you really don't. Marlins man, Lawrence Levy.
It's the most fascinating sports fan in America.
And if you don't know who we're talking about, I'm sure you do. Marlins man, a.k.a. the guy that's at every single game in the history of existence, it feels like. He's decked out in bright orange Miami Marlins, Florida Marlins gear. And we just want to talk to the guy that's basically seen everything. How do you get all these tickets?
It makes no sense.
Why do you go all to these games? Is it fun for you still? I have 1,000 questions for this guy because you know what? For a lot of people, he's living the dream. But is it more of a job for him at this point to be able to go to all these games? I saw him last Friday. He's where he always is, behind home plate for Dodgers Giants. He was, I'm sure, was he there yesterday? I didn't see the behind home plate. Was he there? I didn't, because they had camera angles. Didn't see anyone. So he might have been there yesterday. I would assume he's there tonight for the All-Star game. We'll see. Hopefully Logan Webb's going to be pitching. Apparently he's supposed to.
What's his end game? Marlins man. Like, that's the thing I want to know the most about it. Like, what do you like? What you're just a sports fan. Like, that's one thing. I get it. But why the whole Marlins jersey? You're so committed to the brand. Like, what's the end game for him? That's what I want to know.
It speaks about the franchise that the Marlins man is the most famous fan in the history of their franchise. Right? Have you met another?
Well, who would be the most famous Giants fan? At one point, E40 was very similar to Marlins man, where he was sitting in the front row of the World Series for Royals Giants, and like there was an association. But when I think of Giants fans, I don't know.
I think of Robin Williams, rest in peace.
Rob Schneider.
Yeah, Rob Schneider. There you go.
Jerry Garcia. No.
Yeah, no. Those are all really
Huey
good
Lewis.
Ones. Well, I think of Metallica. Like
Metallica's a good
big
one.
Time. But then you think of. It's funny because all the famous players that have played here have kind of low key become Giants fans. It's like Barry Bonds, who was a fan of the team and was the player, is like. I know it doesn't count. It's kind of like a cop-out, right? Like Billy Crystal's a Mets fan, right? Yeah. Something like that. Jerry Seinfeld's a Mets fan. I think those are some good ones, though. Rest in peace, Robin Williams. So, yeah. There you go. And then I think, no, I was going to say Tom Hanks. He's Barry out. He's an A's guy. His son, I think, though, Colin Hanks is, but he's not Danny Glover. Come on.
Danny Glover.
Let's go.
Yep, the San Francisco native.
Yes.
There's a zillion of them. But, I was watching the home run derby last night, and I'm just a big believer in there are certain guys that need to just get out of the place that they're in because they're too big of a talent for them to be wasting themselves on what I call inept organizations.
Oh, sorry. According to the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 510, Billy Crystal is actually a Yankees fan. So apologies to Billy there.
I'm glad we made that correction.
That is a big distinction.
Okay.
Yankees Mets it is for some people, all right? So I got him and Jerry Seinfeld confused. Continue. There you go.
I'm a big believer in that there are guys in sports that are stuck in a spot that is never going to be able to elevate their status within the sport, right? Christian McCaffrey with the Carolina Panthers is a great example of that team was going nowhere. He needed to get out of there. He was a really, really, really good player. And it was clear, change the scenery is needed ASAP, or this guy's going to waste the prime of his career. And it's dragging him down. And he goes to the 49ers, right team, right scheme, right spot, right time, and boom, the rest is history.
Boom.
Right? He had his best season in the NFL.
Yes, not even close. He was Offensive Player of the Year.
I'm watching O'Neal Cruz, and there are certain players to me that are just physical freaks that I'm always going to be enamored with. There's just oozing with talent. I know, because I follow the Pirates a lot, because I had O'Neal Cruz in fantasy multiple years. This guy's a knucklehead. He'll do some goofy things on the field. Oh, yeah. There are questions about effort. There are questions about what does he even play position-wise. He got moved from shortstop for a reason. He was leading Major League Baseball in errors. He's played center field, and it's been erratic at best. This year, his batting average has dropped precipitously. He's got less hits this year than even Jung-Hoo Lee, for example. He will hit for power. His OPS isn't that great, But I believe O'Neal Cruz is a great example as someone who has 3 more years of arbitration left on his contract after this one, 26, 27, and 28, who's only 26 years old. He is an ideal candidate for this guy needs to get the heck out of Pittsburgh and needs to go to a situation that's going to put him in a position to thrive and also hold him accountable and find a position for this man long term. I want him in a Giants uniform.
Well, you said something right there. It's are the Giants the place to put players in positions to thrive right now as we're watching the struggles of one Rafi Devers? So that's where I stop at first is if I'm O'Neal Cruz, I'm looking around and people want to trade for me. First off, I might not have any say in all this, but are the Giants the top of my wish list for a player like O'Neal Cruz? And you say if you're a Giants fan, I don't care, I just want to trade for the guy. And that's how you're going to get, you're not going to get free agents to come here willingly. You're going to have to trade them like you did with O'Neal Cruz. The Willie Adameses of the world, you're going to have to overpay slightly, pay a Giants tax for it. But it's an interesting question. And the big boss man, he threw this one out to us too. Just talking about home run derby. Whenever I see all those players, you get a little envy, right? It's man, I wish I could have all those players on my team. What's the one player that was participating last night that you would want? And you're saying O'Neal Cruz easily. See, my mind went elsewhere. I was like, the guy that won it, if we could go from the worst catching offensive catcher in the league to the best, we would be in first place if we had Cal Raleigh in a San Francisco Giants uniform.
I'll listen to that.
Are you kidding me? That's the guy I want.
I don't think the Marlins are trading him. Our Mariners are trading him.
No, they're not. And he's only, he's young too. He's 28. Yeah.
Right. But I'm looking at O'Neal Cruz and I'm saying to myself, look, I know the guy, he has not been good this year. There's no other way around it. He has underperformed to his talent level. You can make an argument he's underperformed in his career to his talent level. This guy is from the Dominican Republic. I wonder how close of friends he is with Rafi Devers, how close of friends he is with Willie Adames. Do they know each other at all? Have they played together on a World Baseball Classic team? These are the questions I would be asking. If I told you could put him in your outfield, wouldn't you take that swing?
Well, yes, absolutely I would. But are the Giants in a position to do that right now? Are they going to double down? Is Buster Posey
going to
make another big move?
They need power. They need speed. They need athleticism. This guy fits the mold of what they're looking for. I don't even know where you play him. Do you play him in right field? Do you try him experimentally in center? What would it take to get him? I don't know. These are all the questions I don't have an answer for. But I'm telling you right now, some team is going to swing big on O'Neal Cruz. And if they could get him right, Like, I'm talking about right, and just get back to being like the 260 hitter, 20 homers, 80 RBIs, running the bases the way that we know he can. I think that they have a guy who can be an impact player every single day on that team. And right now he's underperforming. I would go take a swing on someone like O'Neal Cruz. That's the kind of guy that I would put in this Giants lineup. Could you imagine what they would look like?
Well, he's just a physical specimen first and foremost.
Which they don't have.
Which they don't. They don't have a physical presence in the lineup that like strikes fear into the opposition. When I saw Shohei Ohtani in a Dodgers uniform walk up to home plate, like I was like, yeah, that scares me if I'm the opposing pitcher. Not to say Logan Webb is scared, but I would be frightened going up against that guy. Then you got Freddie Freeman. And oh, by the way, the guy that's probably slept on the most is having a down year. He's the shortest guy out of all of them, Mookie Betts. He'll still take you deep. So yes, just having that presence in the lineup would be massive for the Giants. Let's pick this conversation up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And that's what's coming up, sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water and also Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
What's up, Adam? You know what's great about Sports Talk Radio hosts? We could just name a player, and then it's just a trickle down effect of random conversation. So I don't even know how Sam Bradford came up. As
we were talking about NFL at the break, because today the rookies report.
There you go.
Okay, and we were talking about slotting and money, and I was explaining to you guys why the first round has all these guarantees in it, but they're specifically slotted based on where you're drafted because of people like Sam Bradford,
correct,
who walked into the NFL holding out, making $65 million guaranteed before ever taking a snap.
And rookies report today for San Francisco 49ers, and there's a lot of second-round picks. Hell, only 2 second-round picks have signed their deals right now. In all the NFL, only 2 second-round picks have signed their deal. And all rookies are basically reporting this week, so that's a big freaking deal for all these teams. Only Cleveland and Houston have had their second rounders signed. That's Carson Schwarzenegger and Jaden Higgins. Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle for the 49ers, not signed. Is it going to happen? Well, the bugaboo about this right now is those 2 guys that did sign, Schwarzenegger and Higgins, they did get fully guaranteed contracts. And now all these other second round picks, rightfully so, are like, yeah, I want that too. All fully guaranteed for all of my numbers going forward. So until that happens, I think all these second round picks are kind of standing in unison, linking arms, and all of us want fully guaranteed contracts. Well, we'll see what happens. What happens.
I don't know.
And Jawan Jennings still wants to get paid too, so we'll see there.
Oh, everyone wants to get paid. I mean,
I want to get paid. You want to get paid? Carson. I almost called him Carson. Carter in the back wants to get paid.
Well, the Niners,
he does this for free.
With the rookies reporting today, we know that the Niners absolutely need this D tackle to show up. They drafted multiple defensive tackles because they don't have any. It's just, did you watch this defense last year, audience? They had no defense whatsoever. Swiss cheese thought they had a lot of holes in them. Thank you, Guru. And so, right now, they need this guy to show up. He's a 350-pounder. It sounds like he moves a lot of people in there, so he's a plug-and-fill guy, and they absolutely need him to be ready to go and get up and running. And I want to see what Chris Kocurek and Robert Saleh can do with these guys. So figure it out. Get them signed. Let's go. Let's do this.
You can feel it, though, a little bit. Rookies reporting today, just a little bit. We're seeing all the different stuff on ESPN, Get Up, NFL. It's creeping up, guys.
We're almost so back.
I'm so excited. Well, first it's college, and then we get NFL, and then we're back, guys. We're back. So in a couple weeks' time, Broseph, I know a lot of people try to say this is the down week. We got a lot of stuff happening. By the way, I can't wait to reveal something that we're going to be doing tomorrow. We're going to reveal it later in the show today because we got a doozy of a bracket, if you will, this week. And we're going to reveal what that is at some point today because it's going to take over the rest of these week's shows. All right, so every single day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're going to be getting into this bracket, and I'm going to tell you what that bracket is later on today. But you were talking about something before we went to the break and before we talked about Sam Bradford and all these different awesome, college players. O'Neal Cruz and what you would do to get a guy like that. We already made a big transaction if you're Buster Posey, bringing in Rafi Devers, but you want to double down and get another guy. It's not good enough right now. Is there anyone you're willing to part with right now, Joe, that has been an integral part of this team that might upset the fan base going forward? Is there any player that you'd be willing to part with? Because it's going to take 2 to tango. I don't think it's just going to be prospects to get O'Neal Cruz. You got to get another player that could play every single day.
Well, and when you talk about these types of trades, like O'Neal Cruz make $800,000 this year.
That's exactly
right?
Yes.
But teams like the Pirates, when a GM goes to the owner and they're talking about what they're going to do at the deadline, these are the conversations. This is what it more sounds like. Are we taking on more money?
Correct.
Are we taking on less money, or are we staying neutral? That's, like dumping money, meaning, getting rid of money. That's what the conversation looks like, okay? Yeah. Taking on more, dumping more, or staying neutral.
And we're seeing a lot of that in the NBA right now where people are afraid to take on more money. And
exactly.
It's been becoming a problem.
So in an O'Neal Cruz type of a trade, and this is all hypothetical here.
Sure.
I don't foresee the Pittsburgh Pirates taking on more money. So as you ask me, like, who are you willing to part with? It would end up being prospects because, Joe, that's how Pittsburgh operates. They're not taking on $20 million, for this year and $40 million for next year. And like, that's not what they're going to do. So saying some wild hypothetical, and I'm just throwing names out like Jung-Hoo Lee and Mike Yastrzemski for O'Neal Cruz, that's really unlikely because obviously the contract of Jung-Hoo Lee and because Mike Yastrzemski's making whatever, $8 million, $9 million this year, and he's set to be a free agent at the end of the year. Like they're probably not taking that on. They're going to take on a bunch of minor league deals. That's what they would be looking for. Now, in a Brian Reynolds type of a trade, who is sounding like he's going to get moved, and he's another guy that I'm interested in from Pittsburgh, he makes a little more than O'Neal Cruz. I think he's 10, 11 million, I believe. They signed him to a multi-year deal a couple years ago. Are they staying neutral with that type of a deal? Would they be willing to take back some money? I don't know. Or is that just a prospect type of a deal? I don't know. Pittsburgh is such a unique situation. I don't know where they're at. We know during the Rafi Devers conversations, they went around baseball. I'm talking about the Boston Red Sox GM, and they said, who is willing to take on this entire contract?
Yep.
$300 million. And not a lot of teams wanted to.
And there was a lot baked into that, right? With all the drama, refusing to practice at first base, even want to entertain practicing at first base and going to that position after being at third base for so long. Clearly, he's dealing with that groin injury back in Boston. There was that. And then you bring him in here, and it's going to lead us into this conversation. And I'm glad you brought up Rafi Devers because where are we at, Giants fan, when it comes to this guy? I keep looking, and you know what? I'm just, quite frankly, how could you not? The Boston Red Sox have just gotten better, quite frankly, after dumping Rafi Devers. They've won 10 in a row. They're 53-45, and they're right there in regards to winning the AL East. They're right there. They're 2 games back of the Toronto Blue Jays, and they're tied with the New York Yankees.
And they feel, when you look at some of the comments coming out of their clubhouse, feels like they're very united right now.
They feel like the burden has been lifted. Remember we were talking about a dark cloud has been lifted when the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green saga ended. I think they viewed Rafi Devers as the dark cloud within the organization, and it's been lifted, and they're not even looking back. They're not getting any production from Kyle Harrison. He's been stuck in AAA, giving up bombs left and right. And then Jordan Hicks quite frankly hasn't done much there either. They're not going to get anything from Tibbs and Bayo. So, yeah, they basically got nothing in return this season, and they're still thriving. That doesn't make me feel good if I'm a Giants fan right now. Not that you're rooting against Boston per se, but it's almost like you're looking over there and it's like, man, did we make a mistake in this? Do we have like buyer's remorse a little bit getting this guy right now? He's got all these problems with the groin, now the back, there's a bulging disc. He's not producing the power that we thought we were going to get. We're below 500 since he's been here. I don't know, Joe. I don't know right now. Where are you at with Rafi Devers and the whole experience thus far? And quite frankly, how the Red Sox have gotten better, it looks like, without him.
I'd be lying if I didn't admit that I don't want them to go on a 10-game winning streak right after they get rid of the guy. Like, that's a horrible look. But I also acknowledge that it's kind of irrelevant what they do, because all I'm worried about is if he's good for us, it doesn't matter what happens with them. It really doesn't. If he's good for you, this is the guy you've been looking to have for super, super long. Power hitting, middle of the order guy on a multi-year big deal. You've been trying to land that guy for how many years?
I mean, forever.
Yeah. So the fact that you finally swung one for a bunch of guys that you're not using in your system. Jordan Hicks was not being used. He had no role for you. Kyle Harrison, still a long ways away. Rooting for him, local guy. I'm pulling for the kid. I still think he's a long way away. Tibbs, maybe one day he ends up biting you in the butt because you got rid of him and he ends up being a really good player. Bayo, who knows? But if Devers is good, it's a moot point what happens in Boston. Like, both can have awesome success in a trade. It doesn't have to be you win the trade and they lose the trade, or you lose the trade and they win the trade. The best trades are the ones where both teams end up winning.
Right.
But I don't really care what happens with them. But I will admit, I don't want this to be the scenario that plays out where he looks like we got damaged goods to a degree for this year and they're on a roll. Because it looks like addition by subtraction, doesn't it?
No, it absolutely does right now. The dark cloud being lifted within the Boston Red Sox organization, that's what it feels like with Rafi Devers. Now, maybe it changes seniority was needed for both parties. And listen, we're not saying it's a bust right now, but I think a lot of Giants fans are kidding themselves if they're not feeling just a little bit like, yeah, maybe I do have some buyer's remorse if I'm a Giants fan. And if you do, I would love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Is it too early to have buyer's remorse on Rafi Devers if you're a Giants fan? 888-957-9570. We're going to pick this conversation up on the other side, Joe.
I have an analogy for you too that I want to go back in time, and I'm going to do a cross sport one, but I do want to go back in time because I remember being pissed when another one of my teams made a trade for a guy who was hurt.
And we're going to do that after the strongest player of the game is brought to you by El Camino Health, because our strength, your health. Strongest player of the game, Carter. Can you give me
about the three? This time measures, launches, and buries it over Thomas. Oh, a big three from Veronica Burton, and she has been on one. Last 5 games coming into this game, 56% from three.
And that sound courtesy of right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Valkyries and Warriors basketball. The Golden State Valkyries unfortunately lost a tight one last night against the Phoenix Mercury, 78-77 at Ball Halla. Point guard Veronica Burton was a major part of the effort, though, by racking up 17 points, 2 boards, and 6 assists, including that clutch 3-point shot in the third quarter. And that was the strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right, what's coming on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We got Marlins man. Yes, Marlins man himself, Lawrence Levy at 7:30. Going to be on locked in there. And also that hour in that segment, you want to be locked in because it's our All-Star Week prize blowout. So we're going to get into that. Plus, buyer's remorse and Rafi Devers. Too early to say that? We'll discuss on 95.7 The Game.
That's twiddling your thumbs, bro.
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with the pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, this little crack.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
Whoa, Goo. Hey, Goo's been on fire all week with the puns. He said something the other day. He's like, I'm not Russian, but shout out Putin. I was like, never say that, first of all, Goo. But he's just been in his bag lately. So shout out those guys who may or may not be making an appearance later on in our show. I'll explain a little bit later. That's called a tease. And something else we teased prior to the break is Giants related, as the home run derby took place last night. We got the All-Star game tonight. So shout out Cal Raleigh first and foremost. Congratulations, winning his first ever home run derby there. The guy that's leading Major League Baseball in home runs. And we'll possibly be seeing Logan Webb tonight in the third inning, I think is what it was reported. So good to see Logan pitch, because I know, Robbie Ray probably won't. And hopefully we see Randy Rodriguez at some point as well, if not. But in the meantime, we teased something, Joe. You had an analogy that you wanted to get to in regards to one Rafi Devers. Probably the biggest storyline in the first half outside of the MVP chase, Shohei Ohtani pitching again. It was the Rafi Devers trade and all the things that led up to it between Boston, San Francisco, all the drama with Craig Breslow, ownership, Buster Posey saying, I don't care, let's bring him on, trading Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, and some prospects. And they bring him on, right? And we knew it would take some time. And it's been a slow, very slow start for one Rafi Devers, who's been dealing with a lot of injuries, clearly a little bit overweight. And since that trade, the Boston Red Sox, record-wise, are 16-9. And like I said, they are right there, just a game out of the division in the AL East. A couple games out with the Toronto Blue Jays leading there. Giants, conversely, they're 11-14. So they're 3 games under. And, I wouldn't fault Giants fans if they had some sort of buyer's remorse right now. And if you do, or if you don't, I would love to hear why. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, Joe. What was that analogy that you teased?
In life, you cannot compare yourself to the Joneses. It's so hard. You're always like, oh, wow, look at this person's, new home, and look at this beautiful family that they have, and look at all these things that they've accomplished and all this stuff that they're doing. And you just have to run your own race. It's really difficult. Trust me, I struggle with this every day.
I mean, with social media being the way it is today, how could you not compare yourself constantly to other people? Which is a sad thing in society that we have to do.
It sucks.
But it's part of life, unfortunately.
I mean, I see it now with a lot of parents and myself. Your son's walking at this age,
yep.
Or playing this level of soccer, or on that baseball travel team, or going to college, and it's crazy.
It's funny you say that. Alex Pavlovich, who covers the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area, he has a son. He has a one kid, and we were talking about that in the dugout last Friday, just kind of shooting the breeze. And I was like, if I could impart any parenting wisdom, because I have 2 kids, right? I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. Shout out Benny and Nora. I love you both very much. Just as you said, run your own race. Don't compare yourself to other people's parents, because you know what? Nora is probably going to be potty trained way faster than Benny was. You know why? Well, she's a second kid, so she got to look up to her older brother. So she's more advanced with certain things than he was at his age. He was my first kid. Got to the training, he was the test child, if you will, right? And you constantly coddled and coddled and coddled. And, you made sure everything was okay. And, you learned as you went along. And baby number 2, you kind of learned from everything you learned from baby number 1. And what I learned is, as you said, kids are going to get potty trained at different ages. They're going to walk, they're going to run, they're going to do everything at different ages. And that's okay. Just worry about yourself.
When you make a trade in sports, it's almost impossible to not look at the other team and see what they do. It's almost impossible, right? And we did this with Carolina, right? When the Niners, and I hate cross-sport analogies, but I'm going to give you one here. When the Niners traded with CMC, oh my God, look how great CMC is. He scored 20 consecutive touchdowns in 20 consecutive games, or whatever it was, the stat to start his career with the Niners. It was, wow, look at how dumpster fire Carolina is. Look how dumb they are, right? The Niners would do that trade 10 out of 10 days.
Yep.
All right? Knowing everything they know now. I don't think history remembers properly how Warrior fans felt when this trade went down. But when the Milwaukee Bucks traded us Andrew Bogut and we gave up Monte Ellis, I think there's a lot of people here that remember it this way. Oh, they had the choice between Monte and Steph Curry, and they chose Monte. And that is true. But I also remember how we felt at the time. And there were like 5 feelings at the time. First one, the Warriors could never find a big man. Kind of like how the Giants couldn't find a power bat. Wow. The Warriors have never had a rim-protecting big. They just never could find that.
And when you had a big man, you traded him away in Chris Webber in the 90s.
That was 20 years prior.
That's what I'm saying. That just shows you how snake-bit they were as a franchise. They just couldn't get a big guy.
We're still talking about Bonds. He hasn't played since 2007. It's 2025.
Yeah.
20 years later. So you make the deal, all right? And when you brought in Andrew Bogut, now they made the deal, I believe, in March of 2012. And I went back and I looked at everything. I remember how I felt as a Warrior fan. Oh my God, we trade for a guy who's hurt? Because Bogut was hurt. He had like a fractured ankle.
God, look at your memory. March 13th, 2012.
And I went back and I looked at the different records of the Milwaukee Bucks. Because I remember watching with envy. Oh my God, look at the Milwaukee Bucks. And I'm asking you, and I'll tell you the numbers. Has anyone in the last 10 years, and it's been almost 15 since the trade, ever referenced what the Milwaukee Bucks did after trading away Andrew Bogut? Or do we just worry about what Andrew Bogut did as a Golden State Warrior?
We just worried about what Bogut was as a Warrior at that point. But there were some fans that were kind of probably trying to keep their eye on Monte Ellis if he did anything over there. There's going to be some give and take there. But for the most part, and this is just how I would view it, it's just like, if we get an Andrew Bogut here and he balls out for us, I don't really care what anything else happens over in Milwaukee. But as you're using this analogy, bring it back to Rafi Devers, like, if he's not producing here, then yeah, I'm going to start figuring out like, oh, well, if Harrison starts producing and Jordan Hicks looks good again, maybe
you're going too far. You're going too far.
What do you mean?
Because this is what I'm saying. Like, the day they made the trade, everyone was like, what are you doing? You're trading away the heartbeat of the team in Monte Ellis.
Yeah,
and you traded for an injured guy. No, I'm telling you how Warrior fans felt at that time.
For sure.
5 days later, do you know what happened? Like 5 days later, less than a week later.
What happened?
It was the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony.
Come on, people.
Where everyone booed Joe Lacob, and Rick Barry had to grab the microphone and tell everyone to calm down. Now, look, we were right in feeling so angry at that time because it wasn't just the Monte trade. It wasn't just that they traded for an injured guy.
The totality
it was like
of everything.
40 years of frustration. But a lot of people were just pissed that we traded for an injured guy. No one remembers that Bogut was hurt for like the first year and a half, and was battling injuries.
Oh, he was always, whenever they showed Milwaukee Bucks highlights on like ESPN, Bogut would be in a suit on the sideline. Like, how everyone gets up when something happens? It'd be Bogut in a suit every single time.
The Golden State Warriors finished that year, okay, 5-22. Now, they were clearly tanking. They were trying to keep their lottery pick because they would have lost their pick had it not landed in the lottery. I mean, they were actively trying to lose. The Milwaukee Bucks finished 13-11. And I remember how I was watching from afar. I think Monte had a game winner. This was during the strike-shortened season.
Yeah.
And Monte had a game winner, and I was like, oh my God, look at Monte. And like, we were feeling some kind of way. But when the dust settled and we look back at it, and obviously they've won championships, so it's impossible to argue. No one cares what Monte did in a Milwaukee Bucks uniform. No one cares that the Milwaukee Bucks were the better team for the first couple of years. All we care about is that Andrew Bogut was one of the best trades that the Warriors have ever made. And not only was Andrew a great player, but it empowered Steph Curry and
Klay Thompson to take over too, to play with Steph. That's it. Turned into the Splash Bros right after that. Yeah.
Absolutely. No one remembers what the record was. So I get back to Rafi Devers and I say this: look, clearly they've traded for a guy who right now is hurt, and it's not looking good. I'm not judging the deal on the first couple of weeks. I'm going to have to be patient. Does it suck? Do I want the Boston Red Sox to be really good right now? No, not really. Honestly, I don't. I want them to suck too, because I want them to feel the loss of how great this player is. But two things could be true. They could run their own race. They could be on a 10-game winning streak, and they could be rid of a guy they wanted no part of. And he could be just what the doctor ordered for the Giants. He's got to get healthy. He's got to get right. I'm not going to lose my mind about him not looking good right now. He hasn't looked great. He's still one of the best players that they've had to be in the 2, 3, 4, 5 hole in over a decade. And they needed this guy. And they need him to get healthy, and they need him to get right. And yes, they need to start winning. But I do this deal 10 out of 10 days. Every single time.
Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. You just heard Joe Shasky basically say there, I'm doing this 10 times out of 10, 7 days a week, twice on Sunday, as it happened on a Father's Day Sunday just about a month ago. And everyone's riding high, and rightfully so, because it was just a big, it wasn't even about the player at the time we were talking about. Remember, Joe, it's what it signified that a changing of the guard has taken place finally and officially from Farhan to Buster Posey. And it was the fact that you went out and got a big named player. You missed out on Judge. You missed out on Ohtani. The Harpers of the world, the Giancarlo Stanton of the world, maybe never get those guys. But, those were names that were involved constantly within the last decade plus when it came to the San Francisco Giants, and you could never get them. Well, you got Willie Adames in the offseason. Shout out Buster Posey. Resigned Matt Chapman to a large contract, right? You had Robbie Ray there. That's a big name, but that was a Farhan move. Obviously, Jung Hoo Lee, Farhan move. You have Logan Webb, kind of made his star rise during the Farhan era. But the fact that Buster Posey put his stamp on this season with that trade, I think signified to a lot of people what they already felt with Buster was, this is the leader of our franchise. Now, I don't think this is going to be the end-all, be-all with Buster Posey's tenure, and I'm not saying that right now. But the success of this season, I do believe, is going to be tied to what Rafi Devers can do going forward. I do believe that. Because if he is going to be hamstrung with the physical nature of these, the groin, the back, the disc, all of it, I don't see how this offense that's already struggling right now is going to somehow get better.
Well, you're talking about for this year, right?
Well, I am talking about for this year.
Yeah.
And I do think that's what we do. Whether you think it's right or wrong as a society, it's a what have you done for me lately society. And if this season does go in a way where you don't make the playoffs, it's not going to be a great look.
Well,
and
that's obvious. But they made this move for the big picture and for the short term, but they made it for the big picture. Joe,
if it's the big picture, then we do have to talk about shutting him down for a little bit. If it's for the big picture.
I'm more open to that now than I ever was. That I will admit. But Joe, like they did nothing bold for 8 years. They didn't trade away any top prospects. They didn't sign anyone. Their biggest trade was trading away dumped salaries and getting back a Tommy John guy. Like, that was one of their biggest moves. Trading your 10th and 15th best prospect in your system for 2 months of Chris Bryant.
Yeah, not much.
Right? So at some level in sports, if you want to be good, like, look around the NFL. Howie Roseman. He's bold, and he swings big. Not all of his moves are going to work out. John Lynch has been bold. They've swung big. They've swung and missed big on a variety of guys. We could talk about Solomon Thomas and Trey Lance, and they've done it on a variety of levels. But I'm a big believer in you got to be bold, and you can't be boring for 8 straight years and do nothing bold. You got to throw your chips in the middle, and I will back this move every single time. Now, look, it might be a bad move. They might have got themselves a lemon. If the guy continues to stay injured and stay hurt in 2 or 3 years, I will move off my position and I'll come down and to where you're at, and I'll say, hey, this is not looking good right now. But I think it's way too early to say that. They needed a middle of the order guy desperately, and if they had to overpay and swallow a deal that's not going to look great 6 years from now, then that's the cost of doing business.
By the way, we continue our All-Star Week prize blowout today. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. And today, Joe, we're giving one lucky listener a Giants prize pack that includes a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and a Jung Hoo Lee hooded shirt presented by Life Plus. Listen at 7:30 to learn how you can win. Plus at 7:30, we're going to be joined by Marlins man Lawrence Levy. And you can listen at 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 every single day this week. So that's every show, every day. And again, all starting yesterday. And we gave out the Valkyries merch pack. And we're doing it again today with the Giants prize pack. So that is fun as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And I'm not saying like this contract is going to be, told within 1 year. It's not. The length of this contract runs through 2033, Joe. So it's a very long time to see how this thing shakes out. I always liken it to something that took place in, and these aren't the same players, so it's not going to be the same analogy as what you were talking about. But Albert Pujols, he's a very interesting litmus test on what success is in a big contract for me, because baseball is such a unique sport. Now, we could judge the Bradley Beal, contract and the Suns taking on that contract as a bust. Clearly, it hasn't worked. And within a couple seasons now, we know it's bad. It's awful. He's not the same player anymore. Has he even gotten bought out yet? Is he going to get bought out? We'll see. Maybe the Warriors will be interested in a guy like that. Who knows? But we could say for sure that it was a bad deal. You didn't get any bang on your buck if you're Washington or if you're Phoenix at this point. But when it comes to Albert Pujols, you look at the numbers and what he was able to do in Anaheim, it wasn't like he was a bad player. Was he what he was in St. Louis? No, he was not. He's not. That's okay, though. They had Mike Trout, and you know what? Ended up being okay. They only made the playoffs, I think, one time, but that wasn't because of Trout or Pujols. It was because they didn't have pitching, they didn't have a bullpen,
and
anything around them.
At that era, you had Houston coming up. The Texas Rangers went to the World Series.
And the A's were there, too.
And the A's, yeah. So, that division might have been one of the toughest in baseball.
There you go. But if I'm Anaheim, sneakily, I'd probably still do that deal again. And if Rafi Devers isn't the player he once was with Boston, if he never gets back to that point, I don't think he needs to be. But he definitely needs to be a 240, 50 kind of a hitter going forward.
He'll be better than that.
But even if he's not, I'm saying, that's basically what Pujols was. And I still think you do that deal again. Now, the back, the everything, how much money he ended up making, I think people just do the comparison from what he was in St. Louis, which, as we know, St. Louis as an organization, for most of my lifetime, might be top 5 in baseball. It feels like when it comes to development, taking care of their own, everything when it comes about the St. Louis Cardinals, they do business the right way. And the Angels, outside of that one World Series, they've been mired in mediocrity, if you will. The Mike Scioscia era, and now with Ron Washington and co. We'll see. I think Ron is stepped down due to health reasons, so wishing him all the best, obviously, there. But you get what I'm saying there? Just because you get a diminished player, and he might not be the same player as he was in Boston, doesn't mean this still can't be a success for Rafi Devers. But for the Giants, you also need to build around him. You can't stop here. And I think that's what you were alluding to, Joe, with the O'Neal Cruz thing. And O'Neal Cruz, right now, I think you would be buying low on a player like that. You'd be banking on the future potential of him. Kind of the opposite of what you saw with Rafi Devers. What were you banking on there? Oh, I've seen this guy produce. I've seen this guy win a World Series. I've seen him be a big-time difference maker year in and year out. I've seen him be an all-star. It's kind of what you're hoping for O'Neal Cruz if you were to make a trade like that. And that's kind of where I feel too. Double down. Why not? Hey, we did the Rafi Devers thing. Let's do something else too. Why not? Why not go all in on this season? Is that too strong?
Well, I want them to continue to keep going all in. I think they have no other choice. All their best players are in the primes. And Chapman, Adames, and Devers. You have to go all in. And Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, they're all in their primes. You're pitching so good, you owe it to yourself to go in. Forget what Joe the fan wants. You owe it to yourself to be able to look Logan Webb and Robbie Ray in the eye. And when you have one of the best bullpens in the game, we know that is a recipe to win.
Right.
Now, one thing about the Albert Pujols thing that's a little unique to some of these other deals that have happened, these mega deals, is the Cardinals had just won the World Series when he left.
He did.
Right? So you were leaving as a World Series champion to go to the Angels. So there was this whole you're leaving a winning situation to go to the Angels. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of people view that this Devers thing is you're a bad teammate. Yeah. And I think that's how it's painted. So I think
it's a great point. I was talking more production level.
No, I agree with you. But the perception, I think, is out there. And I think it's really different in that, Albert had the team success and chose to follow more money and maybe not team success. Whereas Rafi, I think just this bad teammate moniker, that's kind of what people are bestowing upon him.
Right. And
whether that's with the front office or the players or whatever, I'm not even sure if that's... I guess to a degree it's fair when it comes to the front office. There's no arguing he didn't want to play first base. And I think people perceive that as how could you do that to your teammates?
Right, for sure. And I don't see that bad team. Again, we're talking about all the totality of this with just a month of production, basically. So we're not making sweeping declarations on anything right now. By all accounts, he's been a great teammate. Bob Melvin, the Willie Adameses of the world, Matt Chapman, everyone's saying he's been great. Buster, he's been a model citizen in the clubhouse. And when you have the infrastructure like you do with guys I mentioned, Matt Chapman, Logan Webb, Willie Adames, things are going to go well there. And that is an interesting aspect. I don't think we talk enough about this Giants team that actually has me confident going forward, is that they do have legit leadership in that locker room right now. We don't have guys painted as leaders playing Pasoy in the clubhouse anymore. Jock Peterson on line one, if you will. And let's be honest. Like, it felt like Kapler towards the end there, they lost the clubhouse. It felt like that. You had bullpen guys showing up on the mound. Like, come on, that just can't happen.
And you didn't really have any leaders, and everybody that was a leader was fighting for either their career or fighting for their spot on the team.
And it felt like he just let the players do their things. Like, and I think he used this quote at one point. He was just like, yeah, they're all grown men. They could figure it out, kind of a thing. And I'm paraphrasing. But no, you have to show some leadership. If that was the case, Bill Belichick would just let everyone run rampant within the Patriots organization. You think he did that? Hell no.
Do you think that Giants fans have, like, there are a contingent of Giants fans that have some buyer's remorse on Willie Adames?
I do. And I would like to hear from Giants fans that do think the Giants should have some buyer's remorse right now. 888-957-9570. That's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll get to those calls on the other side. Plus, our All-Star Week prize blowout. Again, be listening starting at 7:30. And that's when also we will be joined by Marlins Man, a.k.a. Lawrence Levy. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
going to be a no for me, dog.
Oh, heck yes.
This is Big Pun from South City. You are now tuned in to the Morning Roast with my boy, Original Joe, and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, who cares? You know, Joe, I've been thinking long and hard about everything that's been going on with the Giants, with Boston and everything. The trade with Rafi Devers. I do the trade 10 out of 10 days. All right? Now, I'm willing to be wrong down the line, but as of right now, I am standing firm on the high ground of I do this trade all day, every day. That being said,
going Obi-Wan, the high ground.
I will freely admit to anyone out there, I did overlook a lot of red flags. I did.
Like?
Well, I mean, like clearly the guy's shape is, you know, in what kind of shape he's in is a real thing. And I mean, it is a factor. Anyone could get hurt of any body type. That is obvious. You see this in any sport. Doesn't matter what you look like. Christian McCaffrey, when you walk by him, you're like, wow, that guy looks like a G.I. Joe character.
I felt about Matt Chapman over the weekend. Just looking at him, I was like, yeah, that guy takes care of his body.
Yeah.
Clearly, and he does yoga, does everything.
And random things can happen. You can get hurt.
Yep.
You know, I mean, Chapman got hurt diving back into first base.
Yep.
Jammed his wrist. You know, obviously over workload for Christian McCaffrey. So body type isn't everything, but clearly for him, it matters. And Devers looks out of shape, period. And then also it's putting some strain and weight on his back and on his groin. And you can't tell me that they're not connected. I don't know if he's a good teammate or not. I don't know if he had issues with the front office in Boston that is going to leak over into what's going on here. By all accounts, everything he's done here, fresh start, new relationships, everything's going well. I'm just going to take that at face value as of right now. But whatever happened in Boston, like that happened in Boston, I'm hoping it doesn't repeat itself here. Does he have a position? Like, that's a question. I don't know. To be determined. I have to see him play first before I can say whether he can or can't. I personally believe that if you can play third base, I could teach you how to play first.
I would hope I could teach you how to play first base at this point, but is that going to is that a realistic scenario this year if he's hurt? Probably not.
Well, this year or over the life of the contract?
No, just this year. Probably not. And again,
to be determined.
To be determined.
I'm probably more skeptical than I've been because of the body. Like right now, he physically doesn't look right, so I don't know if it's worth moving him around because you actually do have to move at first base, as Wilmer showcased in Sunday afternoon's game. You do have to move a little at first base.
Absolutely. By the way, we continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. That's every day this week, each show. We will give out one of our awesome prizes. And today, we're giving one lucky listener a Giants prize pack. That includes a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and a Jung-Hoo Lee hooded shirt presented by Life Plus. Listen in just a few minutes to learn how you can win. And by the way, coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to be joined by Marlins Man, a.k.a. Lawrence Levy. And who is Marlins Man? He's the guy that you see at all these different baseball games. You see him at the All-Star game. You see him in the World Series. Lord knows the Miami Marlins have not been in a World Series, and God knows how long, but he'll be at all the big games, decking his bright orange, neon Marlins Man type of gear. He is. And that's the guy that's everywhere. And you know what? I would like to talk to him about, first off, how the hell can you afford to go to all these games? Why do you go to all these games? What's the greatest game or event you've been to as a fan? And what's the end game here? So we're going to talk to Miami Marlins man, Lawrence Levy. And again, it's not Miami Marlins man. Let me be clear. Shout out to trademark. There's a reason he's not doing that. He's not affiliated with the professional franchise. All right? He's not Dontrell Willis. He's not Miggy Cabrera. He's not Jim Leland. He's just Marlins man, and that's going to be at 10 minutes, Joe. You think he'd do the Rafi Devers deal for the Marlins?
I mean, I think a lot of people would. They're infinitely more interesting, period. Like, no one would deny that.
Well, the trade itself gave us content for like a month, and I love that. And we're still talking about it. It's still providing content, and it's going to continue to keep providing content. So the radio host in me, the selfish radio host that loves content, is going to enjoy the hell out of Rafi Devers for that fact.
You seem to be significantly more skeptical than I am. Why?
I mean, only because of all the red flags, and he hasn't.
What are the red flags? Let's list them.
Well, let's list them. The guy's hurt right now, and when you acquired him, he was hurt, and we didn't learn about that until what? a couple days after the fact that he had a groin injury that he was dealing with?
I'm sure the Giants were aware of something.
Sure,
you share medicals.
But the fans and the media weren't aware of it for a couple days. So clearly they were fine with it, but it's clearly now delved into the back, and now that's an issue.
Okay.
And when I hear the word disc, when it comes to medicals in baseball or in golf, those are the two sports that scares the hell out of me. So yes, I am frightened by the medical. That is currently a red flag. When it comes to being a teammate and being disgruntled, that remains to be seen. I am leaving that still at the back porch, if you will.
So that's not an issue.
Not as of now, but I'm not dismissing it totally yet. It's still too early to be determined if that's going to be an issue going forward. But as of right now, by all accounts, he's been a model citizen within the San Francisco Giants organization. So those two things are concerning. The weight goes back to the medical a little bit, but that's more of a I can control that thing. And I think that's going to be something that's going to need to be tackled in the offseason. And how is he going to feel about that? That's going to be an interesting thing to monitor because some players either go all in or they just stick to their own regimen and say, no, kick rocks. I'll do whatever I want to do. And that's maybe we'll have an issue. Pablo Sandoval, kind of conversely, in Boston, here in San Francisco, like there's an issue there. Not that he's the same player as Rafi Devers, but we've seen it time in and time out. Hell, it could be an all-time franchise legend like Draymond Green. That was a constant question about him being in shape back in the heyday of the Warriors. What did he say? Yeah, I'll get into game shape during the season. But, I mean they were so good, so it worked out. Debo,
Trent Williams.
There you go.
There's a lot of guys, that you could have that conversation about.
And all those guys weren't making near the cash that one Rafi Devers is making now. So that needs to be a priority. Again, in the offseason, I think a lot of these questions are going to still be there, and that's where we're going to revisit them. And how the season ends, I think, is going to matter. Because if this team doesn't make the playoffs, Joe, and he continues to struggle, how can he not look back at that trade and being a little disappointed as a fan, right? And I don't think Giants fans should feel like that bad about it. Like, you should feel like I want the guy that we traded all this for, the guy that we're paying to be the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. I want him to contribute. That should be the minimum expectation. Can you bat 250? Guy's batting 202 right now. So, yeah. I mean, it's early, but if this continues to be a trend going forward, if he's batting in, Joe, if August starts and he's sub 200 as a hitter for San Francisco, it's a major problem. Major.
We're about 15 days away from the trade deadline.
2
and
weeks.
Yeah, you want this, you want him to get going here. There's no doubt about it. But again, look, as bad as he's struggled, you can't judge a deal by what they do over a couple months. I mean, the guy has the 15th largest contract in baseball right now. That's what he has, the 50th. So this is not about a month to start off your Giants tenure. It's going to be about the 5, 6, 7 bulk prime years that you're looking at.
Well,
now, it's not great. It's not ideal. It's not optimal. We need the guy to play well. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. That I will admit with you. But it also doesn't mean that the trade is
sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Like Jordan Hicks was doing nothing for you.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, Kyle Harrison really wasn't. Now you might say, "Oh, we need pitching." He's not pitching well right now. Tibbs isn't helping this team right now, and Bayo isn't helping this team right now. So, what'd you take on? A ton of money? All right, sure. You've spent a lot of bad money lately. So I have no problem taking on a huge amount of money. Look, the biggest red flag for me is the injuries and the weight. I think they're kind of combined into one. I don't really, worry right now about the teammate stuff because it seems like everybody's getting along. I don't really worry about the alienation between him and the front office because it feels like everyone's on the same page right now. So the biggest red flag for me is, we owe him a lot of money and he's hurt right now.
Okay.
But those are valid red flags.
Absolutely. I'll just say this. When it comes to Buster Posey, and this is the first year of him being in this position and him running the show, but if they do miss the playoffs, I think there's going to be some questions in this offseason. What are they going to do? How are they going to pivot? Are they going to trim any of the fat off the roster? How's it going to look? How's it going to shape? And obviously, we got the trade deadline coming up in a couple weeks. What is he going to do there? But there's a lot of pressure, I think, on Buster Posey, but more so Bob Melvin, I think, going forward to be able to unlock this lineup Whether that's the pitching coach, whether it's on him, whether it's on everyone, he's the manager. So ultimately, the buck starts at him, right? Like that's the guy right there that can do everything. He can mix and match. And yes, it's a team effort when it comes to the front office and the sabermetrics people, right? And the numbers guys, all of it. But ultimately, Bo Mel could be the fall guy of the season if they don't make the playoffs. I know you're scoffing, and we talked about the option getting picked up, and I think both of you and I were in agreement. It means nothing for next year. And I know Buster Posey was the dread vote of confidence. He's like, yeah, it starts with me. I pick the players. I do all that. It's not Bob, it's me. So if anyone's gonna criticize him, it should be at me. I was like, no, Buster. Quite frankly, Giants fans aren't going to do that. Because you're a legend, and right now you made some awesome moves that they like, although the players haven't really produced like they're getting paid. Willie Adames and Rafi Devers. Adames as of late, but again, we'll see. In the totality of the season, he's batting .220. But I do think we're going to start looking at Bob Melvin if this team starts to fade down the stretch, saying, is this the guy that could truly unlock this team? Because you have a lot of big names, Joe. Devers is a big name. Chapman, he's a big name. Adames is a big name. Webb, Ray. There's too much talent on this team right now for this team to fade down the stretch. And they're teetering right now. They are. Again, since the Devers deal, they're a sub 500 team. They're 3 games under 500. The Red Sox, 7 games over. Before we get to Marlins, man, in a couple minutes, courtesy of River Islands, we're going to get to Will in Marin talking about some red flags for Rafi Devers. Will, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. So I just want to say, I'm with Shasky in the camp that I would do this trade 10 times out of 10, but I think that one of his largest red flags is that he's not willing to work with others. He stood up Will Clark one time or whatever, and, there was kind of like that little fiasco or whatever, and he didn't show up. But my thing is that on Barry Bonds' social media, it said that he stood him up 3 times for hitting tips. He offered to take him out for ice cream and to give him tips, and he ghosted him 3 times. And my thing is first base wasn't really your love. You're a third baseman. That was a tough pill to swallow when they got Bregman in. I get it. Then you went to DH, and then they wanted you to play first in Boston. You weren't about that. But my thing is, what couldn't any hitter in the world take from Barry Bonds is from his head? What couldn't you learn from him? And that's a red flag for me. Why aren't you willing to learn with other people, who are evidently better than you've ever been? And it's no disrespect to him. I get Bonds is a miracle, and he's a once in a lifetime player, and I'm so happy. Even though I was young, I got to see him play. But it's dude, I would take any tip from him if I was on a softball team.
So explain that to me again, Will. I missed that on Bonds' IG. He said what?
So on his IG, it literally says this. It says, Bonds humorously described the situation on social media, mentioning he was left with 2 melting ice cream cones and that Devers doesn't want 762 home runs. He said that he asked to take him out 3 different times and ghosted him. To me, that's a major red flag, especially since Bonds' job now is to help mentor the veterans and young players. He's there to kind of be that voice. I mean, Dom Smith is taking the advice. Why wouldn't Devers want to take the advice? And I just find that that's kind of weird. And that's
Will, real quick, I'm just going to let you know that I think you got there. I think you got ball sack sports, if you will. This is MLB on Facts, not on Fox. So I think you got there. I literally see the quote right now, and it's Rafael Devers. Hold on, I need to read it because it's ridiculous. It says, Rafael Devers reportedly stood up Barry Bonds, who offered to give him hitting tips over ice cream. Quote, I told Rafi we could get some ice cream and talk hitting, my treat. Man ghosted me 3 times. 3. I was sitting there with 2 cones, melting like my patience. Guess he doesn't want 762 home runs. That's fine. More Rocky Road for me.
I follow Bonds on social media.
That was a fake quote.
And I was like, damn, I didn't even know this.
I needed a good chuckle. That was a good one this morning.
Well, then honestly, had he done that, now we've got some issues.
I'm picturing
3 times he ghosted him.
I'm actually
and Bonds with ice cream. That's pretty funny.
Melting. He's sitting on the chair in the hot sun.
Bonds. Now I'm imagining Bonds at Mitchell's getting ice cream on a foggy afternoon.
Right, with a cherry on top of both of them and sprinkles, and they're just melting.
He's got pistachio ice cream or whatever they're known for.
Mr. Bonds, are you waiting for someone? Yeah, looks like I got stood up though. I was waiting for Rafi.
Do you want chocolate with sprinkles?
Yeah. Is he a chocolate sprinkles guy? What do you get when you get the ice cream? What's your go-to?
Mint chocolate chip.
Every time?
Every time.
I've actually turned into like a coffee guy, like the coffee
I like
ice cream.
coffee. Yeah, I like
do
coffee
like a
ice cream.
mocha, like Java chip, something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I actually really like? What is it? Tucker's Ice Cream in Alameda. They got really good stuff there.
They do.
It's like
no, what's the place? No, you referenced ice cream, but what, Fenton's?
Fenton's is good too.
Fenton's has got good ice
Tucker's,
cream.
East Bay's got a lot of good stuff, but Tucker's in downtown Alameda, I got this like banana walnut one.
Oh, I'm in on that.
I like all. I don't think there's an ice cream that I don't like, quite frankly. I never go like plain chocolate or vanilla though. It has to be something different. It just never. I've grown up. Maturing is realizing you're not going to order chocolate or vanilla anymore. And if you still are at the age of 30, something wrong with you. I'm going to call you out. There's something wrong with you.
Well, I mean, sometimes that's the only option they have.
Like soft serve is different. I'll say that. Sometimes that's the only thing you can get at like a McDonald's or something if you want a soft serve ice cream. If the machine's working, by the way, because it almost never is.
Well, I mean, I like the little like swirly one that they do. It's all right, somebody's here?
No, not someone's here. No, I was going to let you finish. I was just putting my hand up. No, you like the swirl. That's fine. I get the Neapolitan shake if we're doing that. But yeah, I know I don't get Spumoni ice cream. Your name's Spadoni. Yeah, I haven't heard that one before. Spumoni ice cream low-key kind of sucks, which, yeah, so I don't want to get into it. It's time to give away the Giants prize pack. And here's how it's going to work. All right. Sometime over the next 30 minutes, we're going to give you 3 clues. After that, we're going to play a sounder, Carter.
Big summer blowout.
And at that time, you'll have to tell us which former All-Star we're talking about. So stay tuned and listen for said clues. We're going to be joined by Marlins Man here shortly, a.k.a. Lawrence Levy. And if you don't know who Marlins Man is, well, he's the guy that's always at all these big games. He's decked out in Marlins gear. He's going to all the All-Star games, the World Series, all of it. So when and if we get him on the River Islands guest line, we will go to him. Like, if you had Marlins Man type of like tickets, Joe, like, and I don't know what his money situation and where he's going. Clearly he's got hookups or whatever. What's the one event that you haven't gone to that you would like to? Right now, and we kind of did the bucket list thing, but I'm giving you behind.
Is it solo? Am I going solo?
Yes,
or am I allowed to bring the family?
No, because it'd be Marlins Man. You'd be going solo in this case.
Because sometimes I've seen him with a bunch of women.
Well, maybe we'll ask him about
living
that.
his best life.
Good for him. Hey, I'm not knocking it.
If it's solo.
It's a solo event. That's an interesting one because usually you're thinking you're taking like a best friend, a dad, a brother, a significant other. But if you were going to be Marlins Man going solo to one event, which one would it be? 888-957-9570. You could call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Honestly, we just had the event. I might want to go tennis. I might go Wimbledon. That might be pretty freaking sick. Like up close, right there in the box area. Sit next to, Kate Middleton and the Prince. Yeah, let's hang out. Be posh. Wear my Lacoste. I have a nice Lacoste polo. But they're all Wimbledon is a little different than the U.S. Open because everyone is like dressed super fancy. I don't know if there's a dress code there, but I feel like I might have to, church it up a little bit at Wimbledon. Maybe you don't want to do that. So maybe you're thinking, and I'm looking at you right now, I could see Shasky at the All-Star game tonight. Yeah? Atlanta Braves? No?
That stadium is very generic to me.
No?
I want like experiences. I'm big on like experiences. So like one thing that I've been talking about with my cousins is we want to set up one. And now that my little like cousin's going to go to Arkansas to play baseball, I want to go.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I want to go to one SEC game a year.
Like
football game. So I want to go to Georgia for a night game. I want to go to the Tennessee for a night game. I want to go to Bama. Yeah. Like these are all like I want to go to the Red River Shootout at some point. I want to do all of those things. I want to go to Notre Dame for a game. I want to start like chopping these off the bucket list.
Right. No, that's a great one. And
because those are experiences to me. I want to see one Michigan, Ohio State. Like I really want to go see USC versus Ohio State when they're in Ohio State. I like that would be really, really cool to me.
It would be something unique too. Like I haven't been able to go like up close and personal with like a UFC fight, like and see like the physical. Like I want to see like that experience of seeing two guys or women just beating the hell up at each other. Like it's low key kind of crazy. You're just watching these two people just get roughed up right in front of you. It's just like, oh, maybe I got some. And of course, Carter's looking at me. He's like, yeah, you got to have some money on that too. Well, if I'm in Vegas, of course I'm going to have money on it, Carter. It goes without saying. But like, I'm thinking outside the box because of course, Super Bowl, All-Star game, Yankees, Red Sox, Giants, Dodgers. It's got to be outside of the box for me. If I'm going solo, it's got to be unique. And 888-957-9570, we're going to be joined by Marlins man here in a second, courtesy of River Islands. And he goes to all these things we would think solo. So what's that one place you would like to go to solo, sports related?
The one that I thought was the coolest a couple of years ago was when they had the Kevin Costner Field of Dreams game.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And that was the one that I really wanted to go to, just because of that movie means so much to me.
They're not doing that this year?
They've been switching it up. So they
did Rickwood last year.
Yes.
That was very powerful.
They're working on different ways to create. I think they're trying to rebuild a Polo Grounds in New York right now, some sort of Polo Grounds stadium. I don't know what that's going to end up looking like. That's the stadium that I always play in MLB The Show.
Oh, yeah?
When we do an exhibition game. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff.
Well, it's pretty cool because it's not in black and white when you play in MLB The Show, unless they have that filter. So it's cool that you could see all the dimensions of what it actually looked like because it's not there.
The old Madden video game, I think the John Madden edition one that came out 2 years ago, you played in the old Oakland Stadium before all the renovations, and it was really cool.
I know.
That was really cool.
I hate that they changed the way it is because you see all the throwbacks from the 80s, the 70s, when the A's were good, when the Raiders were good, and just you see the Oakland Hills in the background on a sunny day. It just hits different. And now you just got Mount Davis. And shout out the Oakland Roots. Know your roots. They're still playing there. I'm locked in, baby. Hey, don't think I don't know my roots. All right. Young Benjamin, Baby Nora. We go to those games. We have a great time. I think they're doing a giveaway this weekend with the Billy Joe bobblehead, Billy Joe Armstrong of Green Day Joe. So there you go. And be listening for the next 20 minutes because we're giving out a Giants prize pack. So there's that. We're going to give out some clues in there in just a couple of minutes. Bucket list, not really, because bucket list for me is you go with a couple of people. But if you go Marlins man and you just go solo, I do think that changes things. And we can get back to the Rafi Devers conversation here in a second, but I wanted to get into Bob Melvin, Joe. I wanted to get into Bo Mel here because it's kind of halfway through the season, more than halfway through. When they picked up the option at first, I knew what Buster was doing because the team was kind of teetering. He didn't know what was going on. He was in Arizona. They were talking to people. Where are you at with Bob Melvin? In his Giants tenure so far, did you give him kind of not a mulligan of a season, but were you kind of going into this season with a blank slate on him? I think a lot of fans were because of all that Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler and all that. It felt like you were getting a grown-up in the building last year, and it felt like there was a significant shift from Kapler to Melvin. And now into this season, the team is over 500. They are a half game out of a third wildcard spot in the National League. Where are you at with Bo Mel?
Bob Melvin is just kind of blah to me. And not that he's bad or great, he's just kind of there. I see a lot of people furious, Sam Lubman being one of them, furious with the lineup changes. And I'm always meaning that the lineup has been all over the place. And I just ask everyone, who should be batting leadoff for the Giants right now? Because that's one of the biggest criticisms I see of Bob Melvin. We could always have arguments about bullpen. That's every coach and every manager in baseball is going to have times where they hang on to a guy too long, go to the wrong guy, etc.
Well, that's been his, Achilles heel.
No, this guy in particular.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
Dusty Baker too.
Dusty Baker. Again, we act like it is this easy thing. We're sitting on the couch. You should have gone to him. You should have. Listen, Bob Melvin has won a hell of amount of games. He's been a part of some major series in the playoffs, both with the Padres and the A's. The guy has been there and done that. We're not saying we're smarter than him. We're just calling it like we see it. And in the totality of his career, in the biggest moments, his teams falter. That's just, and if that's his fault, if it's the player's fault, he's just associated with that. For the longest time, as you mentioned, the guy, Dusty Baker, was associated with that. Couldn't win the big one.
And he kept let guys out way too long or didn't go out to the mound. Look, I'm a big believer in, there's specific moments where you just have to go out there and take the ball from somebody. And you can feel it coming a mile away.
And I know you've been kind of on that when it comes to a guy like Hayden Birdsong, a young pitcher, right? That's teetering with his confidence at times. And you've wanted
Ryan
to go
Walker.
out there. Ryan Walker.
On a variety of occasions this year with Bob Melvin. Now, would that be different with Kapler or whatever? Probably very closely the same. But the lineup, let's just talk about the lineup. Who should be batting leadoff for the Giants right now?
Who should be? Well, that's a great question. I like to this guy to be playing well and Jung Hoo Lee doing it. I would like that, but he's not. But he can't.
He doesn't draw enough walks. He doesn't go the other way. I think he's. I don't think I want him batting leadoff. Let
me ask you that first.
In my mind, I thought that Jung Hoo Lee was going to be a guy that would be at the top of the order. But right now, over the weekend, he's batting 6th for you right now. And that's where he's at. That's kind of disappointing.
Ideally, it would be that guy. But who do we just have over the weekend? We had Mikey Stremski batting leadoff.
There's a reason why, because he works the count. I'm not saying I like it, but I'm explaining why Bob Melvin goes in that direction. He works the count. He can get on base every now and then, and has a decent on base percentage, and might be able to go first to third for you.
And I don't think I want Elliot Ramos there. I saw him. He's not for me. Clearly not right now because the guy is struggling mightily. He desperately needs this break, and hopefully he could revamp because he was awesome to start this year. And he's faded a lot within these last few weeks.
So, I start there. Everybody's losing their minds about the lineup. And I think one of the biggest problems with this roster right now is you don't really have a traditional leadoff guy.
No.
And you don't have a guy that you would slot in that leadoff spot. Why do they go Shohei Ohtani to leadoff games? Well, first is they want to put pressure on the pitcher right off the jump.
It works.
Second is they want to be able to get Ohtani up as many times as possible. And if he gets up one extra time in a series, it's worth it.
They're maximizing his at-bats.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I don't think I want Devers batting leadoff because he's your best hitter. I don't like him. I don't even love him in the 2-hole. I like him in the 3-hole.
Yeah.
I want Willy Adames in the 2-hole.
Yeah.
That's who I would try in the 2-hole, but they've gone back and forth on that. And part of it is because Adames has struggled, and part of it is because they don't really have a traditional leadoff guy, so you're kind of tinkering the top of your lineup.
And ideally, I don't really think I like Matt Chapman batting cleanup either.
No.
I'd rather have Elliot Ramos, what he was doing, but he's been struggling as of late. So there's been a lot of tinkering, and I get Sam's frustrations. I get Giants fans' frustrations about it.
Stick with one lineup. It's
but he's trying to get something to work right now.
And I think when you had Chapman out, you were forced to try a lot of variations of lineups, and none of them have been working. And there's a reason. It's because they've got some flaws on the roster. Like right now, the only known thing is that Patrick Bailey's batting either 8th or 9th.
Yeah. No, that's exactly. And now it's Jung Hoo Lee's batting 6th or 7th or 8th or whatever it is. Casey Schmidt's up there as well. Wilmer Flores, he's kind of teetered off here as of late too. Let's just call it what it is. The offense isn't good. And I'm not going to blame Bob Melvin for that.
So that's where I'm going. So
the offense just isn't good.
I'll be critical of specific pitching situations and specific situational defensive alignments that they have out there. I'll be critical of those, but I'll also take a step back and say, what are his options? Because I'm thinking of it from his perspective. If they said to me, Joe, you got to win a game today. Here you go. Who's playing where? I don't know who my leadoff guy would be. I legitimately don't know.
No, I don't know either. I do know this.
Who's hot right now?
We're going to get back into this.
Are we facing a righty or a lefty?
Here are your 3 clues real quick. We'll get back into that. Here are your 3 clues to win the Giants prize pack, all right? 3 clues for this All-Star that we're talking about. First clue, I was an All-Star twice in my career, 2014 and 2016 for 2 different teams. Clue number 2, I was born in the Dominican Republic. Clue number 3, I am a pitcher known for my unique windup. This is an all-star that donned the orange and black. All right? Those were your 3 clues. I was an all-star twice in my career, 2014 and 16, for 2 different teams. I was born in the Dominican Republic. I am a pitcher known for my unique windup. Hold your guesses until we tell you when it's time to call. You're going to hear that sounder, and at that point, call in to guess and try to win the Giants prize pack. So I think we're in lockstep there. The reason I bring up Bob Melvin is we talk about ghosts, right? Living up to certain legends of a franchise. And we talk about it in the player perspective a lot. I don't think we do it enough for coaching. And I do think we're going to constantly be comparing the Giants manager to a legend that I don't think anyone will ever rise up to, that being Bruce Bochy. And I do think whether it's Kapler, whether it's Bob Melvin, whoever comes after Melvin, we're going to constantly be comparing the Giants skipper to the greatest, if not the greatest manager of his time in Bruce Bochy, a guy that won 3 World Series with the Giants. And then, oh, by the way, went to Texas and brought them their first World Series. And oh, by the way, prior to all that, took the San Diego Padres to the World Series too.
And is still coaching.
Yeah, and is still coaching out there.
I think that's not his fault though.
It's not, but
he's paying for the sins of someone else.
But we do that as fans, do we not?
I know.
We're constantly Bochy would have done this, or Bochy. Oh, well, Bochy, his strong suit was knowing what to do with the bullpen. He could do that. Trust me, we all saw it firsthand. When the A's were good and the Giants were good, it was on full display in the playoffs. The maestro that was Bruce Bochy, and it felt like Bob Melvin was conversely on the other screen, and he didn't make the right decision, and they lost. Albeit, I just think that they ran into a buzzsaw that was Justin Verlander in Game 5 twice, and it is what it is. He's an all-time player, and it's kind of funny that he's managing him now. But I do think we do this as fans when it's constantly comparing. We have to find something wrong. Well, if the bats aren't producing and they're not going to produce, well, we're going to go to the manager.
Who would Bochy put in the leadoff spot right now?
Who do you think? I don't know. I legit don't know.
I think he might try Yaz too.
Yeah. Again, I don't think it's going to look night and day different.
Doesn't that kind of speak to the roster?
Yes.
This is why I'm trying to give Bob some leniency here. And trust me, I will crush Bob when needed. But I also I have his back on the offense. I don't think it's his fault. Like the other night or the other day, is it Bob Melvin's fault Patrick Bailey can't get a bunt down?
No, it's not his fault. You got to execute. And we had Dave Fleming on last week saying the same thing. We've had Jim Leland on, Hall of Fame manager.
He pinch hit Luis Matos, and he got a 2-run homer. Had they won that game, what would we be talking about?
What a
brilliant stroke of genius.
Bob Melvin knew what he was doing there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Right? You can credit him for the win, but he's not going to do that. And again, it's easy for us as fans to just poke and prod. And we had Bob Brenly on, former manager, obviously. Bob Melvin is a part of his staff, current broadcaster for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's up to the players, man. The players got to execute. Now, in any walk of life, if the players aren't executing and eventually the team starts losing, yes, the coach is going to get blamed and they're going to take accountability and they're going to get axed for it, or something's going to happen, or they're going to be forced to make a change within their staff. That's going to happen at some point. But I don't think we're there yet. Although conversations are going to be had, Joe, if they start to fade down the stretch. If they do fade, they end up being a 500 team and they miss the playoffs, questions are going to start coming around Bob Melvin if he's the guy going forward. And quite frankly, if the Rangers tailspin and Bruce Bochy's potentially out there, and what is he going to do going forward? Then there's going to be, gasoline on the flame, if you will, and fans are like, oh, go get him, because we want to relive the glory days.
Yeah.
That's what we do as fans, right? Oh, he's out there, let's go get him. Not to say that it's going to work, but fans know what they know. And Bruce Bochy brought a lot of good memories, and maybe you go back to him at some point, but right now it's not going to be now, because I do think Bob Melvin's going to be that dude going forward. We got the injury report coming up here in just a couple minutes.
If Raffy was healthy, would you even consider batting him lead off the way that the Dodgers use Ohtani?
Oh, God.
And the reason why...
Ohtani's got, speed.
He's tremendous speed.
He's got speed.
I wouldn't. But Aaron Judge is batted lead off for the Yankees. I'm just throwing out an idea to you.
Maybe just to get him some more appearances, but at that point, he's batting 200. I'm hurting my lineup there.
He does have a good on-base percentage. He has the 5th best on-base percentage in baseball.
He does. He takes walks, but
I'm just throwing out ideas.
I say that, Joe, and then
I think it's crazy.
He gets on first base. He's not going to steal anything, and then he hit a double, and it's first and third because he's not going to score if someone else gets on. That's what I'm getting at.
I'm just trying to find a jolt for this lineup.
I know.
I'm really trying to find some offensive.
I know you are.
Something, and I think, yesterday I brought up Jung Hoo Lee and the young man Steven Risotto put out a Twitter, looks like a little snippet of some of the things I was saying. Look, he's a rookie. Okay, yeah. And they signed this guy on a multi-year deal to be, I thought, a top of the order guy.
Yeah.
And when he's batting 6th in the biggest series of the weekend, and that's probably where he should be batting currently. That is a little frustrating. And I think it's underwhelming. I think the Jung Hoo Lee kind of experience offensively, I expected a top of the order catalyst and a guy who would wreak havoc in terms of speed and putting the ball in play. And I'm just not seeing enough of it.
So we got a couple things going on here today. Well, we were supposed to have Marlins man on. I guess it just didn't work. You know what? Maybe he's at an event right now. Who knows? Maybe he's over in Europe watching something. I don't know. So Marlon Man, no go. Marlon Man.
Similar to Rafi Devers, he said, I will not play first base.
Shasky and I were sitting with ice cream cones in our hands, waiting for Marlon Man to come on, and they're melting. That was still real quick, going back to the Willard Merriman call. Did you see what happened with Barry Bonds and Rafi Devers stiffed him 3 different times? Yeah, I think we would have known if that was the case, and it was an MLB on fax, not on Fox. And I love you, Willard Merriman, but it just goes to show how many people got so much in today's society. Whether it's AI, whether it's the ball sack sports, that'll be on fact.
The amount of AI generated photos that I've fallen for.
NBA Centel, all of them, right? It just be careful where you're getting your sources from, people. That's all I'm going to say. By the way, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we're gonna do like a little game show, I think, Joe, aren't we? We're doing something a little fun in honor of the Giants' first half, more than the first half, but at the All-Star break, kind of taking the temperature on the Giants season thus far. We're going to do a little family feud, little game show style. We're going to wait to tell you who the contestants are. It's going to be a surprise, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm still going to find out whether one of them wants to participate or not.
Exactly, and that's called a tease.
And I'm going to go at this guy once he comes in, when he does, regardless of whether he participates or not, because it's an absurd. I know he saw the text, and the fact that he went non-committal, like, dog, just yes or no. I'm not asking you for the secrets to the nuclear weapons. I'm asking you, are you in or are you out? It's a very simple question.
Is there anything worse than a maybe in a text?
Like, no, it's non-committal. It's like you're, come on, dog.
You're Yoda right now and saying do or do not.
Had I asked, do you want to hit the vape pen? You'd have been like, yeah.
Big summer blowout.
Well, I'm not mad at him for that. That leads us. Hey, you're the sounder.
I should have had Marcy ask him.
Well, actually, that
you'd have been like, oh, I'll be there.
Oh, I wonder who you're talking about. After you're saying this guest, you said vape pen and Marcy. There you go.
Big summer blowout.
Shout out Live 105. It's time to win the Giants prize pack. The first person to call our contest line and guess the former All-Star player correctly will win. That's the first person to call 415-523-4652 and guess the player correctly. That's 415-523-4652. And you win. Thank you to the Giants, UCSF, Ghirardelli, and Life Plus for providing this awesome prize pack. Steiny and Goo, yes, that's Steiny who you're talking about and crushing right now. We'll give away the next prize.
Who, me?
At 12:30. Yes, you. Yeah, Shasky's hand's in the cookie jar. Who,
I'm
me?
defending Willard's honor.
Then who?
Yeah, I'm defending Willard's honor because Steiny goes at Willard too much.
Who needs to defend Mark Willard from anybody? The guy's doing fine. He's crushing it. Him and the lovely Christy. All right? They're crushing life. Okay? No one's happier at the station than Mark Willard. He needs no defending. All right? Steiny.
I'm happier than you.
Oh, that got me. Don't put words in his mouth, though. That is something you don't want to do with Mark Willard. Do not put words in his mouth. He will not like it. He also doesn't like the injury report, Carter. He doesn't like that. I just caught you slipping right there. I saw you.
So not cool.
He's happier than you. He's Mark Willard. That is honestly, if there's a phrase that could personify one host at the station, he's happier than you, it would be Mark Willard. And that's a good thing. I would love to say I'm happier than other people, but I'd be lying to you. But I'm happy when I do this show with you. I'll say that. I am happy, Joe. The injury report, though, today is about Eric Miller. And they're going to be without their top left-handed reliever, the Giants, that is, because he continues to be shelved with a left elbow strain and is currently shut down from throwing. He'll keep rehabbing and receiving treatment and be reevaluated after the All-Star break. All right. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. Plus, we have an awesome game show we're doing in the 9 o'clock hour featuring guests unknown, potentially. And also, we got to reveal something we're doing the rest of the week, a special bracket. We do love a bracket here when it comes to sports, and we got one here at 95.7 The Game, and it's sports talk radio centric when it comes to all things Bay Area sports. So we're going to reveal that today. Plus, I got a little compare and contrast with what's going on with one Juwan Jennings and the 49ers and one Jonathan Kaminga with the Golden State Warriors. That's coming up on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Damn right it is. Halfway home here on a Tuesday, Filmo. And shout out to those people that are watching us because we are streaming every single day on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We're rolling, baby. We have the All-Star game tonight in Major League Baseball. We had the Home Run Derby last night. Cal Raleigh winning it with the big dumper. We got a fun game show we're doing in the 9 o'clock hour. It might be cross-host here at 95.7 The Game. That's also a tease. We shall see. We talked some Rafi Devers. We talked some Bob Melvin. We talked a lot. The big storyline, though, yesterday, Joe, and we're going to get into this, and we're also going to reveal something special we're doing the rest of the week here on the Morning Roast. And it's going to be bracket-related. It's going to be area sports topic-related. We will reveal what that is at some point today. I promise you that. But the big story in football yesterday here in the Bay Area was one Juwan Jennings. And the report came out from ESPN's Adam Schefter saying, he's due to make $7.5 million, Jennings, that is, this season, and he wants a new contract. Or if he's not going to get the new contract, he wants to be traded. That's one Juwan Jennings, who right now would be slotted to be the Niners' number one wide receiver. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk's health withstanding there. So we assume that Ayuk's not going to be ready for the start of the season. Jennings would be that number one. And quite frankly, he was the number one last year, even with Deebo Samuel. So that's the big story right now for the 49ers as rookies are reporting today for training camp. All right. Another big storyline here in the Bay Area is one, Jonathan Kaminga. And hell, quite frankly, it's like the last domino, it feels like, in the NBA. What's Jonathan Kaminga going to do? Are you going to re-sign him? Is there a sign and trade? What's going on there? Are we waiting to feel like what's going on with D'Anthony Melton and Al Horford? Who knows with Jonathan Kaminga? So it just got me thinking, going forward here, which of the teams here, as we're talking about the Niners and Warriors, which player could these teams least afford to lose more? Is it Jonathan Kaminga with the Warriors, or is it Juwan Jennings with the 49ers heading into next season? Can you least afford to lose next season for these teams? I think a lot of people, honestly, are already done with JK, and I've already heard the take that, hey, you know what? We could just move off of JK for nothing, which sounds insane to me. Just moving off of JK for nothing. I would not do that. But I feel like that's the guy for me. If you're going to lose Jonathan Kaminga, you better be getting something in return, because I still think, and I might sound crazy, the high watermark for him and what his potential could be with this team, with Jimmy, with Steph on the floor, it could push the team over the top. It might be a small percent, but I'm still hanging on to that small percent. What say you?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to this one. I'm thinking long and hard because they went on this long run without Jonathan Kaminga. The Warriors did because they got Jimmy Butler, and you can make an argument their offense looked the best when JK wasn't on the floor because of the combinations that were out there, and it was different. But then I look at the Niners, and it's like not knowing where Brandon Ayuk is at. That makes me question how valuable Juwan Jennings is. If I knew that Ayuk was coming back week 4, week 5, I don't think Jennings is as important. And if I knew Ayuk was going to be impactful.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know.
Well,
those knees,
hence my point.
The knee is shredded. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what to make of him. I never thought Navarro Bowman was going to return, and he did, and he wasn't even close to the player that he was. I didn't even think he was going to walk again. He had his leg amputated. It was so bad. I don't know where Ayuk's at on the recovery, and so if I had a better feel of where Ayuk was on the recovery, I would have a better feel for how important Juwan Jennings is. He is important. He's your best run blocking wide receiver, which is very important in the Shanahan offense. But I'm just looking at who led the team in receptions and in yards every year with Kyle Shanahan as the coach. Marquise Goodwin, 2017. George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. That's in a row. That's who led you in receiving yards total, right?
Those are all good players.
I don't see Jennings' name anywhere on there, right? But because Ayuk's absent right now, you would want Jennings to be one of your top dogs.
Yes.
And if you just look at like who's had 600 or more yards receiving for the Niners, it's a surprising list going back to the beginning of Shanahan's era. He could make a lot of guys productive. So Jennings is really important because you don't really trust anyone else on the roster.
Well, that's the thing right now. It's what's around him. Not to say that Juwan Jennings is some top 20 wide receiver in the NFL. He's not. Hell, you pluck him on a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, he's what, your fourth wide receiver? Your third or fourth? Like something like exactly. They're just so damn loaded there.
He's important to them.
But exactly. He's important on this 49ers team and what he represents also in the run game for a run-first offense. And I know we all scoff at it. Oh, he's a run-first guy. I was like, no, that matters for Shanahan, though. And it matters when Christian McCaffrey's back there and you're trying to spring him loose going forward. 888-957-9570. Which player could these teams least afford to lose? If we're just going comparison with the teams and the franchises right now, I think a lot of people have moved off of Jonathan Kaminga. So I think we're already shifted to, oh, well, you can't move off of Juwan Jennings. Because what are your options? Ricky Pearsall being your number one? God love the guy. I thought he salvaged last season a little bit, but he's already hurt right now. Did
you know that Ricky Pearsall had more yards last year than Jennings did the year before?
Great. That means nothing.
Well, no,
because Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk.
Hear me out. Let me finish this. You're telling me like Jennings has this great year, monster year. Literally the year prior, he had less yards and less catches than what Pearsall had last year in a lost season where he got shot.
Great. I'd like to see Ricky Pearsall do anything this year without Juwan Jennings. If he's the number one, guy's going to get locked up.
I just found that interesting. If you can't find that interesting about Shanahan's offense, that from one year to the next, Jennings went from a guy who wasn't even a fourth or fifth, wasn't even a fifth option, really, if we're looking at overall catches, to your top dog as a wideout. And then
pretty impressive from Juwan Jennings is what that tells me.
And so, who's to say that Ricky Pearsall can't take a leap?
He absolutely can. He has way more injury concerns for me going forward than anyone else.
Jennings is hurt every year. Well, every year he's been hurt with way less action. And I love Jennings.
Again, he is also, what is he, a 7th round pick? What is he?
Yeah, he's 7th round pick.
7th round pick. Ricky Pearsall is a guy that was a 1st round pick from the San Francisco 49ers. Sure. And quite frankly, hasn't lived up to that height yet. I think Juwan Jennings has he just crushed whatever you thought you were going to get. He's hit it out of the park. It's been a grand slam of a pick.
But I mean, he had a great year. He had a great individual year. But like, if we're projecting and we're looking at this, like, who's to say? And I'm asking out, who's to say that Ricky Pearsall couldn't take a leap forward? I'm not saying that he's the end all be all. He's the next Jerry Rice, but we've seen guys in this offense take leaps forward. Brandon Ayuk was a solid player his rookie year and then took a big leap forward. And then was in the doghouse and then took an even bigger leap forward.
We're comparing and contrasting, if you're just joining us, the situations with one Juwan Jennings and what he means for the 49ers compared to what Jonathan Kaminga means with the Golden State Warriors. And I get it. It's a cross-sport analogy. What one player in the NBA means is infinitely different than what player outside of maybe the quarterback means in the NFL. It's totally different. That being said, judging off of what is going on within the wide receiver depth chart right now, I don't think it's that outlandish to do a player comparison on what these guys mean to their teams in comparison to Jonathan Kaminga and Juwan Jennings. I'll say this in regards to JK. What he could provide is instantly going to change our perception on whether or not the Warriors could be title contenders next year. If they bring him back.
Say that again?
So what he brings, like, he could be the legit difference on a title team. Like, if the team is going to win a title or not next year. It might be a small percent, Joe.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to wrap your head around that.
I'm trying to.
I don't think Juwan Jennings could ever be the difference of winning a Super Bowl or not.
He literally was going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl. He was also the fifth weapon on that team.
That's what I'm saying, right? You know? And I do think it ultimately, like, if Brock Purdy leads touchdown drive, he might get it. If he throws it to Ayuk, who knows?
I mean, he threw a touchdown back over to McCaffrey on a trick play.
And it might have been McCaffrey at the end of the day, right? Like, I think it probably would have been. But
it could have been somebody on defense had they made a stop.
Well, in fairness, I think Chris Conley in that game, we started mentioning that. Could Chris Conley be the MVP?
Had some big catches.
That's what I'm saying.
Which goes back to my whole, like, Shanahan throws to the open guy. That's the offense. The offense is, if you're open, I'm going to you. Really, the only, like, proven commodity on the team that's going to guarantee 70 catches, 850 yards is Kittle every single year.
Yes.
He's like
a Hall of Famer.
And that's why he's your number one.
And he is. Absolutely. But that being said, the amount of times where we're talking about him being the number one guy and number one receiving weapon, and he does like nothing.
I know.
And it's like, oh, well, and then we fall back on what us fans is saying, oh, well, he was blocking, he was doing this. It's not what he does all the time. I was like, great. Well, you can't have it both ways. So I need him to produce in both the run game and in the passing game, especially if Brandon Ayuk is going to be out to the start of the season. So I do think ultimately they're going to get it figured out. Juwan Jennings, they're going to give him a couple $1 million of an increase here. I think they see the writing on the wall.
I wonder what he's looking for. Like you say, just a couple $1 million. I don't know. Maybe I'm stuck on this whole no trade thing. Are you sure he doesn't want $15 to $20 million a year? I mean, no. I'm playing this out.
If the agent is putting that in his ear right now, he's doing a disservice.
Because they've got, like, I don't know, give or take. I know the numbers are all over the place, but they've got like $45 million that they want to roll over for next year for Brock Purdy's cap hit so that they can have some wiggle room on this. And I know that they have some money available, but that's a lot of money for someone like Jennings. In this, didn't we learn our lesson? I mean, yes, I think everyone would agree. Hey, a couple million? No problem. We'll give you the money. But if it's like a lot of money, I'm talking 15 to 20, that's a lot of money for a wide receiver.
I mean, how it's constructed, what's the practical guarantee? Like, that's what matters too, right? The guarantees and all this. As we're talking about, and the amount of times we're talking about contracts and money and dollars and cents when it comes to Devers, Kaminga, all this stuff, the whole NBA cap, it's just kind of like made my head spin. But when it comes to football, we know one thing. Just look at the guarantees, right? And then maybe they do it a very incentive laden. And that's actually kind of what I would do if I was the 49ers. I would make this season very incentive based for him. Like, because if I'm Jennings and I'm banking on being the number one guy again this season with Brock Purdy, maybe I feel like I could duplicate what I did last year. So give me the incentives of, hey, you want me to get 850 plus receiving yards and like 5 touchdowns?
These guys all want the guarantees. That's the problem.
They do. But I will also bake it. So let's say the 49ers give him a couple more million bump per year in guarantees and also make it incentive based to, it could be worth up to, I don't know, 13 or 14 or $15 million.
His current deal now has these like $3 million or so in snap count incentives, catches, yardage, which he should hit if he plays and he's healthy. But like, there's the other side of this coin, which is if I'm the Niners and I want to play hardball, again, you could just sit here and go like, you're not better than Amari Cooper. Well, we think we can get Amari Cooper for $5 million right now, guaranteed, and bring him in, and he can do exactly what you did if we gave him the same usage. Hey, you're not better than Keenan Allen. We think we can bring Keenan Allen in for $4 million. I'm playing the hypothetical here. Sure. If I'm the Niners, for $4 million guaranteed, and we think we can get comparable production. Why not? You know, like that's what they're thinking, and so. I don't think you have to bend to what Juwan Jennings wants here in this situation. There are other guys available and that's the beauty of football. And there's also like random guys who just pop up and play well. In basketball, as we go back to JK, it's really hard to find the Keenan Allen equivalent to what JK could maybe do for you on the open market right now.
That's a good point. And that's why I always kind of scoff at it as we're doing these cross-sport analogies a little bit, but I think it's just prudent of where we're at sports talk radio right now and where we're at with both of these teams that I do think in a weird way, Juwan Jennings is a huge piece for the 49ers this year. And obviously JK, you would think would be a huge piece, but the way we discuss him with some fans, and I know you don't, I'm not saying you do this, but the notion that's been brought up by even some of my friends that are massive Warriors fans, dude, just cut him. I don't want him here for the vibes. I was listening to Willard Dibs yesterday, and Dibs obviously out in Vegas.
Cut him, huh?
No.
Just cut him.
Seriously, there's just people that just say, don't bring him back. Because
give Guy Santos all those minutes, huh?
People are saying, if you bring him back, I don't want him messing with whatever good vibes, quote unquote, the Warriors are trying to garner up. Did we hear anything last year that Jonathan Kaminga was a bad locker room presence? No, seriously. Did we hear any of that? All I heard was he was doing a great job. He's been keeping his head down. He's been grinding, and he's been a team guy. I heard that from Stephen Curry. I heard that from Draymond Green. Hell, I heard that from the head coach, Steve Kerr, when he was on Willard and Dibs every single week.
Do you buy that at 100%?
I do actually buy that. I think that JK was a team player last year. And I don't know why we're talking about like he's not right now. Now, when it comes to on-the-court production, that's a different conversation, though, Joe.
Let's play ball. I root for JK. You know that. He also went to the media during a playoff series.
That was 3 years ago, whatever it was. Well, I can't listen. If we're going to allow people to grow and kids to learn from their mistakes, we got to be able to look at that and say, you know what, JK, yeah, you probably shouldn't have done that. 3 years has passed, and by all accounts, he's been a good teammate since then. I can only go with what have you done for me lately.
But this year he went to Shams and said, I'm benched and I'm losing. Remember the graphic?
Wait, did he say that, or did
someone in his camp said, "Hey, I've been benched and I'm losing.
A ridiculous
I'm losing
tweet.
Faith in the coach." That happened this year, Joe.
Well, that was his camp. We don't know if JK said that.
I mean, we have to be fair. Like, we could root for the kid and also acknowledge, maybe he hasn't been, as model a citizen as possible.
I mean, but we're
I'm not saying he's like team disruptor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's real life disruptors out there that are guys that are sabotaging their whole teams.
He's not infallible.
Listen. I know it hasn't been here. I just find it laughable that Jimmy Butler literally sabotaged himself on the Miami Heat and was the worst teammate possible. Hey, Jimmy came here and everything's great.
Jimmy's going to the Hall of Fame though.
Okay.
Certain people could do different things.
I know. I hear you on that. But by all accounts, last year, JK was a good teammate by guys like Jimmy Butler, Steph, and Draymond. And those guys have been very difficult to work with when it comes to being a young player in the past. Let's keep it honest here when it comes to JK being this cancer or locker room.
No, I don't think there's a difference between cancer and a headache. A headache doesn't mean cancer is terminally ill, you know what I mean? We're close to it. Whereas a headache is I take some aspirin and we're good.
Okay.
All right, that's how I roll. I get a lot of headaches.
All right, what's a bigger headache right now for you? Is it the Juwan Jennings thing or is it
Oh, I would file them both under headaches.
Okay.
Because Juwan Jennings is still under contract, and I believe that the Niners hold a little more leverage than I think the common perception is out there. Okay, you're going to sit out 6 games and then come back and be disgruntled and not make any money, and I just think it's a really bad look for him, considering the wide receiver market on the free agent list right now. There are other more accomplished players that are available.
I like that as a question right here. What's giving you your sports fandom a bigger headache? Is it Jonathan Kaminga's situation?
Well, I just want resolution.
Or is it Juwan Jennings? And it's not even the Juwan Jennings. It's really just the 49ers.
Another holdout.
It's the 49ers holdout situation is really what it is. I
thought we were all on the same page here. And here's the thing. 2 things can be true. I'm annoyed by it, and I understand his point of view. You've had a front row seat to see everyone on the team with their hand out, not wanting to work until they get paid. You had a first row seat to see Brandon Ayuk have his knee completely shredded, so you see how quickly the game can eat you up and spit you out. I understand his point of view. I also understand from a team perspective, hey, dude, we just gave you a deal last year. Perform admirably this year, and we'll do what we did with Diamond or Lenore, and we'll re-up you during the regular season. I see both sides of it.
Did you catch what Warriors GM Mike Dunleavy said over the weekend on ESPN about Jonathan Kaminga?
No, what did he say I guess I missed that. What did he say? I was stuck in Giants-Dodger fever.
He said the way Jonathan Kaminga stepped up after Steph got hurt versus Minnesota is, quote, a big reason why I want to bring him back, end quote. Do you believe that?
Was that on it was
on ESPN halftime interview?
Oh, it was a halftime of one of the Summer League. Yeah. It's Summer League Lion season.
Okay. Carter's going to get the actual sound. It came across my timeline.
He also told me Jordan Poole's going to be here for the next however many years of the contract, and a day later traded him.
He traded for Chris Paul.
I mean, he might not have known for sure that the trade was going through.
No, he definitely knew at some point. Come on, dude.
I mean, come on.
They knew you were bringing back Jordan Poole. You didn't have to say his name.
Do you believe him? No, not really. I don't know if I believe anybody in sports anymore.
Oh, the bigger drama, Jonathan Kaminga or the 49ers not being able to get away from the drama of the offseason when it comes to holdouts. They just can't help themselves, Joe. They can't.
Here's the thing. I think both the commonality between Jonathan Kaminga and the 49er holdout situation is that both have lingered on way too long. There have been too many holdouts for the Niners where we're exhausted and we have a headache because of it. And this Kaminga thing has not been settled one way or the other. And so I think we're all exhausted by discussing it because there's no middle ground. Everyone's he's either cut him and he's not an NBA player, or you talk to some people and they're like, No, he could be a first ballot Hall of Famer. And it's like, no, I don't think either is true.
Joe, I just told you, I was like, I give him a small % chance of taking the Warriors over the top and making him a title contender next year. At what point has he shown that? And I'm hanging on to percentage points still. Because I see some flashes, but I never, what is it, Brokeback Mountain? I wish I could learn how to quit you, Jonathan Kaminga. I wish I could learn how to quit the JK stuff, but I go guru sometimes. Just look at the body, Steiny. I got body envy of JK. Look, he soars over, and he's playing with all the old guys, so he looks even more great and dynamic than he probably is in comparison to the guy. But not even, because he was doing it against the likes of Anthony Edwards and Mike Dunleavy's even talking about it there. As we're comparing Juwan Jennings and Jonathan Kaminga a little bit in their situations, do you put more stock into what JK did in that little stretch in the playoffs, or what Juwan Jennings did in totality of the regular season? Because it sounds like you're kind of poo-pooing both of them a little bit.
Well, let me ask you, I was thrilled with what JK did in the Minnesota. You lost the series 4-1.
I know. That's what I'm comparing.
And we're not going to play that way in the regular season when Steph comes back. So, not that it's a straw man, but it's how much of that is sustainable? I don't know.
Well, that's why I compare it to what Juwan Jennings did in the regular season. How sustainable is that for Juwan going forward? Is that a one-year wonder kind of a thing? Was that little short stretch of Jonathan Kaminga in the playoffs, is that sustainable?
I wasn't even I think Brandon Ayuk is a more complete wide receiver than Juwan Jennings.
He's second team All-Pro, yes.
Right, and I had my doubts as to, in this offense, could this guy be an 1,100-yard-a-year guy year in, year out? I had my doubts just because of how they play football. And just because of the way they some games it's CMC gets 50 catches or 50 touches and no one else sees the ball, right? I don't know.
You know what's interesting as we're kind of tiptoeing around this conversation? You know what it's leading to? It's your trust in Kyle Shanahan to figure it out. And you trust him to figure it out when it comes to that position and just getting the production you need.
I think he likes Jennings a lot.
Well, and Steve Kerr? You don't trust him to maximize Jonathan Kaminga.
You're looking at me. Yesterday you said with a straight face that you think Steve Kerr likes JK.
I do think he likes him.
And then you played a drop. You played a drop, and then try to emphasize. You see, he loves the player, and I'm like, I don't know.
He does. No, I think he likes the person. Does he like the player?
What does
on the
that
court?
even mean? I mean, what?
I think he likes the guy, the kid. He's nice. He's listen, I like JK.
Shanahan loved Trey Lance, the kid.
Well, he might have loved Trey Lance. He didn't love Brandon Ayuk at one point. That's right? You kept telling me that. The doghouse, all of it.
Yeah. Well, no.
Jimmy Garoppolo?
They told me that.
They did not like each other on the sideline. They blew up a couple times. So, Shanahan's let it be known when it comes to some players.
But I think the consistency on both guys, Jennings and JK's, they're both under contract. They both have very few teams vying for their services at the price point that they're demanding, plus giving up the assets to acquire. I think both are similar in that aspect, meaning JK thinks he's worth a certain amount. I think the market is telling him, well, we like you, not that much. And not only do we not like you at that much, we're not willing to sacrifice what it costs to get you and then pay you that much. I think a similar exercise is happening right now with Juwan Jennings, where it's teams like Juwan Jennings, I'm sure. But will they trade for him and pay him what he's looking for? Doubtful.
Let's throw that to the audience at 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Who's worth more to their current team right now? I'm just going to throw it out like that. Is it Jonathan Kaminga with the Warriors, or is it Juwan Jennings with the 49ers? We'll discuss that on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you. Oh, by the way, this just in. Jerry Rice saying something about the 49ers, and he didn't like what they did this offseason. The GOAT was saying that. Oh, I got to hear this. It's going to come up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's Jay up to these days? He's still in the hospital?
Hope he's out.
That is one of the greatest calls we've still had. Jay in the hospital. I hope he's out of the hospital and doing well. And whatever he was taking, maybe he's, I don't know, still on it. God love the guy. Those headaches are gone. Talking about headaches, Jay has none.
Speaking of headaches,
he has 0. What's up?
In about 20 minutes, you're going to get a blast of fun. You won't need medicine to cure the headache. You'll just need to pay attention to 95.7 The Game. We're doing something really, really fun. It's our own Family Feud style game.
Top of the hour we're doing that?
And it's going to be a lot of fun. And then we're unveiling a bracket for the rest of the week of something that I find to be very passionate, and I think the audience is really going to enjoy. So stay tuned. 20 minutes from now, you don't want to go anywhere. You're getting something completely different and fun.
9 o'clock, so 28 minutes or so is what you're saying.
Give or take.
Okay. Oh, give or take. Well, I'd hope it'd be at the top of the hour, and let's see if these guys show up, huh?
With a special guest, yeah.
Special guests, potentially.
Whoa.
Potentially, again. Well, let's wait and see with these guys, because these two guys, I don't know. One of them looks like Uncle Junior from The Sopranos this morning with his glasses. I swear, I love the guy, but the look is definitely, it's aged him 20 years is all I'm going to say. And I love you, Steiner, but my God, those glasses they're thick. They're thick.
How many guys in the NFL last year had 1,000 yards receiving?
I'm going to guess 22.
24.
Ooh, I was close. Okay.
24.
Pretty good cut. That's all right.
All right.
24.
Juwan Jennings ended up being 28th on the list, and he didn't play in every single game.
He did not.
He played in 15 of them and started 10 of them. Got not suspended, but ejected out of the final game of the year. How many yards per game in a 17-game season is 1,000 yards? Does anyone know?
Shout out math. That'd be what? 5, 6.
Almost 60.
6. Okay, yeah.
It's about 59 yards a game. So I'm not trying to dump on anyone, but it's never been easier to hit 1,000 yards given the 17-game season than now. It's never been easier in terms of being able to throw the ball in the NFL because of all of the rule changes of defenseless receivers and freedom of movement and all that stuff. And yet you see there's really only, one guy on every team that's going to get over 900 yards, give or take, right? There's about 30 guys in the league that had over 900 yards.
Well, the fact that him and Kittle combined for 2,000 yards receiving and north of 10 touchdowns together, I do think that's impressive. I do.
No Ayuk basically all year,
yes,
and Deebo Samuel on a milk carton.
And no Christian McCaffrey basically in the passing game, which as I think we underrate, obviously him as a runner, but him in the passing game is massive. He might be one of the best slot receivers as a freaking receiver.
Absolutely. And so, when people keep saying, he's short of 1,000 yards, it's like, yeah, you're right. You're right, but we're not acting like he's this prolific, build the offense around him type of a guy. No, he's a useful part. He's a really good player. I like him.
He's not Jamar Chase. He's not Justin Jefferson. He's not even Devontae Smith. Hell, he's not even, I don't even know if he's Jacoby Myers, all right, who was around the same kind of production level as him last year. They're probably around the same. He's a third wide receiver on a championship team probably. And you know what?
Yeah.
I think that speaks to him because I probably would have even viewed that heading to last year. That just speaks to what he did last year, and I came away impressed with Juwan Jennings. I did. That being said, on this team, starting week 1, he is going to be wide receiver 1. And that's wherein lies the problem. And
but he's not passing option 1. And I think that's where he's not.
At times he might be, though, if George Kittle is going to be the main focal point.
No, George Kittle is your number 1 receiver on this team.
Sometimes he is. And he is. I would like him to be, too, more often than not.
When you've done it for over 5 years at a level of what he's done it at, you may not every single week be the guy that gets 12 passes schemed up to him, and that's never really going to be the way they play football, but you're going to be the primary focus. And whether that means teams game planning for you or your team game planning for you to have a big day, Kittle is how they're going to, it's Kittle, it's CMC, and then the other guys.
George Kittle, by the way, he finished with 3rd overall in total yards by tight ends. It was only behind Trey McBride and Brock Bowers, obviously 2 very, very good, if not great, tight ends in their own right. No, George Kittle, he's 1A or 1B heading into next season, as far as I'm concerned, his best tight end in football. It's him or Bowers. And that goes without saying. He's incredible. I would just like, and again, I think we've been talking about this for so long, so I already know the answer. I would like to see him more at times be the focal point of the receiving end, because he had 78 receptions. I mentioned those other two guys. You know how much Bowers and McBride had? They had 111, 112.
Yeah.
111, 112. They had almost 33 more receptions.
Again, I mean, those teams are, they play a different brand of football.
And the targets in general for both of them. No, I know they do.
It's just like, think about they're in the gun in Arizona the whole game.
And this is why we talked about not being so Christian McCaffrey-centric heading into next season. I do think I would like to take some of that load off of Christian McCaffrey. And can I put a little bit more on George Kittle in the passing game? I don't think that's asking too much if we're trying to reduce the workload of Christian McCaffrey as a runner and a passer. And we don't know what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk. Just make Kittle more of a focal point too next year. Again, he's getting older though, so we'll see. I don't think it's asking too much, as he had 94 total targets in comparison to McBride and Bowers, who had 150. So nearly 60 more.
But I see people texting in like, oh, how many people are making $7.5 million on a non-rookie guy? No, that's the NFL right now. The NFL is, hey, what is coming out of college at a higher rate than anything? What position?
I'd say wide receivers.
Yeah, it's one of the greats. If you look at last year's receiving list, okay, Jamar Chase was still on his rookie deal last year. He signed it at the end of the year, the big contract extension, okay? Yep. Justin Jefferson had signed a massive deal.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, yep.
I'm going in order of yards per game.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Brian Thomas, rookie deal. Drake London was still on his rookie deal. Amon-Ra St. Brown had signed a new contract. Yep. Jerry Jeudy was on his second deal. Malik Neighbors, rookie deal. Brock Bowers, rookie deal. CeeDee Lamb signed a mega deal, we know, right before the end of the year, but he was still on his fifth year. Okay, Ladd McConkey, rookie deal. Trey McBride was on his rookie deal, just signed an extension this year. Jackson Smith-Njigba on his rookie deal. Do you get where I'm going with this? Like, all these guys are bang for the buck outside of the top handful.
Oh, you saw Garrett Wilson get a fat paycheck yesterday, right? With the one New York Jets.
I mean, who's looking for a contract extension right now? Who's also on this list? Terry McLaurin was playing on his, at the time, his rookie deal. Zay Flowers on his rookie deal. Jacoby Myers on his second or third deal. Calvin Ridley is on his second or third deal. Nico Collins got extended. The majority of these guys that are on this top 25, top 30 list are on rookie deals.
By the way, I mentioned that, Garrett Wilson, obviously formerly of Ohio State, was a great rookie a couple years ago. $90 million guaranteed in a 4-year, $130 million contract.
And that's a lot of money for him.
I get it in this sense, though. And people are inclined to say, oh, he's never going to win anything in New York. And he might not.
You got to get paid, though, if you can get paid.
Absolutely.
You got to get paid. I get that.
And the Jets are in a position where this is a guy they drafted, they need to keep, right? And they're not paying like a whole exorbitant amount. Who is it, Justin Fields over there right now? It's not like they're paying Justin Fields all that much money.
And the defensive tackle, Quinn
Williams, right?
So you have Sauce Gardner as well, who's looking to get paid.
But honestly, like, and this is where I have a problem with the NFL and how we discuss it sometimes. I don't like how we always are quick to, oh, you got to trade him. You got to get the draft capital. You're never going to win anything there. When we see it's such a year-to-year league, anything can happen. You know what? The freaking Carolina Panthers might be a playoff team next year. In that division, crazier things have happened. Maybe Bryce Young takes a leap. He showed flashes last year. I was like, oh, okay. You know what, Bryce Young? Maybe he's not a bust. Maybe, just maybe, he needed to get his head right. Andy Dalton's been a good mentor for him by all accounts, too, as he goes back to the bench and Bryce Young took over. He showed me some stuff. Okay, we'll see. I like the Jets keeping a Garrett Wilson, keeping a Quinn Williams, keeping a Sauce Gardner. Aren't you supposed to do that? Like, even if you don't have the quarterback, you're supposed to keep your good players, for God's sakes, right? So I didn't have any problem with the move at all. And this is why I get back to, and Juwan Jennings isn't going to command anything what Garrett Wilson's getting. I'm not saying that at all. I do like rewarding the players and the leaders that were there, even in down years.
I hear you, but Joe, I'm with you on the Jets, but like, to the Niners, they did reward him, and they signed him with a 2-year extension. No, at the time, he was supposed to be the 3, and at that time, he was the highest paid 3 in the league, okay, based on a variety of different ways that you could look at it. And think about when he was coming off. You were coming off that Super Bowl. That year, he had under 300 yards in the regular season.
Yeah.
Last year, a lost, awful year for Ricky Pearsall. How many yards did he have off the top of your head?
How many yards did Ricky Pearsall? 400 yards?
400 yards. Okay. 31 catches. He had a more prolific year last year, which we all agree was a lost year for Ricky Pearsall, than what Jennings had just the year prior. So I'm not even comparing and contrasting the individual seasons. One guy ended up being the 2 for the last couple of games of the year in Ricky Pearsall, whereas Jennings was clearly like the 5th or 6th option.
And Jennings, and that was a team that went to the Super Bowl. Too.
Exactly.
So it meant a lot more. Yes.
So they're not like for like. But you saw the quantum leap when you got the usage rate of a Jawan Jennings. I'm here saying, like, as much as I have doubts about health and can he just last 17 games, if Ricky Pearsall's on the field, he's gonna get the ball and he's gonna get a lot of yards because that's how the offense is kind of set up, and he's kind of proven that he's a heck of a little like zone route runner. I mean, the guy's a good ball player.
I hope so. Can he stay healthy? I don't know. I don't know what to make of Ricky Pearsall yet. He showed flashes last year. Right now, what I know is he was a first-round pick that did not have first-round pick kind of production last year, albeit some stuff was out of his hands. He was hurt in training camp, never really got on the same page with Brock Purdy, and he got shot. Like how can you quantify something like that? The mental, the physical, all of it. So I think we're all in agreement. We're giving Ricky kind of somewhat of a pass for last year because of all that took place. All right, I think he's earned that. Now heading into this season, there's legit expectations though. Can he get on the field and stay on the field? That's going to be a big question mark. Can Brandon Ayuk get on the field and stay on the field?
Who is he replacing Ricky Pearsall, essentially? Is it Ayuk or is it Debo?
I think it's Debo at this point.
Okay, Debo's been really banged up the last couple years.
I know. Yeah.
Really banged up. And the production hasn't been great.
Right.
It just hasn't. And it felt, to me, my eyes, watching the Niners, it felt like we were trying to prove that Debo still had it as opposed to try to go out and like get the ball to our best playmakers on a given week. And I love Debo, but Debo was not our best playmaker. You know, even when he was healthy this year, it was like, why are you throwing him screen passes that are predictable, that aren't going anywhere? He's not breaking any tackles.
Another guy that I would like to see step up this year, and what we're going to get from him is a Jacob Cowing. Like the speed element on this team is lacking. I don't know.
I would love to get him involved. I don't know. Like there's been other guys that they've had over the years where I thought like, oh yeah, this guy could have a big year. Like Ray McLeod a couple years back in training camp was like, wow, they're really throwing him the ball. And I was thinking, man, is he going to be a big part of the offense? And then he was just no part of the offense whatsoever.
No.
And the amount of times I saw Mohamed Sanu out there running routes, it's like, what are we doing?
Mohamed Sanu. Yeah, 2015 called for Mohamed Sanu as he was a baller then.
Chris Connolly played way more than you wanted, like, right? Most Niner fans?
Yeah, no.
And yet, here he is making plays.
888-957-9570. You can join the conversation via call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570.
Carter gets in my ear and he goes, I like Chris Connolly. I'm not going to lie. What's funny is I do too. And like I would say that, I'd be like, look, I know he's not a guy like, you got to get Chris Connolly the ball like in a pregame. But like the guy would be wide open. He was a big body dude who'd make nice sideline catches.
If you see him at practice, he's just kind of a specimen, and he's really fast for kind of how many years he's done it.
And on this team, and this is why Jawan is valuable on this team, because he's over 6'2.5", and he actually has catch radius and can make a contested catch in traffic and move the chains on a team with a lot of guys that don't fit that profile, that build. So that's why Jawan is extremely important.
Did Chris Conley unretire after retiring a couple weeks ago and come back to the 49ers? I'm laughing, but also like...
He caught a big pass in the Green Bay game. He caught big passes in the Super Bowl.
I told you that, yeah.
The guy would get open.
He absolutely would. God, I do love talking some football right now as the rookies are reporting today for training camp for the 49ers.
I'm going to sound like if you just don't screw up in Shanahan's offense, you will be wide open. I mean, Ronnie Bell, you're wide open. Here, Ronnie. Here, Joe, put your hands out. Here, catch it. You're wide open. Like literally wide open.
I would have dropped it if I was Ronnie Bell, but this is a hard baseball and it broke something. So
but you get what I'm saying?
I'll do it
like,
again as Ronnie Bell.
Just run the route you're supposed to run and you'll be wide open.
Yes.
And like that's why I not that I'm decreasing the value of an individual player. It's just like, haven't we seen it in this system? Some guys are bigger than the system. Kittle.
Yeah.
CMC. Like, the system fits them perfectly, but they're also extreme talents. Other guys, and look, I think Juwan Jennings is one of the best blockers that they have and is an absolute monster and will fight through tackles. There's value.
I'm not a system player.
He brings to the table. But, like, a lot of the other guys are interchangeable.
Speaking of a guy that is not interchangeable and was the system, I think you would describe that was Jerry Rice. He was not a system player by any means. He was the system.
Absolutely.
He is the GOAT, greatest wide receiver of all time. Hell, greatest player of all time, some might say. And he said this to the San Jose Mercury News. Check this out. Jerry Rice.
Was this at the golf tournament over the weekend?
I believe it was.
Okay.
But this is what it said. This is the quote that it stumbled upon. Quote, I just feel like we added on too many pieces. The reason why I say that is these guys are young guys. Rice is talking about with the 49ers. Offseason, he continues saying, quote, Super Bowl 60 is going to be here in San Francisco. I would have preferred to sort of leave everything like last year, add on to that, and have a chance for this coming year. It sounds like he doesn't even think they have a chance. He literally, that last part, and have a chance for this coming year.
Does Jerry know that there's a salary cap? Did Jerry realize we just re-upped our quarterback? Does Jerry realize that we just gave George Kittle and Fred Warner big extensions? You can't keep everyone.
I mean, he's looking at, as you got rid of Debo, Talanoa Hufanga, Drake Greenlaw. You moved off a lot of big names, and you added a lot of youth, and you're banking on the youth to take significant steps this season. I kind of feel where Jerry is on that. That being said, I do think they needed to kind of retool here in the offseason and reconvene and reward their captains and their leaders of the team, and they did that.
Not everyone can stay. You just can't afford it in the NFL. Like, you've got to make tough decisions.
Do you think they don't have a chance this year?
No, I disagree. It's the NFL. Anything could happen. They could be they could be a top 5 drafting team, or they could be winning the West. I don't know. Like, let's see it. Like, is CMC healthy? Because if CMC's healthy, I feel like they're going to win in 11, 12 games. If CMC's not healthy, I think we're in big trouble.
That's an interesting question at 888-957-9570. Would you have felt better heading into this season had they just ran it back again instead of going kind of youth movement and leaning towards the NFL draft here? I'm going to disagree with Jerry on this one
Greenlaw,
too.
Like, got hurt working out recently. We all love Drake Greenlaw, the tone setting and what he means. And we all, like, every Niner fan is nodding their head when I say this. If he doesn't get hurt, we win the Super Bowl. Like, duh. We all know that. That team, he was the best player on the field for a quarter and a half.
Travis Kelce went off as soon as he went out.
The second he went off, you know? And like, the whole game flipped right then and there. You could feel the air come out of the stadium. But, like, we might have seen the best of Drake Greenlaw.
You might have. You might have seen the best of Talanoa Hufanga. You might have seen the best. Oh, I know we saw the best of Debo Samuel.
Debo needed to go. Both parties needed to move off each other.
I'm going to disagree with Jerry here.
Who else are we missing? Who realistically are we missing? I thought that they did a really good job subtracting certain players' his contracts because we had to. Like Charvarius Ward, I would have loved to have kept Charvarius Ward around. Couldn't afford him.
Hargrave, I guess he didn't.
Hargrave was barely played.
I know. It's a good point though. I have to bring it up. Yeah. They did make the move to not bring him back.
Name the Hargrave moment.
I'm just telling you.
When he got paid by the 49ers.
Exactly.
What about that pump fake of the offseason, releasing Kyle Juszczyk just to bring him back?
The 3 hardest days of his life he was talking about.
Did he really
on the golf
say
course.
that?
It was something like that.
Oh, my goodness.
You know what, though? I feel him. You know, he likes the area, and his wife is really in love with the area. I get that.
The 3 hardest days of his life.
Charvarius Ward, I wanted to bring him back. Didn't you? Everyone did. He wasn't coming back. He lost a child in this state. He didn't want to live in California.
Yeah.
That
was tough.
That was life
stuff.
Really like, there's nothing with the Niners could have done there.
And they waived Drake Jackson.
Drake Jackson didn't play for 3 years.
Roger Jackson. And they traded for Bryce Huff. I'm very curious to see how this one works with Bryce Huff. I'm higher on him than I think a lot of other people are, just because of what he did with Robert Saleh, who clearly knows how to unlock him when he was a Jet, right?
Well,
he's young enough. So how old is Bryce Huff? He's pretty young.
28?
28. Let me see. Bryce Huff. He's 27.
27.
He's still young in his career. And yeah, he was on an Eagles team that was loaded everywhere. I'm not going to fault the guy for getting lost out there. Get freaking Jalen Williams on line 1.
Well, Vic Fangio,
Sweat,
he
all
basically
those guys.
admitted that Vic Fangio just didn't have a spot for him on that scheme. And he just was not a scheme fit.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with not fitting on one of the most stacked defensive lines I've ever seen. Right? Hell, who's the guy out there? Hassan Reddick, who was, he wasn't, they got rid of Hassan Reddick, didn't even look back in Hargrave. They're like, yeah, it's fine. We don't need those guys. We'll just win a Super Bowl. Yeah, there you go.
All he has to do is just be a little more impactful than Leonard Floyd.
That's it. Who had the most hollow sack numbers I've ever seen in my life last year, Leonard Floyd. He did. Like, talking about hollow with Juwan Jennings, some people think that last year was hollow for him because the team didn't do it. No, hollow was whatever Leonard Floyd did on the defensive line last year. Like, if Bryce Huff could just be a semblance of, who's the best running mate that Nick Bosa has had? Who's the best running mate? D Ford. Can you give me at least that level of production?
D Ford was really good.
He was. Bryce Huff for a moment was really good too. He led a season in pressures. He's been that guy.
The crazy thing with the Niners is there are guys still available. Like Matthew Judon.
I mean, we talked about...
I would love to get Matthew Judon.
Joe, this time last year, remember we were talking about Ayuk for Amari Cooper in Cleveland.
Cooper's still available.
And I know he's not the same player he once was, but just a year he's fallen out that much? I don't think so. I would love Amari Cooper because you know what never dies off? The legs might, but the footwork does not. The guy's an elite route runner since he's come out of Alabama. He's always been an elite route runner. And I think people would be shocked. Just the model of consistency he has had in his career, Amari Cooper, has been pretty freaking good. Albeit last year was probably his worst year as a pro. And what, he's still combined for, what is it, like 550 yards? Not great, but not horrible if I'm trying to have him be my number 2. Like, I'd take that in a heartbeat. Absolutely. I'm just looking at his old, Amari Cooper. What are you going to get for him? Let's see. So you got 1,000, 680, 280, bad year, no, but it was combined with Dallas. So he ended up getting 1,000 that year in 2018, 1,000, 1,100, 865, 1,000, 1,200. And then last year was 547. So guy's been a 1,000-yard receiver for most of his career.
I would take him in a heartbeat. Yeah. The other guy that I would get as a short yardage back, because you're losing, obviously Jordan Mason, Jamal Williams is still out there.
I love Jamal Williams.
Like, I think you could do a lot worse than Jamal Williams on a like a prove it deal goal line back guy. He's a big locker room type of a presence. Everyone swears by him.
You know what he doesn't do a lot too, which I freaking love? Doesn't fumble the ball. In his career, he's only 5 times in his career, and he's been around for a long time.
I know.
He does not fumble the ball. He does not have butterfingers, and it's a guy, as you said, third down back. If I'm trying to power in
and
to the end
save
zone,
McCaffrey a little,
yes, I would like.
And I have question marks on durability for some of my other younger players. Again, these are the moves that I would be making.
He's kind of a quirky guy, which I love too. He's funny. He's only 30, which I know, which might as well be 40 when it comes to running backs.
Yeah, but if you're a short yardage guy, I feel like you can do that.
Yeah.
For a while.
I'm in on Jamal Williams. Absolutely. Take a flyer on him. Why not? He was the NFL touchdown leader a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he had 18 a couple years back.
He's a fantasy god that season. If you had Jamal Williams, you were crushing it. He's also been, what do they like to say? He's not a reaper back. What do they like to say in fantasy football? Vulture. He's a vulture.
He poaches.
He would poach a lot of the touchdowns from whoever my guy was at in Detroit the last couple seasons.
Well, I remember Amir Abdullah.
Yeah, David Montgomery. Thank you.
David Montgomery. Yes. Yeah, Amir Abdullah was one of those guys that I would always have in fantasy, and then the other guy would come in, number 35. I forget his name, and he would steal all these short yardage touchdowns, and it just would infuriate me.
All right, we're gonna take a break here in a second. We're gonna
it's almost draft season.
I know, dude.
We're already arguing about when our draft date's gonna be because we got to, live is live in our friend group. You have to be there in person.
I know. Oh, you guys do that? You do the in person? Those are more fun to do. It's just hard to at our age to get everyone.
Nah, see, but that's when you get all the horrible draft selections when it's live and it's not online because the computer can't bail you out.
Sorry, that was a very loud sneeze. I am a father and I have a beak. I'm sorry. That is just, it is what it is.
You okay?
You become a father, Joe, and your sneezes actually go higher and louder. It just comes with the territory. The more kids you have.
Someone tell Mark Jackson over here that Andrew Bogut threw his back out sneezing.
I almost just
couldn't play for him in Game 7.
The entire city heard that.
Yeah, no, I'm fighting through some. My allergies are kicking in right now. I forgot to take my nasal.
This is where you need the Rick James. Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
You need to relax. I've never dabbled in the snow.
Go nowhere. We have a special game for you. Something you would not expect in the 9 o'clock hour on the morning roast.
I'm going to try to power through it. Plus, we're going to preview an incredible segment we're going to be doing the rest of this series, the rest of this week when it comes to Bay Area sports topic. And it's going to be within the last 25 years. A lot's happened on 95.7 The Game.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What's up, Oreo Cookie? Long time no here. I could go for some Oreo cookies right now. Maybe some double stuffed. I'd smash like a whole box of those, and Girl Scout cookies, and 2 whole glasses of milk, and that's whole milk, none of that 2% crap. As I say good morning to all you lovely people. Shasky, and we got some guests in here. Courtesy of River Islands, it's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Hey, yes,
what's up, guys?
Ice Cube. What's up in the morning, baby?
Turn his mic on.
Turn his mic on. Come on, Carter.
There's no snare in his headphones.
Look at him.
How does it sound?
Oh, you sound beautiful.
Oh, my God.
There we go. Right.
What's up, fellas?
So this is why we're doing this. So first
what are
off,
we doing, Joe?
Because we like each other first.
Well, that's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, I just want to say thank you on behalf of our show to your guys' show, because we're asking you to do more work, and you're coming in early and not being able to fully prepare for your show. But it is a slower sports week, but we've got a ton of stuff, cool stuff going on. And later on, I'm going to unveil something that Steiny's teased over and over and over and over again. But it's these evergreen conversations that make sports talk radio. And he said, hey, when I first got to this market, Joe Montana versus Steve Young was the hottest sports radio topic that still hits to this day.
Wow.
And we've got a bunch of them that I want to rat-a-tat-tat and cross by you, but that's not the game I want to play right now. The game I want to play right now is, everybody's like, it's the first half. Who's your MVP? Who's your least MVP? Who's going to win the World Series? Now, forget that. Let's play Family Feud style. Me and Joe versus Goo and Steiny.
Put it on the board.
Okay, so we're a team. You're a team. Okay. Carter's the host. He's the umpire. We're going to throw 9 questions about the San Francisco Giants for now and into the future. And you get 15 to 30 seconds of a pitch clock to explain your answer. You can pass the buck and go to a pinch hitter. So if you don't like it, Guru, you can have Steiny pinch hit for you. If Spadoni doesn't like it, I can pinch hit for him, but you're only allowed one. And you get 15 to 30 seconds to give your answer. And then Carter's going to choose which team gets the run for that particular question. That way we're not talking over each other.
Fair, Carter.
Are you in on this?
Sure.
Are you ready?
Well, they're here. They better be in on it. They're here. They're sitting down.
Right now.
Yeah.
I'm starting to lock in.
And Butch, let's real quick, right on the table on the morning roast. Steiny and I have never met a Mike we don't like, so this ain't extra work. I told Spadoni.
Well, I was saying that maybe
hit
we
the
get
on button. I'll be here.
If we had maybe had a little more fun with this, we could turn this into, what do you guys call it? The cafeteria, the library? What do you call it?
The cafeteria.
The cafeteria. Not the library. You say that all the time.
Turn it into therapy sessions.
Next time we do this, let's go to the Laughing Monk and we'll do it there.
We can do
Let's do it.
All right, Carter, are you ready? Give me the game show music. You're our host. Take over, baby. This is your moment to shine.
Just to be clear, it will be 30 seconds per answer, not 15.
Okay.
I want to hear your guys' answers.
All right, I love it.
I want to hear the bed, Carter. That's when it gets to be for real. All right, Family Feud.
Welcome to San Francisco Giants Family Feud.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Good answer. Good
Let's
answer.
Go, let's
good
go.
answer.
How you doing? I'm Joe Shasky. I live in San Francisco. Just a family man, and I love the Giants. And my teammate Joe Spadoni over here.
Joe Spadoni. I am a Gemini. I enjoy long walks on the beach. I'm a father of 2. I'm single and ready to mingle, baby. Let's do it.
Whoa!
Wow!
Don't kiss Carter.
What do I do?
Introduce yourself.
Tell us who you are.
Where you from?
Matt Steinmetz from Reading, Pennsylvania. I'm the oldest guy at the station, and I'm looking forward to playing the game.
Yeah. I'm Daryl Johnson from Union City, California, and this is my real hair, and I'm excited to be here.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. Carter, you ready?
All right, gentlemen, let's get right to business. Our first question of the day. Rafael Devers hasn't been hitting well and has been clearly hurt since being acquired by the Giants. Do you have buyer's remorse?
Spadoni, you're up first.
I mean, it's going to be me, and how could you not have buyer's remorse? I mean, this is a guy that was supposed to change the trajectory of the franchise, and within a month's time, he's been one of your worst hitters. He's batting 200. He's hurt. You didn't know he had a groin injury when you got him, and now the groin has turned into a back injury. The hip bone's connected to the leg bone. Well, it's all broken with Rafi Devers right now, and if he doesn't get it going, this season could be in shambles.
Whoa.
Wow.
That was all right. On to Mr. Shasky. Oh, let's go to Guru
Oh
actually.
my God. Come on.
Hell
Steve
no, I don't
Harvey.
have buyer's remorse. This guy is hurt. We need to stand up to him and save him from himself. I have, how do we fix him remorse on the Giants, because somebody needs to check him, sit him down for the betterment of himself and the team. But how in the hell are we going to have buyer's remorse when this dude was already a stud before he got here? We need to stand up to him, sit his ass down, let him get healthy. If that's a week 2, let's just take it on the chin so it'll be greater later.
Before you reward the points here, guys, be real. Has it been a little underwhelming?
No doubt.
Yeah.
A little.
What was the, like, I underrated some of the red flags, to be quite frankly. I overlooked the weight, the injury history, and, like, I don't know, there's just.
They're throwing the fastball by him, Butch. That's what I'm like. Everybody
Really?
strikes out. I'm like, oh. Oh.
His plate discipline is all over the place, isn't it? Even though he draws a lot of walks, he swings at everything, right, Steiny?
Well, here's why I'm not having any buyer's remorse. You still didn't give anybody up, essentially.
Well,
Harrison, Jordan Hicks, and the two guys in the minors. I mean, Harrison hasn't pitched yet for the Boston Red Sox, and I don't know if Hicks has or not. So it's not like guys are in Boston hurt, doing well, and now you're thinking about what they could be doing for the Giants. He had a great first half of the season. I'll give him an adjustment. And I think he'll be fine in the second. No buyer's remorse.
Isn't there something to be said, though, the fact that they got rid of the dark cloud that was Rafi Devers for them in their scenario? They've won 10 in a row.
Man.
And they're right there in the AL East, the Boston Red Sox added. Like, doesn't that make you feel some type of way if you're a Giants fan? Just a little bit like, ugh.
I told Steiny this before we got here. It's early, but this is the opposite of the Jimmy Butler effect that he had on when the immediate gains were right away.
Well, let me give you my analogy that I used earlier, and I want
love
Steiny's
analogies.
opinion on this, because you were, I believe, a sideline guy at the time, Steiny. Remember when the Warriors traded for Andrew Bogut? And for years, they couldn't find a big man. And they had to, like, overpay to go get a big man. And the guy was hurt when he showed up. And Warrior fans lost their minds. And then 7 days later was the famous Joe Lacob retirement ceremony for Chris Mullin. But does anyone remember that the Milwaukee Bucks went 13-11 down the stretch without Bogut? And the Warriors went 5-22.
Oh, boy. I don't remember.
I remember the Warriors didn't win very much after that.
Yes.
Which was done on purpose because I'm pretty sure that was the year they needed to be in the top 7 to keep their pick.
Yes.
And then it ended up being Harrison Barnes, I believe. But they ended up winning a coin toss. Remember with Toronto? Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the pick. So it all turned out well.
Why is that? Because it wasn't about winning the trade for that year. It was about the body of work of the contract. And I think the same thing with Devers. It's not about right now. Yes, I'm underwhelmed. I'm frustrated.
Man.
It's about the bulk of the $300 million being good. And it's about the life of the deal. The Giants needed a center of the order guy who could be a hitter. This isn't like, look, I'm frustrated. I want more. But I got to step back and say this isn't just about 2025. It's about 2026 through 2033. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear it, but I actually don't think there's a ton of pressure on the Giants to make the postseason.
Whoa.
Obviously, they want to. But the reality of the situation is this is the start of the Buster Posey era. He's added, he re-signed Chapman. He got Adames. He got Devers. Eldridge ideally will come up at some point next year or start the season. Like, we may want it to happen this year, and it may. They have a fine chance to make the postseason. But if they don't, I don't think the train is off the track. I think we're still in the beginning process with Posey.
Love it.
Wow.
We will be giving point number 1 to Guru. Well done.
Wow.
So Steiny Guru are up 1-0 right now.
Steiny
1-0 on Spadoni and Shasky. All right, next question.
Question number 2. Willie Adames has heated up in the weeks leading up to the All-Star break.
Uh-oh.
His slow start was a talking point at the beginning of the season. But is he still considered a worry for Giants fans?
I'll take this one. I'll take this one. All right.
Well, this was our show yesterday.
I've been highly critical of Willie Adames because I think that, like, the guy's better than what he's shown, and I do believe that. His at-bats have been so much better the last month and a half. The eyeball, you can't just look at the box score. The eyeball, and then defensively, he's making more plays. Do I think he's the long-term, as in 5 years from now, shortstop? Probably not. But they needed to overpay to get this guy in. He is a leader. He is playing better. I expect him to be red hot in August. I really do. And that's my gut. And the statistics of every single year, he actually performs his best in the months of July, August, and September. If you look at him statistically, it can't be worse than what it was for May. It just cannot, and even into June. I think that this guy has best yet to come for 2025, and I'm not worried about him as much as I was. You know what I'm most worried about? Starting pitching on this team. That's the thing I'm most worried about.
Man.
Go ahead, Goo.
Listen, this Willie Adames, I thought he was a fraud, a phony in regard to celebrating his teammates, their achievements and accomplishments while he was frustrated. But no, I found out that's who he really is personally. And all of a sudden, I was there Friday night. I thought he hit one in Triples Alley. No, it was a homer in Triples Alley. He has power. I think he's figured out this park. And you just mentioned it, Butch. It's about to get hot outside of the Bay, the Yay. And he's got power. And right now, I'm like, oh, you look like the dude that hit 32 home runs. You never put your head down. You never cried. And right now, I feel like he's getting rewarded from the baseball gods of being what the Giants thought he was going to be. And you're right, Butch. His at-bats, he's taking walks. And I'm just telling you, Willie Adames is the least of the Giant problems. He is a flashing red light of,
Where's
I'm
the
figuring
buzzer?
it out.
This is more than 30 seconds, Carter. Come on, brother.
Oh,
Let's
Spadoni
go.
hurt my foot. Was that more than 30?
I'm trying to win this thing. I'm getting screwed over here.
Spadoni and Steiny, can I ask you guys a question before we get out there?
Oh, be good.
No, I didn't like it. Yeah.
If they could do it over, would they have signed Adames?
Oh, my gosh.
Knowing what they know now about the Devers trade?
You didn't ask me.
You think they would?
Yeah.
I do. I still think they would.
I mean, if you could right now take back the Chapman extension, the Adames signing, or the Devers trade, would you take any of them back?
No.
I wouldn't either. Got to let it play out more than half a season.
Spadoni?
Those guys have not really contributed offensively at all. And by the way, Willie Adames still leading shortstops at all positions. 13 errors for one Willie Adames. So he's not contributing at the plate. He is the worst when it comes to errors defensively in baseball. That's Willie Adames for you right there. But again, the pressure ideally should be off of him with Devers now here because he's no longer the highest paid player per season on the team. But I don't know. Like, I thought that homecoming was Friday for him. I thought he was like, this is where he becomes a Giant, right? Against the Dodgers. It was awesome. And then the next 2 days didn't really do a hell of a lot. So
The whole team didn't.
And had the opportunity Saturday and Sunday. I thought he'd get a granny Saturday.
Yeah.
Run goes to?
And the point goes to?
It's runs.
Sorry.
Double drum roll.
Double drum roll. Point goes to Shasky for that one.
Yeah.
All right, 1-1.
Good answer.
Next
Good
question.
answer. Good answer.
Let's move these along. We got
Next
a lot.
question.
If you're just tuning in right now, we're doing a Family Feud style. Steiny and Goo versus Spadoni and Shasky. Show versus show. We're asking Giants questions. We're having fun with it. It's a little game show.
Let's call it Radio Feud Giants Edition because we're
Love
going to be
it.
doing
Let's
this
go,
with our
Steiny.
sports going forward.
Love it. Give it to me,
Radio
Carter.
Feud.
Here we go. Question number 3. Justin Verlander is still winless as a Giant. Do you think he'll record more than 5 this season? 5 wins, that is?
Absolutely not.
Whoa.
Absolutely not.
Whoa.
I think it's going to get tougher. I mean, first of all, he doesn't have any wins. But I don't think they're going to get easier in the second half of the season. In fact, they may have to make a decision on Verlander, quite frankly. And if they make a decision on him, then he's not going to get to 5 wins. But pitched a little like he's pitched okay in spots, but he just hasn't done enough for them. No, he's not going to get 5 wins, I don't think. I mean, if he goes 4-3 in the second half, you take it.
I completely agree with Steiny on this one. Look, it's really difficult to record wins in the modern day right now when you're only going 5 or 6 innings and then you're relying on bullpen guys. I thought he would get double-digit wins this year. I am so out on that. I don't think he's even going to come close.
I mean,
So, what do you got?
no, it's fun. Well, I don't want to double back here because it's a give and take.
Yeah.
But quite frankly, who gives a damn about wins anymore in today's baseball?
No, the game
wins
is winning.
don't
What are you
matter
talking about? No.
For pitchers.
No, they do.
Wins don't matter.
Are you kidding
the
me?
The team wins and loses, not the pitcher and Justin Verlander has gotten screwed because his offense sucks.
It should be more of
His
a
offense
reinforcement of
awful.
how big a win is on your win-loss record. If you are handing the ball to your bullpen in the 7th and 8th inning and your team does win and you record the victory, that should mean even more. Like, wins are how we are evaluating
Paul Skeens
teams.
stinks.
I
You're
completely
right.
disagree.
Paul Skeens is awful.
I completely disagree. No, Paul Skeens didn't have a decision out of 13. That's different from wins and losses. When you get a no decision, it's taken out of your hands. To have a win still means something to me.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this. Let me tell you who's
On my
undefeated.
team or not? What was that?
Yeah.
What
It's
was
just-
that?
I discredit the wins don't matter.
Because I'm going to come for Spadoni because
It's like
I've been
saying
hearing him
RBIs
last
don't
week
matter.
say
No,
this.
runs are how you win games.
LeVar Ball's not undefeated. Father Time is. This dude is 42. He's like my old 78 Seville Cadillac with 200,000 miles. The win-loss thing, Spadoni, it does matter. And you're right. Last week you were saying, oh, he's got the velo. He's not fooling anybody. It is over. I think, like, if you told me he's pitching for put me in the coffin if my life was on the line and Verlander was going out there. It's over. He's had his run in the sun. I watch him pitch. Is he terrible, horrible? No, but he's not fooling these hitters anymore.
I would agree.
It is a wrap Saran. They don't score enough if I go with Spadoni model about winning the game 5 runs or whatever. So he's not getting 5 wins. He's not coming close.
Wins are not a quarterback stat, nor are they a starting pitcher stat going forward. How about that?
Well, you're wrong about the baseball stat.
The
They still keep them.
AARP club here, the three of you are getting on the young guy. That's fine. That's
All right,
fine.
all right, next
Millennials
topic.
are right.
Steiny with the correct answer
2 to
there.
1.
Well done, Steiny.
2 to 1.
Well, it didn't help that my partner was also on Team Steiny.
Family
Come
Feud.
on, yeah, there's a
When
feud
a guy
right
makes
now.
a good point, I got to back it up,
Wow.
especially when they're coming in an hour early to help us out.
Look at you.
You know? Carter, what's your next one?
Number 4. The Giants' pitching has been surprisingly impressive. Currently ranking 3rd in MLB with a 3.52 ERA. But Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong might be reaching their career high in innings and could be facing restrictions as a result. How concerned are you?
I'm so concerned. I think the Giants starting pitching, which I thought was a strength, which still is relative to the rest of the league, they're running out of arms here. Yeah. They need a starter. Now, I'm not saying trading away Kyle Harrison was the right move or wrong move or whatever. Like, Kyle was not going to help you out much this year. They need a legitimate another starter to enter the equation, whether that's via a trade or one of these guys in AAA. Just look at it right now. You tell me where they're going to get 150 extra innings to finish this year out. You tell me where it is on the roster. Is it Carson Wisenhunt, who's in AAA, who's been okay, but not blowing anyone away? Or are they going to have to go out and trade for somebody? We might be looking at openers down the stretch. And they don't have a lefty in that bullpen right now with Eric Miller's injury. They're going to need to get a lefty. To me, they're number one. As much as I want a center fielder, I need a right fielder. Yeah. I need a top of the order bat. I think pitching, as in starting pitching and one more bullpen arm, is not only needed, it's mandatory if you want to make the playoffs.
I actually think Harrison and Hicks, I wouldn't say the Giants are going to miss them, but if they had them on the roster, the pitching would look a little bit different. At least they would have 2 extra arms where they could use a pitcher to start a game. I'm with you, Shasky. I am concerned about the pitching, although I'm very impressed with Roop. It looks like Birdsong's beginning to fade a little bit, but Roop looks like he's the real deal. And they need him to be because of Verlander. That's why they need Roop to continue pitching like he does, because if he starts to fade, then they only have 2 pitchers who can, who can go out and win you a game. Get a win, Joe.
There's a lot of pitchers out there that Buster Posey could target the next couple of weeks. Mitch Keller, I mentioned, a Pirate that's going to be out there.
I mentioned him first.
Joe Ryan. Now, I mentioned him first. Shout out the Morning Roast, which is the first on our airwaves here at 95.7 The Game. Joe Ryan, a local guy, a name out there from the Minnesota Twins. 2 first names, though. Don't really trust him. So there are players out there still to be had going forward. But Landon Roop had the start of the season for me over the weekend. I have 0 concerns about their number 3 pitcher going forward, Landon Roop, who balled out Saturday, deserved to win pitching against the Dodgers in that lineup. I have no problems with Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Cy Young winner in the past. 4 and 5, I think every single team out there is kind of worried about their 4 and 5 pitchers going forward. The Giants aren't exclusive to that, Birdsong, we'll see. If they have to go opener here and there down the stretch, so be it. And you know how I feel about Justin Verlander. I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I'll say this. Shasky, you mentioned the word restrictions. I hate it. You got a pennant or a division to win, and the bottom line is fatigue makes cowards of all men, and I'm worried about this whole staff, and Buster set the bar so damn high when you went out and got Devers. It would be negligence if you didn't deliver or try to go get a Mitch Keller or guys like that, and I'm worried about Logan Webb. Oh, by the way, he'll pitch an inning tonight. Had a 6-run lead Friday night, and the Dodgers got at him, and they chased him out of there. And then if they just take a natural regression, him and Robbie Ray, then what are you looking at? There is no Harrison. So if Buster is that guy that we're all excited about and it looks pretty, you got to go get another starter. You just do.
Who gets the run?
Shasky, congratulations.
Let's go 2-2, tied up. All right, let's get this fifth one in before the break. We've got something fun we're going to unveil on the other side, and we're going to finish this game. We got Goo and Steiny in. It's a Giants edition of like a family feud, if you will. Give me a Carter. Give it to me. Let's go Guru versus Spadoni on this one only.
Oh.
In a must-win Game 7 play-in situation, are you giving the ball to Logan Webb or to Robbie Ray?
Ooh, I'll start first. I'm going Logan Webb. The guy's been a bulldog. He has been leaned on against the hated Dodgers in a playoff series in the past. He's been under more high-leverage situations than Robbie Ray ever has. And I think Robbie Ray, a little bit at times, when the pressure's on, could be a little bit of a head case. I'm going Logan Webb in the orange and black go.
Yeah, and for every reason that you just mentioned and some, the bottom line, this is lightweight offensive. The face of the Giants, and I hate it because he's not an everyday player, is Logan Webb. This is his team. This is his game to lose. There's no way you would give the ball to anybody not named Logan Webb in a win-or-go-home situation.
All right.
I think if you're playing the Dodgers and they're all those lefties, you might have to consider it. I do think matchups might play into it. Logan's had moments in the playoffs twice against the Dodgers. He had that great start a couple of weeks ago. But let's just say hypothetically, it's the Dodgers and it's a Game 7 and they've got Shohei and Freddie Freeman, all those lefties. I don't think it's as automatic as you guys are making it.
But how does that conversation go? Hey, Logan, let's talk. We're going to give the ball. Man, please.
Maybe you start with Robbie Ray and you go to I don't know. I'm not saying that it's as slam dunk as you guys are making it. That's all I'm saying. I do think Robbie Ray's good.
Spadoni, well done.
Yeah, that's me. Good answer. Good answer.
He begged for it. Way to go, Carter.
Good answer. Good answer. By the way,
next one.
Real quick, before we hit the next one, because I know we got the break here in a couple minutes, by the way.
We don't. We blew the brakes.
Oh, we blew the break?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We just don't have breaks at all anymore?
Yeah.
10-2.
That's fine with me. Steiny and Guru in courtesy of River Islands here along Spadoni and Shasky.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all courtesy of River Islands.
Thank you, River Islands.
Because all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Logan Webb, in his career, 18 appearances against the Dodgers, 6-6 with an ERA of 4.33. Conversely, Robbie Ray in 23 appearances against the Dodgers in his career, 9-6, 3.32 earned run average. Steiner.
I'm still going with Webb.
Are you?
Yeah, and this is where kind of longevity actually comes in for me. I mean, he's been here the longest. He's been their ace for 3 to 5 years now. Robbie Ray, Webb's more of a Giant, so I'm giving him the ball.
No, I
do think they're basically even. They're both great pitchers, but I'd go with Webb.
Robbie Ray's been so good this year. I think most people agree with you, and I'm probably taking the minority, stance on this. But when Robbie Ray's going, I mean, he's got Cy Young-like stuff when he's on. Yeah, he is filthy. What do you got there, Carter?
His run is Sharapova-esque.
Look at him.
Continue, Carter.
Wow. Okay. Number 6.
Well, who got the run there?
I thought I already gave this out.
Oh, you did. Okay, go.
Number 6. Which member of the current active roster will not finish the season on the active roster or even in the organization altogether?
Goo, you want this one?
No.
Jasky, go.
Yeah. Who will not be on the roster by the end of the year that's on the team right now? That is a great question. I'm going to take one off the board that I know that we asked various people and they kind of laughed at me. I think it's Wilmer Flores. You know, I really do. I don't know if he has a defensive position currently, and if Devers could ever get out there and play first base, where does that leave you with Wilmer Flores? You know, if Bryce Eldridge eventually, some point comes up in the next 5-6 weeks, where does that leave Wilmer Flores? Could you get an arm for a DH like Wilmer Flores right now? And look, I like Wilmer. Yeah. I really do. I think he was a very important player for this team for a long time. I just question if Devers isn't DHing, but he's at first base, or if Devers is DHing, don't you kind of want Dom Smith's defense at first base? That left-handed bat in there? I don't know. I wonder if Wilmer Flores is the guy that could net you back a starting pitcher and you'd be able to kind of open up a slot for your young player in Bryce to make a September call-up.
I'll go. Now I got somebody. Wilmer's too long in the tooth for me to get something that would be worth anything, but it's the guy that tied the game up Sunday with one out in the ninth, and that's Matos. Yeah. And I know Yaz has an expiring contract, so you would like to see if he would take over, but it looks like he's just in a Kaminga zone. But I think other teams can look at Matos like, if we gave this guy run, he could do some things, and maybe he could net you or be part of a package that could net you a Mitch Keller or somebody that could help you with the arm game.
If you had to bet right now, do we get any look at Luciano over Matos before the end of the year, or do you think one or both of them could be traded?
One or both of them would be traded. If it ain't happened now, it ain't happening for Luciano.
Luciano's about to have 20 jacks in the minors, and we haven't even seen him.
I don't think he's Italian, but that's fine anyways.
That's fine.
It's okay. We don't mind.
Luciano is not Italian.
We'll claim him if we want to. That's fine. We need all the help we can get over here.
Steiny, who you got?
I'm gonna take somebody this is a bold one. Hayden Birdsong.
Wow.
What?
Hayden Birdsong. I'm going to say that he won't. If they make the postseason, he won't be on the roster. I think he's struggling.
As in DFA? I'm not DFA.
No. Just
left off the roster.
He'll be Barry Zito.
That makes sense because he's going to hit an innings limit. That's actually a good one.
Yeah.
You don't think traded though?
No. I thought it was. Won't be on the team, I just mean he won't be on the playoff roster.
I like that. That's actually a good answer.
But the assignment was not on the team.
No, but I think what he's saying is it won't be on the active roster.
He won't be on the Giants team when the playoffs start.
Take that into account, Carter.
Luciano is not an Italian last name.
Oh, you're on my team, buddy. My bad.
Lucchese is an Italian last name, though. Joey Lucchese is a guy that gets dealt at the deadline.
Are you kidding me? You went that low on the spectrum?
I think he's been pitching very well, actually, and he's going to be pitching so well. Some other teams are going to be looking at him. It's like, I don't know if he's a starter going forward, but we can use some bullpen help. Giants have a plethora of bullpen arms. Joey Lucchese, the local guy from Newark, California, he's not going to be on the roster.
Only lefty in the pen.
I know.
I actually like him.
I like Lucchese. He's a paisan.
See, he's a guy I actually think might take a couple of these Hayden Birdsong starts if Hayden Birdsong doesn't, perform well.
Interesting. There you go. Kata.
Steiny, congrats. That was a great answer.
Such a good answer.
Hayden Birdsong.
Tied up 3-3.
Way to go, Steiny.
All right, we got the 7th.
I don't understand it, but he's on my team.
7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Let's rat-a-tat-tat these because I want to unveil some fun topics that we have for the rest of the week because I want Steiny's opinion on some of these. I want the wise sage.
All right.
Well, we'll get to it in a second. 7th inning, bro.
You guys are right. I am an effing idiot.
Oh, my God.
Who played that?
Oh, my God.
That's so mean.
Oh, my God.
I said it.
What's your report card? What's your report card on Bob Melvin and the coaching staff? Which grade would you give them thus far?
They're currently a half game out of the third wild card in the toughest division in baseball. I would give Bob Melvin right now a B for Bob. Bob Melvin. He gets a B right there. What? It's true. Like, he can't get an A because you're not first in the division right now. But I'm not giving him a C because C would be average. They're an above-average team by record. You have to give him a B right now, Goo. Right?
No, I'm going C-. I'm a guy that lives on emotion. He's been asleep at the wheel. I haven't called him out. I've given him a pass. And had he been in tune with this team and used energy, maybe this team wins 3 or 4 more games. It took you forever and a day to retaliate. The bottom line is Matt shout out Bonte, Windmill Williams, sending guys around home, costing you a couple games. That stuff matters, man. And again, I can't come all the way for them because they're 7 over, but man, they could be 11 over.
What's your biggest gripe with Bob?
I think he sticks up for the players too much and doesn't call them out or call them on the carpet
cares
or
too much.
situation on the
That's
carpet.
his
No, it's
problem.
not care,
Yeah.
but just keep it real with us, man. One thou wow. Quit doing
Like
this.
with who?
Cub Scouts, with all the teams. Somebody messes up, call Matt Williams out, Call the hitters out.
Okay.
Is Devers not playing hitting? Or is he hurt or not? I don't like he's soft, man.
Well, because I couldn't
play for him.
Let me
That's it.
defend
I couldn't
Bob.
play
Can I
for him.
defend Bob? And I've been critical of Bob for specific situational pitching substitutions or lack thereof. Who would you have batting leadoff right now on the Giants? Because everyone's complaining about the lineup, and my thing is hey, wait a minute. They signed Jung-Hoo Lee, Farhan did, and I thought he would be a top of the order catalyst. He's not been that. Okay, he's been kind of hit and miss, and a lot of guys have been underperforming or not playing well, and so you're trying to find something with the lineup, and I'm not sure who I would have bat leadoff.
Ramos is my guy.
You like him?
Yeah.
What about you, Stein?
I would say Ramos too, believe it or not.
He's been
because
struggling the last 2 weeks.
He ain't the only one, but he has.
True. 60 or 70 at-bats, he's been struggling, but I think he's their best hitter.
Okay.
And Devers probably is, but you're not going to lead Devers off. I think Ramos is the guy that of Devers, Chapman, and Adames. I don't want any of those guys leading off. So Ramos is the natural, and then we'll fill in after him. But I'm with Goo on this one.
So C- for both of you for
C+.
Bob.
I'm going to defend him. Let's go to Sunday's loss, right? Sunday's loss for me. I'm going to go B with Spinoni. I'm with him on this one.
You got Bailey Bunton with a torpedo bat?
Timeout.
Who's calling that?
Players need to
you
play
can't
it.
get a bunt down, as a big leaguer.
You should know if he can bunt or not bunt.
You're batting 190. You should be able to bunt. If you're not bunting, you can't contribute.
And it's not something we see him do all the time.
He walked Ohtani, which was the right move. He got Betts and Will Smith out with Bivens, and a blooper. A blooper drops in and they lose that game. They should have won that game. All right, that is
Casey Smith not tag up.
That's on players not executing. Bob's not running the bases for them. Bob's not the one landing bunts.
But you
for
are
them.
responsible for what your kids do. Let's keep it real. You can tell little Johnny and Susan to do the right thing. They mess up. That's on the parents.
The Giants,
they're adults though, Gil. They're not
held
kids.
the Dodgers scoreless in the 10th.
Yeah.
They start the bottom of the 10th with a runner at second.
A ghost runner, yes.
And they have their worst hitter at the plate. But he's also their best bunter. You've got to bunt there, and he's got to get it down.
On 2
All you
pitches.
need is 1 run.
Yes.
You get him to third, night.
What makes
That's
him your
on Bailey.
best bunter?
Because he's
what
actually,
did I miss? What did I miss? Who was your best bunter?
Yeah, I heard Kruk and Kite say
The torpedo bat. I love that. I love that you're obsessed on the torpedo
did you see
bat.
though where the ball? It was okay, this is bad.
It was
and then have
horrible.
him do it the third time.
How do you pop up 2 bunts on low pitches is beyond me. I will defend Bob.
Goo. Well done.
4-3, Guru and Steiny.
My man.
All right, 8th inning. Now we're getting into the clutch stuff.
That's all.
Clutch stuff right here. 8th inning.
All right, go ahead.
Is there anything between now and the end of the regular season that could get you to lose faith in Buster Posey or Bob Melvin?
Yes. I'll take this one. If Devers becomes in a complete malcontent and something bad happens behind the scenes, that's the only way for me that this could turn the season into dumpster fire. If Devers refuses, gets mad at either Buster Posey, someone in the clubhouse, a reporter, I don't know. That's the only way that this could be a stain on Buster Posey, who stuck his neck out for this guy. Let's be honest. He was a malcontent in Boston, and what has Boston done since, guys? 10 in a row. They're balling right now. They kicked Devers to the curb, not even look back. They don't even care what they got. So that's the only way for me.
But you say that makes Devers look bad? The fact that
it's not looking good, right, Goo? It's not looking good. That's all I'm going to say. That's the only way that this season could be bad for Buster and Bob is if Devers becomes a malcontent.
My partner just said about 5 minutes ago, there's no pressure for the Giants to make the playoffs after Buster Posey said it's go time, pulled off that trade, and if somehow they were to slump and fall out of it, and I heard Bowmel or Posey say, nothing to see here, we're still good, we're looking for the future, that would I would then question the culture of what I was sold and told. When Buster called the shot, delivered Devers, then you slump or it goes the wrong way, but there's no heads to roll in regard to calling people people out. That would leave a bitter taste in my mouth.
Did we think they were a playoff team before the season started?
Wild card, I'm asking. I did wild card.
Okay, you thought
and
wild
I've been
card.
doing that the last 4 years.
Okay,
I thought that was a
your
legitimate expectation.
So your expectations were heightened when they brought in Devers.
Oh my gosh!
So you thought winning the division?
Yes, it was like it's feasible, but you tricked off games like Sunday.
Okay,
you could have been 4 back. I'm just saying.
Okay, all right, Steiny, what about you?
No, because I don't see this team. This team is not going to flounder. All right, they're not going to go 20-40 in the second half of the season. I just look at Buster Posey and what he's done, and now I'm looking at last year's team and the year before that, and I think he looks at, do they want to make the playoffs? Of course they want to make the playoffs, but I think this is a 2 or 3 year makeover that the Giants are, that he wants to make the Giants into. And no, I mean, as long as they hang around the third wild card, if they don't make it and they miss by a game or 2 or 3 games, no. The question was, will you lose faith? No.
I think he's completely legitimized the Giants, and now they're actually
What's that
credible.
mean?
They're credible. Like, they got Chapman, they got Adames, they got Devers. They're bold. They're in the mix. They're now one of the halves. They're not on the outside looking in. And look, yes, they could still underwhelm and disappoint everyone, but I think the fact that you have Buster, his credibility, similar to John Lynch, similar to where the Warriors are now, there's just this respectability that the fans and the nation have with this team.
I'll say this, and I want to pose this to you guys as well. Like, if Devers does start doing the same things that cropped up in Boston, though, that's
a different question.
No, but that's how it becomes bad, is what I'm saying. That is, like, Buster Posey is Devers' guy and vice versa. Like, that's tied at the hip as far as I'm concerned. So if all those problems start springing up again, not saying they are, by all accounts, everything's been fine except Will Clark, Will Fleming on line 1. Other than that, everything's been fine. But if it's not fine, though, and he, like, the weight becomes an issue, and his refusal to, like, get that under control, that is something that could bleed into next season.
Look, sports has a way of kind of settling itself. We thought Trey Lance was going to define Kyle Shanahan. Somehow he wiggled out of it, right? And he found Brock Purdy. We thought that the Jordan Poole trade and what they did with CP3 and the expiring contract and all that was going to define Dunleavy. And somehow he wiggled out of that and found a way to get themselves Jimmy Butler. So sometimes we think something could be the linchpin of making or breaking an organization, and the reality is there's other elements at play. Now, we got to get to the next topic because we have to unveil a bracket. So, Carter, choose a winner on this one. 8th inning.
Spadoni, well done.
Let's go, 4-4. All right, 9th inning. This is where it's all coming. No ghost runners.
We are tied up at 4-4, and for our final question, the Giants are currently on pace for 85 victories, according to Fangraphs. Would this number be acceptable to fans, and is it enough to make the postseason?
I don't think it's enough to make the postseason. I think you've got too many teams that are going to be in that 86 to 89 range, and I think you miss the playoffs by 1 or 2 games, and we're going to go back and look and say, I cannot believe you lost to the White Sox, the Marlins, losing a game here and there to the Rockies, the 2 games in Arizona, the game on Sunday against the Dodgers. I think if they end up with 85 wins, it's not enough, and I don't think Giants fans are going to be thrilled. I think we're going to be really frustrated, and we're going to play the woulda, coulda, shoulda game of all of these blown opportunities where they should have handled business against lesser teams. No, it's not enough.
No, that's great, Butch, and I don't want to agree with you because you're on the other team, but I'm with you. 85 doesn't get you in, and that also tells me that you got buyer's remorse for Ralphie Devers, and he did not have the impact we all thought he would have, and somebody's got to figure out here soon in the Bay what ails this offense. Maybe they need some Blue Chew because they are impotent, and we need to fix this, and to get to 85 or more, you got to hit the ball. You can't expect the pitchers to cover your ass like they've been doing, so 85 would be disappointing.
I think so too. I'd be disappointed too because all these guys are in their prime. Carter, who's the winner?
Guru, well done.
Yeah, a little Blue Chew.
All right, hey, look. Let me tip my cap.
We're on the same team, bro.
Tip my cap. Thank you guys for coming in for this. We're not done though.
I was like, wow.
No, we're not done.
We got
so you guys
minutes.
win, Carter. Say it that they win the inaugural Family Feud.
They did win the inaugural Family Feud. Well done, Steiny Guru.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, who cares?
Yeah.
All right. We're not done, though.
Yeah.
Because this is usually...
Are we taking a break now? Or
No. There is no break.
Steiny, I literally tried to break 30 minutes ago, and they said, no, we're not breaking.
We're in the gym, baby. We're in the gym.
So we were kicking this around for this week, and we're going to have fun. I know, Steiny, I'm asking you to work a lot.
We're in the radio
You know
gym. This is fun.
Guys, see, exactly. This is a lot of fun. Montana Young is one of the great sports debates of all time. It sparked radio in this market for years to come. Would you agree?
No doubt about it.
Sure.
We were kicking around, what are some of the Bay Area sports radio topics? Steiny, I love you. Yeah. Of all time. What are the evergreen topics that you and your buddies could kick around and you could build a segment out of it today, no matter what time it was in the last 25 years?
Because it's quarter century, so we're doing the last
Right.
25 years. And we could go, because obviously Montana Young prior to that dominated the 90s, right?
No doubt.
80s, yeah.
Rightfully so.
So we built a bracket of what we determined to be the best
This is awesome.
sports radio topics of the 21st century in the Bay Area. And I'm going to throw some of them at you, and you just jump in whenever you want to jump in.
Can I guess one that's on
Give
the
it
board?
to me.
Alex Cap.
Alex and Cap is on the list.
It has to be.
Alex Smith versus Colin Kaepernick. How about Jim Harbaugh versus Jed York?
Oh, that is that still bothers me.
How about the Warriors blowing a 3-1 lead?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can we still talk about that to this day?
Of course, we don't.
You okay over there?
Did that come out?
That came out.
Oh, boy.
Hey, that was an elite talk to report. And I've done that before, too.
You know what? That isn't talked about, though, very much.
Really?
Well, you
I
know
don't-
why?
Right. We bring it up, and then we stop talking about it.
We put it under the rug.
Devastating, man.
I think it's one of the, like, there's the Iguodala getting hurt. There's the LeBron crying about it. There's the Draymond suspensions.
That's it right there.
Like, there's like 50 things that I get into. And then the fact that Steph threw the ball out of bounds behind his back as my dad's breaking the remote control on Father's Day. It's one of the worst losses of all time. Iguodala dunked the ball.
Yeah.
Dunked the ball.
Which was a great play by
Kyrie
Bron.
shot.
Yeah, but I got to say this
Festus
about
fouling
that.
in Game 7.
Oh, Draymond had the good Game 7. That's the least you can do. That's why we're playing Game 7. It's the Stephen A. stimulus package that the NBA gave him. But I'm telling you, if Dre were in New York or Philly and that happened and they lost, he couldn't come back from that.
Now you
we
see
are
why,
so soft.
Now you see why this is on the list.
I'm not hating
How
Dre.
about this
We
one?
are soft.
I'll just rat-a-tat-tat a couple others and get in whenever you find one intriguing. Lester for Yoenis Cespedes. A pitcher for your number 3 or 4 hitter.
Who couldn't hold a runner on base?
I know. Madison Bumgarner on the dirt bike, ruining the season for the Giants, and another station refusing to acknowledge it.
That's classic.
How about this one? The Tuck rule.
Oh, my, just biggest crime in the history of sports, right there.
How about you?
They made up a rule.
Go Hawaiian.
How many of these do you have? 16?
Yeah.
Yep.
You have Monte Ellis in the moped?
I had that. They took it off.
We took it off.
They took it
How
off.
did it not make it?
Bumgarner's, that's bigger.
That's
He
Bumgarner
was,
on
but
the
Monte
ATV
on the
or whatever.
moped, he showed up with a fractured ankle.
Dude.
And then
I mean, it sabotaged the season.
Bumgarner having the fake name of Mason Saunders made it so
all
much
time.
better, too. His alias,
How about this
Steiny.
one? Barry Bonds and steroids.
Man.
Is that evergreen?
Man.
All right.
Yep.
How about all of the 49ers Super Bowl losses?
I used to have friends that would say, when we go, we win. Not lately.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
In a row.
How about real?
How about this one? This is an evergreen one. The A's moving.
Yeah.
But that's another one that it's just no fun to talk about.
It's not fun
It's
to talk
sad.
about, but it's...
They had a
but
three-peat.
It's all of the Oakland sports, technically,
Yeah,
and I know
yeah.
the Warriors aren't.
getting upset
They're
now.
Bay Area's team,
Man.
but it's almost like it was representative of all of it, culminating in John Fisher being the jerk that he
Do
is.
you guys drive by and ever just
All the
think
time. I
like
drive by Candlestick all the time, and I think about it all the
the
time.
day games when
Well,
they had McGuire and Henderson?
Well, they
could
still
say-
do. Shout out the Oakland Roots, and you got to
Yeah,
know
shout-
your
you're
roots
right,
because
but
they're
you know
giving
what
away.
I mean,
They're giving away the
McDonald's.
Billy Joe bobblehead. You know Billy Joe Armstrong. of
Brady
Radio
Kavanaugh.
Stein.
Shout out
Pipe
Mr.
down
Fat.
over there
Yeah.
with the reeds.
Shout out
I mean,
Fabby Davis.
Jesus.
That's right.
And
Let's
that's
go.
the Safeco Catch of the Week.
Wow.
I mean, come on.
She's not
How
calling
about this
Bruce
one?
games.
Is Jimmy/Brock elite? Is that it? Like,
Well, I just saw a survey of 70 NFL executives, and they do not have Purdy in the top 10.
Well, if you would have asked that same poll last year, I would have had C.J. Stroud somewhere in that top 10, and this year he's not in there. So I think it's a moving list. Like, if I told you Jaden Daniels...
He's 5th right now.
Okay, if he fell out of the top 10, would anyone be surprised? He's a young
C.J.
player.
Stroud did it. I'm not saying he's that, but I can't wait to see Daniels. Did you say it? I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, he said that.
Well, Carter was in my ear saying we're out before you laugh.
I was looking. Carter wasn't even
Carter
talking.
Back me
that
up.
Was my fault. That was my fault.
He said we're out at 49 for Fast Five, so I didn't hear C.J. Stroud.
Last couple before I forget.
I didn't like you guys laughing at me.
I love you. Alex Smith or Aaron Rodgers?
Honestly,
what could it be?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny now?
Nope. RELAX.
He fell to 24, right?
Yeah, because no one. We should have took him.
Yeah, had the wherewithal to take him, not feel better because nobody else did.
Lump him in with 23 teams that blew it, or 22 teams.
How about
the
Barry
Zito
Zito
contract?
broadcaster over him? How about that? Barry Zito contract?
Barry Zito contract?
Yeah, it's up
Barry
there.
Zito contract?
Oh, wow.
How about this one? The Raiders trading John Gruden.
They traded a head coach for a first-round pick.
And here's my all-time favorite, just because it's hilarious, because I was wrong and we all were wrong. Mac Jones versus Trey Lance.
Oh, wow. Man.
Have we missed any that should be on the list?
Kaminga.
Okay.
You think Kaminga?
Recency bias. Yeah. But yes, Kaminga.
And Clay for Dwight Howard. Remember that was
last
Clay
year.
for Dwight Howard.
Ayuk's contract situation last year was a constant.
Wouldn't you lump that into all the 49ers contract stuff? That's why we're so frustrated with Juwan Jennings, Bosa, Debo, all of it.
Just the last 25 years, because I wanted to have Sprewell on there. I wanted to have Don Nelson on there. Because Don Nelson, for me, as a Warrior fan, like, he was a mixed bag. I loved him. I also hated him.
But
like,
what about the Lake Up retirement ceremony for Chris Mullen? Him getting booed and then building the dynasty. Like, I'm ready for the doc to come out.
Well,
just think about that night.
I think the punch, for me, kind of encapsulates. Like, Draymond should be on this list 4 or 5 times.
We woke up and saw it after they told us.
You know who's not on this?
They got in a little scuffle.
KD's not on this, and I think that gets lumped into 3-1 for me. Because like, if you don't
look at life after
3-1,
he left here, I'll just be quiet.
What's your favorite sports radio topic of the last 25 years in this market that you don't think we talk enough about?
That's a great question. Honestly, because we're gonna have recency bias because of this. But the fact, and I'm going to keep bringing this up, the fact that Draymond Green punched a teammate and did not get suspended.
Because he had to be there for ring night.
And Bob Myers goes, no doubt. Bob Myers goes, who released the video? Not the action of him getting hit. We got to find who released it.
That was the most ridiculous thing.
Don't say that.
How about when the Giants released Dusty Baker's tax information?
Boy,
I mean, you want to go.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember
How
that.
dirty was that?
How about Jeff Kent in the falling off of his motorcycle and saying he was washing his truck?
Well, I remember
You know what?
that.
I think when you put it in the last 10 or 15 years, I think it's Draymond Green.
Period.
Yeah,
just Draymond.
Draymond Green.
It's him and Jimmy. Those two names have dominated.
Jimmy
Garoppolo.
And Purdy's getting there. Like Purdy's, depending, like no matter what happens with Purdy, he's going to get there.
He's not
because he's either going to.
Right.
You're right. But if he doesn't live up to expectations, that'll become.
They
He
don't
had a
make the
chance
playoffs.
like Jimmy
Guys,
to hit it.
They don't make the
go ahead,
playoffs this year, and he's getting paid what he's getting paid coming forward. They don't make the playoffs. Fair or not, even if he throws for 50 touchdowns, people are going to be coming for him.
But the bottom
That's
line
not-
is he took you there, though, man. He took you there, and the coach didn't know the overtime rules. I hear you, Butch, but some things come to an end, and I'm just wondering, is this a soft reset for the Niners?
What about Bruce Bochy getting fired?
Well, maybe we'll find that out in Fast 5.
We're out, Steiny.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, thank you guys.
Attaboy.
No problem.
Was that fun?
Wait, don't
Sure.
prize.
Hey,
Yep.
as assistant program director, you guys could chop that up and replay it at some point today.
Thanks, Steiny.
He's exhausted.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
You know, there are certain old gunslingers that may be like washed up completely, but then they show up to the OK Corral and they take out a few people. That was what Steiny just did during that hour.
Wow.
I mean,
proud of him.
He showed up like Nolan Ryan in his 40s and was ready to beat the crap out of Spadoni like he was Robin Ventura.
You miss him in
running
Willard.
at
It was
that,
yesterday with Ali Frazier on the
Wait, what happened yesterday?
Yeah, go
Enlighten us.
back on the Odyssey.
Oh, okay, it's a tease.
It was great.
The past tease.
Oh, yeah.
Good old reverse 24-hour tease.
My bad. But yeah, he was in a good mood.
I'll say there's a Steiny. There's always going to be that level.
Thank you guys for coming in.
When I
this was
produce
great.
for Steiny, and you know this, I poke and prod and just hop
That's
on
it.
with all the fact
He's so
checking for
different,
him.
but it's natural.
I love the guy. And I sent a text last night, and I got I've heard a mention of it. And I go, are you in or?
Like, what does that mean?
I go, are you in or are you out, dude? Like, what the hell? I was pissed. I came in this morning, are you in or out?
Dude, man.
Hey, but seriously, though, that was a lot of fun. We got to do that more often.
We got to do it more.
I love the glasses, by the way. It was very Junior.
Harry Carey.
No, Junior Soprano.
Carey.
The Sopranos. He's Uncle June. He's Uncle June right there.
That's Chicago Cubs baseball.
South
I'm going to give you a 1. Yeah.
What's your final thought today, Joe?
My final thought is thank you to Steiny and Guru, because we're asking them to come in a little early, not do as much prep on their show. It does. It means a lot. I think people like to have you guys come on with different shows, and that was a lot of fun. And I hope the audience really enjoyed it.
I feel like when we get together like that, even on the crossover, I wish we'd do one in the morning. I'll leave that there. It's like an episode of the Super Friends when I used to see them all together.
Should I go see Superman?
No, and listen to Francesca's review of it.
Okay.
They casted Superdog. It was
Crypto, that's his name.
That's not his dog. It's the girl's dog. What?
No, he's from Krypton.
Whoa.
Butch, Clark Kent had a problem with social media being too aggressive, so I don't want my super. How did that Oh my God.
I got to go see it.
Okay.
Daryl?
Daryl? That was, remember that one you called in the Mother's
you know
Day?
Evan's living the good life.
forgot.
Evan has a bowl. What is that? Is that bananas and oatmeal?
No,
That's a man who got a full night's sleep. I mean, I'm so jealous.
Evan Giddings, probably the most fit guy here at the station every single day.
Yeah, because he doesn't have life weighing him down.
Real quick, I'm giving my guy some credit right here.
Look
He
at
eats his
him.
peanut butter, oatmeal, and bananas every single day. The guy's chiseled out of granite over there.
We
Look
got
at
to
him.
check
Come
his
on.
liver.
Check his liver. Well, you know what?
I'm playing, but
Everyone's
now
got
he
their
is.
vices. That's all right. All right. So that's your final thought. Don't see Superman.
Oh no, mine is the Valkyries went to my first game
wearing the
yesterday.
shirt.
Is a vibe. It was incredible.
Nice.
I'm serious. And who knew that we would come out and support another basketball team in the Bay? But it's a vibe, as the kids say.
I like it. Yeah.
Got cheated last night. Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah.
The final minute, and Nikase was pissed. The coach.
Yeah, she said it. Let them play.
God, I'm so jealous of Evan eating that bowl of cereal or
It's
whatever
not
that is.
cereal. I literally just
What's
said
the
it's
best part? The
oatmeal.
bananas.
Are you sure it's oatmeal?
And with
Yes.
bananas in it.
Dude, I produced with this guy every single day, Monday through Friday. I know his entire life story.
But you can
I
go
know
eat
his
in a few
deepest,
minutes,
darkest
though.
secrets.
Bro, the stuff that we eat when we get off this show, it's unhinged.
Wow.
Fried food. Like,
I can eat sushi right
Steiny's
now.
looking at me like, why am I still on?
Because Steiny doesn't
Tell
realize
him
this
what
is not work.
happened.
This is
Yeah.
fun.
Okay.
I think he's feeling left
I
out.
never
Here's
met
some-
somebody
Bro,
I didn't
don't be
like.
mad. We're spooning with goo over here.
Big spoon or little spoon? That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Matt Steinmetz and the artist formerly known as Daryl the Guru Johnson show is next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I was just a pig in heaven.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Again.
We won, baby.
We spoke at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9 to 10.
I'm happy to do that for Shasky and Spadone. That's fine.
I saved the day.
I'm that bad. Yeah. What's up, baby?
Not much. This is also known as the slowest sports day of the year.
It's the All-Star game. And as a kid,
right, but it's not till night. It's not till tonight, though.
But it started last night, the festivities.
Well.
You didn't watch?
I mean, my guy, my guys,
yeah,
I
he
knew
won.
my guy was going to win.
Yeah, I should have bet on him, Cal Raleigh. But, yeah, Steiny, I'm excited about the All-Star game, and I know it's not the same.
What are you excited most about?
The uniforms, seeing all the no, seriously, that's all, and they're going to their traditional. So I love that the home team, whoever it is, will be in there all white. Like, it's just a collection of this is our league, and the what did I tell you? The importance that goes into every stitch on the uniform. Like, I'm a nerd for that stuff. And I'm coming off a high in my nice brand new Valkyrie shirt. Steiny had a great time with 49 and Frankie and my boy Kane and Francesca, Frankie's daughter. That's a vibe, dude. The Valkyries. Seriously, I would love to go with you. I know you went without me, but we got to get back out there. I haven't been to a
Valkyries game yet.
I thought you went with. Oh no, you went to the Warriors game. Right. We got to go. We got to go. It's a thing.
I hope
Steiny.
I'm not going to put you in a bad spot.
Oh, no, not at all.
But you said a Valkyries game is louder than a Warrior game.
Dude, I did the wave last night. Like, I got up because it was that crunk. But no shade at the Dubs. Why do you think that is? I couldn't. We talked about it. Evan's been to one. Evan, it was as loud or equal as a Warrior game, and I'm just trying to figure out why.
It was louder and more than not equal.
Wow.
It's the environment, like you can make whatever you want about the play, the team, level of competition, whatever. The Valkyries are the best show in town.
That's incredible.
So
the environment is off the chain.
Steiny, it's real, man.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, novelty would be the first thing that comes to mind. But I get the sense that, you know, in 2 or 3 years, they're still going to be pretty excited about this team, I would think.
But why is it hitting a bit different for the better?
You know what? I didn't know, but 888-957-9570. Why are the Valkyries,
who got robbed, by the way, bad call at the end,
why are the Valks fans louder than Warrior
fans? Is it because the newness of the team?
That's got to be part of it. Okay. But I don't like. I think
people
the
saying
Valkyries
cheaper price definitely a factor. Regulator on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I don't know why. But here's the other thing. I mean,
I did the wave, and it was coming. It wasn't what's going on, dude. So I'm like, wow.
The Warriors. I mean, they've got 4 titles under their belt, and I do think maybe there's some complacency that comes with that. The Valkyries are new, so the novelty's there. But again, when I look at the Valkyries, I feel like they're going to have staying power. Because they're already drawing 18,000.
Yeah, no doubt. It was a thing.
Maybe, I haven't looked at Valkyrie prices, but maybe cheaper ticket, invites more fan enthusiasm. I don't know. I'm not sure.
It was a time that we had, and Steiny, I'll tell you what, with or without you or Evan, I'm going again, and hopefully it'll be in the playoffs, as we talked about yesterday.
I mean, 408 on the Boxer and Gershon work injury attorneys text line, because the only people going to Valk games are basketball fans who want to have fun. It's not full of random people who don't care about the teams.
Wow, man. Wow. I mean, that could be it. But how do you ever know, I'm just letting you know that reminded me of Roracle. And I didn't know Chase could hit like that.
Yeah.
Boy.
Glad you had a good time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Glad you had a good time.
You talked to Willard?
About what?
Oh, crossover yesterday.
No.
So you guys are good? Not, yeah. No, I just brought it up.
Why wouldn't we be good?
I lied.
You got me and Dibs just sat back yesterday. Four-corner offense. But no, as long as you and Willie are good, it's all good.
I assume we're good.
Yeah, no,
Is he in today?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, great. Great.
Will! That was good.
Yeah,
that was great.
As long as we're talking about that.
He deserved it.
So let's start out with Juwan Jennings.
Go ahead.
Because this was one of the things that we debated yesterday, and Willard was in the wrong about it.
Will!
So a guy like Adam Schefter, all right, he calls GMs all over the league. He calls player personnel guys all over the league. And he says, what's going on with this team, with that team? And so and I don't know that it happened. I'm just telling you this is how it often happens as somebody who's been in the business. So you have, let's assume that Juwan Jennings told the 49ers, he wants a new contract or wants to be traded. Okay. Well, if the Niners have been sitting on that information for a month or so, then good chance they're making calls. And what I want to stress is, like, the NFL and the NBA, they're big sewing circles. That's what they are. And it's very possible that Schefter could be talking to somebody in Chicago or in Tampa Bay, and that GM or that president or that coach shares information about another team. That's fair game. Like, it's just fair game. And, I mean, if the 49ers made a call about Juwan Jennings, you can hear that from another team in the league that's not even related to the San Francisco 49ers.
Like, everything you said, I'm not disputing, but, Steiny, yesterday and today, I'm Team Willard in regard to, and I brought it up, I think there is benefit for Jennings' camp and his agent to put this out here to put pressure on the Niners. That was the genesis of what I was saying. What you said, I'm not saying that's not how it goes. My thing was, Steiny, Juwan Jennings is the winner here when this goes public, and if I was representing him, and I've never done the deed, I would definitely want to put this out and put pressure on the Niners to come up with a solution or get me my money sooner than later, because you tell me if this is good pub in a year after the Niners said they were tired of getting, basically, I'm paraphrasing, punked or pushed around in negotiations when they keep paying everybody. But I don't know why that's a big deal when everybody you're paying is worthy of the bread. And this is the one guy who might not be in Goo's book. So I just thought, man, course of action here is put this thing out so that might benefit our case and my client as far as getting a deal or letting the world know the Niners ain't doing right by me.
Yeah, it's possible that's the way it came down. It's also possible that Schefter found out from various other sources.
So is that what you guys were going back and forth about, like it doesn't have pop off like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my understanding. I mean, like, that's kind of the way it works. I mean, so let me ask you this. Latrell Sprewell.
Spree for 3.
He chokes P.J. Carlesimo at a closed practice, okay? I go home, and I get a call from somebody on another team, another NBA team that's already heard about what happened
before you
at the Golden State Warriors practice. So that's a source. Like, then you can report that Sprewell choked Carlesimo, even though the guy might have been in Toronto telling you that. But they all kind of know. They all.
Well, okay, let me ask you this, Steiny. What do you do with Jennings, man? And Butch and Spadone, I really believe this may be the end of the Niners as we know them as far as getting to the NFC Championship game, Super Bowl contenders. They did not make the playoffs, injuries or not, in a year after they blew what I believe they blew a Super Bowl. So who are the Niners to point at the schedule? And a lot of fans are doing it. The Niners aren't. And talking about, oh, we play Evan, we play Steiny, we play Carter. Like, you might be those teams. So I don't believe you can go hardball with Ayuk trying to work himself back, Debo in the nation's capital. Like, what's going like it and you just gave Brock Purdy bread. Like, Steiny, I really believe if a player had leverage, Jawan Jennings has it, even if he is the farthest thing from Jerry Rice.
I feel like he has leverage and he has no leverage. He has
Does
leverage.
one outweigh the other? Which one is more?
He has leverage because he can try to do this.
Okay.
But with all due respect, he's Jawan Jennings. He's not Ayuk. He's not McCaffrey. He's not Kittle. And what do you want the 49ers to do? If you are a San Francisco 49er fan, and over the last 2 days, you've heard that Jawan Jennings wants either more money or he wants to be traded, and you see how the Niners have done business for the last 3 or 4 years, what do you do? What do you do if you're John Lynch? 888-957-9570 is the number. We continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today, every day this week. Each show will give out one of our awesome prizes today. One lucky listener gets a Giants prize pack that includes a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and Jung Hoo Lee hooded shirt. A Jung Hoo Lee hooded shirt presented by Life Plus. That's your Giants packet. Listen today at 12:30 for your chance to win.
Wow.
July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
49ers in a shambles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Guru. What's up, baby? How you doing, man?
I'm not doing great.
We just won. Some said that wasn't Family Feud, but we won.
Yep. We won.
All right. What can I do for you to make yourself feel better? Anything but money, man.
Yeah, nah, it's just some family stuff, you know.
No, man.
You need a hug, Steiny?
I may need a sub is what I may need.
Well, I'm being real, and I'm going to say it now. I don't want to I had a great night, and I wake up to news this morning. My Aunt Annabelle in Mississippi is on hospice.
Oh,
so there could be – and then I got mad that there was a delay. I shared it with Evan on me getting the info back. But it ain't about me, and it's about my mom's sister, older sister. But I hate that I always try to insert myself into it. But anyway, life, Steiny. We got to enjoy it, man. We can't sit up here and argue every day for 4 hours. Well, kind of hard not to.
I know, you know. And,
I hope you. I'm trying to make you laugh.
No, I mean,
get back to arguing now.
Like 3.
Scott, wow.
You know, three weeks ago, I need therapy.
Or somebody to talk to.
Yeah. 3 weeks ago, I went back east for Buddy's 60th.
Gave a speech.
Came home. Daughter got married.
Beautiful.
Now, today, you know, my...
well, don't forget you had a golf tournament. You just went out of town.
Yeah, I had to say goodbye to my middle daughter today.
Oh, no, I got you, man.
She's headed back to London.
Wow.
Woo!
I don't even know
feel
what to
you.
say.
I'm with Jay Will. I'm hugging you over here, man.
You know, I mean, you have the whole family in town, and now they're gone.
Yeah.
All right. What are we talking about?
Life. Jawan Jennings.
Oh, that's right. What are you going to do if you're John Lynch?
Steiny, I got to be honest, man. Gone. Third and gone. Third and Jawan might be gone. I can't let people. This is sports version of lesser take me to the bank. Everybody went George Jefferson, took us to the cleaners, but they were more talented, and more important, I believe, than Jawan Jennings. So what's he asking? Steiny, I want him here. But, boy, if he's asking something ridiculous, then Jacob Cowing step up, Ricky Pearsall, and the rest of Robin. Now, Willard said was that Dibs. Is that suspension for fact? Or we assume he's going to be out a couple games?
Robinson?
Yeah, Robinson.
I think we're assuming he's going to miss some of the start of the season.
Which would be smart because, he's in the system.
Yeah, so
what do you do? Go ahead.
I don't know what I don't know how much he wants. Does he want $10 million a year? Does he want $15 million a year? Does he want more than that?
What if I told you I think for it to get to this point, he wants more than they were willing to pay?
Well, you might be right about that.
And then I got to say something else. Evan and I'll leave this alone, just back to Superman, the movie I thought was horrible. Francesca, older.
Simmer.
He put out a thing on it, on how horrible it was. I'll leave that there for the young people.
Simmer.
I'll send it to Lil D. But listen, I didn't like Superman because I thought he was a wimp. They had him too wimpy. And Superman is Superman. So I thought they had him too wimpy. I don't like Lynch and Kyle and Parag saying, you know what? We got bullied in the negotiations. That's your money. You do what you got to do, but don't come to the mic after it's over and you paid everybody, if true, saying we're going to be a tough guy. I don't know why I don't like that, Steiny. Do it with your actions, but don't tell us after you caved in or gave people the contract that we're going to be tougher. So maybe this, even though I didn't like it, is Exhibit A on, hey, we ain't shelling it out like we've been doing. But I want to say, and Jawan, if you're listening, this ain't about you, but it is. You're not a grade A player to where this could be a great example of it. But it could be, we don't care what level player it is, Goo. We got to stand 10 toes down.
I mean, they obviously paid Purdy this offseason.
You had to do that one.
They paid Warner this offseason.
Had to do that one.
They paid Lenore during the season.
I get that.
So the thing that the 49ers are going to have to deal with is the fact that they've set a precedent over the last 3, 4, 5 years.
Can that be a good thing, though? You've been winning.
Well, the precedent is that
who would you not have paid
their players.
Okay.
And guys have renegotiated, and the
Thunder are doing the same thing early on right now, and they're smiling as they sign it.
Well, they want a title, and they're young. They're young. They want a title, and they're a young team, and they're getting paid the max. So there's no complaints with those players. Jennings is 28. The Niners haven't won it, and he wants more money, or he wants to go somewhere else.
What would you do, Steiny? Seriously. You have to give us an answer. What would Matt Steinmetz do with all that you know and you've been talking about? Would you make an example out of Juwan?
No.
Or do you look at him like, you know what, you're good, but you ain't that good?
He's not the kind of guy I want to make an example out of, because he's been terrific for this team. And he's a competitor, and he works hard, and he's probably their toughest receiver.
Yeah.
So if I'm John Lynch, I've paid guys in my tenure, I can't make an example out of him. I've got to see what he wants, and assuming that we can finagle it under the cap, then fine, let's do it. Because you're right, Goo, I don't think you can pick the guy who's the one who's going to get left out.
Well said.
Unless you're willing to look at Juwan Jennings in the face and say, you're not Bosa, you're not McCaffrey, you're not Kittle, you're not even Ayuk. But I don't know that you want to do that with one of your players.
Well, let's put Brock Purdy on display right now. With what you know of Brock, and I admit, I think he took a couple steps back, but he got this contract. I said it, he earned it. But how lesser do you think Brock Purdy is with this version of weaponry without the services of one Juwan Jennings on third down or first down for that matter? How impactful can he be to Brock Purdy, making him be the best version of himself with what they have currently?
It's going to be hard. I mean, he'll have to lean on Kittle, I would think, more. Kittle had more yards.
Is that a bad thing?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, that's how I'm looking at it.
But the reality of the situation is early in the season, the 49ers have numbers issues at wide receiver because Ayuk's not going to be there. Robinson most likely won't be there. Pearsall, I don't know. We'll see if he's healthy come training camp. So Jennings is your money
I feel like
man.
He's in a good place because of that.
And you know what? That's probably why he wants more money.
And not to bring up our guy Willard, because that's our brother, Steiny. I think that's where you guys veered off. I think, you tell me if I'm wrong, I kind of just said it, and I'm double talking, Steiny. But the fact that this is out, I feel like it doesn't bode well for the organization. You could say whatever. You guys could disagree. I get it. But, Steiny, the fact that it's out and he said he wants to get traded, I take that as an indication the Niners are in the process or send him a message saying we're about to play hardball.
It's possible. It's possible. We know very little about what's going on right now. But the one thing that I'm trying to measure is isn't this par for the course now for the Niners? I mean, they've had guys in the offseason go through this process for the last 2-3 years, it feels like. And, you know, did we foresee McCaffrey wanting an extension last year? I guess the 49ers probably thought it was a possibility. What about Trent Williams? Did we see his holdout coming? Kind of, because that's what he was, he's kind of known for that. Ayuk holds it. So this is just, it's 2025. It's the offseason, and Jennings is the guy they've got to figure out. How big of a distraction is it? I don't know. Because I don't know. But I do know that the 49ers last year acknowledged that the offseason probably lingered into the year.
Well, so with that said, Steiny, there's no way then on the Steiny scoreboard or Goose scoreboard, this could be a positive. After what you just said, they didn't want this again. And now you got it with a different type of player.
Yeah, I mean, you've got it with just one guy. Last year
who's telling you
2 or 3.
Get me out of here for real.
Yeah.
If you can't meet my demand.
Let's go to Trevor. Trevor's in never mind. Trevor, you got to hold on a sec. I got you.
T, is that our Trevor?
Yeah, but
yeah.
I didn't see Carter's not in there.
Okay.
What else was I going to say about the Jennings thing? Yeah, I mean,
it's not.
I mean, if they,
it's not a good look.
I don't know.
They should have known he was coming up on 1 year and maybe have been aggressive and attacked it to where it doesn't get to this point. Or Lynch could be like in company, hey, Goo, we knew we want him to play on that. We're not ready to give him anything else. And I can understand that.
I don't have a problem
6
with
touchdowns last year.
Who?
Jennings.
And 3 in the one game against the Rams.
Wow. I'm just saying.
No, I don't know. Like, I know I've said it about 15 times, but this is one I have no idea about.
16.
I don't know what John Lynch is going to do. I'm
interested, though. I'm just curious, man. Because he's doing a demand.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is and this is where, I don't consider this, Jennings going public with a gripe. I just don't.
Oh, I totally do when you say you want to be traded.
He didn't say it to a writer.
But just the fact he said it in the ecos, I want to get, he's okay with not being a Niner is how I read that if he don't get his bread. So that lets me know you were on to something. If he goes, we'll never know, Steiny. But remember when Ayuk was saying he wanted to be the highest paid, and you guys tried to tell me Jennings IG had a story of people knowing their worth or having an overinflated sense of self. And, that's not related to that. I'm wondering if that's why he's doing this, watching Ayuk, who he might deem, okay, it might be a tad bit better than me. Maybe that was him saying, that dude got that.
Yeah.
And y'all ain't going to give me this. That's, to my point, Steiny, is how you get me out of here or.
Well, I'm just telling you that this happens probably more than we know. I mean, Juwan Jennings told John Lynch, or Juwan Jennings' agent told John Lynch that Juwan wanted to get paid more money. And if the 49ers can't pay him more money, then he wants to be traded. How there's no better way to do it if you're a player that wants out. So he didn't go public. He actually kept it in-house, and then somehow it got out to Adam Schefter. But, Juwan Jennings is not the kind of guy who's going to go to the media. He doesn't even like the media. He's not a big media guy. We saw that last year. So,
but don't you think that, forget how it got out real quick, Steiny. Don't you think the fact that it's out, it's putting pressure, then that might be too strong for some, on the Niners to make a decision?
Well, this is where, I feel like on the one hand, nothing changed yesterday except Adam Schefter found out that this was going on. The 49ers clearly they knew it, right?
Yeah.
Can we assume that John Lynch didn't look at ESPN and be like, oh my God, Juwan Jennings wants out or wants more money? No, I got to believe the organization, they knew that. So the fact that it's now public, I'm not sure how much it spurs anything. Because they were handling it a certain way before it got out. So maybe they'll continue to handle it the same way even after it got out. Yeah, I don't know.
And this is unfair, but it's just a guru computer talking out loud to you guys. Steiny, no matter what we know or don't know about the Kaminga situation, I don't think he's winning. For whatever reason, it looks like it's quiet on the set, no money or whatnot. And I know they're different ages, but I just don't see, and I could be wrong and I want to be wrong, but I just don't see Juwan Jennings winning this the way that he just went about it. Or maybe you're correct and it just naturally got out. but he's given this team an ultimatum.
And they've buckled before on ultimatums. I mean, maybe not buckled, but
like we've both been in relationships and we dated in the past. Here I go, a bad analogy, but I'll use it, Steiny. I think it resonates with me. You go out to dinner with your spouse and she says, you know what, I'm not happy. That's different than saying you go out with your spouse and she says, you know what, I'm not happy, and if we don't do this by then, I'm out. That hits different. Like he drew his line in the sand. Yeah, and when you say, you tell me if I'm wrong, I'm doing too much, Steiny. When you say you want to get traded, doesn't that mean you thought about life after where you're at?
Of course.
Like that could have started when I'm just, you know what I mean? You don't feel appreciated, man.
My question to 49er fans is, what's Juwan Jennings' gripe? What's his gripe?
You asked me? I think he saw a receiver in IU get some bread that I think he thinks he's as good as or better, and he's like, you know what? It's my time. Even though I got 1 year, pay me.
I'd forgotten about
that is.
Yeah, what he had
Dude, I just saying.
What he had put on Instagram about.
Guys got and you know what I'm paraphrasing, Steiny, but it was interesting.
I mean, and I know fans don't look at it this way, but I guarantee you Jennings looks at it this way, and that is, I said it yesterday, it's like Brandon Ayuk's making $30 million. Juwan Jennings making 7.5. He's not 4 times better of a receiver.
That I'm with you.
So I got to believe that the 49ers, even though they may not want to, I think they're going to end up, fixing this somehow.
All right.
I really do. Now, the question I have is, how much does the early season injury or the early season Ayuk, Pearsall, Robinson,
it's got to be huge.
Well, yes and no. Like, yes, it is huge because you're going to need bodies.
Yeah. And I don't want to be negative real quick, Steiny. In my world, there's a part of me that thinks Ayuk might not see the field. That's okay. I'll just leave that there this season. That's just me.
Well, then they're not going anywhere.
Okay, forget that, but you need a damn receiver like Jennings.
I mean,
just because you come back don't mean you're back. You got to play yourself. Like I think this bodes well for Juwan and why he probably is getting this info or, this, what word of advice from his agent?
This from the 510 on the Boxer and Gershon Work Injury Attorneys text line. Steiny, the gripe is he's listed as wide receiver 3, but is relied upon and just put up wide receiver 1/wide receiver 2 numbers last year and wants to be compensated better than a wide receiver 3. That's from San Leandro Mo. I think
he didn't get 1,000 yards last year, and I know we don't even look at 1,000 like we used to, but he was slightly under that, so I don't think those are number one numbers.
No, but Kittle
6 touchdowns.
I mean, Kittle caught more balls for more yards than Jennings, but
that makes all the sense in the world.
The other thing is, Jennings is a huge third down receiver.
Man.
I mean, he's the guy they go to most. Who do you think, who's needed more? What team needs their player more? The Warriors and Kaminga or the 49ers and Jennings? Do the 49ers need Jennings more than the Warriors need Kaminga?
I'm going to say yeah.
Which one?
The 49ers. And again, this is all predicated on you basically have unknowns at the wide receiver position without Juwan Jennings. This has no, I'm not telling you how far I think they're going, but where the Niners are offensively with Brock Purdy and his weaponry, Steiny, it's got to be Jennings. And I love Kaminga, but I'm like, you got Dre, you got Steph, you got Jimmy. Then we get to Kaminga, but you talk about this receiving core and what's going on with Pearsall. Is he ready? Cowings? And then the issue with Rob, I'm saying the Niners.
Yeah, I would say so.
I don't think it's close.
I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, the 49ers right now have a shortage of receivers for a variety of reasons. Man. And now their best receiver, who's at least playing right now, outside of the tight end George Kittle, he wants more money. I mean, he wants more money. And for everybody asking whatever happened to just playing out your contract,
those
like
days,
old school.
man.
Well, the 49ers have exhibited that the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. And that's about the 18th or 19th time I saw it, or I said it. But they gotta figure this out, because they can't go into the season missing their top three receivers.
Man. And that's why I think I'm leaning Jennings gets some bread. And I do wonder, Steiny, we talked, how much do you think he's at would suffice? 22 for
I don't know. I mean,
dude, camp is next week, Steiny.
Yep.
Oh, my God. I asked Evan. I go, 3 weeks away? He's like, go next week.
Rookies report today.
Wow.
Man.
So man.
But then.
That's probably why Jennings is doing this
exactly.
now.
Right?
No doubt. Now, he did say that he's not going to hold out.
Oh, so he'll show.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Wow.
No, according to this story, he will not sit out training camp.
Oh, okay.
Why would he?
Right.
Just go, be miserable, get paid, and
we saw Ayuk do the same thing.
See what they do.
Well,
I mean, if I'm Jennings, I don't hold out.
Well, he said he's not going to hold out, but
Right.
he will request a trade.
Yes.
Like, if he does not get a new contract by the beginning of training camp, which is next Tuesday, he will request a trade.
Yep.
Wow.
And then we'll see what happens. It almost feels like he's Kaminga. Neither of them want to be here anymore.
Well, you got
crazy.
Yeah. We don't know either one's number. Funny.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're the San Francisco 49ers, you're John Lynch. How do you handle the Juwan Jennings situation? Do you just acquiesce? You've done that in the past, and you've had some positive results, going to a couple Super Bowls. I mean, how vital is Juwan Jennings to this team? I think he's huge the first 3 or 4 games, obviously, if they're going to be short of some receivers. But I don't know how John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are going to handle it. All right. Hey, we're continuing our All-Star Week prize blowout. That is happening today and the rest of the week. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a Giants prize pack, and it includes the following: a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and a Jung-Hoo Lee hooded shirt presented by Life Plus. You listen today at 12:30. 12:30. That's where you'll find out how to win this prize pack. So stick around till 12:30, and we'll tell you how to win. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And that segment was also brought to you by Safeway. me tell you what my new name is. Jawan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
Evan just came in and said, according to Susan Slusser in the Chronicle, Giants are the front runners to get the 2028 All-Star game.
Man, the Bay is popping, Steiny. And you know where, real quick, the Super Bowl this year is at?
Levi.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. The All-Star game was at Chase. The NBA All-Star game was at Chase this past year.
Kenny Smith party.
There was the Giants are in the running for the 2028 All-Star game, and then the Levi Stadium has a Super Bowl. Which one would you want to go to? NBA All-Star game, baseball All-Star game, or a Super Bowl at Levi Stadium that may not have your team?
Yeah, it don't matter. It's not even close, Donnie. It's the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl?
Yeah, those other two are exhibitions. And I know the last time we had in San Francisco at 3rd and King was 2007. That was the last All-Star game.
Yeah, I've never been to a Super Bowl. Have you?
No.
Evan? You ever been to a Super Bowl?
We've been to Super Bowl week.
Well, you know
That's
what?
true. That is true.
Snitches get stitches, E.
That is true.
They send us out there for work.
Yeah. Does that count? Or you got to go to the game like Bonte and Shaz?
I think you got to go to the game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think you got to go to the game. But, I mean.
Yeah. Is that even close to you, though? The Super Bowl's it because it's the game. It means something. The other two are just. Like you never once told me the NBA All-Star game parties were incredible, but I never heard you once say, "Go, I'm trying to go see the game."
No chance.
You're right.
You'd need to pay me. You'd need to pay me.
They need to fix
NBA
themselves.
All-Star game.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I mean, the one thing I'll say for the All-Star games is if you go, you see every great player in the league at one venue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No doubt.
As opposed to a Super Bowl where you'll see in the two best teams, but it's not a huge gathering of the best players.
Wow.
Yeah, I will say from a media perspective, it's pretty cool that literally every big player in the NBA is in the same room, and you can talk to all of them. There's no other place where you can do that.
Yeah, that's true.
Dope.
You want to? Can we take Trevor at this point? Trevor in Roner Park. Let's talk about Jawan Jennings. Hey, Trevor, thanks for hanging in, buddy.
Hey, no problem, guys. I had to be double-checked, I guess, so it's all good. I think there's a couple of things going on with Jawan Jennings. One, he is 100% worth giving a pay raise to. I wouldn't want the Niners to get rid of him, but the other thing is the business ethics about it. The way he's going about requesting it, similar to like Brandon Ayuk, I would hope that the Niners would learn something from that. I think Jennings deserves the money, but I hate the way it goes public and he throws the pay me or trade me crap out there. It just puts a bad taste in my mouth. I hate hearing that. I'm sure they'll get something done. If I'm the Niners, I'd probably take that negotiation a little bit tougher than I normally would if he would have asked in a different way. That's how I kind of feel about it. But, yeah, he's definitely worth keeping, and they need him.
Hey, T, I got to say this because you're family, and you had Steiny and I on your podcast. My messenger is down on Facebook, so you got my info. I don't know if you're trying to reach me that way, but if you are, I ain't got action, buddy, so you got to get me.
Oh, yeah, I am, man. I need to get your info because I need to get you guys back on.
All right, there you go.
Both of
All
you,
right.
for sure.
All right. Yeah, reach me on social. Yeah. Steiny, now, what? Can I just tell you something? I know it's not Friday. I go to the game, and I got to take the Valkyrie game. Thank you. And I'm sitting with 3 other people. We take a picture. Okay. I post it on my socials. Why can't people just, that's good as folk? You don't have to respond or critique everything.
Well, what do you mean?
I had something white on my chin. It was like a little speckle. It's like, can't we just enjoy that I'm enjoying myself and I'm trying to share it with you?
Who took the photo?
I did. So, I got long arms, so I did that.
So you didn't see it, though, when you were taking the picture. Oh, well.
Hey, I got a friend,
What was
Ron
it? Was
T.
it a piece of
yeah, it
popcorn?
looked like sugar. Hey, I got a friend real quick, Steiny Ron T, that we took a group photo of the guys. He wasn't there, and he had the technology to add himself to the picture. And had you not known he wasn't there, it looked real. I'm not that good on, doctoring pictures, but you and I take a pic, Evan can come in and just add himself in it. It's pretty dope with the phone. It's pretty dope.
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, either do I.
I'm
Technology.
very limited in that regard.
You need a bigger phone too. I see you struggling reading that little thing. You can upgrade.
Yeah, I don't.
Go big or go home. That's a saying.
Yeah, I know. You're making me laugh a little bit today, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
This is Evan had this. Evan was talking about this. And you know what? No, let me talk about Juwan Jennings, and I'll set it up again.
Juwan Jennings.
So
that's the starting we need. Give it to me one more time.
Ain't coming today.
Juwan Jennings.
No.
That's the man. Oh boy. Okay, go ahead, Starty.
So a week from today, the veterans report, and Juwan Jennings has told the 49ers that he would like to be more well compensated. He wants a contract extension, or he wants a contract redo, and that if the 49ers don't do that, he wants to be traded. So he will show up on Wednesday of next week if he's still a 49er. But I don't know what that would mean at that point. Does that mean that they're negotiating with him?
But haven't we lived this story with the Niners before, and it turned into a sideshow?
Yeah.
Remember the whole short gate with Ayuk, and we didn't know what that was. And it could have just been he had the wrong colors on. But remember, we were just so thirsty of, is this contract like, who wants that? And I thought you told me, I'm not coming at you, but I thought the Niners were past this. And if they were, I feel like Jennings would have been approached so it couldn't get to this stage of Niner player wants new money or traded. That's a repeat of the cycle you said you didn't want to be a part of.
I feel like this has been going on 4 years. Each of the past 4 years. I think that's really the question I have for 49er fans. If you believe that last year's offseason impacted the season in a negative way, how can you not essentially appease Juwan Jennings to get him in here? That was the whole reason Purdy wanted to sign his contract early, so he could be part of all their offseason programs, and he would be there for all of it. And they got it done. Now they got to figure something out with Juwan Jennings, and I don't know.
I don't believe it had anything to do with it on the field. You and I differ. I always thought when you're renegotiating your contract with Nahegan in Odyssey, I shut up. Evan the same. I don't think that's tangible to where, our stuff and Trent did this. I don't think that affected them or had anything to do with them winning 6 games. And I could be wrong, Steiny, but Lo Neal always said when a guy's trying to get bread, you just mind your business. And you're out there, you're out there. If you're not, you're not. But it's never, we won 6 games because of the finances. Now, said player could be upset, and I get that, but Steiny, I always thought that was the whole protocol. You trying to renegotiate, go get your money, brother, and we'll see you out there when we see you out there.
888-957-9570 is the number. What are the 49ers going to do with Juwan Jennings? And with training camp starting next Wednesday,
man.
They're kind of on the clock. When I look at the San Francisco 49ers last year, I feel like 2 players were hurt. 2 players got hurt who weren't here for training camp the whole time. Trent Williams and IU.
All right.
And then the other guy who got paid, unfortunately, missed the whole year. So I do think the contract holdouts did leak into the season, and I don't think the 49ers, those two guys, I mean, Ayuk wasn't good early.
He was, man, I can't argue that, so, man.
So I'm not sure what the 49ers do here with Juwan Jennings, but I do know that the 49ers have certainly been in this position before. Hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 707, Jennings is looking for $15 to $17 million a year. Okay.
All right. 2 for 34.
That's a lot. I mean, that's doubling his pay. The contract negotiations, according to the 415 on the Boxer and Gershon work injury attorneys text line, the contract negotiations didn't help with morale, but last year was a result of losing in overtime in the Super Bowl, being so close and not get any rings. All right. Okay, so Evan sent out a thread last night
I
thought was
interesting.
Was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I liked it.
I'm nice.
And
I'm that man.
Joe Shasky was very upfront. By the way, we did an hour with Shasky today.
So really, it's 11:39 for us.
And that's what life's about.
And Spadoni.
Yeah. That's just starting to hit me.
Yeah, well,
starting to hit me. It's
I'm on a high. Maybe that's why this
slow,
is.
And it's like, well, it was on the radio at 9:02.
I should be in a mental ward. Hey, on 2 stations because you did your thing with your girl, Marcy.
Yeah, that's true. So Evan said, let's embrace today. Well, what is today? The All-Star Game's tonight.
Let's go.
But other than that, there's not a lot going on.
Fever play, the Sun.
Yeah. Other than the All-Star Game, there's not a lot going on. So he threw out there.
Yeah.
I kind of like this one. Give me your best hot take. Give me a hot take on the Warriors or on the Niners or on the San Francisco Giants. So there's no games today.
Okay.
We got a game tonight.
I got you.
So
I'm ready.
My question
I'm ready.
is, let's all right, the Warriors, give me a hot take. The Giants, give me a hot take. Where do you want to start?
The Giants.
Hold on. 888-957-9570. Guru's going to get us started with two. The Giants.
The Giants.
All right.
If the 2025 Giants, I mean this, because we talked about it, don't make the playoffs, Melvin needs to be gone. I believe that. I can't. There is something there's something he is not bringing to the table. And if you get Devers and Buster Posey delivers Devers to you, any manager, and you guys somehow go south, and we're just up here like, something, I can't put my finger on it. I'm watching it, Steiny. I believe they need new instruction from another skipper. That's my hot take on the Giants.
That would be a hot take, particularly because it was just, 2 weeks ago that the Giants picked up his option for next year.
Yeah.
Kapler had a year left.
I would look at my man. Stotty, don't let the fine print fool you. You know what's up.
I know you love this exercise, Steiny.
What exercise?
The hottest take that you got.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. How hot was that for you? Like, I mean that.
Well, I mean,
and Butch was defending him. I get it, but
so the hot take is that if the Giants don't make the postseason, Melvin's going to be fired.
I believe that's fire worthy.
Okay.
And wouldn't you admit? Shout out North. They would really have to go south for that not to happen. You can't just keep squandering stuff, man.
What do you mean?
Like Sunday, you could have been 4 out.
Well, they were down 2-0 going into the ninth.
I got you.
The Giants.
Well, let me ask you this real quick before you give us yours. Why are they not hitting, even before Devers?
Because they don't have great hitters. You asked.
Well, why? I guess Pat Burrell's just getting a free check, huh? Why didn't Casey Schmidt tag? Matt Williams just getting a
Get
free
in
check.
here, Evan.
No, Matt Williams just getting a step. Those things matter, man. And I'm just being told, Evan, when it comes to the Giants, kind of nothing to see here. What's Melvin to do? His job. The greats know how to get it out of you, man.
Oh, gosh. What the hell is Bob Melvin going to manage Devers and say?
What did he do the other day? I wish I had it, Evan. Yeah, the kill sign. That's what he's great at, the neck. I'm sorry, I just have standards. I'm not saying Bob's not meeting all of them, but I do watch, I listen, and it's just one guy, Steiny. The baseball that I grew up with, managers, third base coaches, and hitting coaches matter, and some get fired. Why didn't Casey Schmidt tag? That's a Matt Williams thing. How many things, Evan, do we have in the file with Matt Williams?
Well, I'm not convinced he should have tagged on that one.
Right.
I thought that was, the more I think about it.
I know I'm reaching, but yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
it's your turn. I dominate you. I got it. If they don't make it, I really believe they have the talent to, and the pitching and bullpen talent. I'm sorry. Somebody's got to pay for that.
My hot take with the Giants is I'm starting to think Buster Posey is a short timer. Buster Posey is a short timer.
I don't even have to tell you to explain. I can't wait to hear how you got here.
I don't think he's going to be the long-term, not because he's going to get fired, but I don't, like Bob Myers was here, 10 years?
Yeah, built a dynasty.
I don't see Posey in that job for 10 years.
I would be disappointed.
I see him 5 or fewer.
Damn.
Because the more I think about it, I'm starting to think that Posey may, I think he took the job because he didn't like the way Farhan went about his business. He didn't like the up and down between Sacramento and San Francisco. He didn't like the players being treated like numbers. And I think he was so disappointed in that regime that he said, I got to do something. I can't complain about it if I'm not going to do it.
All right.
And I think he's here, and this is his, second year. And I think his goal is to get the Giants back on track and then leave them in a better place that you got him and then ride off into the sunset.
I do want to tell you.
5 or fewer years.
That's one of your hottest takes, and I just got to keep it real here. I'm going to put this next to, because this is how I'm feeling and processing that take, Steiny. When I heard Bonte and Butch a couple years ago say that they thought Posey could do the job that he's doing now, and I thought the same way I felt about you saying him just being a short timer. I don't know why that hit with me.
Well, I never thought Posey would come back and do a job like this when he was playing.
So do you think that's why he's being ultra aggressive? Now you got me thinking moves are like,
I don't think he's really being ultra aggressive.
I mean, I thought that Devers trade was ultra aggressive, and you could imagine a scenario to where the Giants could end up missing Harrison, just like a spot starter like that for you. Like that's a big deal, or could be if something were to happen with the rotation.
Yeah, they're going to have challenges in the second half of the season with their starting pitching. They've got to get the bats going, obviously. But no, I Buster Posey to me was always a player who I thought was going to retire and just never be heard from again. But I think
because he's still young, Steiny.
Yeah, this is a 707 Steiny. This is Buster's first year. Okay, yes, it's his first year.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah.
So yes, keep in mind these are hot takes, but I don't think Posey.
It's a long time, huh?
I just don't. I think he's here to fix something.
I wonder what he would say if you were like, hey, Buster, I just got you.
Well, it'd be like me saying to Mike Dunleavy, I don't see you as a coach.
You know me.
Why not? How come?
Dude, that didn't startle him. You got his attention, and he asked you why.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. You got a hot take on one of the Bay Area teams?
That was pretty hot by you.
And yours is pretty hot, too, because I think if the Giants don't make the playoffs, Melvin's safe.
Because of that 1 year.
Yeah. You know what? And
I think Buster, real quick, I think he timed it to quell that noise. because it's nothing but we can fire you and pay you. But I think he did that because he knew the whispers were starting. Like, just what's up with Melvin? Not that he needed to be, but I just think there was a method behind that. But I don't think that's just full bulletproof. If this were to go bad, Steiny, and them not make it, and let's say they don't make it by 5 or 6 games, like that would really be going south. I don't think I would love to see who he would choose as a new young manager or what he thought this team needed.
If the Giants fall out of it,
which we hope is not the case.
I can't, like,
oh my gosh, please tell me you're on.
I would have to be pointing the finger at Posey, not Melvin, believe it or not. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what Melvin's supposed to do with Adames and with Devers and with Chapman. Like,
then what's your definition of a good manager, though, Steiny? That's what I would ask you guys.
I have no idea. Like, honestly, I don't, like.
So Melvin, why was Tony La Russa or Waddy Herzog or, you know, why are good managers? Why was Tommy Lasorda great? Why was Bruce Bochy great? Great. He left here and won a World Series with a new team. You can't tell me Melvin and other guys could have done that. I believe I can't put my finger on it.
I wouldn't say that. Melvin.
Communication in baseball between player and manager, I believe, is so key.
Okay, and you're assuming Melvin doesn't have good communication with his players.
I'm not saying good, but I don't think it's ultra up there with Bochy.
Well, that's easy to say because Bochy's got 4 titles.
No doubt. But I'm just asking you, what makes a good manager a good manager?
I thought Melvin was great in Oakland.
I thought he was got a lot of A's phenomenal. Fans that feel like he left a lot of chicken on the bone.
With the Moneyball teams, kind of?
Steiny,
A's teams in the early 2012 and 13, I don't think you could have gotten any more out of those teams.
And you blew a 6-run lead in Kansas City. Remember that? Steiny, I'm just telling you, or asking you, and it's kind of hard, do managers matter in baseball? And it sounded like with the little things you're saying, you're like, yeah, to a degree, Goo, but it ain't that big.
I just don't know what a manager, like, if you look at how the Giants have lost games, I mean, has he made a bad move? Like when Casey Schmidt makes a base running error, like that's not on Melvin.
How about getting a guy out of a slump?
No.
If you got you don't think, wow, that's when I think you need the.
How can Bob Melvin get Devers out of a slump? Like, that's the disconnect I have. Now, if Burrow wants to go say, you know, you're leaning into that outside pitch and we want you to stay back. But, like, that's the other thing. Posey went out and got 3 veteran players. They've got to produce. It's not up to Bob. Like, he didn't get Chapman. He doesn't want Chapman, Adames, and Devers and then think, well, Bob Melvin's got to motivate him now. No, I think you get him because you think these guys are really good players. They know how to play Major League Baseball, and they got to motivate themselves. So here's a hot take from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Hot take. Once Melvin's contract is up, Buster Posey will take over as manager.
Dude, the earth would shake then here in the Bay. But that would go against you would be right and then wrong. Yeah.
I don't see him as I don't think he's
You don't think so?
No. He's like Dunleavy. Like, he played 12 years in the league and he traveled 12 straight years. Does Buster Posey with the young family want to get on the road again for, 4 months at a time?
We got to do the other teams on the other side, Stoney.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, we continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prize packs. Today, we're giving away to one lucky listener a Giants prize pack, and it includes a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and a Jung-Hoo Lee hooded shirt presented by Life Plus. Listen today at 12:30 to learn how you can win. Let's get nuts!
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Can I be honest?
Sure.
I didn't hit a wall. I had to get hot chips and a 7-Up. Oh, Evan, damn. Yeah, while Evan's out there eating oatmeal, bananas, and peanut butter.
No, that's because you took a shot of my liver.
Dude, I don't know where that came from.
What?
They were talking about Evan's physique, so of course, as an older man, I got jealous.
When were they talking about
at the
that?
end of the show? You had left when I was with Shasky and Spadoni. And then I said, check his liver.
For
insinuating.
Steroids?
No.
Alcohol?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That ain't cool.
You know.
Ain't lying, though.
Yeah.
This text is something that I bring to your attention a lot.
Play that. Go ahead. I already know where you're going.
You're right. Bob Melvin doesn't compare to Whitey Herzog, Bruce Bochy, and Tony La Russa.
Dude, come on, man.
You know, it's like where's the Giants' Aaron Judge? There's only one Aaron Judge.
No, I hear you. But I do.
Where's the Giants' Ohtani? There's only one Ohtani.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I got a man crush, man.
Who now?
Ohtani.
Okay.
That ball he hit Friday night while I was there and Evan and I were there. Then the Mo guy's down with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball Saturday. Evan, he struck out the side. Got Rafael off speed after throwing the heater. Was he building a lab? I think we'll find something out.
I think he's from Japan.
He's a big boy, leads off.
Yeah. Good player. He's a good player.
Can the Giants get one? Just one, Steiny.
They got Devers.
right now.
There's levels to this.
Do you have a Giants hot take?
Come on, baby.
Oh, I asked the questions.
Okay.
No, we want a hot take.
Well, give me a sec.
All right.
We'll go to the Warriors.
2 peas in
we
the
can go
pod.
to the Warriors in the meantime. Or Niners. Which one you want to do?
Let's do Warriors.
Okay. Give me a hot take with the Warriors.
Coach Steve Kerr will not get a new contract. This will be his last year with the Dubs. And I know you could tell me that's not hot enough, but I'm just looking at it. I honestly believe him and Kaminga are connected, and we find out or hear Kaminga's coming back for a multi-year contract before we say he's getting traded. I think Steve will say, you know what? There's a reason he didn't sign for 10 years, Donnie. I think this is it. I think he's looking around like, you know what? I could be wrong and I want to be, but then it's like, who could you even imagine being the next pick by Joe Lacob and company?
I got my own complaint.
After Steve Kerr?
Yeah, who would join Willard and Dibs on those shows?
Nicholas?
Not yet.
Well, he's on the staff.
But you don't make a jump like that.
Hey, whoa.
That would be like
lower
Bronny
that tone,
and
please.
nepotism. Like, you know what I mean?
Look at David Adelman.
Kyle Shanahan?
Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle paid his dues.
How?
Offensive coordinator.
He lost the Super Bowl.
So, what about what he did for RG3 year one?
Nick was coaching the C-Dubs.
And Atlanta. I love the C-Dubs. That is dope.
So Kerr's not, I don't think mine is an overly hot take.
Because I feel like mine wasn't, but I just, go ahead.
I think the Warriors miss the playoffs next year.
We'll be fine.
There's no way.
Of course there's a way.
There would be basketball. That would be basketball Armageddon. Evan, how could they miss it?
Their team is a bunch of senior citizens.
No.
Keep in mind, Warrior fans, this is, it's the slowest day of the year, according to Joe Shasky.
And we're working the most hours we've ever done. Go figure.
Oh, now it makes sense.
Yikes.
What?
I'll tell you. Yeah.
Why'd you look around?
What? Because he talked.
But you're witty. You're quick. You got what he was putting down. Oh, now I got. Hey, go ahead. Let's get nuts.
Juwan Jennings.
That Steiny is special.
Yeah, I think the Warriors are flirting with disaster.
But
I just do.
You got to have injury included in your hypothesis.
Well, that's the point.
Damn, Steiny.
Like, obviously, I don't think they're going to be healthy all year.
That would be a major disappointment.
What, if somebody got hurt?
Yeah. No, that if they missed the playoffs, like if you couldn't, sustain it, even if somebody got down. That's why I feel like Kaminga's in a situation to where, Steiny, he is their Geico if one of the big three or big two go down. Who's scoring for this team right now with who's in a jersey? And it ain't the guy. I'm disappointed. I got 2 sons, and I'm older. Oh. Real quick, I got to call Pods out. He had a hoodie on indoors at the Valkyrie game. Come on. Okay. There's a lot of different people. That scares people nowadays. Take the hoodie off. We know you're cool.
Who does it scare? Inside an arena.
All the crime going on in the Bay, guys got hoodies and shiesty mask on. I didn't like it.
There's no crime.
I'm like, and he had somebody sit next to him with a hood on, so it was 2 of them. I don't like that, the hood indoors. I tell my son, take that stuff off and respect the house and anybody else's you're at. He had a hood on. Well, okay, would Curry do that?
Yes.
Indoors? No.
It is kind of weird.
Come on, Evan.
Like, I don't walk around the office with the hood on.
You ain't been Obi-Wan. I was hot in my seat. Shout out Raymond Ritter. But I'm like, Pods, respect the game.
We've got a text from the 209 and the 510, and they're saying, what's the difference? You wear sunglasses indoors.
Stevie Wonder started the trend.
Daryl wears sunglasses indoors. 510, another number. Guru, you wear sunglasses inside. You have just been
no. That is stylistic.
You've been called out.
Steiny, all the ballers wear shades inside.
Nope.
It's not scary.
You're not a baller.
Well, give me this. You're in a restaurant and somebody's got a hood on, you're scared?
No.
Please.
Why would I?
First person I'm looking at. The whole dinner. Evan, come on.
I've got to with you on this one. There's a difference between wearing sunglasses.
I'm at the gas station, you got a hood on? Red alert. Steiny, you don't wear it indoors at the game.
The Federation's got a song about wearing sunglasses at night. You're fine.
Steiny, that's stylistic. Michael Jackson wore shades inside. Prince, Jamie Foxx. I'm none of those guys.
And here you go again.
But the hoodie on indoors, Steiny, it hurt me. And then the guy he was with, I was trying to find out, he had one. And they're center court.
Stevie Wonder's blonde. You know that,
but still,
okay. Allegedly. There's videos.
Guys, Steiny, just admit that you get the hoodie inside. Curry or Magic would never do it.
I mean,
is this the new era of kids or youngsters? Because Pod's relatively young.
Well, ask little Daryl. You got a son his age, right?
There's medical reasons to wear sunglasses inside. Okay. There's no medical reason to wear a hoodie.
You got glaucoma, Goo?
No.
Exactly.
I didn't quit the Snoop Dogg. Barack Obama.
You got a hot take yet?
I got 2.
All right, let's go.
The Giants. My hot take is Logan Webb wins his first Cy Young.
This year?
Damn.
Yeah, this year. Logan Webb wins the Cy Young this year.
He gave up 6 the last outing. That didn't help it. Go ahead. This is your hot take.
Mizorowski's in the All-Star game. We can put Logan Webb as our Cy Young winner. And for the Warriors, my hot take is that they re-sign Kaminga, but they don't trade him. And he outlives Steve Kerr.
Hey, I'm with you on that.
That is a hot take.
That is wild.
I'm Batman.
Yeah, hey, Evan, that's what I basically said with mine. He'll be here multiple years, and they'll have a new Steiny, that's the only way you can do it. If we're wondering, how does this thing fit, which we all are, and we're being fair, and we want him here, this would be Kerr's last one.
You can't.
Remember, we thought Kerr was done before. We just brought up the possibility.
So who's going to coach Steph Curry his a year after this?
Steph Curry.
Well, that's not going to happen.
No, I'm just saying it's what you're saying about baseball. Does it really matter?
Well, yeah, I think it matters. What
I think you get your coach of the future. Evan and I talked to the Summer League coach for the C-Dubs who was coaching the Warriors in Summer League. I'm looking at him and I asked him, Steiny, I go,
who'd you
Evan, what's our guy's name? Coach of the C-Dubs. that we talked to when we went out to Chase. He's coaching the summer league right now.
Oh boy,
Coach. This is where
I'm not. I'm not
you left
saying
me
a
out to
word.
dry. I left myself out to dry, but hold on.
Nicholas Kerr.
It's Lane Wilson.
Yeah,
sorry,
Lane Wilson.
I knew his. I knew his last name, but
Thanks, E. And I was looking at him like, damn. Like, what's the difference in him coaching where he's at and having NBA players, they, rehab or whatnot? So I just asked, how often do you talk to Kerr? He said, I talk to him a lot. And my point being, excuse me, Steiny. Dude, I done hit a wall. Listen.
This is crazy.
Hey, Will. Steiny, Curry's last one, what do you really need to, you would get your coach of the future. And he would pretty much, let Curry run the show and Dre, but.
So what offense are you running a year from now?
The same.
Oh, you get
the same. But you ease it up once Kerr is gone and you incorporate Jonathan Kaminga. I like those hot takes too. Webb, Cy Young.
Well, I got to believe, I think, who leads the National League in wins? Is it Zach Wheeler?
In wins?
Yeah.
But I actually think it might be Robbie Ray.
I think you're right. There's a guy in the AL, I think, with 11 wins, actually.
Yeah, he's starting tonight. His name's Tarek Skubal.
Yeah. E, what if I told you Ray has a better chance of winning the side than
Else
Webb?
does. Wait, what?
What if I told E Robbie Ray has a better inside track, like he's having a better year than Webb?
Not statistically. I mean, I think wins are not nothing, but
I win ERA, but 2.65. Your boy's 2.94.
Yeah, but Webb's going to throw more innings. Webb's probably going to finish stronger than Ray.
No, I get it. I got you.
His underlying metrics, I think, by the end of the season are going to be up there with Skeens.
Man.
He's the front runner.
Yeah. Paul Skeens, Donnie.
Yeah.
He'll be traded.
I'm aware.
He's not going to get traded. Actually,
that's my hot
That's
take.
not even a hot take.
Evan, I'm telling you, man.
I got to do something here.
Yeah.
And don't let me be right.
So now you're trying to prove one of us wrong.
Skubal doesn't have 11 wins. I didn't think it was him.
Who is it? Was it Max Fried?
Yep. Somebody else, too. Freddie Peralta.
Yeah, he pitches in the NL.
Skubal's got he's 10-3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I had heard that stat yesterday or 2 days ago.
Oh, so now you're okay. All right.
Yeah,
Next time I pull a stat that I've seen the.
No, I asked you who had the most wins, and you said Skubal's got 11, and he's got 10.
As of last week, he had the most, and then Fried won a game.
Yeah, and
you're just trying to stick it to me.
A little bit. Yeah, Fried and Peralta have.
Who's the best pitcher in baseball, Steiny?
I got my answer.
I think it's got to be Skubal.
Does he have the most wins in baseball?
No.
Yeah, we just found out. By the way,
I think it's Skeens.
That's fine. Actually, I love that. You know why?
4-7.
Because he has 4 wins, and he's still the best pitcher in the NL.
Yeah. That's awesome. And you guys had a little something going on yesterday. I was Team Evan. Soccer.
Of course.
Dude.
You did your thing
some
yesterday.
say that sent you hot into the crossover. We won't do that to you today.
What?
We did the analytics of how that popped off.
No,
you were great.
No, I underestimated your guys' understanding level. I thought you guys could understand some basics. I don't want to do this
All right,
again.
give me a Niner hot take. Man, Steiny.
I had one, but I don't want to say it now because it'll be a Niner hot take.
In my mind, I didn't even register, but I'm going to say it.
Go ahead. I'm struggling to think of one here.
Their days of winning the Super Bowl, Kyle's best days of winning the Super Bowl are behind them.
That's a shiver take.
You think?
Yeah, maybe not. Robbie Ray only has 9 wins, by the way.
You just reading text, or are you doing these research?
No, I saw it, and he reminded me.
I said, you know what? I'll leave it there.
Appreciate it.
It's the same amount as Webb, by the way.
Okay. What are you doing, Goo? You look like you're.
No, I wanted to add the Valkyries to this, a hot take.
Okay, they're going to win the title.
That was mine.
Well, they got to make the playoffs first.
They got to use the post more. They don't use the post enough for me. Thornton was on the outside. Like, get down there and bang. And then when they did it, they had action. But they were too perimeter-oriented yesterday for my liking. They played hard.
You know what? Can you do me a favor? What was the call that at the end of the game that everybody was hot about?
A foul, and it wasn't a foul. It was great defense, but in that situation,
explain what happened.
And Coach Natalie Nicasi, tie game after the Valkyries drew up a play down 2 before this possession by the Mercury, and they draw about a 10-15-foot shot. A young lady drains it. Tie game. And I guess, Evan, I'm doing this for 49er Frankie, his daughter, and Kane. I guess in the WNBA, you can call a timeout and not have a timeout, but move the ball cross court.
You can do that in the NBA. You know how they call a timeout after a basket and you can advance to half court?
Yeah, but I didn't know they do that in the NBA, WNBA.
Yeah,
so we were like, oh, what's going on? Anyway, great defense. Down in the post, the young lady reminds. I could compare players to players.
Sure.
Mikal Bridges. The Mercury got a player left-handed who was just killing in the post.
He's right-handed. Bridges.
Bridges left-handed.
Mikal?
Yeah, the one that got in trouble for the domestic stuff. He's left-handed.
That's Miles.
Oh, Miles. Yeah. Not Mikal. Please, 5 first picks. Nah. So anyway, Steiny, it was great defense. A Valkyrie player came over to help. It was just mano-a-mano, and they call foul. She drains the free throws, and they lose. And head coach Natalie Nicasi, if I'm saying that correctly, said, and it was profound, in a situation like that, let the player make the shot to decide. Steiny, it was a weak foul.
But was it a foul?
I'm just being real. Yeah, I thought it was.
I'm sorry.
I didn't think it was a foul.
Was it something?
You're a Valkyrie fan.
Was it something that they would have called in the third quarter of the game?
The WNBA plays prison ball. They don't even call fouls for my liking at all. So I was shocked that in this moment you would blow the whistle. Shout out Too Short.
Yeah,
we got to get to a game.
You went last night?
No, I'm talking about together, all of us, on a Friday.
A Valkyries game?
Yeah.
I'm definitely going.
Right.
I'm going. I think I'm going in a week, actually. What's week and a half? I think I'm going. I got tickets.
No, I'm not.
What's going on, Goo?
If you see somebody with shades indoors, they're being stylistic. The hoodie, it's a different story. What you tucking? That's just me. I'm from the Yay. So, Pods, you didn't have to just slide it back and show the locks.
It's your boy Leroy on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Here's his hot take. The Niners start out 2-5, and Shanahan gets fired.
Wow.
That's a hot take.
Not with that schedule do they go 2-5. They start in Seattle. Jennings on the Niners or not?
Yes.
Right.
In fact, he'll lead them in receiving in that first game. That's what I think. My Niner take.
Your mind was weak.
They're going to win the division, but that's
Steiny,
not
the Rams almost went to the NFC Championship after, like,
the Niners are going to win.
What is it about the Rams that people, McVay and Stafford, and they've had a great draft? Remember at the summit a couple years ago, I said, watch out for the Rams. And lo and behold, they win the division, almost went, but they're no threat to you, huh?
No, they're a threat. I look at the 49ers schedule. I think it's extremely favorable. Right. And I'm going to assume that they're going to have better health this year. I'm going to assume that Purdy's going to have a better year. And I think they're going to win the division. I don't have there's not really another team that I believe in the NFC West. Evan, you got a Niners one?
Sorry, what?
Niners hot take?
Yeah, they make the NFC Championship.
Oh, now that's a hot take. Because,
that is hot.
Because
that means that bounce back.
2021, but in 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think they make the playoffs this year. And at least so far, whenever Shanahan gets to the playoffs, he gets the NFC Championship.
Wow.
Hey, I actually, I had a hot take with the Warriors. I didn't use the one I wanted.
All right,
it wasn't Warriors will miss the playoffs. That's not the one I wanted. This is my Warrior one.
Give it to me.
The Warriors will acquire LeBron James. LeBron James.
Hot, man.
Something's fishy in L.A. You know it. I know it. And it would be just like LeBron to fulfill his little personal fantasy before he exits the game, and that would be to play with Steph Curry.
Wow, man. At this point, I wouldn't even be mad. Remember, I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, man, if that's how you're going out, go out with a bang.
Well, there are some odds on that right now.
Are there really?
Yeah, the Warriors are fourth best, according to Bovada, at plus 600. Would you like to guess the next three teams that, according to Bovada, have better odds than the Golden State Warriors?
All right, I will say the San Antonio Spurs.
This is the better odds to win it all.
No. To land LeBron James.
Oh, I got you. Oh, I already know number one.
Who?
That would be, I've been doing some research, and they said, and then I'm going to go the New York Knicks.
They're number 5.
That's wrong.
Just behind the Warriors.
All right. I got it. He's been talking to, and they were trying to, Cleveland.
They're number 3 at plus 550, just ahead of Golden State.
There's one more, Steiny.
There's two more.
Two more.
Now, no, I get
I'm going to say
from
the LA Clippers.
Wow, please.
They just got Brook Lopez. They're fine.
I'm
Houston? And Brad Beal. Although it's in the same state.
The Mavericks, Cindy Kyrie.
Number 1.
Boy, oh boy.
And the other team, I'm actually kind of surprised about.
Oh, well, you know what team it is? Because they're always on everybody's list. Miami.
Look, that's
Miami is on everybody's list.
Could you imagine if he went to Dallas?
For who?
With that front line? Anthony
Well, they got to
Davis.
give somebody up.
Anthony Davis. Could you imagine?
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind.
They got centers galore in Dallas. Man. I'm serious. If he got there, he wouldn't have to work as hard. That's what I'm worried about with Steph. Who's helping Steph be the chef? Do I got to cook everything? I got to boil the hot links in?
Butler's not enough now?
I think you need more than that. I think that, Steiny, you need one more. You need a Jordan Poole or Klay Thompson like in his prime.
In other words, a Hall of Famer.
No, you know what I mean.
Klay
Thompson. A bucket getter or Kaminga if he was up to, Man, that's how I look at Kaminga. Like, dude, it's just 18 points on the bench. He can't play with him. They can't play. Can't play together. What?
That happens. Chemistry's a big part of basketball.
Can you remember another guy like this that could ball but didn't fit?
Yeah. Monte Ellis and Steph Curry?
Well,
I mean, they were too small.
Yeah, well, he felt it, Monte, and that's what prompted that. I'm talking about, Steiny, to where you've tried and it won't work. Like every great six-man has worked, or,
You know what? I'll come up with one over the break. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got one other thing. Oh, we're let me tease this.
Yeah.
Because we had two big trades. We had the Warriors getting Butler and the Giants getting Devers, and I want to get into those two trades and some of the trades that have been made and what we think of them as we look back. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I never walked into a room and said, I'm the leader, I'm the lead dog, I'm the bad and all that.
I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's that hour.
Is that hour?
No, it's the hour we did with. I'm looking at the wall and I'm like, how can it not be 12?
That means you hit it. The wall.
That means, in case you're just joining us, we jumped on with the morning show today.
Spadoni
and Shasky jumped on at 9 o'clock.
That meant I had to get up. I
know.
Your boy got here. He's smiling.
You did. And so we did a kind of a game show. And
we won.
We did win.
Yeah.
But we shouldn't spoil it because we may run it again. We should. 112. Yeah. We'll play it again. See, this is what I like to do. And the ESPYs are coming up.
You know what that stands for? I gave it to you and Evan.
It's tomorrow. The ESPYs are tomorrow.
Oh, we got to do something.
Well,
we got to have awards. I'm going to make some tonight.
I'm looking at the awards right now.
Well, I'm talking about our awards. Shane Gillis is not going to tell me what the best player in the world is.
Is that who's hosting?
Yeah.
What happened to Drake or Kevin Hart?
Who's Gillis?
Shane Gillis? He's one of the most popular comedians in the world.
Evan, sure? I'm being real. I don't know who he is. That bothers me. So when you say that.
Well, he's relatively new, but he's gained a lot of popularity, I'd say, the last couple of years.
Movies or stand-up? Duh.
Stand-up. He has a show on Netflix. He hosted on SNL last season. Wow. Yeah, he's pretty well known.
Wow.
Well, I'm looking at...
if you like that kind of thing.
Where is this thing?
You two know what I schooled you two on this. What SB stands for?
You know what? I can't even remember now. There it is. Let me see if we can go through some of these categories. Check out all the 2025 SB. Okay, here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Evan, you can jump in here too.
This is awesome.
Where is it? Oh, okay. There it is.
Anytime.
Sweet. All right. Best male athlete. Best athlete, men's sports. Do you want to try to guess the four guys, or should I give you the four guys and you pick?
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
That's one.
Aaron Judge.
No.
Shohei Ohtani?
Yes.
How did Judge not get on there? Go ahead, E. That's two.
Lewis Hamilton?
No. One guy I get, one guy I don't.
Barkley from the Eagles.
Saquon Barkley.
Look at Goo.
Wait, are they American or a world?
I think they're
everything.
World.
Yeah.
Josh Allen's the fourth. All right. Now we go to.
Oh my God, that's the propaganda we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Best athlete, women's sports.
Hello, Caitlin Clark.
She is not on the list.
Well, she's not one of the best athletes.
Right.
She's popular.
There's another.
Did you guys see the college tournament last year?
Asia Wilson.
She's a baller.
Simone Biles. Gabby Thomas, track and field.
And Shields, the boxer.
Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone, track and field also.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I missed that.
I got to believe Biles is going to get that one.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one is, come on, best breakthrough athlete.
Pods.
Breakthrough.
That's a 5. He's hot.
Okay, I'm going to get rid of the lacrosse, lacrosse, Chloe Humphrey, and I'm also going to get rid of Ilona Marr, Team USA Rugby. Okay, so breakthrough athlete.
Oh, I got it.
One baseball, one basketball.
No football?
Nope.
This is a shame to Brock Purdy. Like, that's a diss to Purdy. He should be
No, it's 1 year, Goo. It's
they didn't make the All. All right, Evan.
Right, no. He would have broken through 3 years ago.
Okay,
I think is the way they look at it.
All right. Breakthrough, Evan.
Come on, you know the one.
Mizorowski.
Close.
Oh, he's a rookie?
It's close. It's one of those names.
Skeens?
Paul Skeens.
Oh, good Lord.
And I have a problem with this one.
Is it his girlfriend, Libby
My
Dunn?
calendar is off.
Best breakthrough athlete, Cooper Flagg? Can we wait till he plays a game?
9-21.
In the NBA?
He just got shut down.
Dude, after scoring 30.
Best record-breaking performance of the year. Record-breaking performance. We've got hockey.
Oh, who's my guy from Edmonton? No, sorry.
You're thinking of...
he broke the all-time Gretzky's. He broke Gretzky's record.
Oh, our guy that I told you we need to watch.
Yeah.
Not Yinzer.
What's his name?
What's my boy's name? You know I know. Oh,
Alexander
Ovechkin.
Yeah, Ovechkin.
All right. So he's up for it. Kevin Durant. U.S. Olympic basketball's all-time leading scorer. Okay. Best record-breaking performance.
I made it up.
Caitlin Clark. WNBA single-game assist leader and single-season assist leader. They were reaching there, though.
Nah, I thought that was for the threes.
And then, lastly, Gino Auriemma. NCAA basketball's all-time wins leader. I'm going with Ovechkin.
Yeah. That's the one, man.
Because
we've talked about it. I wish
He's too old.
our guy from Gino would come to the pros.
I wish he'd come on the show.
Well, you got ties back east. But
I'd like to get Auriemma on. I'd like to get
what if he
John
came to the
Calipari.
pros, Evan, and coached the team and they didn't make the offs? Like, an okay team. Like, I want that to be tested.
Well, he still got the record.
Yeah, no, I get that, but you don't have drinks or
what do you mean?
Get tipsy and think about as great of a coach as Gino is, could you do it with the men? Like, that's another challenge.
But what if he says, I probably wouldn't be good at coaching men?
That would be disappointing because I would love to see him.
A man's, Clint Eastwood, a man's got to know his limitations.
Mayor of Carmel as well.
Former.
Yeah, I don't think
I got you. Yeah. But what's a mayor? Always a mayor.
I guess. Okay. Best championship performance. Rory McIlroy at the Masters.
Oh, boy, okay.
Freddie Freeman in the World Series. Steph Curry, Olympic basketball.
That's the winner.
Yeah,
Simone Biles.
Yeah, we love
Olympic
Simone.
gymnastics.
Curry is getting that. Then I thought they might break Rory off because it's Curry. That day will never be forgotten.
I think it's probably Curry too.
No doubt.
Although Rory will get some love because he hadn't won the Masters before.
Hey, this is Tiger.
All right, next one is... Oh, boy, forget.
Real quick, I got to say Rory choked.
Best comeback athlete. Okay, we're going to do this, and you just be honest and tell me if you've heard of him.
All right.
Mallory Swanson.
Soccer?
That's correct. Chicago Stars FC. Suni Lee.
Gymnastics.
Yeah, well, because she was
Give me some, baby.
She was the one.
He checked my computer.
How'd you know that?
The name sounded gymnastic.
My guess is because she was courtside for a lot of Knicks postseason games.
Now that hurt. I didn't know. Evan, just let it breathe. I got one.
That's why she was in the.
But Lee sounded like that's a gymnastic name.
Well, Chloe Kim is a great snowboarder, but.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Okay.
But you came to check my screen.
Yeah, I do that when I think you might be fibbing.
Well, I got that, baby.
Gabriel Landeskog. Gabriel Landeskog. Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah,
that's for real.
Lindsey Vonn.
What did she do this year? Is it Olympics?
Yeah, well, she came back. I know that.
Oh, I see.
Right.
I think she's 40. She's a woman.
Yeah.
She's 40.
Like Horford.
Don't compare the two.
Best play. Tell me if you even remember.
Jersey Boys.
Remember the plays. Tyrese Halliburton drills winning shot in Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Man, go ahead. He's got
Sabrina
five.
Ionescu's three-point shot clinches Game 3 win in WNBA Finals. Trinity Rodman's overtime goal sends U.S. women's national team to the Olympic semifinals, but I've got the winner.
You think you have?
This is going to win. Saquon Barkley's backwards hurdle.
It's on the cover of Madden.
If that wins over the other three, this is a joke.
Evan,
that was a regular season play.
But it's just called a play. They didn't.
I know.
Evan, it's a play that could have had him at Kaiser. You don't see that, dude.
It was a regular season, middle of a quarter. Didn't even break any sort of record or score a touchdown play. I'm not trying to say it's not unbelievable.
It's something I've never seen a running back do.
All those other plays that you just talked about either won or sent a team to a different Olympic round.
They could have them in there. I hear what you're putting down in the wrong category, but that play, Evan, that was a first. I've never seen anything
I think
like
that's going to win, though.
It is, Evan. That's why
I can't wait to rip it tomorrow. Oh, my God.
Best team. We got a lot of them here.
All right.
Connecticut women's hoops, U.S. women's national soccer team, UNC women's lacrosse. That's going to be a tough win for them. Philadelphia Eagles, Ohio State football, New York Liberty, Dodgers, Florida Panthers, or the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I'm going Thunder, Evan. And they're all great on that list.
Probably the Eagles. I mean, they did beat Mahomes.
Boy, Ohio State broke through this year with that coach that nobody likes, right?
Ryan Day?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
remember when everyone wanted him fired?
He stuck it to Harbaugh.
Everyone did want him fired. That's why you persevere, Steiny. You don't give up, man.
Hold on.
Hey, but that Barkley play, Evan, I'm sorry, man. I tried to hate on it. It's just,
no, I'm not hating on it.
I get it.
Oh, maybe.
You guys got me thinking Braun's going to Dallas. Like, if something's really up, Dallas would be wow.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Best college athlete.
Oh, we already know who it is.
I think there's a.
You already mentioned him, right?
No,
Shador.
No. C.J. Kirst is a lacrosse player out of Cornell. He ain't winning. Wyatt Hendrickson, Oklahoma State wrestling. He's probably not going to win it. But these two is kind of interesting. Cooper Flagg or Travis Hunter.
I don't think Travis Hunter played in big games enough for me, and we'll see what he does in the pro. I'm excited. I'm going Flagg, Evan. He played, if what your metric just said, what level, that was the biggest level ball, and he balled out. Hunter, they had a bad season.
Yeah, but Travis Hunter might be the most unique college athlete of the last 2 decades.
I'm wondering, that thing ain't working in the pro. I wouldn't want him to play both ways.
I would.
That's how we treat these athletes. We can't even let pitchers be Ohtani in the States. You're going to let him go out and get burnt? Hey, take Travis deep, and then it'll be nothing on the other side. We'll just run go routes.
If Flagg hadn't melted like grilled cheese on a griddle in that Final Four game, I think we might be having another conversation.
Say something about that, Evan. Steiny, I'm being real. You talk about that. It's nothing racial. But your dad was on the show, your late dad, rest in peace. And he talked about your first time you played against the Ethnics, the brothers. About that, I read here. No, and I'm noticing Cooper Flagg's win not where I think it should be. And I don't know if it's his hair long so it gets really wet. But Evan, he looked like he did against Houston in the final, man.
Well, you can't compare a summer league game to the Final Four.
All right.
Well, he also made it to the Final Four.
Yeah, and he went 9 for 21. I'm like, I understand. I don't looking, but Coop, what type of shape are you really in? I'm watching.
I mean, they don't have Walter Clayton Jr. on any of these lists, and he won a national championship.
Go figure.
Man, some of these other...
now you got me watching, Steiny.
It's tomorrow.
I'm watching tomorrow.
All-Star games tonight.
Okay, can I just say something?
Of course
a developing story from Shams. So Paul George yesterday underwent arthroscopic surgery on his knee. Why would he wait now to do that? Why wouldn't that have been done right when the season of your sorry team.
Such an easy one.
Tell me.
Well, first of all, keep in mind that many players will wait even longer. Shaq used to get surgery the day before the season started, it felt like.
That I understand. But, okay, tell me.
Well, I think obviously at the end of the year, he was dealing with something, and they probably said, let's rest it for 6 weeks or 8 weeks, and then we'll make a decision. And they rested it or whatever.
All right, Evan and Steiny, you guys just real quick, how many games do you think Embiid, Maxey, and George played together last year?
Not 5, not 6.
All right, you two, you ain't looked?
13.
Evan,
Together?
Together.
Oh, I'd say like 6.
15. And with that news right now, so again, what was it, Steiny? Just he probably thought he didn't need it or what?
Well, maybe they're always conservative, and maybe they thought that whatever he was dealing with would go away with rest, and then maybe 2 months later they looked and said, no, we're going to have to go in and do surgery.
Do you think Paul George is number one? Sure. The worst contract in the NBA, and to take it a step further, one of the worst contracts in sports.
That would be our quarterback in Cleveland. That would be Deshaun Watson. Worst contract, I believe, in sports. But
comes off the books.
Well, but it's still the worst contract, E. Well, why are you going in on Paul George like that?
I'm just asking a question.
Ben Simmons was a debacle.
He's not eligible now. He's a free agent.
But when he was this
free agent. He's not in this one. I'll tell you.
I hate to hear that.
Let me look at this, guys. How many more years?
And I'm probably on an island all by myself.
I actually think they got a player on their team worse.
Embiid?
Yeah.
Worst contract?
Yeah.
How many more left does Joe have?
He's got 3 more and then a player option.
We know what he's doing with that.
55, 58, 63, and 68. And last year, Joel Embiid played a whopping 19 games.
Wow.
That can't be.
I'll defend the
big
big
fella. He only
fella.
played 19 games last year?
I'll defend the big fella, Evan and Steiny. That he didn't do it on purpose. His body he gave out.
Well, I was just asking, at least when Embiid plays, he's pretty good.
No doubt.
But I was just wondering because Bradley Beal's about to get bought out, so that contract is no longer eligible.
Let me think of some other sports. Oh, well, Adamas.
That wasn't okay.
You got Evan. You didn't like my Deshaun Watson. He said
that's a good one.
Yeah. I think that's the worst one in sports.
Dak Prescott.
Now come on.
Yeah. Now why would you? I'm being real. If it's about winning, why would you say come on?
Because it's not.
Jerry gave him
bad.
that money, and we haven't sniffed an NFC Championship game.
Look,
he's in the way, and he's getting that.
Okay, Paul George.
It's not personal.
Can't get on the court. He cannot get on the court. Dak Prescott is he's overpaid. But he's not terrible.
It's like Kirk Cousins. They paid him $40 million last year to kind of ride the bench. It's not a good contract, but it's not as bad as Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, no, that is wow, man. Oh, it's promising.
Let me think who else.
I'm trying to think baseball.
Well, baseball, it's
I got you.
A little tougher.
Baseball.
The largest contracts.
Aaron Rodgers lately, but I don't know. Hey, we're going to replay that hour.
Okay, we're going to replay
Family Feud.
Family Feud from this morning. That's at what time did we say?
112.
112.
Or 120.
Yeah, 120.
Somebody saying Jordan Poole. What are you smoking?
For what?
Worst contract. No.
Curry's is worse.
They hate Jordan Poole.
Xander Bogaerts is a pretty bad one.
Now that, Evan, what happened to him?
He's in year 3 of an 11-year, $280 million deal.
I feel like he's going to roll out to shortstop every time he's at the. Evan, what happened? He looks the part, though.
Anthony Rendon.
Remember that?
But Devers.
Steiny, it's 22 games. But it was funny. My last thing about you and Willard, Steiny, you were using that to cook the books. You weren't allowing us to bring in Devers first half, which was better.
You guys butchered that to such a degree.
But what you mean? Like
you butchered it. Is what I'm saying.
For Adames, you allowed it, but for Devers, you were like, it didn't. I'm not going to give him credit for the good portion of his season.
Rafael Devers had 3.5 good months for the Boston Red Sox. Okay?
Yeah.
That counts.
Gotcha.
If for no other reason than he was on my fantasy team.
But
so
it sounded like you weren't allowing that yesterday. Like you weren't.
No, it's very consistent. I'm not worried about Devers because he was good for 3/4 of the season. And I believe this is temporary. Adames has not been good for 3/4 of the season, and now he's getting a little, I don't even know what you call it.
Hot, Steiny. He's putting the bat on the ball.
I guess so.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can.
Tatis, what are you smoking? I love Tatis. Somebody text that. Evan, where you at with his contract and his pay?
I believe he's an all-star tonight.
He is the Padres to me.
By the way, 408, a little nasty.
Oh, boy.
Guru, read the story. He just got hurt again. He didn't delay surgery. Well, I said...
Hey, Smarty, Pants, I just brought up why did it just now pop off? So, okay, a new injury. I'm defending Paul.
Yeah, and I thought maybe he delayed it. But, listen, why would I do this? Hold on.
Yeah,
why
got one sports regret,
this?
Stoney. I got to get off to you and Evan.
Well, that has nothing to do with anything, a sports regret. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not talking about that.
Oh, Chris Bryant, that could be wow.
Okay.
That dude's been nothing.
Let me tell you what story, why would you click on this story?
Give it to me.
76ers George has arthroscopic knee surgery. Why would you click on the story? It's like, there it is. There's the story. You don't have to read anything else.
Get a timetable for return.
They have none. I guarantee you they have none.
Get a timetable for return.
Uh-oh. Maverick center Lively has foot surgery. Now that one,
he had it. No, but he's been dealing with that. That's what kept him out, Steiny.
He's expected to be healthy for training camp.
They got action, man. What would the Lakers take? The flag?
Whoops.
What would the Lakers take? What could they give the Lakers for Bron? Because Dallas really could do something with Bron.
Kyrie?
No, that's why he would be going.
That's why it's not going to happen. Well,
Clay.
Oh, my gosh.
Clay will definitely be in that package.
He's got a new girl now, so he'd be like, send me to
Clay,
wherever you want.
It would be Clay and
give me one more.
Gafford.
And what's the other dude with the curly hair that could score?
PJ Washington?
Well, him. But who's the other guy they got's not bad from Max Christie?
Christie, yeah, the one that just got from the Lakers.
Yeah, he'll be back to L.A.
Yeah, he's not terrible.
No, he's pretty good.
All right, I want to get into these trades on the other side. And you tell me how you remember them. Yeah, it's getting
now somebody just hurt my feelings. What's Goo's contract? That might take the cake. I knew you would laugh. That hurts. I think they're telling you what they think of your buddy, man. Evan, everybody don't love you, man. Lesson number 1.
All right. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. Every day this week, you've got a shot to win a prize pack, and each show's going to give one out during each of our time slots. So today, we're giving one lucky listener a Giants prize pack. And here's what it includes. A Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and a Jung-Hoo Lee hooded sweatshirt, don't wear it inside, presented by Life Plus. So listen at 12:30. That's in 20 minutes, and we're going to tell you how to win on 95.7 The Game.
on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny Guru with you.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
Couple notes for you all. Coming up from 2 to 6 today, Willard and Dibley. And they've got 3 guests coming up. Mark Stein, longtime NBA writer. He's on at 2:30 as a Substack, and he is absolutely clued into what's going on in the NBA, and particularly the Warriors. Trace Jackson Davis is going to join at 3 o'clock, and then Jason Richardson, former Golden State Warrior, is going to join the boys at 3:30.
Would you say Jay Rich was one of the greatest athletes in Warrior history? He's in my top 10 athletes.
Yeah, it's probably top 10.
Wow, you had to think I wanted to say who else you got on there.
I mean, I thought Weber was pretty athletic early in his career.
I got him on there.
Sprewell.
My gosh.
Very athletic.
Kaminga.
Sure. Why not? But there's usually when you talk about, the great athletes, they have to play a certain amount of minutes to be considered. Let me ask you a question. I'm just going to take you by surprise here. What was the biggest trade the Warriors made in their championship era?
Iguodala.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's Dre.
Let me find out.
Yeah, when I believe that's how they got him starting. When he called, who's the coach? His former boss called him a rat or a plant.
George Karl.
George Karl. Shout out George Karl.
Andre Iguodala was traded to the Warriors on July 10th, 2013.
I think that changed it all, man.
Interesting.
You had somebody else in mind?
I had Monte Ellis for Bogut.
Oh, no, come on. Steiny, I was just getting into business. Who cares? But I think that helped me keep my job because I was so passionate about how they messed up. You traded our Steph Curry, but he wasn't. And Bogut was the man.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is, and I kind of want to talk more about this, but obviously the Warriors acquired Jimmy Butler about halfway through the season, and they went 27-8 with Butler. He provided a spark right off the bat. Rafael Devers has gotten here. He's been here about, a month? And he's slumping. He's only hitting 200. And I don't want to give away the plot, but was asked earlier whether the Giants should have buyer's remorse. And I'm thinking, no, not
That's
yet.
crazy.
Not after a month. But I do want to talk about some trades that each of these teams have made and how we look back on them.
Mm-hmm.
So pick a team real quick.
The Niners.
Okay.
Which one is? Go ahead.
Which Christian McCaffrey?
All right.
To the Carolina Panthers for a package of picks. I think that was a great trade.
It's got to be. It's what's holding them on, right? Like, who's the Niners' best player right now, Steiny? Health.
We'll see.
Health included.
If he's healthy, him.
All right.
Jimmy Garoppolo for a second-round pick.
I'm the one in the Bay that I still put some respect on what Jimmy did here, man.
This is the one.
And I'm trying to think.
Steve Young for a fourth-round pick.
Yeah.
And then remember Fred Dean?
Come on, coming off the edge.
Yeah.
74, right? That was his number.
Yeah. Caleb's in Livermore.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling today?
Talk to us.
Just go a little bit back before you guys went to break talking about Clay, man. Is there anybody happier than Clay right now in the United States?
No.
That guy's living his life, man.
There's nobody right now.
You know what I'm talking about, Goo. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But look, man, I actually kind of want to change a little bit of the question real quick. I'm going to give you guys 3 names, and I want you to rank them. If these guys never got injuries, who would be the better between these 3 guys?
Wow.
Number one, Derrick Rose. Number 2, Grant Hill. Number 3, Penny Hardaway.
That is such a phenomenal question, man. And Steiny, I love all three. And I'm going to be, everybody's going to have a different one. But Caleb, I'm going Penny.
Penny number 1?
I'd go Grant Hill. I'd go Grant Hill. Yeah. I mean, he was
okay.
Yeah, he was a bad boy. He was Detroit, Steiny.
Yeah. But that's a good question.
No,
it's a good question.
Doubt.
Thanks, Caleb. Appreciate the call.
But prime Derrick Rose, Steiny, oh my God. Like, I don't forget stuff like that. That was a bad special dude on the court.
Here, you could add Brandon Roy to that list.
No doubt about it. Who did he just go off in the – was it Dallas in the playoff games, Steiny, at Portland? Just went bonkers. I'm going to look it up. Yeah, I think it was the Mavs. But Brandon Roy was a bad dude. Injuries suck, man.
You know what trade I've looked back on, and for the life of me now, I don't get it. Why would the Minnesota Timberwolves trade Andrew Wiggins and a first-round pick to the Warriors for Jacob Evans, D'Angelo Russell, and Amari Spellman?
That's negligence.
To get off his money?
Yeah.
No, like, I don't think people understand how low Andrew Wiggins' stock was when they traded him.
I guess not.
Like, nobody wanted that contract. And he was Zach LaVine. Like, when LaVine got traded this deadline, it reminded me a lot of where Wiggins was. The money's more now, but like, he was making $35 million a year.
And LaVine didn't get to go to a place with Steph, Dre, a culture. He's in no man's land still. But I get you, Evan. Steiny.
So he was traded to the Warriors.
Former number 1 pick.
Yeah, in 1920. And he was making 27.5, 30, 32, 34.
Well, it's the same team that drafted Rubio and Lynn.
Yeah, but it was a different GM at the point.
Yeah. That's a bad
But that trade was a great trade for the Warriors. Yeah. A great trade. Remember this one? David Lee. Do you remember who David Lee got traded for when he came to the Warriors?
Why do I want to say Rozier, but I know that's wrong.
Nope.
Who is it?
3 guys. Kalena Azubuike.
Oh.
Anthony Randolph.
The lefty.
And Rony Turiaf.
Oh, man. Who I always liked. Because Kobe liked him. But, oh, man. Dude. And that was the first time somebody chose the Warriors, right? Even though it was a trade study, that wasn't David Lee coming here the first time.
Yeah, no, he wanted to be here. You and him pretty good friends? Friends?
Yeah. Or like,
I don't think I'm friends with anybody.
Chris Mullin you're friends with.
Yeah.
Yeah, St. Jean you're friends with.
I mean, sure, acquaintance.
Curry you're friends with.
No, I'm not. Please.
He sent you autographed
That
jersey.
doesn't mean we're friends.
What's got you all?
Well, I'm looking at Brian Windhorst's 5 questions on TV, and number 5 was, will the Warriors finish off the offseason? Will Warriors finish business? Well, I got to believe they will by opening night, right?
Yeah.
They got to start first.
Oh, man.
Goo.
This is not how, wow, that's all I'll say. Like, oh, there's a reason for the reason, but it's a goose egg right now, man.
No, it certainly is. Here's another trade. You want to talk about one of the greatest trades?
I'm trying to beat you to it.
This is Giants, San Francisco Giants. They got Hunter Pence for Nate Shearholtz.
No, that was, wow.
In 2012.
How did that work out, man?
Oh, my gosh.
Hunter was a baller, man.
I also put this one in Matt Williams for Jeff Kent, Jose Vizcaino, and Julian Tavares. That was a pretty good one.
Yeah, but you brought up that A's one, Lester for Cespedes.
Oh, I forgot that one.
That was the one that went the other way, man. He was your Ricky Henderson. Rest in peace. I just loved me some Jonas Cespedes, Steiny, and they traded him for a pitcher. You took away your best everyday player for a guy that went up there 1 out of every 5 days.
So you'd never get a pitcher for a hitter?
Never. That's just, I don't do business like that. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't. You guys think the David Lee sign and trade to the Warriors catalyzed the 2015 championship for the Warriors? That courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I think the David Lee acquisition kind of put the Warriors on the map a little bit.
I know. And they need a little bit was a lot then. So it was a lot.
Yeah, he was
David Lee.
Nice. He was all right.
Yeah.
He's all right.
He came to the Lucky Break contest.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, him. Mad Bum before he was really Mad Bum. Remember?
Wait, what?
Yeah, Mad Bum. He goes, I'll listen to that if I'm driving in the car. Yeah. I got pictures where Dibs has hair. I'll put it on social after the show. Remember we all took a picture with Crow?
Madison Bumgarner was at
the Lucky Break.
I don't remember. Was I there?
Yeah, you weren't there that night. He had a blazer on. Yeah, this was before he was Mad Bum.
My God,
but he was Mad Bum.
I would have thought that there'd be no way in hell he would ever do something like that. Bumgarner. David Lee, I could see. Nice
That's
guy.
an interesting comment, but yeah, I got you.
I mean,
more so for Madison, but damn it.
No, I'm just saying.
I hear you. I got you.
Bumgarner doesn't seem like
that ain't his profile, and it wasn't. So I don't know if he's done it ever since, but yeah.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
So Lucas can be able to sign a 4-year, $222 million extension
on August 2nd. Yep. Hey, it is time to give away that Giants prize pack. Here's how it works. Sometime in the next 30 minutes, we're going to give you 3 clues. Then after that, we're going to play a sounder, and at that time, you tell us which former Major League Baseball All-Star we're talking about. So stay tuned and listen for those clues. All right? So in the next half hour, we're going to give you 3 clues to name a player. Then what happens is you'll hear a sounder, the trumpet blaring. You all know that sound. And at that point, I'll give you the number to call in the contest line. And if you know the answer to the 3 clues, you win a Giants prize pack. So there you go. And there's one other thing I was going to do, and now I forget. Mark Stein, 230. Trace Jackson Davis, 3. And Jason Richardson at 330 Goo with the boys.
Oh, that's big. What do you think Dibs is doing out in Vegas? Him and Grandy. If it's me, I'm gambling.
I think you'd be surprised.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling. Yeah.
You see, I was with Dibley all weekend.
He told me.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going nuts down there.
Well, it's not the NCAA tournament. Not a lot to bet on right now outside of Summer League.
I mean,
but you could get to the tables and throw
plenty.
some dice. That's I know. Shh, don't talk about that.
No, if you're asking, like, do you think Dibs is getting after it? I'd say, probably nothing crazy.
Well, there's 2 after it's.
Oh.
Gambling and drinking.
Yeah, I don't think.
Did you guys drink, no, be honest, at the golf tournament, it had an occasional.
You know, it's funny you ask. It's funny you ask that, Guru. Yes, in moderation.
Okay, gotcha. It wasn't Animal House like.
No, in fact.
We're too old for that.
In fact, I was in bed by 9 o'clock both. You don't have the ha-ha. I don't.
Yes, boy. Yeah,
so in other words, I got a great night's sleep.
By 9?
And I played terrible.
It's almost daylight out still.
I know.
Dude.
I know.
I watch movies. The TV rocks me to sleep.
And then, does it stay on all night?
No, they said you gain weight. If this true story, you can look it up. I go over that, explains it.
What?
If you sleep with the TV on, you gain weight. Yep. Look it up. Dude,
what?
I almost crashed.
I'm going to need somebody to confirm that.
I'm going to bring it up right. I heard that, and it explained a whole lot going on in my life. But I used to sleep with the now I power that bad boy. I'm Evan, 12:01, I'm out. I used to let the TV watch me sleep. Not anymore.
What?
I'm going to just tell you, hold on. Steiny, I'm telling you, a doctor was talking about it. I go, wow.
Yeah, probably.
Was it on
Dr.
Instagram?
No, it was. This was pre-Instagram.
TikTok?
What do you talk like?
Listen, I'm just help me out while I get it.
I don't know what to even say. I don't even know. I don't even know how to respond to that.
You can gain weight if you sleep with the TV on somehow. Yes, watching TV in bed, especially with the lights on while you're asleep, can lead to weight gain.
How can you watch while you're asleep?
Well, hold on. A study by the National Institute of Health found that men and women sleep with the TV on are more likely to gain weight and become obese. Disrupted sleep and rhythms. Hold on. Artificial light at night can interfere with the body's natural sleep-wake cycle, potentially affecting hormone production related to sleep and appetite. Watching TV often involves...
Well, that's the... Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know what? Watching TV 20 hours a day, that'll get you heavy.
Also, if you're, sitting there late night with the TV on, you probably got a bag of Funyuns or something like that, and that's not good for your metabolism either.
See, this is I know what you guys are doing.
How do you watch TV
Does
while you're
with
sleeping?
the TV on lead to weight gain? Yes. Dozing off in front of the TV, sleeping with other lights on can affect your body's metabolism and even lead to weight gain, according to the new study. Dude, chalk one up for the goo. Daily exposure to light and darkness helps maintain the body's 24-hour clock, which regulates metabolism, blood pressure, and healthy sleeping patterns. Disrupting the typical sleep-wake cycle with things like exposure to light at night can contribute to poor health and weight gain.
I can actually kind of see it.
I said, that's it. Back in I said, that's it. Steiny, I turned my box off, man.
Well, it sounds like it doesn't just apply to TVs. Like, it could be your overhead light or your lamp. Or.
But this one, Steiny, I heard it. I go, you kidding me?
Now, when did you learn this?
About 4 or 5 years ago. I was driving from Sac to the Bay, and the doctor was saying, I go, oh, my God, that's it.
I did put on a lot of weight when I worked the night shift.
Remember having it night.
When did you work a night shift?
I worked graveyard shifts, and actually before I met you guys, tail end of the pandemic when I lived in Texas.
Dude, he's been all over, man.
I know.
But you didn't know that. You guys learn something new every day.
I didn't know he worked third shift.
No, I'm talking about you can get fat with the TV on. Turn it off. Steiny, I used to do it all the time. I go, there's something there. I just proved it to you.
So let me get this straight.
I can't see it.
You do a study. Okay, in 1 month you lay in bed, and before you go to bed, you keep the TV on for a month.
Yeah.
Then the next month, you do the same thing, but you turn the TV off, and you won't gain as much weight.
That I don't know, but it affects, Donnie, the nervous system, hormone balance, and your circular rhythms or what have you. But,
circadian.
Yeah, Look at my man. Donnie, I tried to slip it in there.
Actually, I think it's circadian with an N.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But, yeah, I gave it to you. Now, if you want to fight this research, don't put it in my doorstep. I just backed up what I heard, and I was like, that's interesting. But, guys, I don't do that anymore, Evan. It's 12:00. I get that remote. Not going to put it on me.
I'm out.
I'll get it other ways.
Guru is correct. There you go. All right. One for July.
Now, do you sleep with your TV on?
No. I don't even have a TV in the bedroom.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's not healthy.
It's a sign of major marriage, too.
As you just proved.
I got a big
one. Do we need
a
phone? Do we need a TV if you got your phone?
Like when I see my kids on their phone, I'm like, there's a 75-inch outside. Put that little thing down. But I guess that's what it is, right? They got the nerve to be watching some TV shows on the little phone. The world would be my lab.
Yeah. All right. I'm
Dr. Darryl.
Hey, I appreciate you today, Gil.
No, I appreciate you.
I'm still.
Dude, it's man. 5.5 hours. We got to stay to 2:15.
Talking about Grace.
Oh, no doubt.
She's gone.
On. No doubt, man.
She'll be back.
Evan,
Not for a while. Not for a while.
Don't look at it like that, though. Just stay in contact. When you go calendar, then it makes it worse.
Yeah, but
just adopt. Or foster.
Yeah.
Well, how do you get when your kids go back to college and they go back?
No, seriously,
you've had them all together. You had all three together, and then boom, they're all
shade
gone.
at my spouse or the spouses out there. Your love for your kids hit different. It's something else. It's an empty feeling of like, what do I do? I never drunk around my kids when they were looking.
See, now this isn't
that's game right
but
there.
This isn't a humorous. segment.
No, I'm not. But laughter takes sorrow away.
I should have called in sick today. Honestly, I've stunk. I haven't been
But
here.
I do want to say something, and I'm going to put. I would have thought you were getting more. You were getting better at these departures to where you wouldn't. But they hit hard every time.
Yeah.
Yep. At least you enjoyed her yesterday. You guys went out alone. Got some father-daughter time, right?
We did. Yeah, we did. And
if it makes you feel better, the kids miss the parent in equal amount. Like when I leave my mom, I miss my mom.
That makes me feel good, Evan, but that runs out. Pops!
I'm just kidding. I love the guy.
You know, she's doing great. She's got a good job.
So
but
this is about the heart.
The other thing is like she's 12 hours away by flight, so you can't just hop on a plane.
And I have nothing against community colleges, but I was telling little Daryl, go to Sac Junior, just selfishly starting not wanting them go far, man.
Well, St. Clair's perfect. Isn't that perfect?
But you know what I mean. I'm used to going in his room every morning, saying goodnight to him. Kids grow up and the parents got to grow up, man.
Yeah.
And it's quiet when they're gone. Like, Milan, turn the lights off at 2 a.m. This ain't Breaking Bad. The neighbors think we're cooking dope. Like, turn the lights off. That's not a good sign. And then when she's gone, the first minute started, I'm like, I miss it. Yeah.
All right. This is your chance to win a Giants prize pack. And I'm asking the 3 clues now, right?
You are giving out the 3 clues.
Okay. I'm going to give you 3 clues, and you've got to come up with the player. And then after the break, we're going to play the sounder, and you call in with the answer. Here you go. 3 clues. I was an all-star one time in my career. 2015. Number 2, I was born in Yonkers, New York. 3, in 2016, I was one of 3 Giants to win a Gold Glove Award. All right. Hold your guesses until we tell you when it's time to call. You're going to hear a sounder on the other side of the break, not right now. In fact, if you call right now, you not only won't win, but you're going to get fined. You're going to get fined. So join us after the break, and we will give away that Giants prize pack, which is really sweet. All right. Let's see. 12:42. That's time for what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And the 650 wants to know what happened to the hell with the kid.
Yeah. He's grown up.
That was in a previous life.
Wow, man.
Previous life. All right. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, don't forget, this is next 15 minutes is going to be your chance to win a Giants prize pack, our All-Star Week blowout. And when you hear the sounder in the next 15 minutes, you will call the contest line with your answer to the question.
Yeah.
And let me ask you something, Goo. But now I forget. The Valkyries last night. The Valkyries
I'm
game.
still on the high, man. I think that's why I was able to do 5.5 hours of radio today.
Where were your seats?
Shout out Raymond Ritter, section 120, portal 20. Right there.
The ones below the media.
Right, look at my man right there. And my friends who I brought, they loved it. And Steiny, it's a great view, and it didn't disappoint, man. I just need to know what I'm feeling. Why did that hit a bit different than a Warrior game?
Well, let me ask you this.
Okay.
What is the difference?
I got to believe it's the people in the crowd.
No. The actual you've been to a Warrior game, and you know what happens.
There was a looser feeling of there was a more, this is crazy, Steiny. There was a connectivity to everybody that was in the crowd that I believe more so than a Warrior game. I don't know. Like, that's where I started at. It was more of a college. Everybody had on the gear. Not everybody, but it just was. I think it's the newness. That's my first. If I was a scientist, I would believe the newness has something to do with what I was feeling.
I think it has something to do with it. But I also think the Valkyries, for whatever reason, they do have staying power.
Now, why would you think they wouldn't?
Because they
I hadn't heard that stand. Like, I'm just assuming that.
Because they came right out of the gates and sold out night in and night out.
Wow, man.
And, you know, a lot of times, especially in the Bay, and if you want to jump into this conversation, you can at 888-957-9570. But Goo went to a Valkyries game last night, and he kind of came in and he said, Steiny, it was louder than a Warrior game.
Right.
And Evan overheard and was like, there's no doubt about it. It's louder than a Warrior game. And there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's fun, and the environment's different. And just trying to figure out why. All right, let me ask you some questions about
go ahead.
maybe,
I'm here for it.
Maybe why.
Because I don't have all the answers, but I just know what I'm feeling.
And if you think, you can help in this conversation, then jump in at 888-957-9570. Was it noticeable, yes or no, that there were more girls and women in the crowd than at a Warrior game? Did you feel anything like that?
I took my metric of that, Steiny, I did not get that feeling.
Evan, when you went to a Valkyries game, did you sense, without thinking about it, more women and girls than a Warrior game?
Perhaps. It felt like a different crowd, though. It felt more familial. There's a lot of, parents and kids, and it just felt like a lot more groups as opposed to, there were dates and stuff like that, but it felt like a different, almost a different fan base, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
And that's why I threw out the word community or I don't know what to label it or term it.
I think they're winning, which helps. But I don't think that's at the bottom of it.
No.
I think there is something that it was your first year in the WNBA, so there were no expectations. So really, you were going out there figuring, they probably won't win. They're probably not. I mean, if you know anything about the WNBA, you know that expansion teams have really struggled. So if you're going to a Valkyries game, you probably know, hey, we're gonna have trouble winning tonight, but let's go have fun. Well, now they're winning. They're 10-10, which is excellent for a first-year team. And
you think the crowd's taking on that? Like, this 408 may have hit it, Steiny. It's more college and less corporate vibe.
All righty, there is the sounder. It's time to win the Giants prize pack. First person to call our contest line and guess the former All-Star player correctly wins. The first person to call 415-523-4652 and guess the player correctly, you win. Thank you to the Giants, UCSF, Ghirardelli, and Life Plus for providing this awesome prize pack. Willard and Dibs, they have the next giveaway at 4:30 today. 415-523-4652. Not the normal line. So if you call the normal line, you're out. You're flat out. Hey, Steph Curry. Even though he
didn't win, huh?
I think he finished 5th.
Oh.
And Steph Curry, instead of, he said, leave me alone this summer, and yet he's doing interviews left and right. What do you think of that?
Well, he was playing, one. And then two, had we been out there where everybody was giving their time to anybody that would ask, as it was a party, talking about the Classic in Tahoe, we could have got with him. But anyway, he's the chef, the mayor.
All right. Monty Poole did the interview, NBC Sports Bay Area, with Steph Curry over the weekend. And he asked him point blank, you think you can really win another title with this team?
At this point, it's just white noise because I'm self-motivated enough. I don't really need.
That wasn't it. This one's it.
We've heard it for even before the 22 championship. We heard it. So to the point, like it all comes down to health. I mean, if you look at every team that OKC had a relatively healthy run, and that's what you need. Like for us to get through a regular season, try to be in a position where we're not chasing anything down the stretch. That would be nice. Get to the playoffs where hopefully you have home court and that know-how is they were able to leverage that. That's the name of the game, and that's what we're trying to do. So we're excited about the opportunity. Being in that fight is nothing like it, and we've kind of kicked away Father Time for a long, long while. So hopefully we can do it for another couple of years.
All right.
Yeah, but he got a lick in that has left a scar on me.
Wait.
For the rest of her. Father Time got a lick in when that hammy went. And Steiny, I'm telling you, the Warriors could win 70 games this year. Every time I watch Curry run up and down, I will be reminded of what was or what could have been. Steiny, I think it's ruined me because you kept saying they're – so that's all. He's right. Their biggest opponent at this age right now is health. And I don't like that coming off the cusp of what we saw play out against Minnesota. They were done the moment he pulled his hammy.
I always think it's interesting when you talk about the Warriors and their age and the concern about injury. And I get it when people say, well, you could say that about any team. Right. But younger teams get hurt less than older teams.
And Holmgren got hurt for the OKC. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the other thing about, I think, the Warriors with their age is they need all the depth they can get with this team.
And Kaminga's a part of that.
You would think.
So you don't get mad or scoff. It's somebody just from afar saying, how could this older team say night-night to a 22-year-old who is by far not a bum?
I think it's obvious that if you're from the Bay Area and you're a Warrior fan like we all are, and we've watched for 4 years, we understand. We may not like it, and we may point the finger one side or the other, but we understand why the Warriors would do something that seems to make no sense, and that would be get rid of 22-year-old on a team that's got a bunch of 35-plus-year-olds. But I think if you're, and this is what I always kind of feel, not just with the Warriors, but with any team, you notice most of the people outside the market, they just say, no, the Warriors, I mean, they don't like Kaminga, or they're jerking around Kaminga, or Steve Kerr doesn't like Kaminga. And I'm not saying that's not true, but, there's other aspects to the story with Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah, but there's definitely, when you just look at the skeleton of what the Warriors are and what they're trying to be, the bottom line is, with their age of the big three, Steiny, for the umpteenth time, a 22-year-old athletic wing you can't just let go for nothing.
And what if you get Devin Carter back?
Like, you think I'm playing? I'm just being real. That would be disappointing down the road. But, Steiny, I think the Kaminga has all the ingredients to be a Thundercat. And how many Thunder are you? I'm being real. A Thundercat.
Nobody likes that word.
I do.
I'm not the only one that doesn't like it.
But
the listeners don't like it. You overuse it.
I don't
You overuse it because it should be reserved for special, right? And that's not Kaminga,
right?
So just I'm sorry.
So no, my point being why we've never had this phrases. So I'm just asking you. No shade at my two guys I'm about to bring up. Moody and Pods are not Thundercats. We know if you're going to say Kaminga's not, you're for sure saying they're not as well.
No, I don't think so.
We don't have Thundercats of the future. Wiseman was supposed to be a Thundercat.
I asked you, please. I said, please.
It just kept it. I've never had a word.
What if Devin Carter becomes a Thundercat?
He ain't a Thundercat. He wouldn't even be on the market.
You don't know that.
He ain't a Thundercat, and I like him.
You want some good news?
Thundercat has to.
Oh, God, I can't stand that. Evan, help me.
Because we don't have one. A young one.
Yeah, Kaminga's one, so stop using it.
No, I'm just saying he's the closest.
I'll tell you what. I'll give him. You're right. He's a Thundercat. Let's lose it now. Okay? Okay. You want some good news?
Oh, boy.
From the 707 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Don't forget, Curry played all of last summer. I'm sure that wear and tear has something to do with the injury. This year, he's got the whole summer off.
Let's go. But I ain't going to believe it. It ain't going to change me. Like when my quarterback gets hit and he's lying on the ground, or used to, and he's lying on the ground and he completes a pass and all you're worried about is, did he get up from that hit? That's how I'm going to be watching Steph. And
there's a lot. Yeah, I'm not the only one that wants you to retire.
Seriously?
Yeah. Look at the YouTube chat.
Well, those are like four people.
Thundercat stinks.
Oh, my.
What's a Thundercat? Thundercat sounds like a group of dressed up kids in bodysuits.
Thundercats are young studs with power, man.
Get a new catchphrase, Guru, please.
The Rockets got Thundercats.
R.I.P. Thundercats. I'm just reading them.
Dude, you guys are...
Thundercats was the most... Oh, never mind.
It has nothing to do with the show. It's a dude like Daryl Dawkins going up in Chocolate Thunder. That's what a Thundercat is, Evan. Bringing it down.
Well, Pods can dunk. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Yeah. You know who's a Thundercat? Julius Randle.
He's 30 years old.
But he's still got power, and he's a problem. Anthony Edwards, the Pacers got a bunch of Thundercats. So do the Knicks. We need some just athletic wings that can do 3-and-D and dunk on ya.
Yeah, I guess Kaminga,
take it to the rim and bow.
So why are you getting rid of Kaminga?
That's obviously what I'm hoping we're not.
No, but he doesn't do those things, apparently. Look, if he did all those things that you want, he'd be under contract right now.
Oh, my God.
Hey, so get this. This is Willard related.
Uh-oh, Willie. You guys you're bros.
So I was driving back from Tahoe this weekend and listening to 95.7 The Game.
Whoop.
And I'd forgotten Willard does the Sunday show with
Ephraim.
Ephraim.
Yeah, look at you.
And let me ask you a question. Here it is. Here's the trivia question.
Will,
what do you think he came out with? What do you think they led with? The first,
he talks about it. It's national.
No, it's national, but hold on. He did talk about his wedding coming up. That's not, I'm talking about the first
I got you.
Sports topic.
And he should talk about his wedding coming up.
What do you think his first topic was? It's a national show.
Kaminga.
Nope.
All right, damn. Just give it to me.
What's going on with LeBron James?
I think they led their first block yesterday. As I got in the car, I had to walk. They were talking about LeBron. What do you think's going on?
What do I think's going on?
Steiny, I think you and Evan got me thinking Dallas. And you didn't even try to convince me. If something's up.
This is one of those things where I'll believe it when I see it.
And you know what? Wow. I'm with you.
I mean, I don't.
But the Lakers are telling him, allegedly, dude, your runs, you're not the big dog anymore. Rich Paul, he's not that guy. And is he mad that they didn't give him multiple years, Steiny? Is that what? I believe
he's been doing the same contract since he's forever.
Oh, man.
So, would you want him?
Yeah, at this point, oh, my God. That's a Thundercat. That's an older Thundercat. Steiny, your boy can still play. Come on now. He can run an offense. He just can't share the ball with Luka. I'm watching him. But that might be it, him, Reeves, and Luka.
They're saying Thundercats was a cartoon from the 90s.
And that's why Dibs didn't like it. But that's not what a Thundercat is.
Too bad it's taken, unfortunately. So you didn't even come up with it.
Sean Kemp was a Thundercat.
Well, no, apparently it's a cartoon.
We need Thundercats. But I'm telling you, they're real-life Thundercats.
Who are?
Do you see them on the local hoop courts? They go to your local 24-hour fitness.
What do you think about 70 league executives? What?
Put your name on it.
Oh, my gosh.
No, seriously, Stein, I'm so sick of this crap. Put your name on it. Put your name on it. Hey, Daryl, we pulled 30 PDs and they said you stink. You're doing it. Putting some names on it, it would hit different. Like, damn.
Two things we need to lose, Thundercats and Kaminga.
Nice. I'm wondering why it bothers you guys.
Because it's stupid.
I hear you, and it hurts me.
It's descriptive.
No, it's not.
Well, okay, seriously? You know who
You use it for everybody. That's the problem.
No.
You've used it for Kaminga. You used it for Josh Giddey. Now you used it for LeBron James.
Ain't no Thundercat. And I would want him on our team.
Horford?
I'm ready for you to go off because they're trying to bring in a 40-year-old center to replace
Those
Looney.
days are done.
Well, I like it. It's shocking me, Evan. Like I'm turning into you.
He's better than Looney. He's better than Looney. Here's the other thing.
He said he won't play and can't back to back.
Here's the other thing.
So you're not better than Looney.
I bet you Al Horford jumps higher than Looney.
All right, well.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
All right, you got me there. Oh, boy.
No,
I wanted Chris Webber for the Warriors. We blew it with the Wiseman pick.
Chris Webber doesn't even play anymore.
It's like a giant outfielder hitting home runs. We ain't had it since Barry Bonds. Like it's real, Steiny. That was our last Thundercat, down low. Not Bogut, not Lee, not Draymond. I love everything there. I'm talking about a dog. How long is it going to be before the Warriors get something down low?
They got Draymond.
Goo, nobody plays low post basketball anymore.
Julius Randle does. How'd that work out?
Julius Randle.
Ate our lunch. Couldn't stop him.
Julius Randle can score on all three levels.
So you can have that as part of your game.
Right. A part of it.
So you're just okay, huh? No body punches from the Warriors.
Like who's the best low post offensive player in the NBA?
Julius Randle or Karl Anthony Towns. Do I need to keep going? Those are two. Anthony Edwards.
Probably Jokic.
To help me out. Jokic. But you said it like it wasn't around.
I don't want to fight you today.
Come on now.
I don't
post still matters.
I don't want to fight you. Karl Anthony Towns?
He's
low post?
He's skilled down there. Did you not watch the playoffs? He was scoring on every level, Donnie. He should have done it more. But yeah, we don't want to fight, man.
Hey, Goo. So if I asked you, like, who's the Bay Area's Thundercat? Like when I say Thundercat, Bay Area sports athlete, who comes to mind?
Wow, that's phenomenal, Evan. I'm giving it to the guy that you asked me a question. You asked me the time, don't build your clock. McCaffrey. Healthy McCaffrey is a Thundercat.
Why don't you pick somebody who's a Thundercat right now? Like, you don't know if he is anymore.
He's pretty old for his position.
Exactly. And
I was being
I thought
proactive.
Thundercat was like leans a little younger. And that's why when you said LeBron's a Thundercat, now I don't know what you mean.
Well, he's so great, but it's the older version, but we'll take it.
Is Pods a Thundercat?
No, he's not. He ain't there yet. And Pods, I love you. Take the hoodie off. But Evan, that's my answer. You don't like it? McCaffrey.
I thought you were going to say like Purdy or Rama. I don't know. I thought a Thundercat was a young, exciting, energetic player.
Well, what are you guys calling McCaffrey? Fred Sanford?
He's old. I mean, the one guy, he's not young, but I would like Fred Warner. I kind of look at that.
And you know what?
But
you know what? Frank.
And of course,
Steiny,
what's
that's
his
a good
name?
one.
The guy that you'll never let go. What's that guy? He's the guy that you say they're going to miss, even though he didn't play last year. Greenlaw.
Now that. Oh my God.
Oh boy. 408 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
I don't need that. These people and weirdos don't make me. They make you, and you mess your day up. I know Cat's game. I've watched him. Yeah. He is cinnamon down low when he's on the block and wants to.
Is Cinnamon good or bad?
Baron Davis had Cinnamon. Get you on the block.
Baron Davis is a better low post player than Karl Anthony Towns.
But that doesn't mean, and you're right. That doesn't mean to me.
They want me to fight you because it's a slow day. I'm not gonna. Just know that.
Yeah, get back to arguing now.
Just know that hit different, Scott.
Yes,
Ralphie Devers is a Thundercat.
Just know, people, that I don't think Karl Anthony Towns is a great low post player. Right. However, I don't want to fight today.
What about Julius Randle?
What about him?
Is he a great low post player? Let's not just focus on the ones you disagree with. This is how you get gremlins. They start following your trend. Say yes, he's a great low post player. We can move on.
Yeah. I don't think he's a great low post player.
Is there one in the league?
That's a fair question. That's a fair question. Let me think. No, Jokic.
What is Shea in the post? He's great.
I look at him more as a mid-range shooter.
He can do it all.
Cozy codes. Cat is.
What'd he say?
Nothing.
Say
I'm trying to think, who is the best low post player in the NBA right now?
The best,
Jokic.
It's probably Jokic.
What about Luka?
No.
Even someone like Giannis, he doesn't really play out of the post. He just stampedes into the lane.
That's what he does. It's Randall. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I'm a Tex Myers.
I mean, for 10 years, you laughed at
Şengün is the best low post player.
Okay.
Do you have a problem? No, seriously.
Sure. I'm not. Yes, he's
him
good.
And Randall.
Sure.
And Jokic.
Okay, there you go.
And
there
Jokic.
You go.
And Cat.
I just think it's funny that now Randall's the best low post player in the league, but for 10 years we've been running him down. Julius Randle was a joke. Now he's the best three.
He's a multiple All-Star.
Exactly, but everybody thought he said.
I never did.
I got to get out, Goo. Coming up on the other side, we're going to play a game. We're going to replay a game that we played this morning with Shasky and
Spadoni.
So that's coming up on the other side. Hey, if you're wrapping up the workday like me, it's time to flip that mental switch, time to unwind. And when I'm off the clock, it starts with new vodka, N-U-E. New vodka, American-made, award-winning, 7 times distilled for that clean, crisp taste that you want in your go-to drink. I'm telling you, new is smooth, it's versatile, and it makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar. You get real quality with new. No fluff, no pretense, just great vodka. Hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes, and make sure you try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus. Those are game changers. Remember the name, New Vodka. That's N-U-E. Not just my pick. It can be yours too. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax, make the right call. Grab New Vodka, N-U-E, in stores now, or head to newvodka.com to find it near you.
I can't stand to see greatness right before my eyes.
Hit me again, Spadoni.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Earlier today, Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni invited Guru and I in an hour early.
It was great.
To play a Giants trivia / family feudish type of... or how would you describe it?
I felt like it was, I'm going Denzel, the movie Great Debaters. We all got to, 30 seconds, give your take.
All right. So, Guru and I spent a good chunk of the morning with Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, and we played a game revolving around the San Francisco Giants. Take a listen.
Go. What do you got?
No, it's fun. Well, I don't want to double back here because it's for give and take.
Yeah.
But quite frankly, who gives a damn about wins anymore in today's baseball?
The game is winning.
What are you talking about?
No.
For pitchers.
No, they do.
Wins don't matter.
Are you kidding me?
The team wins and loses, not the pitcher. And Justin Verlander has gotten screwed because his offense sucks.
It should be more of a reinforcement of how big a win is on your win-loss record. If you are handing the ball to your bullpen in the 7th and 8th inning and your team does win and you record the victory, that should mean even more. Like, wins are how we are evaluating teams.
Stinks.
I completely disagree.
Paul Skeens is awful.
I completely disagree. No, Paul Skeens didn't have a decision out of 13. That's different from wins and losses. When you get a no decision, it's taken out of your hands. To have a win still means something to me.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this. Let me tell you who's undefeated.
My team or not. What was that?
Yeah.
I discredit the wins don't matter.
Because I'm going to come for Spadoni because I've been hearing him last week say this.
No, runs are how you win games.
LeVar Ball's not undefeated. Father Time is. This dude is 42. He's like my old 78 Seville Cadillac with 200,000 miles. The win-loss thing, Spadoni, it does matter. And you're right. Last week you were saying, he's got the velo. He's not fooling anybody. It is over. I think, like, if you told me he's pitching for put me in the coffin if my life was on the line and Verlander was going out there. It's over. He's had his run in the sun. I watch him pitch. Is he terrible, horrible? No, but he's not fooling these hitters anymore.
I would agree.
It is a wrap saran. They don't score enough if I go with Spadoni motto about winning the game 5 runs or whatever, so he's not getting 5 wins. He's not coming close.
Wins are not a quarterback stat, nor are they a starting pitcher stat going forward. How about that?
Well, you're wrong about the baseball stat.
Yeah. The AARP club here, the three of you are getting on the young guy. That's fine. That's fine.
All right, next topic.
Millennials are right.
Steiny with the correct answer there.
2-1.
Well done, Steiny.
2-1. Well, it didn't help that my partner was also on Team Steiny. Come on, there's a
when a guy makes a good point, I got to back it up, especially when they're coming in an hour early to help us out.
Look at you.
You know? Carter, what's your next one?
Number 4. The Giants' pitching has been surprisingly impressive. Currently ranking 3rd in MLB with a 3.52 ERA. But Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong might be reaching their career high in innings and could be facing restrictions as a result. How concerned are you?
I'm so concerned. I think the Giants' starting pitching, which I thought was a strength, which still is relative to the rest of the league, they're running out of arms here. Yeah. They need a starter. Now, I'm not saying trading away Kyle Harrison was the right move or wrong move or whatever. Like, Kyle's not going to help you out much this year. They need a legitimate another starter to enter the equation, whether that's via a trade or one of these guys in AAA. Just look at it right now. You tell me where they're going to get 150 extra innings to finish this year out. You tell me where it is on the roster. Is it Carson Wisenhunt, who's in AAA, who's been okay, but not blowing anyone away? Or are they going to have to go out and trade for somebody? We might be looking at openers down the stretch. And they don't have a lefty in that bullpen right now with Eric Miller's injury. They're going to need to get a lefty. To me, they're number one. As much as I want a center fielder, I need a right fielder. Yeah. I need a top of the order bat. I think pitching, as in starting pitching and one more bullpen arm, is not only needed, it's mandatory if you want to make the playoffs.
I actually think Harrison and Hicks, I wouldn't say the Giants are going to miss them, but if they had them on the roster, the pitching would look a little bit different. At least they would have 2 extra arms where they could use a pitcher to start a game. I'm with you, Shasky. I am concerned about the pitching, although I'm very impressed with Roop. It looks like Birdsong's beginning to fade a little bit, but Roop looks like he's the real deal. And they need him to be because of Verlander. That's why they need Roop to continue pitching like he does, because if he starts to fade, then they only have two pitchers who can go out and win you a game. Get a win, Joe.
There's a lot of pitchers out there that Buster Posey could target the next couple weeks. Mitch Keller, I mentioned, a Pirate that's going to be out there.
I mentioned him first.
Joe Ryan. No, I mentioned him first. Shout out the Morning Roast, which is the first on our airwaves here at 95.7 The Game. Joe Ryan, a local guy, a name out there from the Minnesota Twins. 2 first names, though, don't really trust him. So there are players out there still to be had going forward. But Landon Roop had the start of the season for me over the weekend. I have zero concerns about their number 3 pitcher going forward, Landon Roop, who balled out Saturday, deserved to win pitching against the Dodgers in that lineup. I have no problems with Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Cy Young winner in the past. 4 and 5. I think every single team out there is kind of worried about their 4 and 5 pitchers going forward. The Giants aren't exclusive to that. Birdsong, we'll see. If they have to go opener here and there down the stretch, so be it. And you know how I feel about Justin Verlander. I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I'll say this. Shasky, you mentioned the word restrictions. I hate it. You got a pennant or a division to win, and the bottom line is fatigue makes cowards of all men. And I'm worried about this whole staff. And Buster set the bar so damn high when you went out and got Devers. It would be negligence if you didn't deliver or try to go get a Mitch Keller or guys like that. And I'm worried about Logan Webb. Oh, by the way, he'll pitch an inning tonight. Had a 6-run lead Friday night, and the Dodgers got at him, and they chased him out of there. And then if they just take a natural regression, him and Robbie Ray, then what are you looking at? There is no Harrison. So if Buster is that guy that we're all excited about and it looks pretty, you got to go get another starter. You just do.
Who gets the run?
Shasky, congratulations.
Let's go 2-2, tied up. All right, let's get this 5th one in before the break. We've got something fun we're going to unveil on the other side, and we're going to finish this game. We got Goo and Steiny in. It's a Giants edition of like a family feud, if you will. Give me Carter. Give it to me. Let's go Guru versus Spadoni on this one only.
Oh.
In a must-win Game 7 play-in situation, are you giving the ball to Logan Webb or to Robbie Ray?
Ooh, I'll start first. I'm going Logan Webb. The guy's been a bulldog. He has been leaned on against the hated Dodgers in a playoff series in the past. He's been under more high-leverage situations than Robbie Ray ever has. And I think Robbie Ray, a little bit at times, when the pressure's on, could be a little bit of a head case. I'm going Logan Webb in the orange and black go.
Yeah, and for every reason that you just mentioned and some, the bottom line, this is lightweight offensive. The face of the Giants, and I hate it because he's not an everyday player, is Logan Webb. This is his team. This is his game to lose. There's no way you would give the ball to anybody not named Logan Webb in a win-or-go-home situation.
All right. I think if you're playing the Dodgers and they're all those lefties, you might have to consider it. I do think matchups might play into it. Logan's had moments in the playoffs twice against the Dodgers. He had that great start a couple of weeks ago. But let's just say hypothetically, it's the Dodgers and it's a Game 7 and they've got Shohei and Freddie Freeman, all those lefties. I don't think it's as automatic as you guys are making it.
But how does that conversation go? Hey, Logan, let's talk to you. We're going to give the ball. Please.
Maybe you start with Robbie Ray and you go to it. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's as slam dunk as you guys are making it. That's all I'm saying. I do think Robbie Ray is good.
Spadoni, well done.
Yeah, that's me.
Good answer.
He begged for it. Way to go, Carter. Good answer. Good. By the way, real quick, before we hit the next one, because I know we got the break here in a couple minutes, by the way.
We don't. We blew the brakes.
Oh, we blew the brakes?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We just don't have brakes at all anymore?
Yeah. 10-2.
That's fine with me. Steiny and Guru in courtesy of River Islands here along Spadoni and Shasky. Oh, yeah, it's all courtesy of River Islands.
Thank you, River Islands.
Because all guests on 95.7 The Game appeal on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Logan Webb, in his career, 18 appearances against the Dodgers, 6-6 with an ERA of 4.33. Conversely, Robbie Ray in 23 appearances against the Dodgers in his career, 9-6, 3.32 earned run average. Steiner,
I'm still going with Webb.
Are you?
Yeah, and this is where kind of longevity actually comes in for me. I mean, he's been here the longest. He's been their ace for 3 to 5 years now. Robbie Ray. Webb's more of a Giant, so I'm giving him the ball. I do think I think they're basically even. They're both great pitchers, but I'd go with Webb.
Robbie Ray's been so good this year. I think most people agree with you, and I'm probably taking the minority, stance on this. But when Robbie Ray's going, I mean, he's got Cy Young-like stuff when he's on. Yeah. He is filthy. What do you got there,
His
Carter?
run is Sharapova-esque.
Look at him.
Continue, Carter.
Wow, okay. Number 6.
Well, who got the run there?
I thought I already gave this out.
Oh, you did. Okay, go.
Number 6. Which member of the current active roster will not finish the season on the active roster or even in the organization altogether?
Goo, you want this one?
No.
Chasky, go.
Yeah. Who will not be on the roster by the end of the year that's on the team right now? That is a great question. I'm going to take one off the board that I know that we asked various people and they kind of laughed at me. I think it's Wilmer Flores. I really do. I don't know if he has a defensive position currently, and if Devers could ever get out there and play first base, where does that leave you with Wilmer Flores? If Bryce Eldridge eventually, some point, comes up in the next 5-6 weeks, where does that leave Wilmer Flores? Could you get an arm for a DH like Wilmer Flores right now? And look, I like Wilmer. I really do. I think he was a very important player for this team for a long time. I just question if Devers isn't DHing, but he's at first base, or if Devers is DHing, don't you kind of want Dom Smith's defense at first base? That left-handed bat in there? I don't know. I wonder if Wilmer Flores is the guy that could net you back a starting pitcher and you'd be able to kind of open up a slot for your young player in Bryce to make a September call-up.
I'll go. Now I got somebody. Wilmer's too long in the tooth for me to get something that would be worth anything, but it's the guy that tied the game up Sunday with one out in the ninth, and that's Matos. Mm-hmm. And I know Yaz has an expiring contract, so you would like to see if he would take over, but it looks like he's just in a Kaminga zone. But I think other teams can look at Matos like, if we gave this guy run, he could do some things, and maybe he could net you or be part of a package that could net you a Mitch Keller or somebody that could help you with the arm game.
If you had to bet right now, do we get any look at Luciano over Matos before the end of the year, or do you think one or both of them could be traded?
One or both of them would be traded. If it ain't happened now, it ain't happening for Luciano.
Luciano's about to have 20 jacks in the minors, and we haven't even seen him.
I don't think he's Italian, but that's fine anyways. That's fine. It's okay. We don't mind.
Luciano is not Italian.
We'll claim him if we want to. That's fine. We need all the help we can get over here.
Steiny, who you got?
I'm gonna take somebody this is a bold one. Hayden Birdsong.
Wow.
What?
Hayden Birdsong. I'm going to say that he won't. If they make the postseason, he won't be on the roster. I think he's struggling.
As in DFA? I'm not DFA.
No. Just
left off the roster.
He'll be Barry Zito.
That makes sense because he's going to hit an innings limit. That's actually a good one.
Yeah.
You don't think traded though?
No. I thought it was won't be on the team. I just mean he won't be on the playoff roster.
I like that. That's actually a good answer.
But the assignment was not on the team.
Oh. Well, no, but I think what he's saying is he won't be on the active roster.
He won't be on the Giants team when the playoffs start.
Take that into account, Carter.
Luciano is not an Italian last name.
Oh, you're on my team, buddy. You're on my bad.
Lucchese is an Italian last name, though. Joey Lucchese is a guy that gets dealt at the deadline.
Are you kidding me? You went that low on the spectrum?
I think he's been pitching very well, actually, and he's going to be pitching so well, some other teams are going to be looking at him. It's like, I don't know if he's a starter going forward, but we can use some bullpen help. Giants have a plethora of bullpen arms. Joey Lucchese, the local guy from Newark, California, he's not going to be on the roster.
Only lefty in the pen.
I know. I actually like him. I like Lucchese. He's a paisan.
See, he's a guy I actually think might take a couple of these Hayden Birdsong starts if Hayden Birdsong doesn't, perform well.
Interesting. There you go, Kata.
Steiny, congrats! That was a great answer.
Such a good answer.
Hayden Birdsong.
Tied up 3-3.
Way to go, Steiny.
All right, we got the seventh.
I don't understand it, but he's on my team.
7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Let's rat-a-tat-tat these because I want to unveil some fun topics that we have for the rest of the week because I want Steiny's opinion on some of these. I want the wise sage.
All right.
We'll get to it in a second. 7th inning, bro.
You guys are right. I am an effing idiot.
Oh, my God.
Who played that?
That's so mean.
Oh, my God.
Who did
I said it.
What's your report card? What's your report card on Bob Melvin and the coaching staff? Which grade would you give them thus far?
They're currently a half game out of the third wild card in the toughest division in baseball. I would give Bob Melvin right now a B for Bob. Bob Melvin. He gets a B right there. What? It's true. Like, he can't get an A because you're not first in the division right now. But I'm not giving him a C because C would be average. They're an above average team by record. You have to give him a B right now, Goo. Right?
No, I'm going C-. I'm a guy that lives on emotion. He's been asleep at the wheel. I haven't called him out. I've given him a pass. And had he been in tune with this team and used energy, maybe this team wins 3 or 4 more games. It took you forever and a day to retaliate. The bottom line is Matt Windmill, shout out Bonte, Windmill Williams, sending guys around home, costing you a couple games. That stuff matters, man. And again, I can't come all the way for them because they're 7 over, but man, they could be 11 over.
What's your biggest gripe with Bob?
I think he sticks up for the players too much and doesn't call them out or call them on the carpet or situation on the carpet. No, it's not care, but just keep it real with us, man. One thou wow. Quit doing this
with who?
Cub Scouts, with all the teams. Somebody messes up, call Matt Williams out, call the hitters out.
Okay.
Is Devers not playing, hitting, or is he hurt or not? I don't like he's soft, man.
Well, because I
couldn't play for him. That's it.
Can I defend Bob? And I've been critical of Bob for specific situational pitching substitutions or lack thereof. Who would you have batting leadoff right now on the Giants? Because everyone's complaining about the lineup, and my thing is hey, wait a minute. They signed Jung-Woo Lee, Farhan did, and I thought he would be a top-of-the-order catalyst. He's not been that, okay? He's been kind of hit and miss. And a lot of guys have been underperforming or not playing well, and so you're trying to find something with the lineup. And I'm not sure who I would have bat leadoff.
Ramos is my guy.
You like him?
Yeah.
What about you, Stein?
I would say Ramos, too, believe it or not.
He's been struggling the last 2 weeks.
He ain't the only one, but he has.
True. 60 or 70 at-bats, he's been struggling, but I think he's their best hitter.
Okay.
And Devers probably is, but you're not going to lead Devers off. I think Ramos is the guy that of Devers, Chapman, and Adames. I don't want any of those guys leading off. So Ramos is the natural, and then we'll fill in after him. But I'm with Goo on this one.
So C- for both of you for Bob.
Let's go to Sunday's loss, right? Sunday's loss for me. I'm going to go B with Spinoni. I'm with him on this one.
You got Bailey Bunton with a torpedo bat?
Timeout.
Who's calling that?
Players need to play.
You can't get a bunt down as a big leaguer.
You should know if you can bunt or not bunt.
You're batting 190. You should be able to bunt. If you're not bunting, you can't contribute.
And it's not something we see him do all the time.
He walked Ohtani, which was the right move. He got Betts and Will Smith out with Bivens, and a blooper drops in and they lose that game. They should have won that game. All right, that is on
Casey Smith not tag up.
That's on players not executing. Bob's not running the bases for them. Bob's not the one landing bunts.
But you are responsible for what your kids do. Let's keep it real. You can tell little Johnny and Susan to do the right thing. They mess up. That's on the parents.
The Giants,
they're adults though.
Held the Dodgers scoreless in the 10th.
Yeah,
they start the bottom of the 10th with a runner at second,
a ghost runner, yes,
and they have their worst hitter at the plate. But he's also their best bunter. You've got to bunt there, and
exactly.
You've got to get it down.
On 2
all you
pitches.
Need is one run.
Yes.
Get him to third. Night.
What makes him your
Bailey.
best bunter?
Because he's
what did I miss? What did I miss? Who's your best bunter?
Yeah, I heard Kruk and Kite say
it. Torpedo bat. I love that. Please. I love that you're obsessed on the torpedo bat.
Did you see where the ball? It was okay, this is bad.
It was horrible.
Have him do it the third time.
How do you pop up 2 bunts on low pitches is beyond me. I will defend Bob.
Goo, well done.
4-3, Guru and Steiny.
My man.
All right, 8th inning. Now we're getting into the clutch stuff right here. 8th inning.
All right, go ahead.
Is there anything between now and the end of the regular season that could get you to lose faith in Buster Posey or Bob Melvin?
Ooh. Yes. I'll take this one. If Devers becomes in a complete malcontent and something bad happens behind the scenes, That's the only way for me that this could turn the season into dumpster fire. If Devers refuses, gets mad at either Buster Posey, someone in the clubhouse, a reporter, I don't know. That's the only way that this could be a stain on Buster Posey, who stuck his neck out for this guy. Let's be honest. He was a malcontent in Boston, and what has Boston done since, guys? 10 in a row. They're balling right now. They kicked Devers to the curb, not even look back. They don't even care what they got. So that's the only way for me.
But you said that makes Devers look bad? The fact that
it's not looking good, right, Goo? It's not looking good. That's all I'm going to say. That's the only way that this season could be bad for Buster and Bob is if Devers becomes a malcontent.
My partner just said about 5 minutes ago, there's no pressure for the Giants to make the playoffs after Buster Posey said it's go time, pulled off that trade, and if somehow they were to slump and fall out of it, and I heard Bowmel or Posey say, nothing to see here, we're still good, we're looking for the future, I would then question the culture of what I was sold and told when Buster called the shot, delivered Devers, then you slump or it goes the wrong way, but there's no heads to roll in regard to calling people out. That would leave a bitter taste in my mouth.
Did we think they were a playoff team before the season started?
Wild card,
I'm asking.
I did wild card.
Okay, you thought wild card.
I've been doing that the last 4 years.
Okay,
I thought that was a legitimate expectation.
So your expectations were heightened when they brought in Devers.
Oh my gosh!
So you thought winning the division?
Yes, it was like it's feasible, but you tricked off games like Sunday.
Okay,
you could have been 4 back. I'm just saying.
Okay, all right, Steiny, what about you?
No, because I don't see this team. This team is not going to flounder. All right, they're not going to go 20-40 in the second half of the season. I just look at Buster Posey and what he's done, and now I'm looking at last year's team and the year before that, and I think he looks at, do they want to make the playoffs? Of course they want to make the playoffs, but I think this is a 2 or 3 year makeover that the Giants are, that he wants to make the Giants into. And no, I mean, as long as they hang around the third wild card, if they don't make it and they miss by a game or 2 or 2 or 3 games, no. The question was, will you lose faith? No.
I think he's completely legitimized the Giants, and now they're actually credible.
Mean?
They're credible. Like, they got Chapman, they got Adames, they got Devers. They're bold. They're in the mix. They are now one of the halves. They're not on the outside looking in. And look, yes, they could still underwhelm and disappoint everyone, but I think the fact that you have Buster, his credibility, similar to John Lynch, similar to where the Warriors are now, there's just this respectability that the fans and the nation have with this team.
I'll say this, and I want to pose this to you guys as well. Like, if Devers does start doing the same things that cropped up in Boston, though, that's
a different question.
No, but that's how it becomes bad, is what I'm saying. That is, like, Buster Posey is Devers' guy and vice versa. Like, that's tied at the hip as far as I'm concerned. So if all those problems start springing up again, not saying they are, but by all accounts, everything's been fine except Will Clark, Will Fleming on line 1. Other than that, everything's been fine. But if it's not fine, though, and he, like, the weight becomes an issue, and his refusal to, like, get that under control, that is something that could bleed into next season.
Look, sports has a way of kind of settling itself. We thought Trey Lance was going to define Kyle Shanahan. Somehow he wiggled out of it, right? And he found Brock Purdy. We thought that the Jordan Poole trade and what they did with CP3 and the expiring contract and all that was going to define Dunleavy. And somehow he wiggled out of that and found a way to get themselves Jimmy Butler. So sometimes we think something could be the linchpin of making or breaking an organization, and the reality is there's other elements at play. Now, we got to get to the next topic because we have to unveil a bracket. So, Carter, choose a winner on this one. 8th inning.
Spadoni, well done.
Let's go, 4-4. All right, 9th inning. This is where it's all coming. No ghost runners.
We are tied up at 4-4, and for our final question, the Giants are currently on pace for 85 victories, according to Fangraphs. Would this number be acceptable to fans, and is it enough to make the postseason?
I don't think it's enough to make the postseason. I think you've got too many teams that are going to be in that 86 to 89 range, and I think you missed the playoffs by 1 or 2 games, and we're going to go back and look and say, I cannot believe you lost to the White Sox, the Marlins, losing a game here and there to the Rockies, the 2 games in Arizona, the game on Sunday against the Dodgers. I think if they end up with 85 wins, it's not enough, and I don't think Giants fans are going to be thrilled. I think we're going to be really frustrated grid, and we're going to play the woulda, coulda, shoulda game of all of these blown opportunities where they should have handled business against lesser teams.
All right, that was Guru and my appearance on the morning show with Shasky and Spadoni. We enjoyed that.
Yep.
Hope you did too. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We got crossover coming up next, and that segment was also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
following the team.
That's not following the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Willard in studio and Dan Dibley coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Viva Las Vegas.
And before these guys jump on, 2:30 is, I already teased this, but now,
I'm trying to see if you remember. Oh, I haven't got you.
2:30 is Mark Stein, the best NBA writers, and has a Substack. 3 o'clock, Trace Jackson Davis.
Got it.
3:30, Jason Richardson.
There you go.
Yeah, fresh out of the MRI tube. Not to tease too far ahead, but apparently Jay Rich sustained a little bit of an injury, so we'll give you the full injury report on our guest list coming up at 3:30.
What happens in Vegas stays in your leg.
That's
what happens
on the ground.
Well, no, we'll start the show with that today. I cannot wait to get both from Dibs and Grandy stories of a night loose in Vegas.
And I'll be all ears.
It's going to be amazing.
But I'll say this before you go, Dibs. Do you and Willard, Guru had a first today. Have you ever did 5.5 hours of radio?
Yeah, I used to do 8 hours of radio every day.
What does that mean? What?
That means I was a part of a morning show on another station that went 5 to 9, and then he went 9 to noon. So I guess that'd be 7 hours, but I did 7 hours. 7 hours, thank you. I was the original Scott Hansen before there was Scott Hansen. I did 7 hours 5 days a week. And, Dan, is Dan back there? Dan, look this up. It's like, Gary, don't you have Google?
That is great.
I know it's 2007.
He
but
pretty much did not have Google.
Can you ask Jeeves when you're in there?
He still doesn't have Google.
I believe that, Will.
And I love
Gary,
and we love you guys for staying every day. But 5.5 hours of radio, you have to subtract out if you replay portions of it. I'm sorry. That's just the rules. I don't make them up.
Yeah,
I don't make them up.
Coming up at 5:08, Jay Rich replay or TJD replay or all the above.
And 5:27, Mark Stein on the show today.
No doubt.
Dibs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think Stein's going to have some info for you.
At the Stein line on Twitter.
Except for what if the info is the same info that everybody
Which I think is going to be
everyone's like, what's the info? They're like, the info is there's no info, and it's going to be even more frustrating a week and a half from now than it is now.
I know we're Warrior-centric and we're home flagship of the Warriors, but do you really believe, because Steiny got me thinking last segment, that LeBron really the narcissist?
With Ephraim on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
We just talked about it.
You guys came out with LeBron.
Yeah. Well, he's a huge,
after your wedding stuff.
Well, and after his F1 stuff. He lost his mind and apparently hates all sports that are not F1 racing now.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the movie.
No, he did. He watched the movie. He watches the Netflix episodes with his wife, and he said that they had been through no joke, they had been through, I think, over 50 episodes in 5 days.
What?
And I got jealous, and I told him I'm not a jealous person. You're an NFL player. You have millions of dollars.
Yeah.
You've got a beautiful family, 2 boys. He gets to travel and go wherever blessed. I go, I've never been jealous of you before until this moment. You have that kind of time? Are you kidding me? 60 episodes in 5 days? Good Lord.
That's a lot.
That made me jealous.
Do you think Bron's leaving? Because we brought up Dallas, Dibs, and Willard. I'm thinking, oh, my God, if they could give something, like that would be a beautiful spot for him to not have to do all that anthem. Because you come to the Warriors, we need Bron from 2018.
Dibs, I don't know where he could go. I don't know how you get it done.
Dibs.
Everything feels too complicated.
And I just don't know why he would go, because everything has already been, signed, sealed, and delivered. Shout out Stevie Wonder. Are you going to go to Dallas and now you're going to win a title? And if you win a title there, okay, fine. You're the first guy to ever win 4 in 4 cities, and that's a thing. But if you're LeBron, if I'm LeBron, I'm only thinking about checking the final boxes in my career, and this year he will pass Robert Parrish for most games played ever, and he's probably going to pass Jason Kidd to go up to number 3 in assists. And so if you're LeBron, what else is really out there for you? Everything that you've needed to do or wanted to do, you've done. So I don't know how going to Dallas does anything for you.
But Dibs, so are you saying this is just a bluff? He looks like he's really mad. Rich Paul saying 4 teams contacted my client. Like, I guess I'm falling for the cheese then. Dibs sounds like he's not going anywhere. I thought that was it, but I'm like, he's really – the Lakers are saying you ain't the dude.
Well, no, I don't know if he's not going anywhere means that he's happy or the Lakers want him. You know, that's kind of like Jonathan Kaminga. Damn. I don't know if him staying means he's happy and the Warriors want him. I have no idea what it all means. But I think I wasn't, and you weren't alone when you read that note from Rich Paul. It feels like LeBron is almost, for the first time maybe in his career, a team is not all about him, and he's very uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
And I'm not one of the people that fights him for that. Oh, you narcissist. Dude, he's LeBron James. There are people in life where I'm like, go ahead, be a narcissist. Like, you've run this league for 20 years.
He's earned it.
Yeah. Like, it is kind of about you. You know?
I mean, I feel like if he's been playing for 20-plus years and he knows it's his last year or two, if for whatever reason he doesn't want to play with Luka or he just doesn't like where he's at, he's not going to want to leave basketball on those terms. He's going to, if he's not happy there, I think he will force a trade. But I don't know what a trade for him looks like. But you're right, he's kind of choreographed his whole career, so I think it would be kind of strange if he didn't want to be somewhere his last year or two, but he had to just take his medicine.
Do you guys buy that maybe this situation is what's holding everything else up too? Because while Warrior fans are like, when is this Kaminga thing going to break? I'm like, when is anything going to break? We had that first wave.
Explain it. Yeah.
We had this first wave, and then wow.
And it was a baby wave.
It's been 10 days of you can't even sign Al Horford to the non-tax midlife. You know what I mean? Like, what in the hell is going on out there? And so that's why I sort of wonder, because when you have a LeBron-sized thing.
Yeah. He's in Vegas with Dibs. Dibs, have you seen him?
Oh, yeah, I mean, of course. And where was he sitting? Oh, that's right. He was courtside. And I'm not saying that he has to be up in a suite or in the nosebleeds, but LeBron being courtside shows you exactly what this all is about to me. LeBron wants it to be about LeBron, and I'm not begrudging him for that because he is the self-anointed king. Apologies to Bonte Hill, but LeBron James likes everything to be about LeBron James. And so I think that this offseason news cycle, for lack of a better way to describe it, is LeBron wanting to be a part of what's going on. So he wants to be a part of the news, and he wants his name out there. It's been his whole life, right? He's 41 or 42, and going back to his, sophomore year in high school, it's all been about him. So that, for me, is his comfort zone.
Well, the other thing, too, is, LeBron James has always been a free agent and gone somewhere, and that's known as ring chasing. Like, if they trade him, now obviously he's going to approve of the team, but maybe people look at him a little different because he got traded to his last place. He didn't go there himself, and so if he were to win a fifth, it wouldn't be looked upon as a ring chase.
I don't know. I think he conducts things at such a level that I don't even know. Like, even if you're right, even if it was a trade, I don't think the public would translate it as a trade. It's going to feel like LeBron handpicked that team, they called that team, they brokered a deal, and got him out of there. But Dibs, to your point, with regard to him always wanting to make it about him, I kind of feel like it's not just the news cycle. That's how I feel about the end of his career. And he's always struck me, and this is kind of the opposite of Steph, as someone who will advertise, I'm leaving at the end of said year so that you can celebrate me every city I attend all year long.
On now.
And if he's going to do that on a team that's kind of featuring someone else, I don't think he's going to like that.
Man, and I'm with you.
That I agree with.
I mean, to me, the sensible play, and this is a little bit of a long shot, but his son is going to University of Arizona, which I know is not in Phoenix, but it's in Tucson.
That's
close
Bryce,
enough. So,
right? Bryce James.
Right. Bryce is going to Arizona. So if you're LeBron and you want to be near your kid, you go to Phoenix. And so you find a way for Phoenix to sign and trade Beal, and then the Lakers buy him out. Whatever the money works. If you're going to get rid of LeBron and you're going to have to take on that much money, Bradley Beal's making 57. So there's a way you could sign and trade Beal and essentially buy him out and make that work. If this whole LeBron thing is really going to happen, and if I'm LeBron and I want to go somewhere totally neutral, go to Phoenix and be near your kid.
But you wouldn't win, Dibs, and if you stay in L.A., you're still near your kid because you're playing with them.
You're now the second banana. And if all of this is to be taken at face value, which I don't buy any of it,
all right.
by the way.
Right.
I don't buy a bit of it.
Yeah.
But if you're looking to go somewhere else, what team out there has the money to acquire you in terms of a trade and has a location that might actually work for what you want to do in your life?
Yeah, but I also don't think he wants to go out missing the playoffs.
Oh, my, he wants
you know
that
what I mean?
fifth. No doubt
I hear what you're saying. I don't feel like that's a fit. It needs to be somewhere that's glitzy and out front.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I want all of the Summer League teams to change their names
to three-point shooters because that's all they do.
Well, I'm just looking like this, it's over my right shoulder. We got a game, and this is probably from last night or whatever. Or maybe it's not.
No, we're live here.
Is that live? Is Minnesota?
We're live in Vegas.
Minnesota's playing Detroit right now?
Yeah.
So
I got the Pistons plus 4.5.
Good. They're already up 2. You're in a good spot. I don't like when you look the next day and you're like, the Warriors lost by 23.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, they didn't. That wasn't the Warriors. Change your names.
Okay. All right.
Golden State, Puppy Warriors.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, give everybody a different name. I don't like. Yeah, Warriors. And then what? Are teams scoring like 60 points last night? Like, that's not. This is not the Pistons and the Wolves. Where's Cade Cunningham and Anthony Edwards if the Pistons are playing the Wolves?
Hey, Dibs and Willard, Guru went to his first Valkyries game last night and said it was incredible.
I back every single thing that you and Evan have said.
Can you help me put a finger on, I guess I'll say, Willard Dibs, the difference or why that felt? I did the wave.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do it. Like, I wanted to do it. Everybody got to, what's going on?
Do you know what's funny is because they did the wave, the one that I attended to, and I didn't do the wave, but I kind of was like not bothered by it for the first time in my life. And they're like, why? Why is it okay here? Do you know what word came to mind as I was listening to you guys talk? And I hate this, but this is the word that came to mind, money. Money.
Wow.
And so why is a Warrior crowd
a little more stiff maybe
or cynical? Because they've spent way more to be there. They know the players are making $50 and $60 million a night, and that comes with an expectation and sort of an anger if it doesn't go right. The Valkyrie game is Disneyland. It is purely just we are here to have a great time. We probably didn't break the bank to be in the building.
Willard,
people on the court are probably making less than most of the fans watching. It's just a different purity level.
It's kind of scary. Real quick, Steiny and Dibs, Brian, our guy Brian used to work with us here at 95.7 The Game, got the Twins. You must have stole this. The Valkyrie game seemed less cynical than a Warriors game. Like these players aren't making millions of dollars like the NBA players, and it's not as negative.
Who's walking?
What does that mean?
Who's walking to the car going, could you believe that turnover from Kate Martin?
But how would that affect your root for the game, though, Willard being loose and more energized?
Because you're just, like, happy. You're just there for a good time.
Wow.
You're not there for the W and any of that. You're just there for a good time.
Yeah,
I think it's partly the investment. I'm sorry, Steiny. Like, if you go to concert in the park and it's free and you throw out your blanket and you've got your cooler of beverages and you paid $0 to get there and it's some knockoff band, we'll call it Fleetwood Jack. You know, all those cover bands, and it's like, okay, That's not Stevie Nicks, and Mick Fleetwood is not walking through that door. This band is not very good, but I paid no money to be here, and so it's great. I know that song. They're going to do Gypsy. They're going to do Tusk maybe if they have a horn section. We're going to go home, and it's all good. So to Willard's point, I do think a lot of it is the price line versus what you are expecting, but also I think that people who have more affluence tend to have less of an ability to go out there and just let their hair down, which is why we see now at Chase Center all of these fat cats sitting courtside. They won't put the shirt on because I've got my freshly pressed $400 button up and my D-bag vest that I have to wear, and so I can't put on your knockoff shirt. You remember, Steiny, the days of early Oracle when people were putting the shirts on. People were going crazy, and it was okay.
They were like the first to do it, the Warriors, with the gold shirts, the We Believe year. I also think, so if you're a Valkyries, okay, so the Valkyries had a ton of season tickets sales. Yeah. Like, let's just say 12,000 or whatever it was. So they're not casual fans. They like basketball. So I think they were smart enough to realize the Valkyries aren't going to win very many games. But let's go out there and have a great time. And I do think there's something about them winning that's maybe elevating it like a little bit. But I told Guru this, and I can't really explain it. It's like, I think they have staying power.
I do too.
I mean,
oh, God, yeah.
But I asked him, why would that come to his mind, though, in year one?
Because
when you say staying power.
They're getting 18, and nobody knows anybody on their team when they got to 18. And, I mean, I got to believe it's just a matter of time before they get a superstar in here.
For sure.
And then,
shout out Burton.
And then it's
they've got more resources than any team.
Hello.
You know what, action. When I left that game and I'm walking to the car, thought to myself, with what's happened to the WNBA and the rise in popularity, if you were to redo the WNBA, this would be the first city where you'd have a team, not the 13th. This is that's the other thing.
But who knew
this
that?
City
I didn't know.
Well, if you think about who we are and what this city is, it's actually not surprising at all. Like, it fits so many of the different idiosyncrasies of this city. And so when I was in there, dude, I don't know if you had this same experience. You gotta step out of yourself for a second and just look back and stare at the crowd and go, if at any point in my life you told me this was a WNBA game, I would have called you crazy. I never thought a WNBA game would look and feel like that.
It was incredible.
It's awesome.
I have one take, Dibs, and I know we're all fathers here, but you tell me if I'm being an old fogey here, right? Now, I have little Daryl, who considers Pods a friend, and I know Pods has his thing, so I'm not hating on with the Valkyries. But as a man where I'm at in my life right now, I don't like hoodies inside. And I buff my two sons when they even try to pull that off if we're going anywhere. Pods, I'm not his daddy at all. But he's at the game, courtside, doing his thing. With the hood on at the game. You can't do that. Was my only. You can't do it, Dibs.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I gotta say it.
Hood on, not okay indoor. Sunglasses on, okay indoor? Please explain.
There's so much.
Half the listeners did the same thing you did. They did this earlier, Dibs. I know you.
Shades are stylistic.
No.
Hoodies inside to me represent fear.
Why?
Because I'm watching.
Why?
Robberies, all this stuff. I'm no positive. The hoodie to me, it jumps off differently. The shades inside are style.
If
the hood inside, I go, oh boy, whoa. It wasn't that, but come on.
If we accept the shades as style,
and you have,
why can't we accept the hoodie as style?
Because it's not. And
I mean, do you really think Pods is fixing to rob the place?
No.
Mark going to fight with both these guys this week. I love it.
No.
Because I was listening.
The black man, Mark Willard, the hoodie inside and the hoodie in general represents something different to me than it does to you.
That's fine.
And it's fair.
And that's fine.
That's
and Pods is not a black man.
No doubt. But my point is the respect factor of wearing it inside when you're the guy already.
So like
you don't got to be Joe Cool. Steph would never wear the hoodie inside.
First of all, I don't know about that because Steph does wear the hoodie at times. He's worn them at press conferences, which are inside. I listened to this entire debate that the two of you had, and I fully accept sort of where you come from with what it means to you, but that's what I kept wanting to say through the radio. It doesn't mean that to everybody. And these things do evolve. They do evolve. Every generation, there's something that the previous generation will find very rude.
Like, it's just a respect thing. Like, I check my kid. He's not my kid. I get that. He's a ball player, but
like this, I'm like, man, this never even would have occurred to me when I saw it. I'll freely admit that. It never even would have occurred to me.
But if you guys are going to just out there, and it's your prerogative, if you're going to compare, because I'm doing it wrong in a disservice, the hoodie to the glasses, then you're missing my point.
No, I fully get the point, and I am mostly with you on hoodies inside, and I think about most of the elementary and middle school dress codes. You can't wear a hoodie inside. You're not allowed to have your hood on in the classroom at a majority of schools, and so I do think that is an actual thing, but I just was wondering about the possible hypocrisy of a man who wears sunglasses inside, and that's fashion. Now, I understand if you are Coach Sperano, rest in peace, I think. Tony Sperano, former.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb.
Yeah, you still try this.
Everyone runs to the Google. He wore his sunglasses inside because he had an eye issue.
Yeah, he passed in 2018.
Thank you, Grandy. Score one for the Dibber.
And so did Tony Soprano, by the way. Different spelling. But anyway, go ahead.
Correct, and he actually was a character, not a real human being, but I digest. Tony Sperano would wear sunglasses inside because he had issues with his eyes. So if you want to think that sunglasses inside are fashion, you're allowed to. And the other one for my generation, and Steiny, you can speak to it if you're still awake.
He's here.
Hats at the dinner table. Hats at the dinner table. In my family, that was a big no-no.
How about this? Christy said this to me the other day. She goes,
"Nice try, Steiny. You almost got in there."
Almost. No, but it's same
Welcome
idea.
to my world.
Do you guys think you need to dress nice to get on a plane?
No, we talked about
We had this fight.
Yeah.
I wore a tank top to Vegas, him and I, and flip-flops, and he still holds it over my head.
If you're going to make me fold up my legs, then I'm going to wear flip-flops if I damn well please. But, Christy said this to me last week. She goes, I just wish people still dressed up nice for the plane.
Steiny?
Yeah, I don't like tank tops on a plane. I don't like
that's
tank
a little.
The
armpits are out.
I'm ready to rule out shorts also.
Why?
For myself.
Okay.
Because I'm sick of getting on a plane and then being cold.
No longer, by the way, do you have to take your shoes off. So
you're right.
I'm actually, my wife has kind of bullied me into wearing shoes on the plane because I was always a flip-flop guy. But, she was a big fan of not dressing fully up, but at least wearing shoes. And she'd prefer pants, but she's not on this trip, so your boy is definitely rocking the shorts today. Actually, quick weather check. Really cooled off here today. It's down to 111.
Oh, good. Wow. That's exciting.
Things are trending in the right direction.
So did you go for a run?
No. We stayed inside, watched a bar rescue marathon this morning.
Oh, boy.
That guy's mean, Steiny.
Taffer?
That guy's mean.
Jack Taffer?
Oh, yeah, he'll get after you.
Yeah, he will.
Don't spoil any more of the Grandy and Dibs loose in Vegas stories. I want to save them for me. But
that was about it. But
Guru, you'll love this.
Give it to me.
Because at first when you were talking about this earlier today, I thought like a hoodie, even with the hood off, was offensive to you.
Oh, never.
And I'm like, am I not allowed to wear a hoodie inside? Because I do that all the time.
Yeah.
But you'll like this. Once upon a time, years ago, I won't explain the whole reasoning behind it, but I happened to be observing inside family court. I was observing a different case inside family court. And the dad, who's sitting there accused of all kinds of stuff and trying to hold on to some custody for dear life, he showed up in jeans and a hoodie. And
not the hoodie on the head.
No, it wasn't on the head.
Right, so
but even just having it on, this case got started, and then about 8 minutes in, the judge looked at the guy and goes, hey, could we stop all of the arguing for just a second and let me ask you a question?
Oh, boy.
And he said, did you come in here today as serious as a heart attack? Everything in the world is on the line for you in a hoodie.
Wow, man.
Did you do that? And I was like, oh, God, the case hadn't even started yet. I'm like, this is not going to go
But how
well.
many men and women do you see for their future guys in front of a judge for whatever dressed up? Not that it helps, but I want to respect the game, Dibs.
I wore a collar today.
Yeah.
All right, gents.
I wanted to make up with Steiny. I wore a collar.
Oh.
Yeah.
We don't need to make up.
I know we don't.
Everybody
I'm
thinks
kidding.
we do.
That's not why I wore a collar at all. I'm just going to dinner.
Dibs, these guys.
2:30, Mark Stein, one of the best in the business, quite
He's awesome.
frankly. And Willard Dibs taking you home.
All right.
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this damn thing. I can't wait. I've been excited for today for a while, Dan Dibley.
Yeah, it's the last day for you for a long time.
Yeah, but that's not why I'm excited. Like that's already been in play for a while. And yes, indeed, today is the last show for a little bit less than 2 weeks for me. Just a little wedding, a little honeymoon, and then I'll be back for training camp, and we'll be good to go. But no, as soon as they mentioned the whole Vegas soiree, and I'm thinking, and Mark Stein's going to join us in 15 minutes. He's as tapped in as anybody out there in the NBA. So if the obvious question, what in the hell is the holdup with the Warriors and all these NBA teams? We're going to get that answer in 15 minutes. Stay with us. But again, live on the scene in Vegas for Summer League. Dibs is there, Grandy's there. I'm back here in the San Francisco studios. Mark Stein, Trace Jackson Davis, Jason Richardson, all within the next hour, 15 minutes, plus more for our All-Star Week prize blowout. And so another giveaway coming up later today at 4:30. We'll tell you a little bit more about it, a Giants prize pack that's available to a lucky listener today. But as soon as the Vegas trip came to be, I'm like, sign me up to talk to Dibs and Grandy right out of the gate on day 2 of their trip.
Day 2.
Day 2. Because I'm sitting here going, I know what day 1 entails. You land, you race over, you check in, you try to find a sando, and then you get your butt to work. But now, this is after 20 straight hours completely loose and carefree on the streets of Las Vegas, Nevada. So please, I'd love to, in fact, spend some time over the next few hours blending these 2 evenings together to find out what kind of trouble the 2 of you got into.
Yeah, I wish that I could be a little bit more elaborative over the, quote, trouble I got into, but as I predicted, my evening was going to be short, brief, and mostly unexciting. I did walk over to the Walgreens, which is about a half mile down the strip, and got myself some adult beverages so as to not have to pay through the nose, and brought those back into the hotel room. And as is my move, Mark, it's my go-to, you use the sink as your cooler. So you put your beverages at the bottom of the sink, you pull up the stopper, and you fill that sink with ice. Because there's a fridge in the room.
Right.
And I have a lovely room at Planet Hollywood. It's a wonderful hotel, and I couldn't be happier. 21st floor, view of the strip, spectacular room. But the refrigerators don't do the job. So you fill that sink up with beverages, you pour the ice on top, and you've got yourself a temporary cooler. And that's about it for me in the excitement of the evening.
But what kind of beverages? What kind of beverages?
I went with the White Claw.
Okay.
Went with the Claw.
Okay.
No law with the Claw.
Okay. Like, actually would love at some point, and I know we're jam-packed with a lot of stuff here over the next hour and a half or so, but at some point, I'd like to find out, like, and I'm making this up as we go, but, like, what if we called the game Who Did More? Who did more? And maybe you and Grandy can both blend together, you know, who had more drinks, who won more, who lost more.
Oh, yeah.
Who did more? I'd like to. We want to know. We want to know.
I would bet that the answer to almost all of these is Grandy. other than who drank more, I would bet I drank more.
Okay,
he probably won more and he lost more.
I don't think that's possible. How's that possible?
He could have won and then he could have lost. And if I didn't play at all, then
I have some things outstanding still, so we'll have to do the accounting later.
I love it.
That's a sports gambler right there is what that is.
Yeah, not a lot of live sports going on last night, so I had to put some futures in, you know?
Okay. Did you bet the Derby, Grandy, or was that too late? Like by the time we were done?
Late.
It's too late.
Did you bet? I'm glad I didn't get to because I was gonna pick Junior Caminero, and he came frustratingly close to winning.
Frustratingly close, yeah. And I went with Brent Rooker, who came frustratingly close to making the second round. That was weird.
Stupid is the word.
Decimal points, and then, oh, by the way, did you even hear the part about how he lost 2 pitches?
Right.
He lost 2 pitches.
Well, he didn't know the rule. So he was not buttoned up on what the actual rules were. I'm sure he thought that the time superseded the number of pitches, but you get a certain number of pitches in a certain amount of time, and you could use your timeout. And if you hit one far enough, then you get to overtime, and you get an extra out. And it just you're doing too much, baseball. You're doing too much. But they did get rescued by the fact that Cal Raleigh's dad and brother and a variety of sisters and aunts and moms, they all were there, and so when he won, that was a very cool, feel-good moment.
No doubt. He's the story of baseball this year. Like, how many people had even heard of this guy coming into this year? Cal Raleigh? Yep. And he's almost at 40 home runs, and then he won the Derby, and who knows where this season is going to end up? Like, wow, Cal Raleigh? What on earth? I believe, by the way, a catcher who was drafted in the same draft as Patrick Bailey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Well.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
can he frame like Bailey?
Probably not.
Can he bunt like Bailey?
Yes.
Probably. We've never seen it.
Anyway, even if you have to make them up, the whole point of sending a friend off to Vegas is to hear the stories. And so we're going to need to dive deep. And I don't care if you went to bed, and I don't care if you did bar rescue marathons. Make something up because you're in Vegas with nobody with you and an expense account. And I think that is exactly what most people in the world are looking for, and so they need to live vicariously through you.
And I like that. And your use of the phrase expense account is lightweight hilarious because you portray it like I can just go out there on some sort of wild bacchanalia and turn in these receipts, and it'll just be rubber stamped.
Yeah, $25 a hand, and if it doesn't go well, you turn it in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe for you at your level. I mean, if it was Dibs and Willard, maybe I would have that level of juice. But, we played a little bit of video poker, and my wife insisted that I play the Wheel of Fortune slot machine.
Oh, gosh.
And I don't know if you've played these slot machines,
of course.
But I'm just mashing the button, and these things are popping up, and I have no idea if I'm winning or losing. And then, your account goes up. Your account goes down, and I'm just hitting the button, and I'm thinking, this is the most insipid activity of my life. I'm just sitting here hitting this button, and I have no idea what wins and what loses.
You're talking to the right guy because I know that they're obviously incredibly popular. I know that this is going to be like a hot controversial take. I don't understand slots, and I don't mean I don't get how they work. I just don't understand the fun. I don't get it. You are literally immobile and thoughtless. You're pushing a button and then hoping. And I know people who've won jackpots and everything, and so that's wonderful. It's just not interactive enough for me. Yeah. Maybe the odds are better. Maybe they're worse. I don't know. Craps blackjack. But, that's the fun for me is I can play those games. And even if I lose a little bit, I'm like, that was fun. But if I lose at a slot where literally the only thing I did was push button, push button.
That's right.
Push button. To me, the Wheel of Fortune slot, and here I'm going to offend people again, the Wheel of Fortune slot is the tell inside of a casino. That's the tell when somebody is kind of a newbie or just not a real player. That's where they go. The Wheel of Fortune slot is kind of like the Arnold Palmer of the drink machine. Or whatever. It's just come on, let's get a little bit more imaginative than that.
It's interesting you say that because if you go to any casino, and I went to a few last night, and then Grandy went to maybe a couple more than I did, there's a reason why there are 1,700 slot machines and only 25 tables in the casino.
Right.
The slots are where people make their money. And if you are a gambler and you want a place to just sit down and smoke 38 cigarettes and mash a button for 5 hours, that's what you do.
Well,
the slots.
But it's not the best odds in the casino. The best odds in the casino is a craps table and backing up your pass line bet. That bet right there is the best odds in a casino. It's the best thing you can do as a player.
But I have to stand, and I have to bet more than, I don't know, 1 penny at a time.
You do. It is, yeah.
If you are somebody who just wants to post up and puff on your ciggy and have your watered-down free cocktail and mash a button for 5 hours, you can do that much more cost-effectively than you can having to go at a $25 craps table.
That is true. Well, $25 craps table is just flat-out preventative. That's why I'm so mad at the A's. It's not all of the ridiculous behavior from Fisher. It's the fact that they knocked down the Trop. The Trop was the last place on the strip where I could play a $5 craps table.
Yeah, long gone.
Long gone.
Yeah.
Anyway, All-Star Week prize blowout again today and every day this week. Every show is going to have an awesome prize every day. And the prize we have today, to a lucky listener, is a San Francisco Giants prize pack that includes a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and a Jung-Hoo Lee hooded shirt, don't wear the hood inside apparently, presented by Life Plus. Listen at 4:30 to learn how you can win, okay? 4:30 today, that is going to be your mark. We're also sponsored by Frontier Ford. Time's ticking at Frontier Ford. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit disappears soon, and our huge inventory of Mustang Mach-E's is ready to roll. Over 60 Mach-E's in stock right now, all loaded with tech and range. Don't wait for the deadline. Grab yours now. Save $7,500 and drive electric today at Frontier Ford. Also, Dibs, real quick, I need to go out to the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We don't normally do requests, but sometimes somebody asks a question or makes a statement where I'm like, ooh, are other people out there running around thinking about that? And so I saw this one, and it was from the 916, and they said, can Willard please explain the thinking to have 5 kids with a woman but not be married? How do you want me to answer that one, Dibs?
You don't have 5 kids with a woman, and you are going to get married.
That's exactly right. Yes.
Like,
these are 5.
You have 5 kids collectively.
These are 3 of her, 3 of mine, 2 of hers, and not our first rodeo. Not our first rodeo.
And you don't have to be married to be unified. You know, that's the idea of marriage is just a construct. You can be life partners and not be married.
You know what that would be?
That would be a unification sensation.
That's exactly right. That's very, very well done. All right, Mark Stein is going to join us next. He knows everything. He knows everything that's going on in the NBA. And we're going to ask him. This is Willard and Dibs.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kaminga. Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Well, I mean, that right there, I would imagine, would change your mind, Dibs, on whether or not Mr. Kaminga should be traded or welcomed back to Chase Center ever again.
No, completely unrelated, and he's entitled to his opinion, and I would defy him or Guy Santos or Quinton Post to ever cite one of my picks that I've ever made. So there you go.
I mean, I could feed him a couple. But
that's not the point.
Yeah, no, I know it's not the point.
And you
it's
would,
not the point.
which is
I totally would.
Maybe the bigger point.
I mean, that's what boys do with each other. Come on.
Right.
But we've got some information that we need to access, and this is, I think, this is a big deal when we get to the summer months and we get kind of what I think has been an odd free agency period. A lot of red tape for fans to work through in terms of understanding aprons and salary situations. And we've seemingly hit a standstill with a lot of questions out there. And of all the people on planet Earth who could answer those questions and know what's going on, I think we've got one of the top 2 or 3 people right now joining us on the show on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game on the River Islands guest line. It is Mark Stein, one of the best NBA reporters out there. Check out markstein.substack.com for all the stories, all the information, all the breaking news. Mark is in Vegas, but simply at the hotel room right now. Mark, thanks for coming on, man. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Hope everybody good is there. Thanks for putting up with me, but on the run here in Vegas.
Totally get it, man. I mean, that's how you should be in Vegas, I would think, if you're doing it right. But I think most Warrior fans, question number 1 right now is, what is the holdup? And I mean that beyond just Kaminga. What has led to what feels like an NBA standstill over the last week to 10 days?
I know it probably feels like a standstill for us on the outside, but I really think you actually cited the answer. I mean, I think it is mostly Kuminga related when you talk to other teams, and there would naturally be other teams interested in players like Al Horford and players like Anthony Melton. From the other team's perspective, the expectation continues to be that those guys are going to end up with the Warriors. So for us on the outside, and still, but I don't think within the league that it's looked at that way.
What about just the Kaminga piece, and if we can extrapolate out to the other restricted free agents in the association? Are we seeing this year in a different way where players are taking longer to sign with their team or to be dealt with otherwise?
Restricted free agency is always a slog, to be honest with you. But look, I think it's exacerbated this summer just because there is just no cap room out there. The Brooklyn Nets are the only team that could have, made offers, extended offer sheets to players, and so it's not just Kuminga who's stuck. I mean, Josh Giddey, Quentin Grimes, it is particularly tough for restricted free agents. And honestly, I think those guys were probably expecting it and have to kind of live with it. It's not fun, but restricted free agency is never fun for the restricted free agents, I have to say.
So Mark Stein is joining us. What I guess I don't understand is, what is waiting going to do to change any of this? If all of the restricted free agents are kind of stuck in a bad market, what's like, everyone gets that now. What is the holdup, and what is going to change by waiting?
Oh, I don't think it's going to be forever. I mean, there will obviously come a point where, we're going to see these guys signing. But obviously, I think there is one of the clues there that, as frustrating as it can be to wait when, this is your favorite team and you want action, would those free agents let all the money go elsewhere and all the opportunities close off to them if they didn't have something locked up? I mean, I think that's another clue for you. So it's just, everything in the NBA at this time of year, you see that there's a sequencing required. Like you've seen Memphis for the last 2 days, how they're making one at a time. They're finally completing these moves that have all been written about and talked about, but they have to be done in steps for salary cap reasons that are, way over the head of, mere math mortals like us who don't know every single nuance. And look, even the GM need help from cap specialists. It's cap specialists and team strategists who come up with all these plans and figure it out. I mean, we just saw the Denver situation where Denver and Sacramento had a trade agreed to on July 1st or July 2nd. I can't remember which day it was. It was so long ago. But very early in free agency, we heard that Valanciunas was going to be traded for Dario Saric, and it took another 10, 11 days for that to actually go through because Denver had to do its Michael Porter Jr. trade first. And even when a trade is announced, players in the offseason have 7 days to fully report and meet all the requirements on physicals. So, there are these hurdles that aren't always well publicized. And even as long as I've been doing this, I've got to check with experts and double check and make sure I've got my facts right because there are all these arcane rules that aren't talked about. But look, my expectation is that one way or the other, the Warriors are going to end up with both Horford and Melton on their roster. They still have interest in Bradley Beal. I would say most people around the league don't expect the Warriors to win that race, but I don't know. I wouldn't say that they're all the way out of it. I mean, we don't know exactly yet what Bradley Beal's choice will be, but that's another one where Jake Fisher and I reported over the weekend on my Substack. Bradley Beal had an advance payment in his contract that was due today, and that has slowed down the Beal situation. We've been anticipating a buyout of Bradley Beal's contract in Phoenix for days. We finally got to July 15th, so hopefully that thing is going to resolve itself hopefully by tomorrow, but there have been a lot of situations this summer that have tried all of our patience, I think it's safe to say.
Mark Stein is with us here on Willard and Dibs from Vegas, 95.7 The Game, one of the top NBA voices and reporters out there. So if you're sort of leading Warrior fans down the road of this will probably land with Horford and Melton, then the question becomes, what else? And obviously the three outcomes for Kaminga: a sign and trade, a sign and stay, or just play on that qualifying offer. Which is the most likely? How does this end?
The great question. I don't want to act like I have every answer in the world. So my gut instinct that it would be one of those latter two, that it would either be a sign and stay on what is considered a fairly tradable contract. I mean, I would love to see more restricted free agents take the qualifying offer and kind of take control back. But that's also, it's hard. It's easy for us to say on the outside, and it's a lot harder for them to do in practice. Like in Chicago, you have to think like Josh Giddey is not getting the kind of offer he wants from the Bulls. So he just say, you know what, I'm going to take this qualifying offer, bet on myself, and next summer when there's a lot of cap space, now I'm free. But again, it's easy for us on the outside to kind of say, do it. And it's just, you don't see it happen too often where the restricted free agent does decide, I'm going to take the qualifying offer and wait one more year and play one more year and take on that injury risk. But, I mean, I would have to say at this point, whatever pathway leads to Kaminga staying in Golden State, I mean, I think it's fair to say that's the likely scenario. But also, it wouldn't have, I mean, again, today is July 15th. It wouldn't have lasted 2 weeks if they weren't still trying and looking and trying to find a way to do something else.
And if you look at the other alternative, which would be a sign and trade, are we too late now in the process where other teams might be looking to acquire him, or just this offseason being different? Are there teams out there that could still be interested in acquiring Kaminga via a trade?
Yeah, I don't think it's too late, but I mean, obviously it's a complex transaction, and that's why it seems like nothing has happened for 2 weeks. When I think behind the scenes there actually has been quite a bit of discussion, and there are Jake Fisher, who writes twice a week on my Substack, he's really kind of been of the two of us, he's been the one who's been more dialed into restricted free agency and focusing on that and covering that angle. I mean, it's not easy to give you guys definitive answers on it because it's such a weird process for all the top restricted free agents. So I don't want to sit here and act like I can tell you exactly because I really can't. Kaminga's future is one of the more significant, outstanding issues of the offseason, but just going to have to wait and see. And I know that is the last sentence you guys want to hear me say.
But we knew it was coming, so that's all good. Mark, I think also fans are so confused by the NBA process. So are we sometimes with, right, the apron, the numbers, the cap. So when you bring up Bradley Beal's name, I'm wondering what's even possible. Are Horford, Melton, keeping Jonathan Kaminga, and more, like a Bradley Beal, an option? What would they have to pay him?
Well, in the Bradley Beal case, there are a lot of teams hoping that they can just get him for the minimum. The Clippers are a little well-positioned, the Clippers are in a little bit of a better place where they still have $5.3 million of their taxpayer mid-level, I believe. So the Clippers could pay in the $5 million range and then still have enough wiggle room to sign a minimum free agent, whereas, the Lakers, the Bucks, the Warriors, the Wolves, all of these teams have expressed interest in Bradley Beal along with the Clippers, and we're just going to have to see if the widely anticipated buyout comes to fruition, the buyout that everybody expects. What is Bradley Beal? What are going to be his priorities? Is his priority signing with a team that can pay him the most, even though in any of those scenarios he's not going to get as much as he's giving away, most likely giving away in a buyout? Or is the priority to him going to what he perceives as the absolute best situation so he can play out a short-term deal and go back to free agency next summer? So, let's get another that's clarity. Let's get another line of clarity that we're all waiting on trying to get is, exactly, the buyout for Bradley Beal in Phoenix is widely anticipated. Exactly what he wants to do next, that's still kind of a variable that we don't really know.
Another variable that we seem to not be able to get away from is the idea of LeBron James being unhappy and possibly leaving L.A. in some fashion. What do you make of some of the rumors and the conjecture about LeBron maybe moving on from L.A. this summer?
I really think it's more chatter that everybody is kind of getting dragged into because we've reached that point in the summer where we're not getting signings every 5 minutes and there's a void and people want something to talk about. Because I think LeBron's camp has been pretty clear. They have not asked for it. They have not come close to asking for a trade. I mean, the statement is the statement, and the statement, is a content driver in our world. But the reality is, LeBron's going to make nearly $53 million next season. It's really hard to trade for him. It's just it's a very short list of teams that can even put together an offer with contracts that the Lakers would be willing to accept because the Lakers don't want to take back long-term money. So, I mean, and LeBron has a no-trade clause, and LeBron and Beal have the only full no-trade clauses in the NBA. So it's like to come up with a trade with contracts involved that the Lakers would take and a destination that LeBron would bless, that's a really tough needle to thread. So that's why I just don't think a trade is realistic. And a buyout makes no sense for the Lakers. If you buy LeBron out, I mean, frankly, the Warriors would be right at the doorstep along with the Mavs. Like, hey, we'll happily sign LeBron James if he was willing to come here on a minimum. And who would blame them in that scenario? But what incentive do the Lakers have to do that? Like, it really doesn't compute. So again, it's irresistible to talk about and it's fun to talk about, but I can't say that I've been really wrapped up in it.
Mark, what's going on with Damian Lillard and how does that one end?
Well, he's got to decide, does he want to rush into joining a team, or does he want to take his time in rehab on his own terms? And look, as you know, he's another player who, if he was available on a minimum or just as an unrestricted free agent, I mean, lots of teams would obviously love to bring him in, even knowing that Dame isn't going to be able to play next season, most likely. But he can really do that on his terms, and I don't get the sense that there's any rush for him. But, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're just, for all the stuff we've seen, we saw 5 or 6 really big trades before the draft. We've seen quite a bit of action. We've seen quite a bit of action since draft. But there are still a lot of things that we have to monitor, too. So, I mean, eventually these Warriors moves are going to come to fruition, but I don't think the summer will be, quote, done yet then either. I mean, we've got prominent players who are eligible for extensions in August. So, I mean, I think we're going to still be locked into transaction stuff for a good 2, 3, 4 weeks here in front of us.
Mark Stein is with us here from Vegas on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Mark, I think you did a really good job earlier in this conversation of sort of explaining how this is a staircase and things need to go in a certain order and whatnot. That said, like Mark Spears said yesterday, the Warriors thought Al Horford was going to sign last week and didn't. So what is the timing of all of this right now in any sort of way that you can tell us? And are there still kind of roadblocks to those things that seem fait accompli?
Like I said, in the conversations, I can only report what I have and what I know, and based on the conversations I'm having when I talk to other teams, nobody that I've spoken to here for well over a week has given me the impression that they consider Al Horford to be in play. Has he signed with the Warriors? No, he hasn't. Do rival teams expect him to land with the Warriors? Yes, they do. So, I mean, again, it hasn't happened today. I can't I can't sit here and tell you that I know exactly why it hasn't happened yet, but that's just the sense I get. I don't feel like there are teams out there who think that they can still get him.
And you think the Kaminga thing is still another handful of weeks, most likely? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
No, I can't. I can't even. Like I said, I can't give you a projection on that. I'm just saying. I think in general, between with all the various unanswered questions, that there are going to be transactional stories that we'll be talking about for the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Kaminga specifically, I can't give you a timeline on that one. He and Giddey and Quentin Grimes are 3 marquee restricted free agents, and everybody is one. I mean, Quentin Grimes, the thought was he was definitely going to re-sign with Philadelphia, and that hasn't happened yet. I think the league has, those are 3 guys that everyone is talking about and wondering about, but how long that one's going to take. Sorry that I can't give you guys rock solid. Believe me, if I could say the Kaminga deal would be done on July X, I would have already reported it. I mean, it's these are all moving targets, and that's just the reality. I mean, this stuff is incredibly fluid. It just always is, and there are surprises and curveballs along the way, and restricted free agency is just especially that way. It's unavoidable.
Totally get it. I'll let you leave us with this, because a lot of people are talking about the new CBA and the aprons, and therefore this is kind of how the NBA offseason is going to be. Like, it slows the process down a little bit. But I've also heard a lot of people say, well, that'll loosen over time. What's your take? Is this the way? Is this the new NBA summer, or is it just this NBA summer?
Well, the way that the NBA has actually evolved is that everything really happens fast, apart from the 4, 5, 6 situations that linger, and that, unfortunately for Warriors fans, their team is in the midst of multiple situations that have lingered. I mean, when you really think about how free agency was, I mean, I can still remember many, many years ago in a previous life being on the set in Bristol, Connecticut, when all of a sudden LeBron James through a Sports Illustrated essay, announced to the world he was going back to Cleveland. That was on July 11th. That, if I remember right, I want to say July 11th. And that just held up the whole league's free agency that summer for days and days and days. When you really think about it now, even with the aprons, and everybody's wrestling with the aprons and understanding them well because they have introduced a whole new set of rules and complications that we're all coming to get grips with and trying to learn. But the overwhelming bulk of NBA free agent business is done before July 4th. I mean, and it's been that way for the last 4 or 5 years. We don't see marquee guys taking visits from, having other teams fly in to make pitches to them and waiting till July 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th to make the announcement. Like, we don't see that at all anymore. It just so happens that in the Warriors situation, because of Horford and Melton, and they're still in the Beal mix, and the Kuminga situation, in the Bay Area, it feels like a huge slog. But I don't know that really applies around the league.
Mark, it's great to have you. It's great to get these answers. Thank you so much for the time.
Hope I provided a little clarity.
No doubt.
Next time we talk, we'll have all the answers.
Okay. Well, what are you doing tomorrow, Mark?
It won't be tomorrow.
Okay, it won't be tomorrow. All right. Thank you, Mark.
Bye, guys.
All right, markstein.substack.com. Hurry up and wait, though, Dibs, I don't know about you. I found that sort of comforting to sort of understand what's going on, because it's not like the Warriors are just sitting on their hands doing nothing.
Right, but there's not much that they can do at the same time. So I'm just a little bit frustrated, as are many fans, at the pace of things, but this is the way it's going to go now, where the pace is going to be slower, especially when you have restricted free agents where these things take a lot more time.
Well, and I think if there is a headline that comes out of that, you tell me if you felt this way. I felt like Mark essentially told us Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton are on the Warriors. We just can't quite write that down with a pen yet.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, barring something crazy that happens. And he was mentioning another team and how you have to have a certain order of operations before things actually get done.
Yep.
And that's where they are. And so, if Horford and DeAnthony Melton can wait, and if they don't want to do anything else, then yeah, eventually they will be Warriors.
I mean, he believes that other teams around the league believe that those guys are not available to talk to.
Yeah, and if that's what he is hearing, then I believe that, because he's very much dialed in. So whatever those amounts will be, once they figure out the Kaminga part of this, then they should be able to resolve the Kaminga thing and then have those two guys come in.
And he, like many others, leans in the direction, though not firmly, but leans in the direction that Kaminga will probably be back with the Warriors, and then said the Bradley Beal situation is not great, but not a long shot either. So I don't know. How do you feel about an offseason of Al Horford, DeAnthony Melton, Kaminga comes back, and maybe Bradley Beal? How would you feel about that?
I don't think, from what I was hearing him say, the Bradley Beal thing is not happening, because I don't know if the Warriors will have that taxpayer mid-level to spend on him if they're already spending money on Horford and on DeAnthony Melton. And I heard him say, that Bradley Beal's looking at the Clippers and the Lakers and other teams who have that available and might have more flexibility to give him more.
Yeah, but you're talking about a couple $1 million, and if Bradley, again, yes, not the favorite, but in the mix, and if Bradley would rather be on the Warriors for a couple $1 million less, this is a guy who's getting paid a bajillion by the Suns. So, like, the money, if it comes down to $1 million or $2 million, and that matters to him, then yeah, he won't be a Warrior. But maybe he makes that choice. Nobody seems to know what is making him tick right now.
Right, and I do think that role would be a big factor as well. And if you come here, I don't know if you'll have the same role that he is probably used to. I don't think that he's ever come off the bench in his career, and I don't even know if that matters to him.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. There's a lot to chew on there, and we will discuss it with each other, with you. 888-957-9570 throughout the hours to come, but also joining us coming up next, Trace Jackson Davis of the Warriors will join us right here on Willard and Dibs.
great question. I don't want to act like I have every answer in the world.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know, we're about to talk, like both you and our next guest on the River Islands guest line, a similarity. Like nobody uses your first name anymore.
No.
You're Dibs.
Just Dibs.
You're Dibs. And our next guest is just a set of initials now. Like, how many people don't even know what TJD stands for? It doesn't matter. He's TJD. And so Willard and Dibs coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. San Francisco is where I am. Dibs is on the scene in Vegas. Warriors Summer League action continuing to unfold. They've got a game tonight. And joining us, a man who knows a thing or two about Summer League in years past, and I think was in Vegas, Trace Jackson Davis. TJD joins us here on Willard and Dibs. Were you in Vegas? Are you still in Vegas, TJD? What's going on?
What's up, guys? No, I just left yesterday. I'm actually back here in San Francisco. So,
okay. And how was the experience? And what? By the way, what is your role when you go out there to Summer League at this stage in your career?
My role is to obviously go support the Summer League guys and our draft picks and everyone that's just grinding out there, but also to get some work in with the team and just continue to build camaraderie with the guys and the fellas. Hung out with BP a lot. That was a good time. Hung out with QP, Gee. So just being with the guys. Haven't seen them all summer because I've been down in LA training.
So when you go out here and you're working with those guys you just mentioned and also the rooks, are you involved in individual workouts? Is there scrimmaging against some of the Summer League guys? What actually goes on when you come out here to Vegas?
Yeah, we did a scrimmage one day, but mostly it's just still really early in the off season, so just continuing to build to get into the best shape possible. Checking in, see how I'm doing, where my weight's at, where my body's at. But everything's all good. So, but it's been fun. It's been fun being with B, seeing him. We basically just were together all season and then kind of went our separate ways. So, but seeing him, QPG, it's been a great time.
Trace, I wonder what you envision for your role this year, particularly, and I know more moves are on the way, but particularly because one of the centers on the team has left for New Orleans in Kevon Looney. So what's in your mind's eye right now for the upcoming year?
Yeah, obviously we love Loon. The way that he helped me just was tremendous. Just who he is as a person, who he is as a player, the ultimate team guy, the ultimate teammate, someone that you want to be around. And I have a lot that I can thank him for. I have a lot that I have to offer because of him and how to do things the right way. And but at the end of the day, we still got to win. Me and QP got to gear up and get ready. Obviously, we're trying to make some moves here, so we'll see how that plays out. But at the end of the day, we got to be ready to go. And so that's the biggest thing for me. I think that's the biggest thing I could say for QP is when that first preseason game hits, we're full speed running, and so we just got to stay locked in and keep grinding.
What about the emotional part of having Kevon leave? You know, somebody who was obviously a big part of the fabric of this team for 10 years and somebody with whom you worked closely as a big man. How does it hit you in more of a personal way, having Kevon be gone?
No, yeah, he was one of the first people to text me when I got drafted my rookie year. And so we built a great relationship. He's taught me so much and just how to handle things the right way, not playing, always doing stuff at the highest level possible, but just overall a great person, and he's going to be missed dearly. But at the end of the day, it is a business, and he got some good money over there in New Orleans. I know him and JP are boys, so it's good for him. But at the end of the day, we're going to miss him over here.
Trace Jackson Davis with us on Willard and Dibs. Okay, with all that said, TJD, on some level, did it feel like a little bit of a vote of confidence from the team at your position to allow one of the others to leave?
Oh, absolutely. I've talked to Mike, I've talked to Larry, I've talked to all those guys, and what they're saying is at the same time, you guys got to be ready, and we're going to hit this ground running. And I talked to Steve and all the guys and Coach, yeah. So, and just being ready because we obviously have a lot talent on the team already. We got Draymond, we got Steph, we got Jimmy. We had a great record second half of the season, and so we got to continue to build off of that. And like I said, I think there's still moves to be made, but that core group won us a lot of games, and we just got to continue to build, continue to work, and that's what we're going to do.
Individually, what are you working on this offseason, and what do you look at so far through your career as an area where you need to improve?
I felt like from last year to this year, something that really struggled was just my body in general. I felt like during the off season last year, I got hurt. My knees, my body fat, my weight weren't where they needed to be, and I think that affected me tremendously on the court. I felt like I didn't have the pop, I didn't have the bounce that I had my rookie year, and so getting back to finishing at a high level above the rim, dunking on people and doing stuff of that nature, blocking shots and getting down and running in transition is where I thrive and where I can help Jimmy and Draymond and provide that vertical rim space and take some of the stresses off of Draymond on the defensive end of the floor. And so that's the biggest thing that I've been working on, just running, getting my body in the best shape possible. Obviously, there's little things like free throws and stuff like that I need to lock in and hone in on that I've been doing day to day. And so, but I think that if I can get my body back to where it was my rookie year and how I was playing my rookie year and finishing at a high level again, I think that helps the team tremendously.
Trace, I wonder if it's not just free throws. Like I listen to a team that clearly talks a lot about floor spacing bigs, and they go out there and they draft Quentin Post, and there's rumors about Vucevic in Chicago all year long. Like, does this ever cross your mind? Like, do you want to work on some sort of an outside jump shot a little bit more?
Yeah, I work on my outside jump shot, but at the end of the day, I feel like just having Steph, BP, Buddy, those are the guys that are going to take majority of the shots. And if I'm able to apply pressure and setting screens and getting downhill to the rim and having guys help off of those guys and having an open Buddy in the corner because they have to take away a lob, I'll take that 10 out of 10 times over me shooting a three. So,
yeah, I mean, definitely something that you have great awareness of, and when you're surrounded by that much shooting, it makes perfect sense. And I wonder about the defensive side of the game for you, because a lot of times, Draymond takes the 5, and when you're in there, you have that same role. Is that something that you're looking at now as a greater challenge when you look around the West and all these great big men that are in the conference?
No, absolutely. And that's something that if me and Draymond are able to play together and me taking the 5 and letting him be the rover that he is, and that's where he really truly excels, where he can just play quarterback and tell everyone what to do. So taking that pressure off of him is huge. And obviously he's getting a little bit older now, so just trying to help him do that. And that's just something that I'm going to have to continue to work on. And I feel like, again, if I get my body in the best shape possible, I'll be able to do that.
TJD is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Trace Jackson Davis, you mentioned working out in L.A., but then recently you were in Vegas. What about Trace the Guy with a free evening? Would you rather spend it in L.A. or Vegas? Which fits you better?
Yeah, so I spent it from Tuesday to Sunday in Vegas, and I felt like that was about 3 days too long, so I'd much rather spend it in L.A.
Now, what is it about? Now, you're not the first one to think that multiple nights in Vegas is too many, but, like, why? What is it that made you feel that way?
Well, first off, it's just the heat in general. It's so hot there, man. Like, you can't even go outside half the day, and so I'm big on going outside. I'd rather just go and be in L.A., go to the beach, chill, and be like that instead of being inside in a smoke-filled hotel. Like, I'm cool off that, honestly.
And probably the gambling side of it, is that something that appeals to you, or is the proliferation of smoke, is that such a turnoff that you don't even want to be down there gambling?
I hit the tables, and then I lose money, and then it's basically like going up to my room and just be like, why did I do that?
That second contract will make it easier, Trace.
Exactly.
Yeah. Was it a blackjack thing, a roulette thing, a craps thing? What's the game?
So it was me and QP hit the blackjack tables, and I was going strong for 2 days, and then obviously when you keep playing, the house is always going to win. And then you tried try to do a different game. So I went over to roulette, and it didn't help me at all either. So I just gave up.
You mentioned QP. Have you ever played chess with him?
No, I refused to play chess with him because he tried to trick me.
What does that mean?
He was like, because we have the chess app, and he's like, yo, play me in chess. I'm not that good. I'm like, and then I look at his score, and it's like 1,600. It's like triple mine. And I'm like, dude, like, I'm not playing you. You're way too good.
And did you hear that he won this event out there this week?
No, I'm not surprised at all. I know because I played Mo before, and Mo's really good as well. And QP beats Mo pretty easily. So I'm like, this dude's really good.
Yeah, a definite pecking order in the chess world. Outside of chess, when you're on the road during the season, how do you decompress? Is it online gaming? Is it something else? What does TJD do on the road as an NBA player to kind of take his mind off the game?
Usually I'll go out to eat with my teammates and some of my coaches. We have like team dinners that we go to as a team. What else do I do? I love watching TV series. I've been watching Entourage, and that's been hilarious. And so, but other than that, playing the game. Usually, if I'm playing the game, I'm playing with DP. Me and him grind Call of Duty. But I've been off of it this summer, so I need to get back on track.
Go ahead, Dibs.
You're back on Entourage. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I've never seen it. My buddy recommended it to me, and
who do you like? Show. I mean, you got Johnny Drama, you got E,
Johnny,
you got.
Drama,
I mean, who's your favorite? Yeah,
but Ari Gold is just. He reminds me so much of my agent, and just the way that he speaks. Probably not a good thing, but at the same time, I just think it's hilarious.
Oh gosh, that's great. Trace Jackson Davis with us on Willard and Dibs. TJD, I want to ask you how this entire Kaminga conversation feels to a teammate. He's literally become one of the linchpins of the entire NBA offseason. and so from your perspective, having played with him, I don't know, how do you process this? What do you think?
I process it in a sense that JK is he was a great teammate. He's a great person. Like, he's someone that obviously we're going through a similar situation, and so we're on the bench, we're joking around, we're talking, but he's just trying to make the best decision for himself. And I know that he has some of the vets like Dre, Steph, Jimmy. He can always go and talk to them. But at the end of the day, we all want what's best for JK. And I know he's going to make that decision. He's going to make the right choice, and whatever that may be. I'm not worried at all because he's a friend first before he's a teammate, and we all want him to make the best decision for himself.
Man, Trace, that's an interesting comment when you say you guys are going through the same thing over there, and I get it. Like, you may have even heard Kevon Looney recently did a podcast and talked about how hard it is to have a team not put you out there when you want to be out there. I think people look at things differently when it's a lottery pick and all of that, but I wonder if you can speak to that, because all of you are competitive. You all want to play. How do you describe that feeling when you want to be out there and it's in a way not your turn, or the team is not looking to you?
Yeah, obviously it sucks. I come from a place where in college I started every game. I played 30 to 40 minutes a game, and I did it at a high level. And coming here, you got to wait your turn, and it sucks. Like, even my rookie year, I got more minutes than I did this year. And obviously you want to make sure that you stay level-headed, but at the same time, you can help, and you got to keep your confidence up. You got to keep working on your game. But it's hard, especially I kind of understood it because I kind of went through a little rut in the middle of the season, and so it wasn't that I didn't want to play, but I kind of knew what was going on, and we were winning games. So I'm always going to be a team-first guy in that sense. But you always got to stay ready, because coach is just someone that, like you saw, we play Minnesota, you play good one game. I haven't played in about a month and a half, and then you're starting the next game. And so that's just something that can happen with him. And but we just always got to stay ready. And yeah.
Yeah, I totally get it. And by the way, with regard to the position you play, and you referenced earlier that more moves are coming, I'm sure you're aware of the widely reported rumor that the Warriors and Al Horford have been talking a lot. Yeah, how does that potential acquisition grab you?
I think it would be great for us. Another floor spacing big. He's a little older, so obviously me and QP are going to get our fair share of minutes as well. But just having him teach us, being a part of the winning culture, I think that's going to be great for me and QP in our development.
Trace, you're always a pleasure to talk to. We thank you so much for making yourself available. Enjoy the rest of the summer, and I know we'll talk to you again soon.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys for having me.
Okay, there he is. Trace Jackson Davis joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Always honest, always has a lot to say. Love talking to that guy.
Yeah, and I love his tense usage, whether it was intentional or not. And he said Jonathan Kaminga was a great teammate, and he said Al Horford is going to be great to mentor us. And I can't help but think that, well, he knows more than you and I do, certainly, but just the way he was framing that makes me feel some type of way about both of those different things. And remember, his agent that he referred to,
yes,
one of his agents, happens to be Mike Dunleavy's brother.
Right.
So I would imagine that he's got more insight into what's going on behind the scenes than most other players.
Well, I got to imagine, and this is totally just my perception, but especially after everybody goes out to Vegas, and they're all together out there, and this thing is so prolonged and drawn out, I got to think just about everybody in the NBA, if you're in that fraternity, you kind of know a little bit about what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, you know what pops into my mind when you mention it that way? Do you remember that Warriors poker tournament that was going on the night of the Luka trade?
Yeah.
And Draymond has told this story to where they were told and they thought that Kevin Durant to the Warriors was just about done. And the rumor was spreading around, and Draymond said, I went and talked to Steph, and I'm like, dude, I think we're getting Kevin Durant back. And they're all talking about it, which means, again, to your point, like they're all ahead of the game. They talk to each other. They know what's going on. And then it fell through, and Draymond goes and says, Steph, that, the trade. And he's like, it went through? And he's like, no, not that one. Like, holy crap, Luka is on the Lakers. So sometimes a surprise like that can happen, but not usually. And so I think you could hear it in his voice. Mark Stein, too. I mean, it sounds to me like the league just knows that Al Horford is already on the Warriors.
Yep, for all intents and purposes, yeah, absolutely. And so, TJD actually referred to it a couple of different times, like help is going to be on the way. And then you asked him about Al Horford, and he all but said, yeah, it's going to be great having Al here to really help mentor himself and QP. So I do think that hearing Trace Jackson Davis talk in that fashion makes me feel even more confident that they are going to get Al Horford.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. Listening to Mark Stein talk about it, chatting there with Trace Jackson Davis, I think you can sort of get the feel that while all of us on the outside, we're waiting for that breaking news sounder, we're waiting for Twitter to go crazy, but on the inside, it feels much more calm because I think that they get it. I think that they know exactly what's going on, and that it really sticks out to me that Mark said sometimes with certain organizations, things have to go in a certain order. It doesn't mean that they're not happening, but certain things have to go in a certain order. And so, I don't know, it makes me feel a little bit different about the way the Warriors are conducting themselves this offseason. It feels to me suddenly like they're a little bit more active than they've been. We just haven't arrived at breaking news time yet.
Yeah, and we haven't arrived at the real piece, which is Jonathan Kaminga, and how does that get resolved? And when that actually gets resolved, then I think these other dominoes will fall rather quickly. But as Mark Stein was saying to us earlier in the show last hour, there is no timeline, and you even said, yeah, I'll call you tomorrow, and he said, I won't have an answer tomorrow. So it might be a week or two. Who knows how long it'll be, but, I don't get a sense that a resolution is coming quick other than Kaminga just saying, you know what, I'm going to bet on myself and go ahead and keep me for 7.9.
Yeah, but at the same time, you also heard Mark say, like, it's very, very rare that guys will do that because that whole betting on themselves, it feels romanticized to me. People are like, bet on yourself. And I would imagine it's like, it's not that Jonathan doesn't believe in himself. It's that Jonathan realizes the rigors of a season, and that's just a risk that he doesn't feel like he should have to take. I don't want to go out there and sky above the rim for 82 nights as Jonathan Kaminga and then just hope that everything is going to be healthy. I'm going to get minutes. I'm going to score points, and then I get to be an unrestricted free agent. Like, it may not work out that way.
Right. It may be your best option, though, if the other offers are not what you want. If the other offers involve 3 more years of Warriors team control, then maybe you end up betting on yourself. And you heard Trayce Jackson-Davis talk about it when you asked him about the Kaminga comp and the feeling that, you must go through. And TJD's like, it sucks. He started every game at Indiana. He played 30 or more minutes every single night, and then you come here and you got to wait your turn. Meanwhile, you look around the league, and other people in your draft class are getting to do what he did in college, which is start all the games and play 30 minutes a night and go out there and show what you can do. So the fact that he used the phrase, it sucks, and he wasn't speaking for Jonathan, but Kaminga is in the exact same situation, and he's actually been doing it for 2 years longer where, TJD even said it. One night you're in Minnesota and you start and you play a ton and you play well, and then the next night you're back on the bench.
Yep, but you know what really strikes me, though, that I'm glad we're having this conversation? I think we make that so much more dramatic and nefarious than it is. And this goes back to the thing, you and I have talked about this so often. This idea that Steve Kerr has like mean bones in his body and selects certain players to hate and like get in the way of their career. I think it's so moronic that there are people who actually look at it that way.
Yeah, that's not the way I'm describing it.
No, I know you're not. You're not. But you know that thought is out there. And I would rather people hear from someone like Trayce Jackson-Davis, who is not a controversial figure in this story, and Kevon Looney, who is not a controversial figure in this story, and just understand that there's not a damn player in the NBA who doesn't think he should be playing. That's right. That's just the way it is.
And there's also the sense that, all these players who do think they should play, and when they're not being allowed to play, it does suck.
Yes.
And if you're, Kaminga
Yes.
and TJD and, Kevon said it in not so many words, but he expressed the same sentiment, which is, yeah, I want to know my role. I want to be able to go out there and do what I do. And, all of a sudden now you don't trust me. And for TJD, in his 2 years, there's been times where, man, he's arrived and he's the dude, and then all of a sudden he gets all these DNPs and it looks like he's lost and all the rest of it.
So 4:30 in the afternoon suddenly became a really, really big deal. An hour from now, because, by the way, we had told you a while ago Jason Richardson was going to join us at 3:30. Jason would like to move to 4:30. So Jason will move to 4:30. So an hour from now, not only will we have Jason Richardson, but that's also when we're going to continue our All-Star Week prize blowout. Every day this week, every show, every day. Get that. Every day, every show, we've got an awesome prize. And today, we're giving out a Giants prize pack to a lucky listener. Matt Chapman bobblehead, presented by UCSF Health. A Giants puffer vest, presented by Ghirardelli. And a Jung-Hoo Lee hooded shirt, presented by Life Plus. Listen at 4:30 to learn how you can win. So all of that is an hour away. Coming up next, if you want to weigh in on how the offseason feels after listening to those two conversations, 888-957-9570. Oh, and Dibs, coming up next, I'd like to try to make the Giants' first half feel less frustrating.
All right.
Can I try that?
It's not that hard, but yeah, you can do it.
Okay, well, maybe you're not. I think a lot of people are there, but let's give it a whirl. Coming up next, Dibs is in Vegas. I'm in the city. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, controlling a Twitter feed is not something anybody should even try to do anymore.
No.
In my opinion. Especially if your name's Ramona Shelburne, by the way.
Well, I mean, if you say something or you tweet something, it becomes newsworthy right away. Same as Mark Stein, our guest earlier today.
Maybe that's why so many times he's just like, woo, wish I could tell you that answer, but just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But I did like the way that he sort of came at it from the perspective of, look, if you're a frustrated Warrior fan, be frustrated. I get it. But in a way, this is out of a lot of people's control, and it just falls a certain way that the Warriors happen to be involved with a handful of stories, maybe even the biggest story, with regard to what is still kind of dangling out there. But I also got from him that that's not cause for concern. Like, it's not Horford, Melton, and Jonathan Kaminga are not going to still be looking for clarity and teams in September and October. Like, this is going to get figured out. And he made it sound like the Horford and Melton side of it is a lot more further along than the Kaminga side of it.
Right, and I don't think that the Horford and the Melton side of it can really get resolved until you have a complete closure on the Kaminga side of it based on how much money you're going to have to pay Jonathan Kaminga. And so hearing him speak so definitively about Horford and Melton tells me that either Kaminga's going to come back on the qualifying offer or he's going to get a sign and trade and be somewhere else. That's kind of the way I see it.
Really? Why do you see it that way?
Because if you wanted to give Kaminga $15 million a year, doesn't that take you out of the running for both Melton and Horford?
No, because they would still have the taxpayer mid-level exception, which is probably about what Horford will command. And for all we know, coming off the injury, Melton might be signing a minimum deal. I really don't know. But I don't think it, you know what I mean? I don't know how the numbers would play out, but I would find that believable.
Yeah, even at $15 million. And I think it was Bobby Marks who talked about, when you get to 17, 18, 20, that's where it becomes preventative to have all that still happen. So I guess it's possible that you could sign Kaminga to a 3-year, $45 million deal, and you could make it so the number this year is actually smaller than the number in subsequent years, and you could make all of it work.
Yeah, you absolutely could. Now, I don't know if Jonathan would want to do that, and that might well be one of the holdups, but it's coming. That day is coming, man, when that breaking news sounder is going to hit. 888-957-9570. Let me ask you this, Dibs. And Dibs is live in Vegas for Summer League. We will talk to Jason Richardson in a little bit less than an hour. We've already had Mark Stein and Trace Jackson Davis on the show. Odyssey app or YouTube, if you'd like to check those out if you missed any portion of them. But let me ask you this, and I think I know the answer, but it feels like we have this conversation a lot in sports media when you're covering certain teams. People go, hey, who's closest to a championship, right? Like, who's got the best shot this year? Giants, Niners, Warriors. What if I asked it to you this way? Which one of them would mean the most to you?
The Niners.
Why?
It's been so long, and, the Giants would mean a lot because they're not favored, and I don't know the exact odds, but they're probably about 50-50 to even make the playoffs right now.
I'll get that
based
for you.
on the wild card chase. The Warriors, we've kind of done it, and it would be number 5 for Draymond and Steph, and that would be really cool. But we've already gotten 4 of them, so for me, the meaning of that one, we already had the surprise one in 2022. So for me, the meaning behind this one would be a little bit lesser, but for the Niners, it would be the biggest because it's been 30 years and, Shanahan can't win the big one, and that would mean that Brock Purdy most likely is the one who gets it done. So it's close, and you can argue any of the 3, but for me, it's the 49ers.
Okay, by the way, just a quick aside on your estimate on what the Giants' playoff odds are. You said about 50-50.
Yep.
I will tell you you're correct. It's about 50-50, but it's either a little bit above 50 or a little bit below. Which do you think it is?
A little bit below, I would say.
Yep, you're absolutely right. 44.9.
And this is according to Fangraphs?
Fangraphs, yeah.
Okay.
Fangraphs has the playoffs at 44.9% for the Giants right now.
Yeah, that's not great. Not great, but, I mean,
it's not
they're
terrible.
in the mix. But
yeah, I mean, look, you're going to get 3 wild card teams. Fangraphs thinks that the Mets and Phillies are both going to go. The Cubs and Brewers are both going to go. And then both at a little bit below 50% are the Padres and Giants for the last spot.
Okay.
So, and they're a half game behind the Padres. So literally, they could become the favorite there, on Thursday, depending on the way games play out.
And maybe I'm just channeling my inner Butch because I was listening to the guys probably yesterday, might have been today, just talking about. Actually, it was today because I was listening to the Steiny Guru Joe and Joe crossover that they did early this morning.
Yeah,
and
that was fun.
Yeah, super fun. And, the idea of if you finish one game back, which game will you go back and look at and say, wow, I mean, that's the one that got away because you got swept by Miami. You lost 1 to the Rockies. Sunday against the Dodgers. You start to think about those games that, quote, got away if you wind up one game out.
By the way, were they doing that in a multiple choice sort of a way or just pick any game you want?
I think Joe was doing, Shasky was doing a little bit of free form,
Okay.
Just kind of rattling off in his brain.
The Ryan Walker blown save in Anaheim is the one that jumped to my mind when you asked that.
Okay.
That's like the most ridiculous loss of the year so far.
Yeah, pretty bad. I was thinking about the loss against Colorado where, you made just a slew of errors and you lost to a team that really isn't very good.
Oh, my God. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about them. I can't believe you said it that way.
Well,
they literally might be the worst team of all time.
They might be. They're at 229 winning percentage, and I don't think I have my notes with me, but that is right about the level of what the worst ever would be.
Well, the other thing, because it's a fun metric that we like to play with now, is run differential. And I was looking this up over the weekend, and the Rockies are on pace right now to break the modern era. So essentially since 1900, they are on pace to break the record for the worst run differential of all time.
Yeah, which is minus 345 is what the worst is. I actually do have my notes, and I was able to pull those up. So minus 345 is the worst ever. And winning percentage, the Philadelphia A's had a 235 winning percentage, and right now the Rockies are at 229.
Right,
so.
And already at 253 below on run differential.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, that thing.
253.
Yeah, they're going to shatter that thing.
Well, maybe. Remember, we are more than halfway through the season, but still, I mean, it is unbelievable how bad they are.
Yeah, and bad on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, normally a Colorado team will be, at worst, a middle-of-the-pack offense, and then you can have the worst pitching staff. We get that. But this year, I think they're bottom in ERA and runs scored.
I'm sure they are. They've given up almost 600 runs this year, dude.
Wow.
Almost 600 runs. The Giants haven't even given up 400 yet. So, anyway, back to what we were talking about. Here's why I asked, and I totally get your answer probably resonates with a lot of fans, especially those who might be a little bit like on the younger side, because clearly just about everybody listening, unless you're a real young pup, you've seen the Giants win a World Series and you've seen the Warriors win an NBA championship. But a lot of people, like including the guy sitting next to you, like you've never seen the 49ers win a Super Bowl. So maybe that's why that would make sense and resonate with a lot of people. But here's why I asked. And I'm not saying this year, but through the years. For example, when the Warriors at long last won their first NBA championship, I was awestruck. Like I lived the first half of my life going, well, that'll never happen because they're one of the worst organizations in sports. The 49ers, at my age, I never really got a chance to get going in life without the 49ers winning Super Bowls. On my 7th birthday, they won, and then they won every other year for 10 years. So they won a bunch. But the Giants, Dibs, in 2010, I cried.
Yeah.
I cried when Cruz struck out. And so I started thinking about that today.
Crying?
No, not me crying, but why did baseball make me feel that way? Because I wouldn't consider myself as somebody who loves the Giants more than the 49ers and Warriors. I'm a diehard for all three. The entry point is different for all three, sure, but that was something that just, it struck me that way. And I think I started thinking about it like this. Baseball, you sometimes win the World Series with no warning. You know, you got to September in 2010, the Giants weren't even in first place. It didn't even look like they were going to the playoffs. Think of the Oklahoma City Thunder this year in the NBA. You saw it coming. You may not have believed it or wanted to or whatever, but the NBA, and to a degree the NFL, they advertise what's about to happen as far as the championship. Baseball, sure, there's lots of teams that are just in perennial tank mode, but it's so damn hard and so damn painful. Being a fan of a baseball team, Dibs, sucks. It sucks to care about it because it is so, by definition, frustrating even when you're good. We nicknamed World Series teams torture because it's painful. And I really think that's a part of what's going on with this year's Giants. We look at it, and I think people go, this is frustrating, and in the end, it's not going to go well, and Devers isn't hitting, and they're just not good enough to beat the Dodgers. And I would argue you don't see that stuff. You don't know what's going to happen in the World Series in July. You just don't. And so it's a completely different experience that even when it's going well is really, really frustrating. And that's what I think is going on with the Giants right now. It's actually going really well, but it feels really freaking frustrating because that's baseball.
Well, yeah, it's the nature of the sport. And if you look at the best team in baseball right now, they've lost 38 times. That means if you're a diehard Tiger fan and you've watched all 97 of them, 38 times you were frustrated because your team lost. Yep. And if you think about the best NFL teams, the best NFL team usually goes 14-3, maybe 15-2. Well, that's only 2 days out of a 4-month run to the playoffs where you could be frustrated. And maybe that game happens where you face another really good team and you're not frustrated, but the point is you spend all that week a little bummed because your team lost, but you know what? We're still 10-1, and we're probably going to the playoffs and all the rest of it. In baseball, the frustration or the joy, it all happens in a 24-hour period. So, yeah, the Tigers have lost 38 times. They have the best record in baseball with a .608 winning percentage. That's not very good relative to Oklahoma City, 68-14. Best team in football, 14-3. The Tigers have the best record, and they've only won 60.8% of their games. So I think that is where a lot of the frustration stems from.
That's a great illustration. Like those 38 losses, that's probably more than the Kansas City Chiefs have had in the last 7 years.
Maybe in the Mahomes era, right?
Like, and I don't have that in front of me, but I'm just thinking to myself out loud here, you know, whether it's playoffs, whether they won the Super Bowl or whether they didn't. In the last 4 or 5 years, the Chiefs have probably averaged losing, maybe 6 times? 6 or 7 times?
Actually,
maybe?
4 is the answer.
4? Like, yeah, playoffs
they've lost
included?
16 games. Well, just in the regular season, they've lost 16 games.
In the last 4 years?
In 2 of those years, they lost 1 playoff game each because the other 2 years they won it. So
that's 18.
18 losses in the regular season and the postseason in 4 years.
In 4 years. In 4 years, a Chiefs fan has been bummed after the game 18 times.
Right. And if you take the other 3 years of Mahomes and you go all the way back, Mahomes has 10, 18, 26 losses in the regular season for Mahomes in 7 years. And the Tigers are at the break, and they've lost 38. So
do you get what I'm saying, man?
I totally get it.
Yeah,
yep.
This is – so we looked this up too, and I wonder how this lands with people. So what do you think the Giants' record was? They have played how many games have they played? 96. They played 96 games so far. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. They played 97 games.
Yep.
97 games. What do you think the 2010 San Francisco Giants record was after 97 games?
Probably about this, 52-45.
You are damn right. They were 2 games better. Okay? So when you look at this group, we haven't even gotten to the trade deadline, so you don't even know what's coming next. And secondly, I don't think anything that's happened up until now, quite frankly, has anything to do with what's going to happen in September and potentially October. Maybe Verlander figures it out. Maybe Birdsong finds the strike zone. Maybe Devers starts looking like Devers. Maybe it goes the other way. Maybe Logan Webb suddenly loses his fastball. Like, I have no clue how this is going to go, but I think most Giants fans are cruising around in life kind of frustrated, like it's just, and you know what? It's actually going really well. It's going really well. And these things don't take shape until you get to September. The Giants of 2010 entered September not in first place, and quite frankly, not terribly close to first place. But the Padres completely fell apart, and the Giants grabbed the division from them in the last week, and then off we went to the greatest thing that had ever happened to Giants fans in San Francisco. And so, like, I see that as a possibility for no less than 10 baseball teams this year.
They're probably even more than that.
Maybe.
If you look at the parity, and I mentioned Detroit with a 608 win percentage, number one in all of baseball. And if you look at all the playoff teams, and I'll just go to the National League, and the Giants right now are in 7th place, and they're at 536. So they're only about 6 games behind Detroit. I know Detroit's in the other league, but the same thing applies for the National League, where the Cubs have only 5 more wins than the Giants do.
Right.
And the Cubs are the number 1 seed. So this whole thing is so tightly packed. It's a lot like the NBA was last year, where you had that wild parity. Outside of OKC, you had seeds 2 through 8 or 9 all packed in a bunch, and I think baseball in the National League is going to be the same this year.
Like, I mean, if you just grab the MLB standings, you live in a different city. You don't follow the Giants. You don't live and die by it. You don't care who gets hits. None of them are on your fantasy team, whatever. You pick it up, and you see that the Giants are 52 and 45. What do you think about the Giants as far as whether they're a good team, a bad team, a mediocre team? Like, what would you say about the Giants if you didn't live here?
They're good. They're a good team.
Yeah.
Good little. I'd probably say good little team.
Would you say
just
little?
That's what we say.
Just because you want to pat them on the head?
Well, because they're not great and they're not mediocre. You're 7 games above. Like, for me, mediocre is the Reds at 50 and 47, and the Diamondbacks at 47 and 50. That, to me, is mediocre. You're right there about 500. The Rockies and the Pirates and the Nationals are just straight bad. The Marlins are threatening bad, as are the Braves. You have a couple teams that are mediocre and about 5 or 6 teams they're good little teams.
I would just look at it from the perspective of let's. Okay, so what would you say here? You don't live in Philadelphia. What would you say about the Phillies?
Phillies, they're a good team.
They're a good team. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. They've won 3 more games than the Giants.
Right.
They just came here. The Giants took 2 of 3 from them. Like, this is what I'm getting at. I honestly believe that the frustration that exists, it's real, it's fair, but it's just because you're a fan. Like, I'm not saying there's nothing to work on. Buster's got some deals to make, like any good team should. Someone just texted in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line and said, and this is 925, this is, it's going fairly well, I would say. Their offense is not good. Right, their offense is not good. Again, compare it to 2010. Guess what? Their offense wasn't good either. Like, we coined something called being Matt Caned. That was on that team. And that was an offense that would not give run support to a good pitcher. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, that's all. I just think being a baseball fan sucks. That's what I think.
It's just baseball. And if you get caught up in the day-to-day, then you're going to have a hard time being a fan because, as I mentioned, you're going to lose a ton of games. Let's just say the Giants win 90 this year, which is, by all measurements, a good year.
Yes.
That's 72 games that you're going to lose. And of the 72, if you're going to be frustrated 72 times, well, then you're fanning in a way that I particularly don't necessarily want to fan. Yeah, you go through ups and downs. There's games you should win. You get a walk-off inside the park 3-run home run from your non-hitting catcher.
Right.
Can we remember that as found money as we go down this road of Giants baseball is torture? Because of all the games you've given away, that was one that you took. And I know you took it with a big at-bat and a clutch hit and all the rest of it, but you got an unbelievable bounce off the bricks, and your catcher touched them all, and you won.
Brother, they lead the majors in walk-offs.
Yeah.
They lead the majors in walk-offs. So it's just like a great athlete, Kobe Bryant or whatever. When you ask them about all the wins at the championship level versus the losses, they always remember the losses a lot more.
Yeah.
We fan the exact same way. We can sit here without any hesitation and name every time a Giants closer has blown a lead. But we don't know. We leave out the fact that the Giants have stolen a bunch from the other team's closer. And even some that ended up as losses. Look at the game on Sunday against the Dodgers when Luis Matos came up and whacked a 2-run homer to tie a game in the bottom of the 9th inning. Like, they've had that knack. They have walked off the other team more than anybody else in all of baseball. So, I don't know, man. Like, I look at it as a team that has a great pitching staff. They don't give up. They fight. They've got a little bit of a clutch knack to them. And yes, they are frustrating on offense, checks notes, like most of the teams in the majors. It's really hard to hit, and the nature of a team that's good, not great, is just really frustrating. This is the baseball experience.
Yeah, and not for every team. And, you look at the Dodgers and the Cubs and the Yankees, and they don't have to decry a lack of offense. And it's funny how you always mention the 2010 offense, because this offense dreams it was as good as the 2010 offense. 2010, they were 17th in the league in runs per game. This team this year is 22nd. That team averaged a home run per game. This team has hit 89 home runs in 97 games. So this offense, even though they've got a couple of new acquisition, allegedly big boppers, this team dreams about being the offensive juggernaut that 2010 was.
I totally disagree, because you're bringing up stats that aren't the larger view. We did this a few weeks ago. Runs per game are like almost even. The Giants have been down a little bit late.
No, but it's place in the league. The runs per game, runs per game for everyone this year is down, but this team is 22nd. That team was 17th. So that team, relative to the other teams, was better than this team is relative to their teams.
I mean, to say they dream about it, my point, 17th, 22nd, that's pretty close. I think these teams are pretty good comp, actually. I'm not saying this team's better than that team. I'm saying they averaged a similar number of runs. People got mad at the lack of run support. You had starting pitchers and bullpen arms who were the lead of the team, and we would sit there and yell, can you please get more hits? Stop making everything so difficult in the 8th and 9th inning. It's the exact same characteristic. I'm not saying they're the exact same team, and they had almost the same record. It's a very similar fan experience is my point.
Yeah, it's similar, but my point is this offense is actually worse. And you mentioned the fact that they lead the league in walk-offs, and I think they also lead the league in one-run victories, which, as we know in the NFL, it's not sustainable. When you win all these one-score games in the NFL, at some point you're going to regress back to the mean. And the Giants have a great bullpen, so they can win more one-run games than the average team, but they've been too reliant this year on the walk-off and the one-run win.
888-957-9570. Which team would mean the most to you if they were to rock a championship sometime soon? We can get to that. We've also got to play for you what Mark Spears said yesterday about the Warriors and Al Horford. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Jason Richardson is a half hour away, and so is our All-Star Week prize blowout giveaway. We'll tell you more about that coming up next. Dibs is in Vegas for Summer League. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
Maybe this will make you feel good, Dibs, out there in Vegas. While you were out last week, we'll never know, but Hunter Pence called either me or Grandy Dibs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll never know which
we know
one.
who it was.
We don't. You think you know because you want it to be that way, but you don't.
You said bye to him, and then he said, thanks, Dibs. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Well, you're both named Mark, so.
Exactly.
But you say bye first to the guy that was saying bye to you.
Maybe you do. Hunter Pence is weird.
Thank you, Dibs. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, different guy. Like, I mean, like, that's who people on this show are normally talking to, Dibs and Mark.
And you should be falling over yourselves to want to be the Dibs in this quotient.
Yeah, I'm always Emily could win at nothing. Yeah,
and that's I still don't know.
We'll get there. We're not today.
I'm not gonna.
Not today.
I mean, the very fact that you are kowtowing and you're ducking, just facing up to the fact that I caught a stray while I was off, and you won't offer any context as to why you felt the need to rat-a-tat-tat me while I was on vacation.
Well, and because today's not the day to do it. I'm not ducking anything. It happened, and there's a reason for it, and the context will be revealed at the correct time. I don't need to head into rabbit holes. That's all.
Thank you, Dibs. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, you're in Vegas. Have a great time. We don't need to mess with that. Yeah,
I am, and every time that gets played, it just brings out the angry side of me.
Why?
But that's okay.
There's nothing to be angry about.
It's just keep my name out your mouth when I'm not around.
First of
how
all,
about that?
How about I can't even go to break keeping your name out my mouth? It's not possible. Your name's on the show. So
when I'm on the show, go ahead. And when I'm not on the show, did you make it?
I did. Yeah. It went in.
Okay, I can't see the trash can.
Yeah,
I'm not
it went
in the
in.
studio.
Trust me, it went in. Off the backboard, but it was in.
Counts.
Yeah, count it. But no, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Thank you, Dibs. Thank you, Mark.
All is well. 888-957-9570. Hey, what if I told you that a certain Giants reporter is writing about a potential deadline acquisition, and instead of the names, let me just read you the numbers.
All right.
Okay? This year, this player has a WAR of 2 wins above replacement, has a batting average of 279, has hit 20 home runs, has driven in 54, and has an OPS of 861. Would you like that player on the team?
What position does this player play? If he's a third baseman, then no.
He's not a third baseman.
Is he a corner outfielder or a catcher?
He is not a catcher, but indeed he can play corner outfield. He has also been known at times to be tabbed as his team's designated hitter.
Yeah, come on. Come on down.
You in?
Come on down, you OPSer of 864 with 20 homers.
And a career OPS over 6 years of 842, so this year is not out of the norm in any way.
Yeah, all right. Just come to San Francisco and watch that drop by 100 points. Because that's what happens.
Which, by the way, would still be good. It'd still be good. You know what I mean? You want to take any guesses on who it is?
No clue. No clue.
He plays in California.
Okay. Couldn't be Mike Trout. He's had more than 6 years, and his OPS, I would imagine, is still higher than that.
Yeah. 6 years, plays in California.
Yeah.
Has not always played in California, but does now. And
it's the All-Star break, so we don't know where he's playing today.
Well, no, he's not playing today.
So he's not an All-Star, in other words.
I mean, he might play today.
Yeah.
He's not in the lineup. But he might.
Yeah.
He might end up in the lineup.
Today.
Today.
In Atlanta.
Yeah.
In the All-Star game.
I mean, I think I know he's in Atlanta. I know he's in Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got no idea, Mark.
No, that
no, you can't buzz that. If I say I have no idea and I really have no idea, that gets a ding. Skippy. Thank you. Because, in fact, I'm right in saying that I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called him Skippy because he's got his hands on the button, so now he can do whatever he wants.
I give a crap about where his hands are, to be honest.
Then you're not allowed to give a crap if you get buzzed.
Oh, I don't have to care or not care. I'm just trying to strive for accuracy here.
Okay. I mean, you're not wrong. You didn't have any idea. Although you could have guessed the man who got hosed in the home run derby last night.
He got hosed?
He sure did. Yeah.
Based on a minuscule measurement? Is that what you're referring to?
That is correct. And
your guy, Rooker?
Brent Rooker.
Rook.
Susan Slusser has tabbed Brent Rooker as a potential San Francisco Giants trade deadline target.
All right.
And I would say that based on every single name I've heard across all of the major leagues, right-handed, left-handed, in any position, you can go ahead and sign me up right now for That's My Choice. That is absolutely the number one player I'd love for the Giants to get if that's actually on the table. And why wouldn't it be? He's signed for 4 more years. The money escalates not at like a crazy level, but it does escalate at a level that is like uncomfortable to the A's because any level is uncomfortable to the A's. But they'd be trading him at a time when they could probably get a lot for him because he is under control for 4 more years. He's only 30. Oh, by the way, he's really good. I'd give up a real good farmhand for Brent Rooker. I absolutely would.
Yeah, and he would be a guy who would definitely fit the bill, somebody who can, in theory, drive the ball out of the ballpark. Maybe not this ballpark, but at 39 homers last year, and he's on pace to have almost as many this year. He's got 20 in 98, so pacing out to have a 30 home run year again. And the Giants are a team woefully in need of home run hitting. They are below league average in home runs, so yeah, absolutely bring him in.
He fits the bill, man. He can play right field. He can be the DH as you know. Flores, let's be real, no one's really talking about this, but he looks like he's on fumes already. He kind of looks the same way he did last year. It just doesn't look like the body is going to work anymore, and so. If there is another offensive addition, if there's a way for it to be Brent Rooker, my goodness, I find that to be a very exciting idea.
Just looking at his splits over the last couple of years, it seems like he's primarily a DH, and he can play the outfield. 14 games last year, 14 games this year, so not exactly somebody who's going to threaten either Ramos or Yaz in the corner, but definitely a spot where if you can finally get Rafi Devers over to first base, now you've got some at-bats at DH. And you mentioned Wilmer Flores, and yeah, you could probably have expected this sort of a fall-off just based on the way his body looks.
No doubt. And again, somebody who can play out in right field, I do think it would threaten Yaz a little bit because it would be very, very alluring to, especially when there's a left-hander out there. If Devers is at first, to put Rooker in right and still have Flores' bat in the lineup. But if Flores doesn't wake up, then maybe you're right. Maybe just make Rooker the DH and let Yaz and still have some room for Matos at times out in right field. Whatever the permutation is, whatever. I just think it fits. When you want to add offense, sometimes even though there are underperforming players, it's kind of hard to see where the fit is. It's like, well, who goes to the bench? This is one that fits. This is one that fits without any concern whatsoever. And I think they would prefer right-handed over left-handed. And he would just be perfect if they could get him on this team.
I wonder what it would take and, what level of prospect and also the overall reluctance of the A's to deal with the Giants. I wonder if that is something that still is in place after all these years. Buster, it seems like, has shown an ability to broker those divisions, but we'll see if he can get something done. He's got still a couple weeks, 16 more days until the deadline, so plenty of time to put in some work.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, let's go out to the phones, 888-957-9570. We were talking a little bit, throwing out there the idea of which team could win a title and have it mean the most to you. Kevin in Belmont is with us. Hi, Kevin. What are you doing?
Well, what's up, guys? I'm just chilling at home, but I really want to answer this question. I'm 24 years old, born and raised in the heart of the Bay Area, and it would 100% be the 49ers winning a Super Bowl would mean the most. You know, I've had to suffer through the Kyle Williams game, Joe Flacco turning into prime Tom Brady, and then when I went to college, in 3 of the 4 years I'm in college, we lose the Miami Super Bowl, the Jaquaski Tart drop game, and then Brock blows out his elbow, and I got all my boys just hazing me. And to suffer through all that, and you get to a magical 2023 season, you get to the NFC Championship game. I'm going on a walk at halftime, you know, praising to God, like, why? And you make an amazing, the ladybug, you make an incredible comeback. And then 2 weeks later, you see Dre Greenlaw run onto the field and just tear his knee. My stomach drops. We lose that game. And like you said, Willard, you cried after the Niners won it, after the Giants won it all. For the first time, I cried after seeing my team lose a game, because that kind of was the moment I realized, wow, this might never happen for us. And, you know, the Giants and Warriors championships, those were magical, but I just feel like the Super Bowl is different. And my dad, lifelong Niners fan too, he saw the Niners win all 5, and I've seen the Niners lose 3, and it's been brutal.
Kevin, appreciate it. Yeah, look, if you're like under 35, there's no question the answer is the 49ers. I would think across the board for anybody who's not 35 yet, or what have you, whatever kind of the exact age may be. But if you hadn't experienced what happened in 1994 with Steve Young, then absolutely that one is going to be the one that sticks with you the most. I just think that when they're different experiences. You know, take it from the people who have experienced all 3 for these teams. It's a different experience because in the NFL and in the NBA, you usually can I'm not saying it's 100% of the time, but you usually have a little bit of a sense when you have one of the best teams. Baseball, especially if you're not a Giants fan or you really weren't locked into 10, 12, and 14, dude, you can be in the playoffs and you're still like, we're not winning this. And then you win this. I mean, I completely felt that way, especially in 2012. In 2012, when they're down 2-0 against Cincinnati, I'm like, this is over. And then they're down 3-1 to the Cardinals, and Barry Zito's pitching, and you're like, this is over. And then they never lost another game. You know, like, it's just, baseball is a frustrating experience. When the NFL goes well, you win almost all of your games.
Yeah, until you get all the way to the last game, and even if you are the best in your conference and you go up against the best of their conference, it's just a 60-minute game. So that's where the crapshoot nature of the Super Bowl definitely comes into play. Although if you're heavily favored, you win a lot more often in football than you do in the other sports. And I just push back a little bit on your age thing, because I remember all the Niners Super Bowls and all the Giants and all the Warriors. I don't remember 1975, but having been through all 3, it still makes me think that I would much rather have the Niners win one. I think that would touch me much deeper emotionally, just because it's been so long.
Okay, does it go deeper than that though? Just because, or just time? That's it.
It's mainly time, and it's also the regime. Like, if Buster and the Giants were to win it, well, the players, none of them had won it before. Buster's been through it, and that would be good for Buster, and it would be a total reclamation project for the Giants to go from where they were before, and you ran Bochy out, you won 107 but couldn't get it done, and you've been mediocre and almost not unwatchable, but you've been uninteresting ever since. So that would be very fulfilling. The Warrior one would just be a coronation of Steph and Draymond and Kerr and the whole era, which would be great, but I feel like we already got that with the 4th title.
Yeah.
The 4th title was that coronation for me, where that was the surprise one. And do I need another one? No, and another one would be as surprising, but it would be a little bit like a sequel because you already had the surprising one.
Yeah, by the way, I don't disagree with you. I'm not saying in this moment that my answer would be Giants. I bring up the question, though, to sort of bring to light the different experience that the 3 are. In this moment, I think I'd agree with you. There's particularly a few people, George Kittle, Fred Warner, even Kyle Shanahan, where it's just like, dude, can you get these guys a ring? Like, I'd love to see these guys get a ring. So I'm totally with your answer. I just think that the experience of when those particular teams win, it's different. And when your baseball team is at the All-Star break at 52-45, there is a lot more good than bad going on with the San Francisco Giants, but it doesn't feel that way because baseball. I just think baseball is a more frustrating sport than the other ones are to root for.
Only if you live every single game in a game-to-game fashion, and I try not to do that. And you watch every game, and you realize that some games go your way, some games don't. And I like to look at it not only from a series standpoint, but more from a week standpoint. Then you look at it from a month standpoint, and that gives you a better idea of exactly what your team is. And we can all draw our lines. And, well, the Giants started out 12-3, and since then they're below 500. And, we can all play those games to prove our point and to make our emotions feel more justified. I look at it, especially at the All-Star break, you take a step back and you look at a team that doesn't have a great offense. They've got a great pitching staff and a mediocre defense, and they're above 500 and they're in the playoff picture. So is that disappointing? No. Is it overwhelmingly, earth-shatteringly awesome? No. The Giants are the Giants are probably one half notch better than I thought they would be.
That's fair.
What they are.
Yeah, and if you want to stick a word on it, don't get me wrong. I don't think the Giants, as currently constructed or the way they're playing right now, I don't think they're a great team. But they're not I think being a fan of them, sometimes you feel like they're an awful team. That's the baseball fan day in and day out experience.
I don't have that experience.
No, I know. Some do, some don't, whatever. But I just the frustration level of baseball in and of itself, I think is at a higher level than watching the other sports. Out to the boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line 415. Baseball is a streaky game. If a team gets on a roll in September and October, they can win the World Series even though they didn't play all that great most of the year. Again, 2010. And you can make the point, and I'll largely agree with you, that was a little bit of a better performing team than this team, but through 97 games, I think the fan experience was largely the same. It was a good team, they weren't great, and my God, they were frustrating.
Yeah, frustrating because they couldn't score, not frustrating because they wound up in the year with the number 1 ERA in baseball, and this team mirrors that. This offense is even more maddening, and this team has an offense that is, not as good, and the ERA of the pitching staff is roughly as good.
Yeah, I hear you completely. To me, Sunday is a microcosm of this entire conversation, I think. You know what I mean? You lose that game, you go into the break, and you're mad. You're annoyed, and you think the Giants blew one, even though they were 2 outs away from a 2-0 loss, and then they get a 2-run homer, and then they put up a 0 in the top of the 10th, and then with 2 runners on in the bottom of the 10th, their best hitter hits a 106-mile-an-hour seed, and then the game goes to the 11th, and the Dodgers hit 3 dying quails, and they win, and you're mad. And it's I get it. I was frustrated too, but there's nothing that happened in that game that's categorically wrong with the Giants or shows some sort of awful underperformance. They went up against the best team in the league. They played them to extra innings. They got what I would argue was the big swing of the stick. It didn't work out. That's baseball.
Yeah, and for me, I'm more frustrated by Saturday than I am by Sunday every single day of the week. You got 3 hits on Saturday, and it was a game that you never really threatened anything in. And I know that Ohtani was just electric, and I was watching the highlights of that earlier today. Again, his 3 innings where the dude's just throwing 100 and he's got a nasty breaking ball. And Shohei Ohtani, when he decides to pitch again full time, he's a real problem. But for me, the frustration was not Sunday. It was Saturday when you show up with a flaccid 3-hit effort.
Yeah, no doubt. But again, that's Oracle Park. That's baseball. That's you scored 1, they scored 2. I thought that series as a whole, if you can remove your emotions from it, was really good baseball. I know there were annoying at-bats. There were little things that they didn't do, whether it's on the base paths. Although, I don't know if you caught this. Did you see that, and we talked about it yesterday, that whole Casey Schmidt tag up thing?
Yeah.
They got him to respond on social media. He got mad at some guy for basically getting mad at him for not being in position to tag up, and he had a whole sort of baseball concept about what you're supposed to do on the base paths, and the idea was go back to tag if there's nobody out, but if there's one out, you get off the base so that you're ready to score. If that thing lands, don't give the center fielder a chance to get the ball back in and throw you out at home.
Right, and I get that, but for me, getting off the base is getting further toward third base, and that was my problem with it. If you want to get off the base, in my opinion, you go halfway. And if the center fielder has to turn his back to the infield to make a catch on the warning track, and if you're halfway to third, you've got ample time to make it back to second. If the ball drops, you score easily. Or the other one is, if you're 10 feet off of second base and he makes the catch, well, now you can't go back and tag up and make it to third. So for me, he's trying to split the baby. If you're going to get off the base, then get off the base and get halfway to third.
Speaking of the Giants, we are getting damn close to All-Star Week prize blowout time. We've been telling you all day 4:30 is the time to listen, and that is less than 5 minutes away. So every day this week for every show, we've got an amazing prize to give out. Today, one lucky listener gets a full San Francisco Giants prize pack that will include a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and a Jung-Hoo Lee hooded shirt that is presented by Life Plus. Again, we ask you to listen at 4:30, which is only moments away, so that we can kind of set this up for you and explain exactly how you're going to go about winning this prize. There will be clues. You need to have the right answer ready to go, and then you need to listen for the cue to call and then call in and have the right answer. Those are the steps to try to win this thing, and that's just literally moments away. Dibs is in Vegas. I keep hearing the horns in the background. What are you looking at right now?
We're looking at halftime, and it's OKC with a 42-34 lead over the Magic. In the Little Gym, we've got New York on top of Brooklyn. It's a Big Apple battle over at Cox, 71-60.
There's a Little Gym?
It's the Thomas and Mack Center and then the Cox Pavilion.
Okay.
And Cox holds about maybe 3,000. Thomas and Mack holds probably closer to 15.
And can you see both of them from where you're sitting?
No, but you're allowed to go into either one and watch games. We are right outside of Thomas and Mack, and the pavilion is about 100 yards away.
Okay. All right. So Dibs is out there in Vegas taking it all in. We've already had Mark Stein and Trace Jackson Davis on the show. Jason Richardson scheduled to join, still coming up ahead. And again, moments away, we'll get the whole thing started with the All-Star Week prize blowout. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's still coming. I don't even care how exciting or other end of the spectrum. I don't care how boring it is. I want to know what the two of you did in Vegas last night. I think
you want the truth?
I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
New line to the end of that movie. Yes, I can. Yeah,
Turns out I can.
Totally can. I'm ready for it.
I was on the other day, and I
dude.
watched about an hour of it.
Still holds up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it might have been the afternoon. I don't know. The baby was sleeping, and my wife's watching her crap in the other room, and so I'm just watching it, and I was like, you know what? I think I underrate this movie. It probably is top 10 for me all time.
Dude, it's so good.
It's certainly top 20.
It's so good. I love an old movie that holds up, but then in turn, I hate an old movie that you loved that doesn't hold up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where you're like, ooh, I love this movie. Everybody gather around, and then you watch it, and you're like, ooh, that's kind of corny now.
Yeah.
That's a little cheesy.
Yeah. The only thing I hate more, and this is movie hate, it's these remakes, and I saw a commercial for one, and it's Liam Neeson in The Naked Gun.
Okay.
So Liam Neeson is going to reprise the role of Lieutenant Frank Drebin.
Perfect.
And I just don't see it.
Well,
I don't see Liam Neeson as a physical, klutzy, slapstick comedian like not Leslie Nielsen, Lindsay Nelson. No, that was the announcer. Leslie Nielsen.
Leslie Nielsen.
I had to work my way
right.
through that. Lindsay Nelson was the old broadcaster.
What is happening right now?
I got locked up. I had it right, and then I doubted myself, and then I got it right again.
Yeah. No, but if I were Liam Neeson, wouldn't you be tired of this narrative? Because he's been in a ton of stuff, but I'd be tired of this narrative that the only thing that he does is like save young ladies from getting kidnapped in Europe. So I think he's trying to lighten it up a little bit. You know what I mean?
But you can lighten it up, and then there's going all the way to trying to be Lieutenant Drebin, and I just can't. I can't picture him doing what's necessary to be that funny.
Well, but maybe we'll be wrong. Like, you got to give it a look. Maybe he's going to nail it.
And the other one is, I guess it's not a remake. It's a sequel to Just Tap It In. Tap It In.
Oh yeah, Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore 2.
Happy Gilmore 2, which I think it's going to stream only though.
Okay,
I think it's going to stream only. And then Spaceballs 2 is coming out.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're just starting to make it, and the director's 98. So,
well, I'm sure he's got a backup.
Thoughts and prayers.
Sure he's got a backup plan.
But he is the movie, so anyway.
Well, yeah, he is, and many people much younger than him who were in that movie have already passed away.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure they've got a contingency plan.
You would hope, yeah. You would hope.
You would hope. All right. Jason Richardson at 3:30. No. Oh, Jason Richardson at 4:30. Huh?
Did I miss the Jason Richardson interview?
Jason Richardson at 5. Jason Richardson at 5. No, not right. No. Don't do that. Look, there's two ways to look at this.
There's an old saying in Tennessee. I think they have it in Texas too. Fool me one time, shame on you.
Yeah.
Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Well done. Yeah,
Thank you.
This is not that.
Shout out J. Cole.
I want you to look at this from a different perspective.
Okay.
Jason Richardson could have by now just been like, you know what, y'all? I can't do it today. But he didn't do that. He said, give me an hour. And then he said, no, actually give me an hour and a half. And in fact, don't tell him this, but we have even more wiggle room on the other side of that. Don't tell him. I said that. But no, I have grown to the point where I love the fact that Jason is putting in the effort to say, no, we're still going to do this. Jason Richardson in 23 minutes, live on Willie and Dibby.
I look forward to it, and I just wonder how he's going to be doing coming off this injury he reportedly had here in Vegas.
And apparently that's part of why he needs to keep pushing it back. I think that there is there are medical reasons for this.
All right.
Yeah. See, now you're intrigued, aren't you?
Oh, I've been intrigued, and I'm also intrigued by the fact that he grew up in Saginaw, Michigan, went to Michigan State. His first son, who's now in the association, went to Michigan State, and his younger son is going to Michigan. So how does that happen, and how is that playing in the household? All that's coming up at 5 o'clock.
Yes, it is. And then also coming up in moments is our Giants Prize Pack All-Star Week Prize Blowout Giveaway thingamabob.
Okay.
And we're going to give you the clues here in just a second so that you can be a big winner. And then I also want to give a shout-out, especially because, as you know, right, like we told people off the top, this will be my last show for about a week and a half because I'm getting married later this week, and then there's going to be the honeymoon thing. And so the family is all, like over the last 24 hours, the family's all coming into town. And so my brother-in-law, I think, is probably somewhere Bay Area adjacent and has tuned into Willard and Dibs, and he would like both of us to know that Leslie Nielsen used to be a serious actor prior to Naked Gun.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know that.
So if he can do it, so can Liam Neeson.
Not necessarily.
Well, but
it's not an automatic that you can go from serious actor to Lieutenant Frank Drebin.
It's not automatic, but it's possible. So
he's allowed to.
Yeah, so don't be a dream killer.
Not killing the man's dream. And I respect your brother-in-law. Yeah. I've never met him, but
he's a good man.
Well, he's on the coaching staff at a university where one of my favorite former volleyball players actually went and played football.
Wrong brother-in-law.
Oh, then never mind.
Get your act together. You know that one's not coming. Good Lord.
I thought he was coming to, I thought he was going to be the officiant at the nuptials.
No, Christy's
So the Lehigh football coach?
No.
No?
Oh, the Lehigh football coach. Yeah,
yes. Try to keep up with your own family.
No, this is my brother, my sister's husband.
What's going on here?
My sister's husband. The other one.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Anyway.
Christy's brother is not yet your brother-in-law. So,
correct.
Yeah, that's on me.
Yeah, like you jumped the Naked Gun. Anyway.
That's a 1.
How about some, actually, I thought it was a good transitional out because we got something to give away. It is the All-Star Week Prize Blowout. And if you were with us yesterday or if you've been with any of the other shows, we're doing this every show, every day, all week long. And what happens is when we get to right about now, we're going to give you 3 clues. 3 clues to come up with the name of an all-star. And if you're able to use those clues to get to the right name, you're going to be eligible to win the prize. Don't call yet. We haven't given you the cue to call, but we are going to give you the clue to call. And there's a series of them. So we'll give you that in just a moment. But again, want to remind everybody what you're going to be playing for. A San Francisco Giants prize pack that includes a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, a Giants puffer vest presented by Ghirardelli, and a Jung-Hoo Lee hooded shirt presented by Life Plus. So that's what's on the line. And Dibs, here are the clues. And once again, because Dibs is in Vegas, and I'm the one who gets to do all of the, the stuff here, you don't know who this is, right?
No, I have no clue.
All right. Actually, haven't read these yet either, so we can kind of do this together. Here are the 3 clues. So everybody gather around the radio, and here we go. Number 1, I was an all-star one time in my career, and it came in my second to last season as a pro in 2013. By the way, I already know who it is. but that's clue number 1.
That?
No, it was just funny. Like that I got it.
You're literally looking at the paper with the answer on it.
It doesn't have an answer on it. It just has the clues.
Oh my
I'm not the one who's taking these phone calls. I don't need to know the answer. I just have the clues.
All right, clue number 2.
But I know who it is. All right, number 2. Number 2. I was born in Venezuela.
Oh.
That appears to have surprised you.
Well, I had a guess in mind, but that guess is no longer my guess.
Okay.
The guy I was going to guess is absolutely not from Venezuela.
Okay. Number 3. Well, By the way, it doesn't say he's from Venezuela. It just says he's born in Venezuela.
If you were born from somewhere, that's where you're from.
Yeah, but mom and dad could have just been on a trip, dog. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I get it. You're talking about.
Are you leaving at 5 today? Can you start your vacation early?
That'd be great.
I would really like you to.
I've got a lot to do. Oh, go ahead. Lead the show as you're watching people who've never played in the NBA before. Tell us all about it. Go ahead.
It would be more fulfilling than you correcting me at every turn, but go ahead. Clue number 3.
I haven't corrected you once. I'm just trying to open your mind to possibilities, Dibs.
Thank you, dog.
Number 3. I was the 2012 NLCS MVP. Okay? So once again, I was an all-star one time, and it came in my second to last season as a pro, 2013. Number 2, I was born in Venezuela. Number 3, I was the 2012 NLCS MVP. Hold your guesses until we tell you it's time to call. You will hear the sounder soon. At that point, you can call in to guess and try to win the Giants prize pack. That's how it's going to work sometime between now and 5 o'clock when Jason Richardson joins the show.
Awesome.
Okay?
Looking forward to it.
Do you have the answer, you think?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think I have the answer.
You think you have the answer? All right.
Well, I know I have the answer, but I'm trying to play along so that people will think that I don't have the answer. But I have the answer.
Okay. All right, that's exciting. We need more answers from you, by the way. Let's play a quick round of who did more. And Grandy, if you could grab a microphone and a headset, that would be wonderful, because the two of you are in Vegas. And as of 6 o'clock last night, you out and about with nothing to do, free time, a whole Vegas strip, just calling your name. And I need answers as far as what happened. So first and foremost, each one of you, please state your name and how many drinks.
Dan Dibley, and I will not give you that answer.
Why not? Be an open book.
I'm not going to be an open book about and how much I consumed. I'm not going to put that out over the radio.
All right.
I mean,
28
drinks, Mark. 28 drinks.
All right,
wow, attaboy, Dibs.
Yeah,
Grandy,
I got after it.
Grandy, how many drinks?
I guess Dibs did more than me. I only had 4 drinks.
Okay, and thank you for just confidently just saying who you are, and it's okay. Like, nobody's going to we're not here to judge you.
That's funny.
We're not.
That's funny.
I mean,
the judgment's already begun.
Yeah, we're here to make fun of you, but not judge you.
So what's the difference between making fun of somebody and judging them?
Oh, it's completely different. Making fun of you is just what people who like each other do. But it does not come with actual opinions that are formed based on your behavior.
As judgment is, like judgment and making fun of, if they're not next door neighbors, they live in the same house.
Yeah, that's not. But anyway, all right. Please and thank you. Take us through your gambling evening.
I played about 12 minutes of Wheel of Fortune slots.
Okay.
Lost some money.
What's some money?
To I won't put a number on it. And then I pivoted over to video poker for about 7 minutes and recouped about a third of what I lost.
Okay.
And that was the end of my gambling.
That's it.
About a 24-minute session.
All right, and then nothing this morning? Because by the way, just from me to you, PSA, morning gambling, not bad.
No, it's great.
Not bad. Great. Yeah.
Thought about it today, but chose a bar rescue marathon and a king-size bed with no toddler harassment.
Yeah, no, that's not bad. That's not bad. Did you get out for a little brekkie or did you room service?
Breakfast. No, I was going to do room service, but the TV remote to order wasn't working, and I was too lazy to pick up the phone and actually call down. And so I thought, you know what? I'll just go downstairs.
That is, by the way, I've heard a lot of lazy things in my life. That is the laziest thing I've ever heard. You wanted room service,
right?
But you would have had to reach your arm to the end of the bed,
correct,
to grab a phone, and that was too much.
To dial a number and talk to another human being, I would much rather get my shorts on and go downstairs and order from the bar, and I did.
Okay. All right, Grandy, your gambling story of the last 24 hours.
I first went over to a sports book because that's where someone like me always goes when you're in a place where gambling is legal. And because there was not a whole lot going on, unfortunately, I missed out on home run derby action, and I didn't really care about betting on the All-Star game today. I decided, you know what, let's put together a nice little futures parlay and see if I can get a nice ticket to cash in like a year from now when all the sports finish up their upcoming season. So we'll check back on that ticket come next summer. Put a couple things down on that, and then I played maybe like 45 minutes worth of blackjack.
And?
Didn't come out positive, but didn't lose that much.
How much?
I mean, I probably lost like $50.
Okay. What was the table limit?
$25.
Hey.
So I kind of just hung out.
Hey, that was one of those producer salaries.
Am I right?
Yeah.
It was just a lot of win one, lose one, win one, lose one, over and over and over.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's right. Can we go back to your futures bet and ask what is it?
Yeah, I have the ticket. Hold on.
You need the ticket to remember what you bet? This was just a few hours ago. And it's a year from now. You
don't know. Have 4 drinks.
Yeah.
I made a few different futures bets. Where are they?
Look at you. You have like a little booklet. This is unbelievable.
Well, they print them out nice and neat for you.
They do.
Don't
lose those tickets.
I bet on the World Series winner this year, the Super Bowl winner for the coming year.
Who?
I'm going to go through it.
Okay.
And the finals winner next year.
All right.
You're very much going to dislike who I picked to win the World Series.
So it's not the Giants.
It is the Dodgers.
Go Dodgers.
You bet on the Dodgers?
I bet on I think that they're going to win again. Don't want it to happen.
But that's like bad karma for a Giants fan, don't you think?
If this ticket hits, I'll feel pretty good about it.
It's just business.
Good Lord.
It's not personal.
Right.
It's business.
Man.
Dodgers to win the World Series, the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl, and the Denver Nuggets to win the finals. That is the futures
What
parlay.
are the odds on all 3?
Plus 20,000.
All right, so 200 to 1. That's nice.
Yes.
$10 would get you $200,000.
Yeah.
Whoa.
2,000.
2,000.
Oh, plus 2,000. I thought you said plus 20,000.
What is plus? But only a $10 bet is what you said.
Yeah, a $10 bet.
You didn't say a $100 bet.
Right.
And then you went to 200,000. I would like $10.
If it's plus 20,000 and you bet 10, that would be 200,000.
Yeah.
He said it was plus 20,000. What he meant was it's plus 2,000.
Okay.
Plus 20,000.
Okay. And your bet is right.
$5 and I win 1,000. So if
Okay.
I bet $10, I'd win 2,000. If I bet $100, I'd win 200.
Okay.
And what's the Bills bet?
What do you mean?
What's the odds on the other ones?
Oh, I bet on who's going to win the Heisman Trophy.
Oh, this is a parlay.
Those three are parlays.
Oh, I
together.
thought you did each one separately.
No.
Okay.
Gotta go for broke when you're in Vegas, you know.
All right. And then 2 more things. First of all, Grandy, have you been carded at any point so far?
I have
on
not
this
been
trip?
carded.
That's weird. Like, you look 18.
That's a big step up for me. Normally, I do get carded.
You do, don't you? See, like, that's what I would imagine, that when you sit down at a blackjack table, there are pit bosses that start moving their shoulders a little bit.
No, they were comfortable with me last night.
Okay. All right. That's good.
I'll say this. There were a pretty large number of what I would call loitering teenagers in Planet Hollywood, and some who were even, and I don't know how old these individuals were, but if I was security, I'd be looking for ID, as a couple of these youngsters were playing slots. So
okay.
I don't know how strict they were enforcing age limits. We'll just say that.
I don't even know if it's like this anymore, but like when I was, and maybe, I don't know if this is teenager or maybe even younger than that, but like if the folks would take, and they did take me up to either like Tahoe or Reno or whatever, like you couldn't even, like it was hard to even walk through the casino. And they were like, the security would be on you right away. Like obviously if you're going from point A to point B, that's fine. But if you stopped and looked, they were there, and they're like, you can't be in here.
Yep.
Sounds like it's a little different.
Last night, it just kind of felt that way. And you had some kids. Actually, I saw a kid who was probably 11 just sitting on the ground in the casino on his phone while one of his parents was ostensibly nearby gambling, which is another thing you're not supposed to do.
All right, well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is the sounder, and it is time for a Giants prize pack that is all set and ready for you to come win it. The first person to call the contest line and guess the former All-Star player correctly, you will be the winner. The number is 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. You got to guess the player correctly. If you do, you win. A thank you to the Giants, UCSF, Ghirardelli, and Life Plus for providing the awesome prize pack that, again, if you're just joining us, is a Matt Chapman bobblehead presented by UCSF Health, the Giants puffer vest from Ghirardelli, and the Jung Hoo Lee hooded shirt presented by Life Plus. That's all on the line. If you get through, you talk to Ken, and you get the right answer. Good luck to each and every one of you. And then remember, this is every day, every show. So all week long, 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the afternoon, 4:30 in the afternoon. Those are your shots, not just today, but Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And to each and every one of you calling in to 888-957-9570, you have no chance, absolutely no chance to win this prize. But good luck. Good luck to each and every one of you. We appreciate you listening. And if you don't win, you get to try again at 7:30 in the morning. All right. There it is. Jason Richardson's going to join us in a few minutes. And then I think also in the 5 o'clock hour, we really should bring back a lot of what Mark Stein said to us earlier in the show and maybe talk to some listeners about it. For example, Stein was asked kind of about Horford and Melton, which have been widely rumored, and he said this.
My expectation is that one way or the other, the Warriors are going to end up with both Horford and Melton on their roster. You know, they still have interest in Bradley Beal. I would say most people around the league don't expect the Warriors to win that race, but I don't know. I wouldn't say that they're all the way out of it. I mean, we don't know exactly yet what Bradley Beal's choice will be.
Okay, so in the Bradley Beal stakes, not a favorite, but Horford and Melton around the league are expected to sign with the Warriors. And then I know everybody wants to know about Kaminga as well. And you asked Stein about Kaminga potentially taking the qualifying offer. Here's what Stein said.
It's easy for us on the outside to kind of say, do it. And it's just, you don't see it happen too often where the restricted free agent does decide, I'm going to take the qualifying offer and wait one more year and play one more year and take on that injury risk. But, I mean, I would have to say at this point, whatever pathway leads to Kaminga staying in Golden State, I mean, I think it's fair to say that's the likely scenario. But also, it wouldn't have, again, today is July 15th. It wouldn't have lasted 2 weeks if they weren't still trying and looking and trying to find a way to do something else.
I'll tell you this, Dibs, and we can talk more about it in the 5 o'clock hour. If the offseason is Melton and Horford, figure out the Kaminga situation, and then at least, I don't know, throw the ball downfield on Bradley Beal, this could have gone worse. It could have. It
depends on how the Kaminga goes, and Mark said the Warriors are not all the way out on Bradley Beal, so I'm going to put that at less than a 10% chance, honestly.
Yep.
And the Bradley Beal buyout probably will happen very soon. He's not getting all the money that he wants, which would be this year's contract and next, so they have to figure out how much of next year's player option he's going to get. And I know he was due a lump sum today. Once he gets that, they can work through this pretty quickly, but even if it's just Kaminga back on the qualifying and it's D'Anthony Melton and it's Al Horford, if that's your offseason, I'll take it. I mean, it's not a slam dunk, grand slam home run, but I do think you get a little bit better.
I agree with that. Pending the Kaminga situation and how you use him. We can talk about this a lot coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Jason Richardson is slated to join us coming up next as well. Dibs is in Vegas for Summer League. I'm here in San Francisco at our studios. It's Willard and Dibs. son was drafted in the first round by the Magic. He's there participating in Vegas. Jason, thanks for coming on with us. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, what is this experience like to now, you've done this, and now you're watching your son do it?
Oh, it's just a surreal feeling seeing him out there playing in the NBA games. I still don't see it like he's an NBA player because it's just hard to explain. But it's fun watching him achieve his dream to go out there and play, especially for a team I used to once play for. It's just unreal feeling.
Yeah, they're down right now by 13, and I know your son's not playing in this one, and it's got to be pretty fun for you to see him, get to this level and get to the spot where, he's such a highly drafted, highly regarded player that he only gets a couple of games in summer, and then they shut him down.
Yeah, it's actually really cool. I always knew he wanted to be an NBA player. I knew that was a dream of his, but I wasn't expecting it to happen so fast. He had a plan. He had a goal for himself, and he went to Michigan State, and he achieved that by doing everything he possibly could to do right to put himself in that position to be a first-round draft pick.
I got to think that being a dad of an NBA player is one thing to sort of figure out what to say, what not to say, how much to coach. But when you are actually a great NBA player yourself, maybe that's even harder. Like, how is that dynamic for you and your son Jade, and, oh, by the way, your other son Jackson, who is expected to go to Michigan, I believe. Is that correct?
No, he's wide open right now.
Okay.
He just cut his list down to 10 schools last week, but Michigan is one of the 10 schools. It's pretty easy because for especially a guy like Jace, he's such a basketball fanatic. He loves basketball, has a high basketball IQ, and he's always seeking information. So I could tell him things. He'll come and ask me things, and he's very open to listening to him, especially knowing that I went through, being an NBA player. So he's like looking at me like I had the answers to the test. And so it's really cool to give perspective of what I went through and try to help him through things that I see he could do better on the court.
What was it like when he decided, or you as a family decided, that he would go to Michigan State? And, Tom Izzo, not exactly a teddy bear when it comes to coaches. He coaches them hard. He loves them hard. How did that come about that he chose to be a Spartan like you?
Well, I stayed out of the recruiting process. I wanted to make sure that I didn't have a biased opinion in it. My wife, she basically took all the calls from the college coaches. She's taking all the college coaches' calls from my younger son, Jackson, also. So I stay out the recruiting process. I don't push him to Michigan State. I actually thought Jace was going to Alabama, and when he came into the living room and told me and my wife that he was going to Michigan State, we were totally shocked. But we knew he was going to a place where he's going to get hired coaching. He's used to that because, we're very demanding as, parents, and his mom coached him. She's very demanding on doing the right things. So we knew he would be able to, be fine with Coach Izzo. But it actually ended up being a cool thing that, he went to Michigan State where I went to, my alma mater, and he was coached by the same coach I was coached, 25 years ago. So it actually was a cool thing that, he went there and followed my footsteps.
Jason Richardson is joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Jason, you're 44 years old, right? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So like you could still play for the Warriors based on the way they're handling free agency. Have you had any conversations?
No, I had no conversations at all. And right now, at 44, I cannot play basketball. I really finally put it down. I stopped playing the big three just coming off this weekend. And I'm officially done with basketball and getting back to my old man sports of playing golf and pickleball.
Does it blow you away, though, that LeBron is 4 years younger than you? Al Horford, a rumored Warriors target, is 4 years younger than you, or maybe it's 5. I'm not sure, but whatever. You get the idea. Like, does it blow you away that these guys are still playing?
It blows me away a little bit, yes, that these guys are still playing, but just all the things, I think my generation was the last generation that didn't get the gasp of what to do now to take care of your body. I think it was rumored that something LeBron spends like $1 million of recovery for his body on, cold tubs and sauna and massages and all these things. When you take care of your body in that sense, you probably can play a long way in the NBA like he's done and Al Horford has done.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling when you think about it, but across all sports, you're seeing it more and more, and the Warriors have a guy who spends a lot of time on his body, Steph Curry, and he's got 2 more years in his contract, but he's not ruling out playing beyond that. When you see Steph do what he continues to do at his age, how much of that do you give credence to the fact that he is so physically fit?
Oh, all of it. I mean, the way he take care of his body, I think he had a big jump on him coming back being physically stronger, physically looking stronger. And when you do those things and take care of your body, because the NBA season is such a long, grueling season, especially for guys like Steph and LeBron who have played long and long times in playoffs. Those are actually the extra season when you start adding those games up. So when you do that and you take care of your body, you rest properly, you do the things that help yourself prepare for an NBA season, it gives your body a chance to actually play as long as possible.
Jason Richardson with us on Willard and Dibs. Obviously, he's in Vegas for Summer League. His son, Jace, is a first-round pick by the Magic. He's got another son that's going to be selecting his college sometime soon. So, Jason, you're still very involved in the league, around the league. How do you view the Warriors with regard to actual realistic contention, considering that their core is aging at such a rate?
It's going to be very hard. I mean, back in, my era of basketball, the older the guys was on the team, the better chance you had on winning championships and winning games. But with the league being so much talented now, there's so many great teams out there with these young guys. It's kind of hard to keep up with them because they're very skilled. They're taking care of everybody just like you are, and they just actually younger. So it's going to be very hard, even though you have great players like Steph and Jimmy Butler and, Draymond. But, you got teams out there that's just really good. I mean, you look at Boston Celtics, where they just kind of blow up, but they were still good. Oklahoma City, they're really good. I mean, Orlando is really good. They made up some trades. It's just teams out there, San Antonio, just so many good young teams, Minnesota, that it's going to be hard to try to compete for a championship, especially when you have an aging roster.
Yeah, and the aging roster is being held together by your old teammate, Mike Dunleavy, somebody who you kind of came up with in the association and with the Golden State Warriors. What have you thought so far of the Mike Dunleavy era at the helm of the Warriors?
He's doing a great job. I think he's understanding the role. He's trying to get pieces in there to help, bridge the gap of trying to, from, Steph and those guys when they're on their way out. Bringing in Jimmy, who's a scorer that you need, could put the ball in his hands at the end of the game, help get Steph and release some pressure on offense. And then now you're trying to get big guys in there just trying to fill the roster spot up. So I think he's doing a really good job as of right now. And he's trying to figure out, the spaces and spots where to put guys at and try to bridge that gap once, Steph and Draymond and those guys are getting to the age where they're retiring.
Jason, I don't know if you know this, but the entire situation surrounding Jonathan Kaminga has almost broken out into a fight amongst the Warrior fan base as to whether or not he is a good player that the Warriors have held down too much, or if he's just not the right fit and he hasn't done the right things to fit in around Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and obviously that leads to what to do with him next. What is your view on this? What, in terms of where Jonathan has been with this organization and what should happen next?
I'm really torn between the two because I feel the same way. I feel like he is an unbelievable talent. I think he has a lot of upside, and I think he could be a really good player in this league. But having a culture that's already been built and won championships, I think if he could understand, fitting in, understanding and learning from guys like Steph and Draymond, understanding the culture of what they're trying to do in Golden State, I think he bridged the gap between their retirement and him being the next player. But I think, the mindset of, I want to go out there and just be me, it's still Steph Curry's team. So I think if he understands that, hey, I could be a second, third option, learn from these guys, understand how to be a pro, understand how to be a professional, understand how to win championship basketball, that could help me long-term in my career. But I think it's just kind of hard because when you're a young player like that, you want to establish yourself. But when you're on a veteran team like they have, it's hard to establish yourself when certain things have to be done because they're used to winning and not just playing bad basketball.
And how do you thread that needle? Because I'm remembering back to the We Believe team, and you had not old guys like this Warrior team, but you all were veterans. Stack Jack and Barnes and Barron, and yet Monte Ellis was the kind of the baby on that team. How did he go about trying to fit in with older players, and what's the big challenge in doing that for Kaminga?
But I think, with Monte back then, we had established players like myself, Barron, and Steven Jackson. But he understood what his role was. He came in and we knew he was a scorer, but he didn't take it upon himself to take bad shots. So I think he understood what his role was, but he also stayed within the offense. So I think a guy like Kaminga, if he can understand what his role is and stay within the offense of, Golden State, they more of a move the ball, try to find stuff, open screen, open plays, make the right play. It'll easily help him transition into that role.
Jason, you know what? I want to go back to that answer you were given about, LeBron spending $1 million on his health and all of this. And I think fans really struggle with this idea of people are smarter, they're healthier, yet they're playing less basketball. They've got load management. And then there's these Achilles injuries that start popping up in the playoffs, and people are looking at what they're doing in the offseason. What is your view on this in terms of what is the right way for an NBA player to attack that to maximize how much they can play?
Well, for me, I think it's beyond the NBA. I think the NBA been playing 82 games for 40, 50 years, whatever it's been. I think a lot of these guys that's coming into the NBA, they play way too many games as kids. Some of these guys are playing 80, 100 games as kids in middle school. And you do that for so many years. And when you get to the NBA where you finally need to play 82 games, your body is worn down from it. And so I think, the load management comes because these guys have been putting their bodies through so much at a younger age. And it's affecting them now they're getting older. And I don't think that have anything to do with the Achilles injuries. I think the Achilles injury comes to the fact that a lot of guys are being taught this thing called negative step, where you're taking a step backwards before you go forward. And so you're putting all your brute force going backwards. And, of course, when you lean to go forward, you put all the stress on your ankle. So I think it's just certain things like that. I've been watching, keeping in contact of, trainers I see. If I see a kid work out and he's taking a negative step backward, I'm stopping the workout. And I'm teaching them directly how to take a step forward, a proper step forward. Because if you go through the last 3 or 4 Achilles injuries between Dame, Jason Tatum, and Tyrese Halliburton, all of them took a negative step, which they step back, and when they try to go forward, that's when the Achilles goes. So it's just different things like that. But I think if we really just focus on the part of, the high school level, the middle school level, a limited amount of games kids are playing, I think better off for those who do make it to the NBA, they won't be doing load management.
That's a really interesting answer on multiple fronts, and I wonder how you handled that with your sons. Like, how did you advise them through these, the AAU circuit and all the games they play?
Well, for me as a parent and going through this myself, I limited the amount of times they play basketball. I didn't just let them play in every tournament. I didn't let them go to every camp. I didn't let them go to every, thing that needed to be done. So they got penalized sometimes, and some people might say that we were wrong for doing it, but I was looking out for the health of my kids. So I didn't let my kids constantly play basketball 365 days a year. Sometimes I just told them they're not going to this camp, and, go be a kid for the weekend, and go to a lot of tournaments. We didn't allow them to do certain things that would just constantly impact. And they played multiple sports. They just didn't play just basketball. They played multiple sports until they got to high school. Jason, my oldest, he played soccer all the way up through 8th grade, 9th grade. Youngest Jackson played lacrosse. So we allowed them to be kids, and at the same time, we just didn't allow them to wear their bodies down just playing one sport year-round.
The scouts say that Jackson is, quote, bouncy, and, of course, you are a phenomenal dunker in your day, and Jason at 6'3", I'm sure, can elevate as well. You at your peak, them currently at their peak. Who wins the Richardson family dunk contest?
Jackson. He actually jumped higher than me at this age. And I tell people that all the time. They're like, no way, no way. I said, well, one, you didn't see me in high school. And two, you try to compare a 16, 17-year-old kid to a grown man that was dunking in dunk contest at 23, 24. So I actually give him the bounciest in the house. He's just an amazing athlete. He gets up off the floor.
Jason, really fun to catch up and really exciting to see what comes next for your family. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a little while.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Okay, there he is. That's Jason Richardson.
That's Jay Rich right there.
Jay Rich, man.
That's Jay Rich.
Dude,
and for all of the older school, not complete old school Warrior fans, but the We Believe crowd and those who remember going to Oracle when they stunk, he was the guy. He was the dude and winning the dunk contest, and you knew the Warriors weren't very good, but darn it, he was an awesome player and fun to watch, and he was the guy. And then you had that little baby run of the We Believe, and so forever he is immortalized. But that's the guy, Mark, of my –
no doubt.
I guess that would be in my kind of my mid-adulthood, in the early 00s when – you're not really a young adult anymore, but you still love the team and you have the wherewithal to go to a bunch of games. And so, yeah, you see Thunder down there on the sideline and Jay Rich doing his thing. And they're going to lose 109-97, but it still was a great time out.
Way to pull out the marketing phrase from that time as well. But, yeah, like when you're a kid, you have a favorite player. And then when you become an adult, I don't know, it's like a little bit of a different experience. I'm not saying you don't have a favorite player, but it's just different. We don't put posters on our wall, at least I don't or whatnot.
Yeah.
But, yeah, after the whole Chris Mullin, Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond thing, Jay Rich was the guy. That was you're absolutely right. That was the guy. And I can't tell you how refreshing and fun it is to, when you check in with these guys well after their retirement, to hear that it's like not just that NBA player that you remember, but to hear that this is somebody who is so adjusted and locked in as a family person and a dad, and still there, every step of the way guiding his kids and now watching them in their NBA or college journey. I find that to be really cool. I love that story.
Well, and even the other part of it that I also love, and the points you make are perfect, but his wife is the one who's running the show. She's taking the calls from the recruiters, and she's dealing with the recruiters because he doesn't want to bias the process. I mean, he went to Michigan State, and his older son did too, but he made that decision on his own. And so he's got his wife who is really at the forefront. And I was just doing a quick Google search, and she's got an Instagram, and she's talking about Summer League, and she's weighing in on how her son's doing here. And so it really is a family effort on, cultivating these young men. And the other piece that I loved, and I know that you're going to echo it, but they weren't allowed to play basketball year-round. And Jay Rich is talking about, these kids playing 80, 90, and 100 games in middle school. And it's no wonder why you get burnout and you get some of these repetitive injuries.
No doubt. And then that's the first I've heard someone describe the Achilles thing the way that he did.
Oh, yeah.
What he called a negative step. And Halliburton's injury is just absolutely glowing in my brain right now as he says that.
So is Kobe's to me. Remember the Kobe one? Same thing, right?
Yeah. And so I wonder if everybody understands what he means by that, which is, picture kind of somebody in that three-point stance, and then as you start the dribble, your back foot kind of does like a little jump, and it moves backwards for you to push off and explode, and it probably helps that explosion. That is if the Achilles is still attached. And so maybe that's a little graphic, but I get what he's saying. That negative step is putting even extra bounce and pressure on the Achilles, and look what we get. We get a rash of them all of a sudden.
Yeah, and as you were just saying that, I closed my eyes and I thought about Dre Greenlaw.
Oh, exactly.
Dre Greenlaw running on the floor, running on the field. What did he do?
He did a little hop. He did a little hop to run out there.
He did a little split step.
Yep.
We all do it. I don't run anymore, but if I was going to, it's a natural thing where you split your feet and you push off with the trail foot. That way you get a little bit of that forward momentum, and Dre Greenlaw did that exact same thing.
He sure did. And actually, I've never thought about it this way, because in that moment, when you say it's a natural thing, like it can be, if you're running onto a field, you could just, take a forward step and start running onto the field.
Right.
But what got Dre Greenlaw, I would argue, was enthusiasm.
Right.
Like honestly, that's why he did that. He's Dre Greenlaw. He's a fired-up linebacker. He's a crazy man. We know this. And he did a little hop that I can only translate as excitement to get out on the field. And that excitement did him in.
Yeah, and Jay Rich even talking about being in training sessions and seeing a young player or a young athlete take a negative step, and he'll stop the workout. He just is that in tuned to what the negative step can actually mean to the Achilles. And, I just did a quick AI search, as we are wont to do, and it just says it can be a significant risk factor for the Achilles tendon injury. So I don't know if coaches are aware of it, and we're trying to coach this out of basketball, but the Halliburton one was just an absolute garden variety negative step that may or may not have caused the injury.
Yep, and may or may not have changed the outcome of the NBA Finals. I mean, just wild when you think about it, and it won't be remembered. And I'm certainly not saying that the Thunder weren't deserving, but I will never forget how on fire that guy was when that game started.
Yeah.
So really unfortunate, but anyway, Dibs is in Vegas. That was really fun to talk to Jay Rich. We had Mark Stein on earlier with kind of the newsy angle. We talked to Trace Jackson Davis. If you want to hear any of those, you can go to our Odyssey app. Make sure you download that and just have it. Subscribe to all of our shows if you haven't already. It's also on YouTube. You can find the interviews there. Dibs in Vegas for Summer League. I'm here posted up in our San Francisco studios, 888-957-9570. We want to bring back a little bit of what Mark Stein told us because in an odd way, I really feel like for a Warrior fan, as frustrated as everybody is at waiting, and today, again, brought no more news, and Mark Stein's conversation was largely, yeah, there's no news, and there probably won't be for a little while. I also found the conversation to be a little bit soothing, and I think it's kind of what Warrior fans need to hear right now. So let's start with this. First and foremost, the idea of these Horford and Melton rumors. Here's what Stein said.
My expectation is that one way or the other, the Warriors are going to end up with both Horford and Melton on their roster. They still have interest in Bradley Beal. I would say most people around the league don't expect the Warriors to win that race, but I don't know. I wouldn't say that they're all the way out of it. I mean, we don't know exactly yet what Bradley Beal's choice will be.
Okay, so, and Bradley Beal's been rumored that the Clippers are the favorite, but Mark basically says the Warriors are in this, but quickly just a reaction on the idea that Horford and Melton are essentially the Warriors to lose. I don't know about you, Dibs. When I hear people react to that, I know what the cynic says. Horford is 39 and Melton's coming off of a torn ACL. These are facts. These are facts, and I understand the risk that's associated with both. But let me say the other side of this. Dude, I think both of them are really good NBA players, and I think they make the Warriors better if they stay healthy.
I mean, you want to put that if up front, if they stay healthy, because I think the if part of this is the gigantic portion of it. I'm not going to say that I'm a cynic, but I am skeptical. And if you look at Al Horford and his shooting numbers just over the last couple of years, they're going down rather dramatically. You don't need Al Horford to take 8 threes a game, but I do think that the last couple of years his percentages have started to dip, and it makes sense because he's 39. So you're looking for Horford to come in and play, 20 minutes, 20, 25 minutes? DeAnthony Melton, you just never know coming off an ACL. I don't know what his knee history is. I do know that the fact that he would want to come back to the Warriors tells me that he probably liked his time here.
You've mentioned a couple times the Al Horford, his percentages are dipping somewhat dramatically, and I hear where you're coming from, but I also I don't know. I wouldn't phrase it that way. Like this year, and if you're mainly talking about 3-point percentage, this year he was a 36.3% three-point shooter. His career average is 37.7. Last year he was 41.9.
Right.
Now, that was a drop from the year before, but the year before was by far and away the best year of his career at 44.6. So I wouldn't say that it's
I would say, 419 to 363 to me is pretty dramatic.
Well, but it's also a regression to the mean. The 2 years at over 40 were, among the best years of his career. Like last year, it fell down a little bit closer to what he normally shoots. So that's what I'm saying. You're not wrong.
I get it.
You're not wrong.
If you talk about the career, for me, it really is the last 5 years when he started to shoot the three. His career is a really odd one because if you look at the first 8 years of his career, he almost didn't shoot a three ever.
Ever.
And then he obviously worked on his game. The game done changed. And so he was able to transition into being a good stretch five kind of shooter. I just look at last year where he was on the same Boston team playing the same role with all the spacing in the world, and his numbers didn't fall off the cliff, but his numbers went down pretty dramatically.
In 2014-15, he averaged half of a three-point attempt per game.
Right.
And the next year, he averaged 3.1 threes per game, and then it goes all the way up to what was a career high in 2020, 2021, when it was 5.5 almost per game. And it stays pretty close to that now, 5.2 attempts per game as of last year. So again, are the numbers falling a little bit? They are. Was last year, a sign of things to come or just a regression to the mean? I don't know, but even if it is 36.3, that's not like a disastrous number, especially for a center.
No, it's not. And honestly, we could talk about Al Horford till the cows come home. He's probably your 10th man, your 9th or 10th man. Last year he played in 60 games. He started 42, but he doesn't play a lot of minutes. I don't think that you're going to start Al Horford. I mean,
might.
You're allowed to.
Yeah, I actually could very much see that. They don't want to start Draymond at the 5.
Right. I mean, you've got TJD, friend of the program. You've got Quentin Post, chess master. So there's options. And if you're looking at Al Horford and he played in 60 of the 82 last year, I think that's probably about the number you're looking at. So you got to really pick your spots, I think, with an older guy like that.
No doubt. Again, 39 years old as of this conversation. But if you're going to put him in a sentence with TJD and Quentin Post, I mean, this is Al Horford, man. This is a pretty accomplished big man in the NBA. So if you are going to pick those spots and you're not going to ask for 30, 35 minutes a night, I'll just put it this way. I think he changes the team. I very, very clearly believe he changes the team.
Well, I mean, you're looking at 75% of the games last year, and that's probably what you're looking at. And so if you want to look at him as a game changer, yeah, he'll change some games, but I'm not looking at him as a guy who's going to play more than maybe 1,000 total minutes. Last year he played a little bit more than that, but you've got an older player who will be, like you said, he's already 39, and you're looking at a team that's already pretty old. I think that Al Horford's going to be a guy who probably plays about the same amount as he did.
Well, and then you've got the Melton part of it, which I know we only got a very quick look, and I understand he's coming off of an injury. At the same time, the very quick look we got was very encouraging. And for what this team needs, which is more outside shooting and stability in the backcourt, especially if Steph is either not available or just the non-Steph minutes, I thought Melton, and I think they thought this too, was just a phenomenal fit with the Warriors. And so, to me, he's a game changer as well. Like, these aren't stars, but they really change the makeup of your basketball team. And so, listen, I don't know what's going to happen with Jonathan Kaminga, and then there's sort of the moonshot things, Bradley Beal and Dame Lillard and all of this stuff out there. But if you walk away from the offseason with Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton, I'm not going to give you an A for your offseason, but I am clearly going to say you're a better basketball team than you were when the offseason started. I do believe that.
I mean, you replace Kevon with Al Horford. Does that make you better? Maybe a little bit, depending on how much Al plays. I mean, Kevon, when he was allowed to play, was a great rebounder, incredible IQ guy, and a great locker room presence. And then you take out GP2 and you replace him with Melton. Well, we don't know about Melton, and I was just going through some of my text messages with Dr. Nirav Pandya about the ACL repair as opposed to the ACL replacement, because Melton had his knee ligament repaired,
right,
which is kind of rare to do that. And I do think that the return to play protocol, the return to play timeline is about the same with the repair as it is with the replacement.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what he says, because also I believe, if I remember correct, this was not a full tear of the ACL. Wasn't it a partial tear of the ACL?
Yes.
Yeah. So and so that's a different injury. Return to play might be the same, but you're not talking about as, kind of invasive of a situation as far as what I know, which, in medical world is not much.
It's a lot, and it's more than what it used to be, because it has to be, just like your knowledge now of things like aprons and taxes and collective bargaining and all the rest of the mumbo jumbo that we all kind of have to learn about and get into. So that to me becomes the wild card piece, Mark, on the are you better conversation because GP2, he had some injury woes as well.
No
if
doubt.
Melton can come in and be, similar to what he was in that short stint, well, then absolutely you got better because he checks a lot of boxes for you.
Well, he's just a better player. He's, you know what I mean?
But he also does what you need, I think. Good backcourt defense,
Yes.
a good distributor, and a guy who can score better than GP2.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland and check in. Hey, Gene, thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas. So, listen, I'm totally with you, Mark, on if we could get Horford and Melton, for whatever, let's say around $12 million for the two of them, I'd say, yeah, go for it. Horford, he's still got something left, and for that kind of money, it's not like you're taking a big risk. He was a hell of a player just a few years back, so who knows? Melton, I love that guy last year. Now, granted, he's coming off a serious injury, but once again, if you can get him low enough, I think that's worth the risk to do that. And I have a thought about Mr. Kaminga.
Let's go.
It kind of goes along with what Stein said. So, and I've been seeing as a lot of people have, the most likely scenario that it's a sign and keep in his case. Only instead of just say, here's your 9.7, maybe you give him 15 or 16 mil a year for 1 or 2 years, which is what I'm hearing is maybe what he's worth on the market, if he was willing to take that. But then in addition to that, try to get some sort of commitment, to really working on those areas. I mean, it's his own benefit anyway, to try to, improve to the point where maybe he can command that 25 to 30 million. So I have an idea, okay? And it goes back to the Hampton 5 situation, when they went for Durant.
Yep.
Only this would be a Hampton 4. Take the 3 core players, Butler, Dre, and Curry, sit down with J.K., and have them each tell their stories, because every one of these guys had deficiencies when they came into the league, all right? None of them were targeted as future Hall of Fame players. They all had to work their asses off to round out their game. Maybe none more so than Curry, who was also a number 7 pick. I mean, when he came into the league, as we all know, he was a spindly kid. I mean, he could shoot the lights out. He could dribble, and he could, he had a great handle. Couldn't do much of anything else. Couldn't play defense, and that was in great part because he was so skinny. And the book on him was he wasn't going to last, because of his size, and sure enough, early on, we really wondered if he was going to make it with all his ankle injuries and such. So he set himself to the task of working on his body, then working on his defense, became a very good rebounder. Point being that, he didn't just come into the league ready to, once again, go to the Hall of Fame 15, 20 years from then.
So, Gene,
he had to work.
Gene, is the idea basically you're saying you just want the big 3 to sit Jonathan down and tell him exactly what he needs to do? Is that essentially what you're saying?
Well, I think they should sit him down and say, you've had a real rude awakening now. You're not worth the 15 or the 20 to 25 million or 25 to 30 that you thought. And here's what you need to do to maybe get to that point. Do what we did. Work your ass off. Take every opportunity, shoot threes. So, work on your rebounding. Work on all these areas and try to impart to this kid. Remember, he was 19 when he started. These 3 guys were 22. So, he's just getting to that point, maybe in maturity, where he's ready to actually, commit himself.
So,
seriously.
Gene, here's what I would say, and appreciate the call. And Dibs, I don't know where you are on this. Listen, we're not in the locker room. We're not in the building on a daily basis. But it always intrigues me. This is just my perception. When fans go, you know what they need to do? They need to sit this guy down and talk to him.
Right.
My thought, what do you think they're doing all day?
Well, what do you think they've already done? They've been playing with him for 4 years.
4 years. Do you think that no one's taken him under his wing? Do you think that Steve Kerr hasn't said, this is what we need you to do? And clearly, many in the organization, and oh, by the way, around the league, feel some kind of way about what he has not done with that guidance. You can be mad at that all day long. But is that really our perception? That like nobody's tried to even connect with this guy and get him to do X, Y, and Z? I have no idea either, but my perception is that's literally all they do all season long.
Well, and they do that with everyone. It's a team, and you coach the coaches and you coach your players, and ultimately you can say to a player, look, we really need you to play defense, rebound, and do all these other little things, and if the player doesn't go out there and do the things that you want him to do, well, you can have the conversation again and again and again and again, and at some point you get fed up to the point where you no longer play that player in big spots. And I think that's partly what happened to Kaminga last year.
We're sponsored by Safeway. Speaking of Kaminga, we've got more for you to hear from Mark Stein, who joined us earlier in the show. He also weighed in on the idea of the Warriors trading for LeBron. If you want to hear all of that, stick right where you are. Dibs is in Vegas. I'm in the city. This is Willard and Dibs.
kind of fun to see all the different fans from the different teams, and now we've actually seen it here, Willard, over the course of the last, maybe hour or so. This place is drunk with Warriors fans. You got gear, you got polos, you got T-shirts, you've got a lot of that blue and gold out here as fans get ready for not the big dubs, no Steph, no Draymond. It's the baby dubs, but people are into it.
All I heard was the word drunk. When are you flying home, man, huh?
About 8 o'clock, I think.
Oh, you're coming home tonight?
Yeah, we had the option of a second night stay.
Yeah.
But I'm coming off of a Truckee run. You and I at Cache Creek that was a thing.
That was a great time.
So I was actually thinking this morning, like, how many nights have I not slept in my own bed? And it's been about 6 or 7 over the last 3 weeks. And so, probably need to get home and spend some time with the toddler.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Grandy, tomorrow?
What do you mean?
Are you waiting till tomorrow?
Oh, no, I'm flying back tonight, too.
Yes.
I wasn't given the option of a second night stay. If they had given it to me, then, I'm taking it.
Oh, shoot. Had I known that, you could have just taken my room.
Well, I mean, no, you're probably Grandy's got to be at work before us, I think was probably the idea.
I would have made it work.
Yeah, who needs sleep? Come on.
I do would be the answer to that.
Yeah, we knew that. But anyway.
But for you, you got one more day to run around and get everything ready. Make sure everyone's in town.
Tomorrow will be run around day.
And you already got your haircut, right? I haven't seen it in person, but it looks like you're all cut up and ready.
Yes. Shout out Great Clips and my girl Joyce over there. And I told her, I put the pressure on her before we even started. I'm like, okay, it's all in your hands now. But then I also told her, don't get nervous. Remember, nobody's looking at me.
Right.
If you mess this haircut up, who cares?
Yeah.
Nobody's looking at me. All you literally got to do is not dye it yellow. And outside of that, we're good here.
Yeah.
And
so, your cut's pretty straightforward.
It's pretty simple, yeah. It's
it's
pretty
a little
hard to
trim
mess
up top, and it's high and tight around the sides and the back.
Yeah. It's not like nothing difficult up there to work with.
No doubt. But tomorrow you get one more day of the runaround, and then Thursday, the big day. The lovely Christy becomes the lovely wife, Christy.
Yes, that's right. The lovely wife. Yes, that's coming on Thursday. And then I wanted to ask you, both you guys, just your prediction for the next show that I do for 95.7 The Game is going to be on Monday, July 28th. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks from yesterday is the next time I'm going to be here hanging out with you guys. Do you think that the Warriors are going to have stuff figured out when I get back?
Oh, God. I hope the answer is yes.
Yeah.
And, I'll say yes because it's getting to the point
you
where
want it to be that way.
Well, also, I think that the NBA itself wants to take a break. So you got Summer League for another, 5 or 6 days. I think we get into the tournament later in the week. So
to the 20th.
Thank you. By the time we get to next Monday, Summer League is over. NBA teams, they don't want to be dealing with this S. They want to have an off season. So I think that between now and even Monday, we're going to get movement and we're going to get some resolution. I think the interesting question is, by the time you get back on the 28th, will Buster Posey have shaken his tail feather again in the trade market?
I like the way you said that. Shake your tail feather. Let's see if he shows us what he's working with. July 28th. I mean, you've only got 3 days left at that point. So, but a lot of stuff does happen right there at the end. Man, I mean, there are questions for all three, right? We could also ask, will the Juwan Jennings situation be figured out by July 28th?
Yeah. I think I'm going to say yes on all three. I think Buster will have shaken the feather again and made another move.
That's a lot of fun over the next week and a half.
Well, and I'm not just saying this for me selfishly. I would love to talk with Mark Grandy for the next 11 shows about Jonathan Kaminga.
Yep.
Nothing would make me happier.
Sure.
I mean, it would be cool to have something break and have something, maybe an Al Horford introductory presser or, a Kaminga coming back on the qualifying offer. Just something.
I think that,